it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Jackson is ready, and the 2-2 pitch is on the way. Swung on in a high fly ball right center. This is playable. Center fielder Carter underneath it. He's got it, and the Rangers have won it. They are back to 500 as they sweep this series. They win today 2-1.
Nice way to start the Monday edition of Sean and RJ live on your home of the Texas Rangers. It's 105.3 The Fan. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Pay running things live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for waking up with us with a sweep of the sorry Chicago White Sox.
Nothing quite like it. Nothing quite like getting healthy off of the backs of bad baseball teams, and it will help.
Not totally healthy, but we'll get to that in a second.
Fair on that one. But I mean, look, you had to take 2 or 3 here. Same thing with Colorado. You got to take 2 or 3. Bobby said sweep. You got to take sweep. And they got it. And they got it in the in a way where they had to manufacture a win. You had to manufacture the use of the bullpen. You had to get a little fortunate on one of the games Saturday, but you get the 3 games, 3 wins.
And they won despite going 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position. Kamar Rocker, the Rangers press release that came out with Malley going on the IL, had Rocker being activated, and it said Kumar like Lamar. So I said, Kamar. All right, so no more Ku. It's Ka.
Yes. Well, according to him, listen, White Castle, we've already established the name.
Who?
And Harold and Kumar go to White Castle. We already established the name.
Okay.
Once the name has been established societally, then you can't pick your own pronunciation.
We got to look. I'll give him one pass if he was born before that movie came out. And I don't know. It might be close. It might be like right around there.
I bet it was after.
I think he was born before the movie came out. Because I think Harold and Kumar go to White Castle was what, 04, 03?
I don't know. I would call it RJ.
Okay. All right, sure.
I'm changing the pronunciation of the R. RJ.
There's lots of different things you can change these days and just call it what you want, I guess. All right, so when you look at
04,
okay, and so Rocker's 25, something like that.
Before
so all right, then he's got a claim to it.
He was born 99.
I'll accept Kamar then because he was before the movie was made. It's good. It's good you get the sweep. You obviously were not hitting the same sort of way with runners in scoring position that you had at the end of last week. But it's good at least to see they're consistently getting on base now, at least, or they're picking up games of, all right, they picked up 10 hits this game, even if they scored 2 runs. It's not great. You don't want that, but you're at least in a position now. Way too frequently, we've seen games of no extra base hits and nobody really threatening it at any point, and 0 runs, 3 hits. It's good to at least see, all right, Adolis Garcia is hitting the ball a little more consistently. He's not striking out as much. Josh Smith continues to hit. Evan Carter's getting on base every single game he's out there. Like, those sort of things you can build around, but dear God, we got to fix the bullpen too. That's the one that as soon as this hitting gets fixed, then the late inning thing.
Bullpen gave you a full win, a full day of work.
I'm talking about Saturday though, where Luke Jackson puts the tie and run on, and then Garcia comes in and gives it up immediately.
They gave it twice. They gave it the tie and run twice. Yeah, look, I get the runners in score positions is it's tough, right? They're 4 for 29 over the last 2 days, but. You're right. Like, at least they're getting guys on. Like, that's half the battle. More than half. Whether or not they get hits with runners in scoring position, that's more random than not. If you're constantly getting guys on, if you get 30 guys, essentially 30 runners into scoring position in 2 games, you're taking it.
It'll come around. Is what you would assume, is that it'll come around. So it's good. At least you're seeing some of the things. They won all the games. There's nothing to apologize for when you sweep anybody. But like we were talking about, and like you had mentioned a couple weeks ago with Colorado, you don't want it to be something that gives you false confidence. You still got to perform better.
Can you look up team bullpen stats? I thought I heard Nadell at the end in the post-game recap. You know what? Now that I think of it, Jared ghosted me too because I texted him something about the post-game, and he never wrote back. Mr. Famous play-by-play voice who will join us at 7:20 this morning. I thought I heard Nadell in the post say that like over the last week or 2 weeks, they had like a 1.70 ERA, and that it was really, really good.
But it's been these late inning, like high leverage situations, like they ran into where you had the Garcia came in and gave up those 3-4 runs and blew the save when they were on the road last week or 2 weeks ago. Luke Jackson's had a couple different situations where he's blown the save. Hobie Milner, who's been great, he blew it in the 8th inning. He blows the save. So by the way, you need to send good good talk like I did then. If you didn't get your Jared Sandler, we need to hit it back to back. That'll make him feel guilty.
Let's see here. 2025 reliever ERA in the American League.
Oh, damn, he did write me back.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Now I just sent it. It's crap.
Reliever ERA this year, Rangers are 3.40. That's third in the AL. Third in the AL.
So how do you judge that and weigh the high-stress late game situation?
Yeah, you're gonna have to. I'd have to dive into this more.
Yeah,
I'm
like
just,
an eighth, ninth
Absolutely.
breakdown. Cole Winn was fantastic, by the way. Escaping first and third, 1 out in the 7th inning. He gave you even more than that. So props to him. After Kamar went 5 scoreless while dealing with the hammy. These little annoying things getting some Ranger pitchers, whether it's a DeGrom finger, whether it's a little hamstring there for Rocker, and Tyler Mahle placed on the 15-day injured list with right shoulder fatigue.
Yeah, that's a little bit frustrating, obviously, because you were starting to notice some cracks in the way that he had performed recently. So the last 4 starts that he had, his walks per 9 had jumped. He had given up 2 home runs in his last 4 starts. He'd given up 2 home runs all year before that. His whip went from like 0.97, which is walks and hits per inning pitched. It went from like 0.97 to the last 4 starts. It was 1.5. And so, I mean, everything just had not looked right with him. And so I was looking through the StatCast stuff just to see, all right, were there velo issues? I didn't remember velocity being a problem with him the other day. And so I was looking at it, and
I think he got up to 95.
It wasn't a problem. He actually was up a little bit on some of his pitches. It was like, okay, velocity's up, spin rate's up. That's all encouraging. But then when you looked at it, the movement was way down on a lot of those. And typically when we've seen that with pitchers in the past, it's something doesn't feel right to them and they're overexerting.
So I found late and close. So it's the closest I can find. Late and close. Doesn't have ERA because that's more fluid. But, their batting average allowed, mid-pack in the AL, 8th. Their whip, walks against any pitch, is 12th in the AL. And they are throwing. They're issuing a ton of walks. They're 5th in the AL in walks late and close. So that's not good. So they're allowing guys on base, not necessarily on hits.
This game had an epic umpire battle. I thought they were close to going to blows. And pickle juice.
Oh, pickle juice. This is because you get cramps. This is the old Jason Witten.
Remember the old Andy Reid? Because this is what Andy Reid did to the Cowboys his very first that Texas Stadium game in 2000. That was what it got. That's when that really blew up before Witten.
Well, what did he do?
Andy Reid had given it was Texas Stadium was notorious for being 105 degrees on the field in September, and they were talking about, well, how are we going to deal with cramps? And it became this big talking point on Fox that Andy Reid had made every single player drink pickle juice during the week and was drinking it on the sidelines, and everybody was like, "Oh, it's the secret. This is how you win in Texas Stadium."
Yeah. So they had to bring out some pickle juice for Rocker. And, look, if you get some cramps, it happens. You need a little crampage. So he brings the pickle juice out, which, this is disgusting. Some people can drink pickle juice. I don't. The pickleback, I'm not a fan.
I can do the pickleback, but just pickle juice, no. Absolutely.
No, especially you get some tart, and then you can get the kosher. Which kind of pickle juice? We going regular dill? We doing kosher?
I'll do dill.
Yeah.
Is dill the sweet one? What's the sweet one? Bread and butter?
Bread and butter.
Give me some bread and butter.
Bread and butter's a sweet one. Yeah. Get some of that spicy. Get a little spicy. And then you see the guy on third, and he is sitting there just John at Bochy. John at Rocker. He's like, just take him out.
At who?
At Kumar.
No.
Kumar.
Oh. You're sticking to it.
Yeah. So he's just John. And he said, just take him out. Take him out. And and then you get Sandler. You get Sandler coming at him, saying just stay on third, man. Just stay on third. I thought that was a little bit. Look, I like it. I thought he could have gone viral.
Jared?
Yeah, he would have been picked up by awful announcing if he had simply said, "You're hitting 172, bro. Like, sit this one out."
Oh.
If you call out the batting average, I think he could have gone viral.
Adolis had his 6th career walk-off hit on Saturday, 2 outs in the 11th inning. They got a 5-4 win. DeGrom allowed 2 runs in 6 innings and struck out 6. Latz came in and helped, and then Josh Smith homered and scored all 3 Ranger runs in his 5th consecutive 2-hit game to help him win on Friday. Pepe, which one of these games were you at?
The Saturday one. Did not stay the whole game. Went to extras. I said, you know what? Got the long drive back to Rockwall.
Are you kidding me? A cheap
Saturday.
man like you didn't accept free baseball?
And what'd you have to get up for Sunday? Or were you trying to call out Sunday morning of something?
Yard work. Sunday was yard work day.
So you left when? You know, I'm something's
up.
Something's getting you a little bit over the past 2 weeks. Is it the move-in? Is it the wedding planning? I don't know. You're
Getting
a
me
little
like
tired, a little fatigued.
Get me like how? Like
I just said. Tired, fatigued, a little drained on how you're saying pep. Is everything fine?
No, I think everything's fine. Yeah. I mean, we're trying to do a bunch of stuff to the house, so maybe that's a little stress, but I don't feel it. I don't think.
Voice went higher. No, everything's fine.
Everything's good.
Yeah. So when did you leave?
Bottom 8.
Oh,
Bottom 8.
all right.
Wow.
Okay, so you missed the second blown save of the night.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, if you were getting ready to turn this off, you had weather delays. How long is this going to run? You got a crazy ending to the U.S. Open.
Want to cozy it up. Don't need to make it. 2 putts.
2 putts. I like that call. How about one on NBC as J.J. Spawn hits the longest putt of the entire tournament and drains the 64-footer to win.
Shades of Gary Woodland, 2019, doing the same thing to win the Open at Pebble. This was like, this was a who wants it. Take it. Nobody wanted this thing. Everybody was over par the final round, except for like Rory. Rory had it somehow finally puts together a decent round.
You stick around to talk.
I didn't. I'm done with him. I'm done with him. But yeah, JJ Spawn, you were going to get something. You were either going to get a first time winner, so Burns was there at the end. Hovland, Spawn. You were going to get Adam Scott coming up from the dead, 4,400 days since his last major, or you were going to get an epic comeback from like a Scheffler or a Rahm or something like that. And you wound up getting a first-time winner where everybody was over par. It was an awful day. Sam Burns got screwed on the not getting relief out of the basically out of the water. He was in the fairway, but he was sitting there stepping on it, and you could see him taking practice swings, water flying everywhere. They're like, nope, no relief, losers. But this was not a big leaderboard.
No,
at all. This was a leaderboard that you have to watch golf to know who these guys are.
Yeah, and I did not know who those guys are. You did a nice job trying to sell it. You're like, one of these things could happen, and da-da-da. And I was going down your checklist. I'm like, not interested. But what did get me interested is the elements combined with 5-6 names all kind of tied together over the past few holes, and that got me in.
Yeah, I mean, there was at one point you had a 5-way tie with like after 12. You had a 5-way tie for the lead. All right, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's it's entertaining.
This guy, career journeyman.
Spawn, he's had a good year. He's been around for like a decade, but he's had a good year. Like this year, he tied for the Players, and then Rory beats him in a playoff. That's a big tournament, the Players. So he's had a decent year, but he's not a household name by any stretch. Which is, we had Brian Harman win the British Open last year. He's not a household name.
But all these guys after day one, not all these guys, but a healthy amount of them were under.
Yeah.
So everything just turned.
Everything just, it gets tougher as the week goes on. It dries out, but then you get the rain yesterday, and that kind of makes things play a little bit slower around the course. And Spawn, after the rain delay, was on fire. He was 5 over yesterday before the rain delay. And after the rain delay, he was like, 4 under, 3 under? He played much better. So he was able to kind of go in and gather himself.
I agree with everything Choppy said.
Thanks for adding.
You're welcome.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Let's recap the championship rounds. Is the Stanley Cup final basically over? And why I think we are getting an epic, fantastic Game 5 tonight, and why all of DFW was bitter again over the Luka deal after this trade in the NBA. We'll get you ready maybe for your NBA and Stanley Cup winners with a championship round recap next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But what a crowd yesterday. What an outing at Hurtado Barbecue, Dallas.
they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute pickup. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, listen, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out.
DFWsecurity.com.
DFWsecurity.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the Personal Injury Lawyers, Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first. 214-4817-333-3333. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The 35-foot three, it's off, and that's it. The Thunder have come to Indianapolis and gotten the split they needed after losing Game 1. Falling in Game 3, they do it again. 6-0 their record in the playoffs when coming off of a loss, and they rally from 10 down on the road to win by a 111-104 count.
Thunder Radio with the call. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I think people are wondering what you're doing on the fan cam there with your hands.
I mean, he gets paid by the word. I'm convinced he gets paid by the word. Does anybody ever tell him less is more?
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
The
Definitely
Oklahoma City Thunder escape. This is a good NBA Finals. Mm-hmm. This has been a very good NBA Finals. Now, maybe you could say Indiana stole one in Game 1 on the road, and the Thunder stole this one. They were down 10 late. Shea scores 15 of his 35 in the final 5 minutes. They come back from the 10-point deficit, and they win in order to tie this thing up at 2 games apiece. The Thunder close on a 16-7 run, and Alexander had all but one of those points.
Dude, you have to feel, if you're Indiana, like you should be up 3-1.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt. Now, you're right. Indy stole Game 1. OKC stole this one, so it's probably where it should be. But considering where the game was, and you're already up 2-1, and you're at home.
Look at that real quick. It's a 9.5 spread. 9.5 point spread for tonight. Now, I know it's an OKC, but how are you feeling about that? You jumping on the Pacers with that?
That's a lot. It's a lot. I would probably, yeah. I think I've already kind of gone too far in on the pace. Like I've got too much liability on Indiana at this point. I don't think I'm going to bet anymore. I've got them. I bet a couple of the games, and I've got them to win the series. So I think I'll just stick where it is. But yeah, I would absolutely lean Indy at 9.5. It's a lot of points.
It's a lot of points.
This is like the like Vegas. You remember they refused to adjust on the Knicks when they got up on the Celtics. Like they were up 2-0 on the Celtics, and they were just like, Boston by 9.5 going into the Garden. And it's like. Guys, there's got to be some point of like just adjusting. These are not blowouts. Indiana's showing you they're not going to get their ass kicked very often. Right. Yeah, OKC did it once, but
back in the day they would have adjusted. Now it is. I mean, they are 100% done by computers.
This was 6.5. The game that in Oklahoma City covered late, but I mean it was a 6.5 point spread the other night, even with Indiana up 2-1 and having played better.
Pacer fans are not happy with the officiating. There looked to be an obvious Shea travel. Scott Foster's getting called out. Rick Carlisle defended him, actually. Rick Carlisle defended Scott Foster, saying it's ridiculous. This guy has been a good official. I think his nickname is the series extender. So that is the accusation made towards that referee. But yes, it feels like Indy let him off the hook.
Yeah, Indy absolutely let him off the hook. You can look at, all right, would Were there some instances of just like, oh, that felt a little favorable to OKC at the end? Yeah. It definitely did feel like they were getting the benefit of that. But I mean, I think also you look at, okay, well, if you've got Mathurin not missing every free throw late, if you've got him not committing like an off the ball foul and giving them a extra free throw with 30 seconds left or whatever it was, if you get Tyrese Halliburton finally missing a shot to tie or go ahead inside of 2 minutes, and if Shea, total credit to OKC, if Shea Gilgeous-Alexander doesn't just step up and play at a really high level late, like we hadn't totally seen from him recently, then this is all different. But I think at the end, you just got to go, all right, they came in here, they took advantage of the opportunity, and they deserve a lot of credit. That was a game that OKC deserved to steal.
Your gut feeling last night was that this thing ends in 6. I'm changing mine now to 7. I was expecting OKC to handle Game 5 a little bit more, and I was like, they should have lost the game. So now I think this thing is going to go 7 games.
I think whoever wins tonight will just put it away. And so whoever wins this game and goes up to 3-2 lead, whether it's Indiana or OKC, I think they win the series. I've projected the whole time that I felt like OKC was going to close things out in the final 2. And so I'm going to lean with that, and I'm going to continue to go with that. But if Indiana were to win tonight, then I'm like, OKC's not going into Indianapolis and winning that game 6.
Look, I think you're right, because don't discount the human nature of, if Indiana loses, we've seen this. We've seen this in sports where like teams lose, even though they're coming home, they're like, man, I don't have like the mental I'm not getting back on that airplane again. Like there's a quit level that happens in some of the players. So I think you're right. If Indiana loses, it's over. It's over in 6.
There were 2 stunning trades in the world of sports. Rafael Devers gets dealt from the Red Sox. More on that in a second. But this one in the NBA brought, and I told you this months ago, every big-time trade will just bring back the Luka memories all over again, because we are going to be comparing compensation for the rest of time. The Grizzlies traded Desmond Bane, a nice role player, Desmond Bane, to the Orlando Magic for Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Cole Anthony, 4 unprotected first-round picks, and 1 first-round pick swap. What?
Yeah, I don't know.
What?
I don't know. Orlando really thinks that they're a Desmond Bane away from contending for a title.
What are the Magic doing?
I have no idea. Like, did they
4 first?
4 unprotected. That's a wild trade. Crazy.
Yes.
Crazy trade. Again,
is that
good player,
is that Mikal
right?
Bridges?
No. See, I think Bane's that's the thing, is that if this is a lot, and certainly shows you again what Luka should have got. I think Bane is worth more than Bridges.
He's got better numbers than I was anticipating when I went and looked him up. He's 26, 19, 6, and 5 this year. Really good. All 5 years in Memphis, 18, 4, and 4. Excellent.
Yeah, that's great. But 2 players, role players, and 4 unprotected firsts. I mean, that's what you offer for Giannis,
dude. What is Giannis going to get? Oh, well, it doesn't look like he's going to be traded, but KD.
This is insane. Like, Memphis is like, yeah, all right. I know they were like, we had our ups and downs this year. We made it in the postseason, but we're gonna wind up go ahead and blow it up, and not blow it up, but maybe now we maybe see what if they move Ja.
I mean, he's again, Bane is a guy who. I was just trying to look it up. I was trying to see how unique it is compared to the rest of the league. But I mean, he's a guy who has been 25-5 for the last 3 years, and he's a 40% 3-point shooter for his career. He makes a lot of sense, I think, to put there, and will probably play well. And I think that they're going to have. I think he's going to break out there. It's just the only thing is that's still a ton. It's a ton to give up, but it's not. I think I'm a little jaded against it because of the Bridges return. Like, I've already just accepted, like, well, if Bridges got 4, then I guess anybody could. And Bane to me is a better player, but it's still, I would be upset probably if they give up 4 firsts for Desmond Bane, if Dallas did.
What stunned you more between this and the Devers deal? What are the Red Sox doing?
The Red Sox are showing kind of what they've done over the last 6-ish years. They got rid of Betts. They got rid of Bogarts. They got rid of Devers.
Sale.
Yeah.
I don't know whether to say it was a free agent.
I think he was a free agent. He had been hurt a lot, but they're like, we just don't want to commit these dollar amounts. And
they're committing it.
They committed it with Devers.
Then they like hit the eject button.
Yeah, they hit that. And now listen.
Because I was trying to look up, I don't know minor league players, okay, or these no-name relievers. Left-handed starter Kyle Harrison, right-hander Jordan Hicks, and 2 prospects. Well, the names that actually have sports profiles on websites, one's got a 4.56 ERA, the other's got a 6.47. Jordan Hicks, he's from Houston. He's been in baseball for a while, and this year he's got a 6.47 ERA.
Yeah.
It's like, where's the return, or was this just about getting off the contract?
It sounds like it's about getting off the contract and him. So he had been moved off of third. There was that whole issue in spring training with Bregman, and it seemed like he was just a DH, and they didn't want to spend $300 million on a DH.
Then Bregman gets hurt. They ask him to play third. He says no. Then they ask him to play first. He says no.
Right.
And
he's like, I'm playing what you told me to prepare for in spring training. That's all I'm playing. So this was a large part of a salary dump, personality dump.
And by the way, he goes to the Giants.
Yeah, and they don't get the Giants' top prospects.
And Passan said yesterday, I guess, that he was like, this comes down to Devers wanted out. And so he's like, Devers wanted out of there, and Boston looked at, fine, find us somebody to take all the money. And so if somebody's going to take on the money, we'll go ahead and... Boston had grown tired of the act, is what it made it sound like from Passan. But he said the big driver in this was just the fact that Devers had made it clear this year he didn't want to be there anymore.
And I don't know what this does for the trade market, because this is not great return. You got a precedent set. This is going to be the best bat dealt.
I think everybody around the league, though, would have an awareness of this is somebody who just was demanding out. And if the precedent is set, then, all right, if you're going to say, well, there's only a certain amount of return, it's like, all right, well, then other teams got to be prepared to take on all the salary, too.
Yeah, that's true. And like I said, though, this is early. We are a month and a half of the deadline. This is about the time where the Rangers got Aroldis. That was a completely different situation. But I would be hard-pressed to find a better bat that's on the market.
Are the Stanley Cup Finals essentially over after this?
Broken up. Marchand in past Wallman. Marchand, and he scores! Marchand went to the backhand. He sneaks it down low past Pickard. What an individual effort for Brad Marchand. And the Panthers have taken a 3-0 lead here in Game 5.
Panthers radio with the call. Marchand becomes the first player to score. That one goal was so sick. Becomes the first player to score at least 5 goals in 2 separate Stanley Cup Final Series with 2 different teams. Did it with the Massholes in 2011, and here we are. Panthers win 5-2.
He's had 5 goals this Cup final. He only had 2 for the Panthers this year because he was a midseason trade.
Wow.
He got dealt. I think it was the same day that Rantanen got here. But this is. I don't think it's over. Even though Florida's been the better team without question. It would not surprise me if Edmonton doesn't go in there and win Game 6, and then obviously Game 7, anything happens.
It's over.
But, Florida has been, they have proven they are the better hockey team.
It is, I have gotten to the point where I wasn't sure how I was going to, when the Stanley Cup Final started, if I was like, I'm actually going to be rooting against anybody, or is it just going to be like, I'm just watching it to see what it is. I am rooting against Edmonton. I am hoping, like it is genuinely like, yeah, you guys have irritated me the last 2 years, so I am going, as awesome as they are, yeah, they're better. It's more jealousy than anything else. It's just like, I want to see Edmonton get their ass kicked a little bit.
877-881-1053, Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Hopefully everyone had a fantastic Father's Day. Did Bobby Belt have a good birthday? While I caught him going through his wife's cell phone. That's next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. But how about going through the garage? You can't, because you got that old broken down piece of junk in there. How about trying to go ahead and get stuff in and out of the driveway? You can't, because of that old broken down piece of junk, or that bad curb appeal, because, yeah, the old broken down piece of junk. GiveMeTheVin.com is your answer to get rid of it. They want to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver, pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, or exotic. GiveMeTheVin.com. Put your...
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Your official home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
We got a brand new ticket giveaway for you turning it on, leaving it on. We got music festival tickets starting at 7:20 here on Sean and RJ. We got our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt and Peyton running the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Happy Father's Day. Hopefully it was fantastic for all of you. We'll recap it fully in best and worst of the weekend at 7:40 Wednesday. We are going to be at another Firehouse tour in Arlington. Wednesday, not Friday. Hump Day.
Yep, 401 West Main Street. We'll be out at Arlington Firehouse #1. This is like 2 miles from the ballpark or something like that. It's not very far at all. But we'll be out there giving out the Tolo bucket hats, the Whataburger breakfast. It'll be a good time. So 401 West Main Street in Arlington.
Did I catch Bobby Belt snooping and going through his wife's cell phone? You be the judge. So a couple days ago, Kristen hits me up. She goes, because it was Bobby's birthday on Sunday.
Happy birthday, Bobby.
With Father's Day. What age?
36.
Ooh.
Yep.
Making the turn.
Yep.
How you feeling about it?
I haven't felt great since 30. So, I mean, it's just time passing by more and more each year.
What did you do for it?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Which is what I
No
I
dinner,
wanted
no out?
I mean, Kristen made dinner last night, but I mean, that was pretty much it. Otherwise, no, we were just kind of chilling at home, which is what I wanted.
A couple days ago, she shoots me a text. She goes, I'm thinking about buying this for Bobby. Do you think he'll freak out?
Oh.
And I was like, all right. It was a PS5.
Mm-hmm.
Priced at what, Peyton Russell?
Let's see. Inflation, taxes, $599.
$500. Maybe that was pre-tax. I don't know. Video game systems cost $500 now?
Yeah, we got
$5?
Yeah. You can get it. We got the Xbox X Is it whatever that one? Then maybe it's the newest one. I got that for cheap. I got that. It was like around $300, maybe a little less. But that was on sale.
And how much are games?
60 bucks.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically the same.
And unless you get the early, so if you get like MLB The Show comes out, it's like $60. But if you get it like 2 weeks early and you get the deluxe edition, the deluxe edition
That's
is like
$100. Yeah. So I mean, each game now has, especially sports games, have like 3 tiered versions you can buy that are like, here's $50, here's $80, here's $100. Because it's like, oh, if you get the $100 one and you get NBA 2K, we'll give you 10,000 VC with it or something, and we'll give you this and that. And you'll get all these extras with it.
And you get all these 99 super cards.
And are they all hard copy or it's
download?
You download it.
I mean, you can do hard copy still, but yeah, it's mainly people will just download them out of the store now.
So this took me down a little bit of a rabbit hole. I'm like, oh, is Bobby a video game player? I was not aware of this very, very much. And I said, does he play video games? Does he just conceal that and hide that on the show? And she's like, not a ton, but he will. And I was like, has he been asking for a PS5 or a video game system? She goes, not really a ton. I said, would he play it a lot? I'm trying to go down all the check marks. And she goes, I think he would end up playing it. So I said, would the girls play it? This is the way my mind thinks. Just pop, 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 pop. She goes, yeah, I think the girls will play it. I said, buy it.
Yeah.
And have the receipt. If he melts down, I'll yell at him for you. That's basically the way all of my interactions with his wife goes. If he has a Bobby belt down, I'll lecture him and I'll tell him to shut up.
Yeah.
So I don't hear back from Kristen for a while. So yesterday I'm doing the prep. I'm like, oh yeah, Bobby's birthday. I text her. I said, what do you do? Did he like it? Did he enjoy the gift? She goes, I didn't get it. I bailed on the plan. I was at the store. I had something else to do. I actually have to read it word for word because it was so confusing. This is a typical belt interaction, no matter who it is. I had to go, hurry to do something else, so I was going to go back and get it. But then he saw our text, so I blew it off. LOL. I was showing him another text and forgot to delete ours. By the way, happy Father's Day. So I said, oh, okay. How did that go? So as soon as I saw Bobby in the garage this morning, I said, I thought she was the Hispanic.
Oh.
And you were the white guy in the relationship.
Okay.
But now you're acting like the Hispanic going through the phone.
Nope, didn't have to go through the phone.
one.
Sloppy.
You were on the iPad and her
look.
iMessage. Oh, no, she doesn't have an iPhone, does she?
No. This was, in fact, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to empty everything right now. I may be spoiling something.
You didn't
else.
empty in the garage?
No, I may be spoiling something else here in a second. I don't know. We'll see. I'm just going to give examples of how people are sloppy sometimes. So Kristen, she was trying to show me. So she was complaining about how I had not replied back to all the Facebook reels she sends me. And I was like, she's like, I showed you one the other day, or I sent you that the other day. I was like, I don't remember it. She's like, look, I'll show you. And so she pulls up Facebook and she shows me. And she's got her phone in front of my face. And then as she does it, she like tracks out of Facebook and it's boom, the conversation right there with the PS5. Do you think Bobby would? It's sitting right there when she backed out of it. She's holding her phone in front of my face. To the point
conversation, it shouldn't it just be like the last message? All you should have seen on there was Happy Father's Day, and I said thanks.
She had not replied back and saying I bailed on the plan or anything yet. It was literally the interaction of you guys saying that.
Okay.
And so she was busted. And look, people get sloppy. I'm anticipating. I don't know.
This is actually a good thing because there's nothing to hide. When I saw Derek Holland's cell phone and it had that technology on it to where you can't turn it left and right.
Oh, yeah, that's the black screen.
Yeah. So that was old Derek, though, in case new Derek's girlfriend is listening.
I don't look. Everybody gets a little sloppy from time to time. You and Kristen both included. So
I'm not sloppy.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Here's all I know is that, and I don't know. Maybe nothing's coming. Maybe nothing's coming from you. Maybe nothing's coming from Kristen. What I do know is that 1 week ago, RJ Choppy, Kristen's out of the house and she calls me and she goes, "Hey, I was thinking about. I just drove by Total Wine. It's weird how stuff like will come into your head just like when you see something." She goes, "What were we doing? One time we were in Total Wine and we were looking for a liquor for you." And we couldn't find it. What was going on there? And I was like, don't. And she went, don't what? I was like, don't give me anything. And she's like, I'm not. I'm just asking. But I was like, all right, well, calm down. And then as I'm going, calm down, I look and I say, oh, I have a text. Within 2 minutes, this very narrow question asking me what the liquor was, I get a text from Sean saying, what was that liquor I got you for your birthday last year? My buddy's looking for some. And so I don't know who was asking for who. One of them was asking for the other, and you guys are sloppy. And so I don't know where it's coming from, but you guys are a little sloppy.
Do you have the liquor bottle?
I don't have it yet.
Well, then your theory. Well, it would have come yesterday or over the weekend for your birthday.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. If it was delayed, because this is a liquor that you have to order from out of town.
Okay.
Okay. So, listen,
He's seething because he's been busted.
I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of this. I really hope you get that. She goes back and buys you this PS5. You need a hobby.
When I got
your hobby right now is finding dirt on everybody.
Yeah, let's explain. What is your video game love?
When I have it, I will play the new games. The problem is if I don't get a new system and it's the old games that are cycling, I just won't get new ones.
And what would the game of choice have been?
I get either MLB The Show or NBA 2K. That's what I play a ton.
Okay.
And so that's kind of, I'll play those into the ground.
So once you saw the text, why did the whole project end? You told her that would have been a ridiculous purchase, too much?
I think
or
she
the
just
surprise
it ruined the surprise, so she didn't do it. I would have been like, that's a lot of money. You shouldn't have spent that.
Yeah, it is a lot of money.
And it would inevitably.
What if the girls play it a lot?
Yeah,
it would inevitably cause fights because I would end up being on it a ton. I would, and I would be playing it a bunch, and I'd be wanting to set stuff up. You guys know, I take my Adderall. I'd start getting into roster construction. I'd get lost in it for 3 hours, and she'd be like, "You're home. Can't you be home?" It's like, you bought it for me. What do you want me to do?
I bet you're a bad video game loser too.
I don't know. I don't lose, so I mean that's hard to find out.
I could absolutely. So like MLB The Show, you could, like we talked about the deluxe. You could buy the deluxe where it gives you like Bobby said, all these extra points or fake money VC, but also gives you like better cards. I bet you Bobby would get the base version and grind like a madman.
Oh,
and in about a week, he's full diamond, 95 plus on the roster, completed all the tasks, live series, this and that. He's a machine.
That's exactly how it goes. And that's exactly why it probably wouldn't be a great purchase. She would regret it because I would be on there way too much. I'd get it can happen randomly. I'll just be like, I haven't played that in a while. I'm going to play right now. And then I disappear for 2 weeks and I'm gone.
How do you sleep? Let's talk about this in the 6 o'clock segment here on 105 through the Fan. By the way, Pepe, what video game system do you have right now? Do you play it? And what's the game of choice?
PS5, but I just play Call of Duty right now. That's all I have. I mean, I was on Fortnite for a little bit, but Call of Duty brought back one of their OG maps, so I play that mainly.
And PS5 has been out for how long?
Oh gosh, like 5 years, I think 4 or 5 years.
It hasn't gone down at all.
What?
Or maybe it's gone down $100.
I think the CEO of Sony just announced they're working on PlayStation 6.
Well,
so there you go.
How do you sleep though? Are you a back sleeper, side sleeper, tummy sleeper?
Side.
Left
tummy.
side, right side.
Flip.
Peyton?
Tummy.
I
go both hands underneath the pillow.
So up top.
Up top,
like that. Yeah, okay. If I want my best sleep, that's how I am. My best sleep. I'm tired. I need like 4 hours. If I have like a 4 hour night.
How does your neck not with the pillow? How flat is it?
I basically go no pillow at base because otherwise you're.
And you're not sleeping on your hands.
I am. And they fall asleep. My three.
How many
fingers,
times you wake up with your hands with no circulation? You're like, I'm having a heart attack.
If I do that, if I sleep like that, it's almost like pinching the shoulder here. My entire arm, I'll wake up numb and I'll freak out. There was one time I tried to stand up. I'd woken up and I tried to stand up and I couldn't feel my arm and I fell back down on my face.
So stomach sleeping is obviously the third most common. Side and back are number 1 and 2.
I really wish I could sleep on my back.
Least recommended stomach sleeping, by the way.
Yes. There's a lot of bad for you, apparently. Terrible for your back. Out of all the sleeping positions, the worst, by science, is sleeping on the back from a not from like a spinal issue, but the fact that that's the most at risk for sleep apnea.
Mm-hmm.
Right, snoring pulls your tongue back and soft palate back into your throat. They say left side is the best. Now, it's bad for your shoulder, but left side because it keeps all your organs in the same spot.
There's that. So they don't, this is something that in my hypochondria I've researched before. They're sleeping on the left side, they say, because your organs aren't squished, so it doesn't pump as much. But they also say sleeping on the right's not bad because the gravity helps your heartbeat too. And so they say that can also help your heart not work as hard.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I didn't know that
Gravity helps the whole process. If you're laying on your right side, then the heart's it's easier. It's not a stress pumping.
And my sister-in-law yesterday said she's a mouth taper.
And there was the research the other day. Doctors are like, we had a note. I had gone and looked. There's new research now after TikTok had done this, and they said, yeah, mouth taping. There's no evidence to support any of these claims. They say a lot of it may be placebo effect, or there can be different things like that. But they said that the best they found is some studies have shown it has slight benefits for mild sleep apnea. But if it's serious, you should not be doing that. You should be going to a doctor.
Ugh. Yeah, because you close one airway. But yeah, left side. Best way, right side's fine. Like Bobby said, keeps the heart. The back for sleep apnea is the worst. The stomach for sleep apnea is the best. But overall, mix the two. Sleep on your side.
I need to sleep away from my kid. I have to turn away, whichever way that it. Well, it's the same way every night.
I can't. Laura will crawl into bed, and she will, whatever side I'm sleeping on, she tucks herself like under me, and I wake up with her like wrapped in my arms or whatever.
Do y'all do same side of the bed every night, or are you just whoever gets there first?
Who does that?
I don't know. I don't know.
I think every single bed is locked in.
I would think so.
There's no rotation. I would like to rotate. I'd like to go back and forth maybe because our bed positions change in the new house. I think it was the baby crib, whatever side it was. But you're locked in, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm on left side, closest to the bathroom.
Don't you feel like you gotta be closer to the doorway as a man? For the protection.
Kristen's closest to the door. I'm gonna have time to like gather myself if an intruder's there, and I'm just gonna need to like wake up. So I need her to stall.
Look, if they broke into your house and y'all started talking to this, they would turn around.
Yeah, they would turn
around and run.
Real quick.
All right, let's hook you up with a brand new ticket giveaway in the commercial-free expressway here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station. We're all feeling good about the offense. We're excited about the new pieces. My key to the Dallas Cowboys season will be defensively. Let's find out what Matt Eberflus learned in his return from Chicago. The Cowboys D coordinator sits down to explain what that identity is going to be next on 105.3 The Fan. Chosen by the people, feared by the insurance companies, and maybe you need them after the...
Chrissy. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name is Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's how your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
The X factor for me in this Dallas Cowboys season is Matt Eberflus and that side of the ball. We'll go through our confidence meter after minicamp at 8:40 and below the belt, but we have new sound from a familiar face around here.
Yes, Matt Eberflus had done a sit-down right at the end of minicamp with what's the Doomsday Pod called with Edward or Matt Mosley?
Doomsday.
Yeah, the
Doomsday Pod.
So Matt Mosley and Ed Werder had sat down with Matt Eberflus at the end of last week and went over just several different topics relating to scheme, how he can help Brian Schottenheimer adjust, Micah usage, all that. And then we'll get in at the end of this. We'll play a little bit of his thoughts on the Caleb Williams claim that last year no Chicago coaches actually sat with him and watched film. But we'll start things off here with a very basic question. Matt Eberflus, what is the identity of your defense?
Yeah, the identity goes way back. I mean, we're talking back to the 96 Buccaneers, and that's where it goes back. This is the origin of it. And as you remember, those guys are packed with Hall of Famers and a bunch of great players. And the system allows you really to, play free. It's a disciplined defense, and it allows a lot of eyes on the quarterback. And that's where you get all the takeaways from. And, it's very detail-oriented. And that's what I took from Coach Marinelli when I was here with him. Took it on to Indianapolis and then up to Chicago. But it's been really good, and the guys love playing in the system because it really maximizes their talents and helps them really produce on the football field.
And the emphasis is on stopping the run and taking the ball away?
That's it, yep. We got two things that we do. We stop the run and take the ball away. We like to score on defense, but it's That's really what our mantra's been, and that's what it continues to be.
Which it's easy to, in these sort of instances, take descriptions like that. Like Mike Nolan would always talk about, like, we're going to take the ball away. We're going to do, like, okay, that's goals. Those are goals that you want to have. But, I mean, clearly a lot of this, and it makes sense, Rod Marinelli was a big influence for him. Clearly a lot of this is going to be Tampa 2 influenced, even if it's not a Tampa 2 look, which the Tampa 2 is cover 2 defense, basically, and then the middle linebacker, who in the Tampa defense was Derek Brooks, who used to get all those interceptions and do all that stuff. The read is Derek Brooks goes, all right, run, you go attack, and then if he's reading pass, he drops to the middle part of the field and it becomes cover 3. So, like, kind of adjusts depending on what the middle linebacker reads. But you're going to see a defense, I think, that in a lot of ways still looks similar stylistically or schematically to what we had seen from Rod Marinelli for years, particularly in the defensive line rotation and the way that they rush their defensive tackles. All right.
So frustratingly good.
I mean, Rod was bend but don't break. I think Eberflus is his style is a little more aggressive, but he's definitely a focus on linebacker play and keeping things in front of you and making plays. Like basically trusting guys to make the play in their area. In fact, we can jump to that clip right now. This is clip 23, Peyton. Matt Eberflus, why have you had such success developing linebackers throughout your career?
Yeah, I played the position, and I think that when a guy plays football, at this level, they have a certain camera, in terms of how they see the game. And, some guys are fast processors, and some guys, are a little bit, not as fast. Like Sean Lee was as fast as I've ever seen. He could process, like Luke Kuechly and just boom and hit it. But that was through a lot of film study with him and I, right up here doing Breakfast Club together. So, to me, I played the position, so I do have an advantage of how I see the game as a coach, so I can really help those guys to be able to see it. But I think more importantly, it's the skill development. And I told the defense this before they left, and I told them in the beginning, I said, we'll be two things that'll be our separator. Is going to be our conditioning level and our technique. And the coaches that we brought in, and I'm a stickler on technique and the details of it, but doing it game speed and doing it fast. And that's what I've always done, and that's what I did with Sean and DeMarcus, and that's what we're going to continue to do with this group.
What's up with these new coaches and their microphones?
A lot of clicking there.
Those are the
Mosey
headsets.
Still has a 1033 headset.
Those are
rattling, barely held together.
Those are the headsets we have out at the firehouse with the long cord, and so Eberflus kept like moving his arm, and it was like brushing the thing across it. Brian Schottenheimer, obviously a first-time head coach here in Dallas, somebody who's prepped for the job for a long time, but Matt Eberflus is coming off of a head coaching job. So, Matt Eberflus, how exactly are you going to be able to assist Brian Schottenheimer as a first-time head coach?
Yeah, there's a lot of things as a head coach that you don't know that are involved in the job until you become a head coach. And we just been reflecting on that. If it's with the media or if it's with PR, whatever it might be, practice schedules, way to install the training camp, all those things. And if I see something, I say something, and that's my job as the defensive coordinator, is to help and assist the head coach, and that's what I'm doing here with Brian. And he's been great to work with, high energy, high enthusiasm, high intelligence, and we really made really good progress here in this offseason so far.
What type of dude is Eberflus?
I mean, he's got a little bit of a reputation as he can be a hard ass.
Yeah,
like he can.
That's how he seems to me. Like I feel a little scared of him.
Yeah, I think most players really like him. That's kind of why the Chicago thing was so odd, the way that it ended. I mean, think about Rod Marinelli and his reputation. Rod was considered a guy who would bark and he'd get on you and he'd do that, but he was also the guy that everybody talked about, like, oh my gosh, he's like my dad. Like he's just such a great person to connect with. I think Eberflus maybe has a little bit more rigidity, but it's sort of the same philosophy that there are a lot of guys who have always just said, like,
less than Zimmer.
Yeah, he's less than Zimmer. He's not the same sort of. He's not got that same sort of caustic edge to him that Zimmer has sometimes. Edge. Micah Parsons is going to be a big part of anything that they do, and he'll probably be if I don't know. You may not love these answers. We'll have to see here.
Right.
Couple different cuts here about Micah Parsons. First, just Matt Eberflus's early impressions of Micah.
Well, I really draw on my experience there because the first time I came here, the linebackers that I coached, were one of them was DeMarcus Ware, right? And that was really good for me in terms of the experience. First of all, I became a very good linebacker coach right away. But and I had Sean Lee and Keith Brooking and Brady James and all those guys and Anthony Spencer, but they did a heck of a job, and they still do a great job in personnel here. But to answer your question, that was really for me the experience that I had to hold everybody else to the highest standard of, hey, that's the best of the best. In terms of a rusher, in terms of a worker, and all those things. Now, Micah has all those. He really does. He has all the work ethic that DeMarcus has. He's got the power. He's not quite as big, but man, he works his butt off, and he loves football. And this guy's got high football intelligence. So I'm excited to work with him, and do some great things with him this year. And when he gets in, he gets in.
It's good. It's exactly what you'd expect to hear. Is that I'm excited to work with him, and it's like, okay, but let's dig a little bit. How? Because how he was used was different under Mike Zimmer.
By the way, we always talk about changes at offensive coordinators screwing over a quarterback. Baker, how many guys?
Oh, yeah.
How many? What about for a defensive player? And how many is this for Micah now?
This is now Micah's third defensive coordinator.
Quinn, Zim,
Zim, and Eberflus.
Feels like more.
Yeah, he just missed Nolan by a year, right?
He was the year after Nolan had gotten let go.
Do you think that matters?
Yeah, I mean it does, especially if there's a.
Or does it matter the most for corners?
No, I think it matters for a guy like Micah, who's so clearly like varied and multiple in the way that he's used, that there's going to be a million different ideas from different coordinators on how he should be applied. Mike Zimmer had a different idea for him than Dan Quinn did. I think Matt Eberflus is going to have different ideas from him from both of those, and this is where we'll see if this is frustrating to RJ Choppy, or if he just thinks it's talk right here. Matt Eberflus, have you and Micah discussed specifically how he's going to be used?
We had a meeting, him and I had about a half-hour meeting yesterday on that very subject, him and I in my office. And, for him, you have to move this guy around. Now, what's great about our current roster is that we have other rushers now that can rush. So to pay attention to one particular rusher is going to be more difficult than if you just had one on one side. So that's going to be a good thing too. So we'll have to we can do less of that.
We can do less of that. And we got other rushers and we can move them around, and we don't have to worry about necessarily just saying, Mikey, you got to go get to the quarterback every single time. Does that concern you at all, Chop? Or is that just rhetoric?
They're just talking, man. Like, you get into the game, there's going to be 50 plays that he's in, 60 plays that he's in. He's going to be rushing the passer on basically every drop back.
I believe in Matt Eberflus's career, when he has been a defensive coordinator, which going back to college and into the NFL, when he's been a defensive coordinator or a head coach, I think he's had one pass rusher that's gotten double-digit sacks.
Wow.
In his career, and I think it was at Missouri. I think it was somebody like Coney Ealy or somebody. I can't remember who it was.
Coney Ealy.
It was somebody at Missouri. It was somebody at Missouri who had picked up double-digit sacks, but he is he's routinely, or no, it was Justin Houston in Indianapolis, picked up 10.5, and that's the only time that he's ever gotten double-digit sacks, because it's not really the style of the defense. It's a lot of stuff where you're getting.
So you're not thinking it's a lack of talent, it's the style?
The style is going to focus so much more on penetration from the defensive tackles that basically it can spread the wealth a little bit of the sacks, and it's also about just trying to generate bad decisions and generate bad throws. So that's kind of the overview for Dallas. What about the question of Caleb Williams? Because this came up when the Caleb Williams stuff has come out. We've wondered, all right, is this an indictment of, in general, Matt Eberflus's leadership, his approach, anything else? Is that a concern? So when it was asked to Matt Eberflus, Caleb Williams says no coaches were sitting with him doing film study. What do you think about that?
I would say this, that, in the development of the quarterback position, and really all positions, at my time at the Bears, we've always had daily coached film sessions. That was out through the entire year. So that's what I've observed, and that's where it was.
And they tried to hit him with like one follow-up, and he went, "That's what I observed, and that's what it was." And it's like, oh, he did not like Caleb Williams' comments then. That clearly frustrated him a little bit.
Yeah,
but
because it makes Eberflus look inadequate.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and if it's just if it could have been Caleb Williams being a little flippant or maybe massaging the truth, then Eberflus is going to be like, I caught enough hell going out of there. I don't need that on my plate too. The idea that we just didn't have coaches sitting in the film room with it.
Did they ask him about time management?
I did not hear a time management question. There was so
handling of the players after
Shoddy. No, they'd moved on from that pretty quick. Shoddy had gotten into.
How do you think Matt would have asked that?
What do you think about your time? What do you think has been going on there?
The passage of time. There was an old poet that said, the Shoddy got asked about time management recently, though. It sounds like it's going to be, the workflow will be similar to what McCarthy had used. Not necessarily the decision making will be the same, but the workflow will be the same, where they will have somebody in the booth with a headset, probably Ryan Feeder, who is giving them details about, hey, this is where we're at, this is what the numbers say, and these are your options. And then he just makes a call right there.
Inside the Star, in your home of America's team with our insider Bobby Belt. That is, once again, your Cowboys defensive coordinator, Matt Eberflus, here on DFW Sports Station with Sean and RJ. Let's hook you up with a brand new music ticket giveaway for you starting off your week with us. And are these the Texas Rangers that we've been waiting for all season? Play-by-play voice and Rangers insider Jared Sandler after the Rangers sweep, commercial-free with the Expressway. Plus, I want all the stories, best and worst Father's Day tales, including why I had to spend one of the days this weekend in the emergency room. Next.
After we get you over to QC Kinetics.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hamburger, Fraser Roofs and Gutters, and Firehouse Movers. We'll see you at Arlington Firehouse 1 this Wednesday with The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Swinging a hammered ball to center. Robert racing after it. It's going to fall, and the Rangers win. Yes, sir. 6th career walk-off hit for Adolis Garcia. And the Rangers secure a series win with a 5-4 victory.
Jared Sandler with the call. This is Sean and RJ on your home of Texas Rangers baseball. They get the sweep against the White Sox, back at 500. Day off today, and then back in action tomorrow on this radio station. So let's mess up his day off by waking up the play-by-play voice and insider from your Texas Rangers, Jared Sandler, here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, man. How are you?
I'm great, guys. What's going on?
Well, you tell us. The Rangers have these series where they take advantage. Is it of the White Sox again? Did they have that previous one against Chicago, that get-right series?
That was Colorado.
That was Colorado. So, Jared, after sweeping Chicago, the Texas Rangers are what? Are they a 500 team, or are they a little better?
I think they're a little better, but I guess, that they are what their record says they are. I mean, so far this season, they have behaved like a 500 team, right? They've shown flashes, and then it's kind of gone away. And then they've shown flashes, and they leave you kind of teased a little bit, and then they disappoint you. And I guess that's kind of what a 500 team is. But I do think ultimately they're a little bit better than that. And how much better is going to kind of determine whether they're a playoff team or not. But, we've talked about it a little bit, waiting for this offense to turn. And yesterday was obviously not the type of day that you look at and say, oh, my gosh, I mean, this offense is back. But I would argue that yesterday is the example of a game of an offense that's doing just fine, just had an off game because they had base runners, they had opportunities. And frankly, that was kind of the reason why the last two games went as they did. Not because they couldn't get guys on base, but because they just couldn't deliver with runners in scoring position. They had a lot of opportunities. Whereas I think when this offense was really at its most frustrating, the Rangers maybe would have won that game 2-1, but been 1 for 3 with runners in scoring position, or would have lost the game 2-1, and they were 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position. I guess what I mean by that is, they had stretches where they just weren't getting guys on base. They've been getting guys on base here. You're not going to score 7 runs every game. And so I think things are going in the right direction, but they're going to play a Kansas City team. They don't score much, but they pitch well, and they're going to face their 3 best non-Cole Reagan starters, including Chris Bubich, who's got a sub-2 ERA. So I think this Royals series will be an interesting test for the Bats, but I do think things are starting to turn and head in the right direction for the Rangers.
Is that how teams, look at, or do they not even look at like their, how they're doing runners in scoring position wise? Is it more about, at least we're getting guys on? You obviously want to get them in, but if you don't get them on, it doesn't matter what your runners in scoring position average is.
Yeah, I think in a given game, RJ, like yesterday's game was obviously impacted by the Rangers' struggle with runners in scoring position, right? And same with Saturday's game. I mean, heck, Saturday's game shouldn't have been close. But I think over like the large sample, I think a lot of teams, they might do things with certain players to try and tweak approaches or whatever. But I think teams in general just say, hey, we're getting the opportunities, we're going to start getting the hits, right? It's like that's way different than we're not even getting opportunities because we don't get on base. I think that in general, teams are, I don't want to say they're okay with it. I just think when I was growing up, RJ, when you were growing up, Bobby, Sean, same thing. There were guys, we heard so much about guys who, they changed their approach based on the situation. And generally speaking, there were guys who they would maybe have a little bit of a different approach with runners in scoring position than without. And I just don't know how much that happens these days, right? I don't like the hitting with runners in scoring position stat a ton to begin with because you don't get rewarded for a sac fly. it's not an offer, but you don't get credit for it. You don't get rewarded when there's a runner at second and nobody out and you move him over, which if you want to talk about small ball, that's valuable too. But I also think that for me to look at that stat and attribute success or a skill to someone, I would need to know, like, if a guy's a 250 hitter but hitting 300th runners in scoring position, I'll be honest, my first instinct is, okay, well, it's going to even out at some point. If you're a 250 hitter, you're going to be a 250 hitter. It just might not show itself right away. Unless you tell me, like, this guy does something materially different with runners in scoring position. And I just don't know how many hitters these days do. So I think, RJ, to answer your question, yeah, you'd love for within a given game to be better with runners in scoring position because that has a direct impact on the score. But over the long run, I think just having a consistent threat, you're going to capitalize, at a rate that is probably commensurate to whatever your overall hitting ability is as a team.
Jared Sandler here on 105.3 The Fan. What has changed, if anything, about their approach since Brett Boone got here?
Yeah,
I think Brett could be listening right now because he just interacted with us on Twitter, so factor that in your answer.
No. I'd say this, and I think Brett would be the first person to tell you that's a three-man team over there. It's Brett, Justin Veely, and Seth Connor. And I understand that Justin and Seth were here before Brett got here, and so maybe Brett's the knight in shining armor. But those guys have been working their tail off as well, and I think that unlike what it was like in the 90s and 2000s when you'd have a hitting coach, and that was kind of it, you got like hitting departments now, and they need to complement each other, and they need to have complementary skill sets. And I think that Brett Boone brought that. I think he brought the change to that department that they needed, and that's not necessarily a guy that's going to look at it through an analytical way with heavy numbers. I think it's more like, hey dude, let's talk. You and me, let's have a conversation. Josh Young, let's talk. What are you thinking about in this spot? What do you think the pitcher's thinking about in this spot? All right, and having that simple kind of mental understanding of the approach and whatnot. Statistically speaking, that they've started to walk a little bit more here of late, and they over that road trip, they were hitting changeups a lot better. At least they were slugging a lot more. I think the next frontier is, hey, what do things look like with the fastball? And they're starting to see an uptick in the fastball, especially if you include the cutter, which some people like to include, some people don't. If you include the cutter, then their fastball production is ticked up. But I think ultimately the next frontier is how are these guys doing against just this good old four-seam fastball? Because that is the pitch that can yield the highest slug, but as guys throw it harder and harder, it's a tough pitch to line up. Or if guys, they pitch to their strengths with extension and spin rate and ride and carry. I mean, you see guys like Tyler Mahle throwing 91 mile an hour fastball that just people can't touch, right? So, but there's opportunity there, and I think that's the next frontier. But ultimately, I just think way better approaches to the plate, way more competitive at bats, seeing more pitches, not just chasing aimlessly. I mean, the amount of times in April and May, a Rangers hitter would get up 2-0 and then swing it a pitch that was not even close to the zone and take a 3-0 count and turn it into a 2-1 count. I mean, it was frustrating, and they had the highest chase rate in hitters counts in the league, and that has started to turn. And I think that's made a big difference.
Jared, you mentioned the cutter there as the approach from the hitters. On the other side, yesterday, Kumar Rocker had a really good performance, and there was a ton of cutters that he threw yesterday relative to what he had done throughout the season. He also limited the slider a lot. What was it when the guy we saw yesterday, Kumar Rocker, is that just a new approach, a new mindset from him, or is this just, hey, I'm trying to pitch against a scouting reporter, I'm trying to change something up here?
Well, I'll tell you, Bobby, I don't know why they listed it as a cutter. That's his slider. Now, it's different than what it has been, right? I don't know if you guys remember in 2023, John Gray started the season throwing his slider around 83, 84 miles an hour, and then the Rangers went to Seattle. John Gray faced off against Logan Gilbert, and all of a sudden we're seeing 90-mile-an-hour sliders. And we're all like, what the heck's going on? What is this pitch? And it just turned out that John Gray wanted to return to throwing a hard, biting slider. And the Rangers have been talking to Kumar Rocker about, making sure he's got velocity on his slider, and he just kind of took it to another level. So we saw it in Tampa. Now it's listed as a cutter. I guess to the extent that a pitcher can decide what pitches he throws, like it's a slider, I maybe the data suggests that it has a profile more like a cutter. I don't know. If you ask Kumar, he'll tell you that's his slider. So yesterday he threw fastball, slider, curveball. But you sent me a text last night, Bobby, that was spot on.
Did you return it?
And I didn't. I returned it when I woke up, guys. I went to bed earlier than I have been to bed in a long, long time. It was glorious. But you're right. He threw pitches in 3 different velocity ranges, and that's something that Mike brought up early in the game yesterday, maybe even pregame. When he was in Tampa, the cutter or the slider, whatever you want to call it, and the fastball were really the 2 pitches he was throwing, and they were in a similar velocity range. Now, for a reliever, you see guys get away with that. I mean, it's having to go through a lineup a second, a third time. You need to have some more separation. And so he threw, his sinker at times got up to 98, that cutter slider thing in the high 80s, low 90s, and then he threw his curveball in the high 70s. But he had about a 20-mile-an-hour difference between top and bottom end velocities there. And it just gave hitters something different to think about. And he was able to throw the curveball for a strike, which is big. And same with the cutter or slider. But I think it's interesting that, the Rangers have been harping on maintaining his velocity with the slider, not having it fluctuate from 80 to 85, getting it tighter, kind of that 83 to 85 window. And he was like, well, screw that. I'm just going to really put my foot on the pedal. And he, against Tampa, he started throwing that pitch in the high 90s or the high 80s, low 90s. And that's a really interesting pitch. And, the thing too, guys, he doesn't really have a 4-seam fastball that's going to get a lot of swings and misses just on its own, like data merits. He's got to throw that pitch for power. His 4-seam fastball at 93, 94 is a very hittable pitch. His 4-seam fastball at 97 doesn't have some of the same measurements that would suggest it's impossible to get to, but it's still 97 miles an hour, and it plays. But, you saw a version of Kumar yesterday that I think is a really interesting version that gets the swings and misses because of the changes in velocity and gets ground balls with the sinker.
Jared Sandler joined us here at 105 through the Fan. Do you expect Malley to come off the DL or IL immediately when he's eligible, or is this a longer term?
I don't know that I expect him to come off in 5 or 14 days or whatever retroactive to. And Bruce Bochy gave it. This all kind of materialized after we were in the clubhouse. We knew it was a possibility. It was tough to get a read, but I think this has. There's 2 sides to this. One, obviously Tyler Malley's dealing with shoulder soreness. That's not like a fake thing by any means. It does allow the Rangers to limit his innings, given that he has not pitched over the last 2 years, largely 2.5 years. But I do think that for a guy who has not pitched over the last 2.5 years, it makes sense that there's a little bit of shoulder soreness. I don't foresee it being right when he's eligible, he comes off based on Bruce Bochy's comments yesterday. But I also don't know that it's a long-term thing where we're not going to see him until after the trade deadline. That's my read right now. That could change. We really haven't had much of a chance to dive into this. And I think it kind of depends when it's soreness, right? It's not structural. When it's structural, you can at least say, hey, typically these things heal in X days. Soreness is kind of, you choose your own adventure sort of. And I think, we'll see where Tyler Malley is in the next few days, and that probably would inform, what the extent of the injury is, just because if there is no structural damage, then it's just more of a feel thing. And when things start to kind of flow a little bit better for him.
How are you thinking about the trade deadline today if you were Chris Young?
Well, if I'm Chris Young today, I'm definitely buying. I mean, this is a very winnable division. Houston's, had a nice run here where, they just swept the Twins, and I think they've won 5 straight. They're 11 over or something like that. But I don't think you look at Houston and say, wow, that's a juggernaut. You don't look at Seattle and say, wow, that's a juggernaut. I think you look at your roster and think, our roster stacks up really well with those guys. And they have 3 more series against them each. So I think you're buying. You're definitely buying the bullpen. And you got an interesting decision here with the lineup because, there are probably 6 guys in this lineup just going around. I mean, I don't think you're uprooting your catching tandem. You're probably not making a change at first right now, certainly not at second or short or third. And then your outfield, you feel pretty good when healthy, Langford, Carter, Garcia, right? So and you just signed Jock Peterson to a big deal. So when he comes back, he's going to occupy a DH spot. So if they're going to help their lineup, it's either in a platoon type of way to fortify the bench and matchups, maybe a guy who can, hit lefties, or you're going to shake things up. I'm not suggesting a Rafael Devers shake-up, but you're going to, I just listed those guys. You're like, well, you're probably not making changes there, and you're probably going to surprise people by making a change at one of those spots. And then with the rotation, they're kind of be adding Bradford and Gray effectively as acquisitions here, but I think it just depends on the health of the rotation. 2 weeks ago, everyone was healthy. And now here we are, and Evaldi's on the IL, hopefully returning soon, but on the IL, and now he's on the IL. So, that can change in an instant, but they definitely, I think, would be aggressive in trying to build the bullpen. And financially speaking, we've talked about some of the financial restrictions given their desire to stay below the first apron. You can build a bullpen a lot more financially frugally, or I don't know, that's a stupid phrase, a lot more responsibly financially than, trying to go get a big middle of the order bat who's probably got a contract or a big number attached to him already.
Does the Devers deal change the trade market at all? It'd be the compensation they got, and this probably is to be the best bat that's available, right?
Yeah, that was interesting, RJ. And it's tough to know because I don't know how to, if another team was trying to deal a 28-year-old middle of the order, kind of you can build a lineup around bat with a big contract attached to him, then that's a comp. I just don't know how many of those guys are there. Now, I know the first thought is, well, the Rangers have a couple of those guys, but they're also not, they're not in their 20s. And I think that's the big difference. The Devers trade's really interesting. Boston is 5 years ago, I wouldn't think Boston would care so much about getting rid of a contract, but they definitely compromised a return in prospects to get rid of that total contract. Obviously, there are other factors, right? He wasn't, in their eyes, he wasn't being a good teammate. In his eyes, they communicated poorly and put him in a tough spot. I think both can be true, but clearly, those two sides were in an unhappy marriage. But, the return the Red Sox got, I mean, they got an okay reliever who was at one point a lot better. They got a 23-year-old pitching prospect whose stock has kind of dropped as that car's been driven off the lot, but he's still 23, and so maybe the Red Sox feel like, they can turn him around. They got last year's first-round pick, an outfielder, and then another kid, Jose Bayo, who's not really going to excite you. But for trading one of the best hitters, I mean, Rafael Devers is good enough to get the Vladimir Guerrero contract, $500 million. He's that good of a hitter. Neither guy's great defensively. Guerrero's probably a little bit better, but they're both limited. And so for that to be the return, I mean, Desmond Bain got 4 first-round picks, and the Red Sox only got whatever. So that was an interesting move, and I think it's a tough comp as we get towards the deadline.
Jared Sandler, play-by-play voice, Rangers insider here on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. What did you think of Jim Bowden? Is it Bowden or Bowden?
Yes.
Jim Bowden.
What did you think of Jim Bowden dropping the other day that he's hearing Bruce Bochy could retire after the season? Are you buying the possibility of that?
Yeah, I mean, his contract's up. So I think Boch has kind of been of the mindset, and I don't know that he said this, but it may be reading between the lines. This is his last stop. I don't think he wants to go to another team. He came out of retirement. I don't necessarily know that this is his last year for sure, but I don't think he's going to then go to fill in the blank team. He's certainly not going to the Rockies or, one of those dumpster fires, right? Maybe if a ready to win team for whatever reason had a managerial change, maybe that would be appealing to him, but I don't think so. I think this is his last stop. So, I mean, he's throwing it out there. Yeah, I guess it's kind of a coin flip. His contract's up, and it's just up to him whether he wants to do this again. And I think, Sean, interestingly, like, you can look at a lot of teams right now and say, yeah, this, like the White Sox, they're a rebuilding team, or the Yankees, they're a win now team, or the Astros, they're a win now team, whatever the label is. The Rangers, the next 90 games or whatever's left in the season kind of dictates things, right? And maybe not even the next 90, maybe it's the next 30 with the trading deadline. And I just think because of how slow the season, or how slow the start was to the season for the Rangers bats, you might be facing a situation where it's like, well, it's 2 years in a row. Like, we got to make big changes, and can we make those big changes and expect to compete in 2026? Now, if the Rangers turn things around, that might be a little different, right? And I don't know that these are Boch's priorities. If I had to guess, if Boch felt like he had a team that was ready to win and he was happy with the environment and still loved kind of the structure of things and loved coming to the yard every day, then I could see Bruce Bochy sticking around for another year or two. But if he kind of felt like, this isn't the group collectively, it's just maybe I'm not the best fit for it, then maybe he takes it to the house and we start that Hall of Fame countdown clock.
Jared, what is the biggest difference? What are the differences between Radio Bassick and TV Bassick?
Like Sports Talk Bassick?
Yeah, 105 through the Fan Bassick.
Yeah, 105 through the Fan Bassick wants to quit every sport and will not talk for a segment if he's unhappy, and will show up and ask for free food on air and expect people to come and bring him free food. TV Bassick is locked in. He's got I learned so much talking to him just in general, but I learned a lot talking to him during the game. I mean, there were 4 or 5 times. Tony Romo, when he first started, would call plays, and people thought that was cute. And now that he's further removed and isn't as connected, he doesn't do that, and he just kind of makes noises. Mike Bassick will break down a situation and explain why this is about to happen, whether it's stolen bases. There was yesterday or 2 days ago, Josh Smith was up maybe in the 8th inning, and there had just been a long at bat prior to Josh Smith, and Mike Bassick's like, hey, you got a young pitcher, and all he's thinking about after throwing a lot of pitches is he wants to throw a for sure strike. Josh Smith is going to get a pitch to hit. He's got to be ready. And he gets a pitch to hit, and he lined it foul. I mean, it just missed extra bases off the wall. But little things like that. Yeah. Mike knows, he even said on air, he's like, I don't know the analytics the way I'd like. I'd love to learn more, but I know the instincts of a baseball player, and I know this game inside and out, and he does. I mean, he had a baseball education from day one with his dad, and he just knows the game so well. He still threatens to quit the NBA every 5 minutes because it's rigged or whatever he thinks, because clearly the NBA wanted Indiana and Oklahoma City in the finals. I mean, they really rigged those big markets. So, no, he's great, and it's really cool to get to work with him, and he's having a blast, and it's been a lot of fun just kind of seeing how happy he's been day to day.
Great stuff, brother. Keep killing it. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, guys.
Jared Sandler from your Texas Rangers, live on Sean and RJ during the commercial-free Expressway, where we also hook you up.
On the road again.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to the Outlaw Music Festival on July 5th at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
I thought I was going to win worst of the weekend today. RJ Choppy said, hold my beer. Would that work if you were going to trump me? Hold my beer?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got you.
Hold my beer.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Start us off. And kids, earmuffs.
We're giving Pudge a bath on Saturday. Outside. Go outside to hose him down. We went Turner and Hooch style.
Uh-huh.
Right? Hose him down outside. And, our friend Shannon at TK had given us crumble cookies earlier in the week.
That jackass TK.
It's all. Oh, God.
Is that the faceless loser on Twitter?
No.
I've never had a person in the 15 years of the show. One of the bigger trolls has never been like some friend of ours. And this jackass, that's not what the earmuffs are for, but hopefully you already listened to the earmuffs. He's trolling me. The Stars, you don't know what you're talking about. They're not going to fire Pete DeBoer, blah, blah, blah. And this loser is, I'm like, they fire him. And I'm like, you got anything to say? He's like, I'm stunned. I'm like, no, you're supposed to say you're wrong. You're supposed to apologize for it. Another faceless loser with no profile.
Well, I love you. I love you.
He is panicking over here.
It's like,
I'm like, who is this guy? Who is this idiot? And RJ's like, I think I know this guy.
I think I know that guy.
And I'm like, T?
Did know this guy.
I do. Yeah, I know.
Good Lord,
He's
man.
my guy. He's my guy. So anyway, they sent us crumble cookies, and we save them. We'll sample. We save them for the kids. I don't need all that sugar. I don't need all that sugar throughout the whole week. So we're giving them the bath. We're like, yeah, we hid them from you. Now, we didn't think when we said this that we hid him from him that he would go looking through the entire house. Well, we come in and he has got a very stunned look on his face as he found Sarah's stash.
Cookies?
Of apparatuses.
Oh, no.
Apparati.
Well,
Troy would play an old lawnmower startup right now. Yeah, Payton's on the phone.
And, wow, he had questions. Why is it clear?
Which one?
Well, yeah,
why so many?
What's with the bumps on it? What is this little arm that sticks out?
But the Julian and Luke audio from the wedding was too.
Yeah. She can't look him in the eye now. She can't look him in the eye.
Okay, when he first walked into the room and you didn't know he knew.
We didn't know he was in the room.
Was she there with you?
She was outside with me.
So he walked outside.
He walked. She walks back in. I'm still drying the pudge off. She walks back in, and he has this like mouth agape look on his face. And then she comes out, and she's just mortified. And I was like, "What?" And she's like, "Julian went looking for the cookies." And
so he told her first.
He told her first. And he went looking for the cookies. And I'm like, "He found your stash of what?" And I'm thinking, like, it could be a stash of anything. And then she said where it was. I was like, "Oh, no. He's scarred.
It's lubricated."
He's scarred for life now." And, this is like a whole new... Because, I didn't have this problem with my mother.
No.
I didn't have... I could go in any drawer in the house. I didn't find a thing. My parents lived a relationless life.
Yeah.
Okay, they had it twice. One for me and one for my sister.
Are you embarrassed?
There was nothing like that. Nothing to find. It's a different world.
How many did he stumble upon?
Oh, there's got to be half a dozen in there. It's like, she's like Caligula. But I'm in trouble now, I'm sure. I didn't tell her I was going to talk about this.
You put it in the email.
Yeah, I didn't.
It's in the email.
I didn't tell her I was talking about this.
This is the group text.
This is a now we're so now we there's no damage control. I think he's moved on.
He's the perfect kid to have found it. Yeah. He's a freaking walk-in stand-up act. He's going to incorporate this into his material.
Yeah.
He's referenced and said much, much worse.
Yeah.
So I have a hard time believing this is that bad.
It probably isn't that bad for him. For her.
Oh yeah.
She's embarrassed. She's very embarrassed.
Yes. Did they talk about it? Was it awkward the rest of the day?
He had a lot of questions that I really can't answer. Lot of questions.
Yeah.
And she did a good job. She did a really good job of being very open about it. Just explaining.
I'm just curious, was that the worst thing he could have found?
That's a great question.
Ooh. Well, I mean, give me some other examples.
Just for you that you can think of. Is there anything that would have been more embarrassing to you too?
Handcuffs is not worse than that.
No. Like that's the worst thing he could have found in that genre.
Okay, good.
That genre.
Yeah.
Good.
Now, where was it?
I mean, where it always is, the bedside table. That's
table.
the go place.
In a drawer.
In a drawer, yeah. So yeah, he could have found maybe some other things that aren't in that
category,
sexual realm, if you will. But that would have been bad because if he had consumed some of them, that'd have been a whole different topic. But so that was without question, the worst of the weekend. I don't know that I'll have a worst the rest of the year.
Was that is he one to typically like if it's in the bedside drawer, is that somewhere that's at risk if you hadn't told him to go look for or if he hadn't gone to look for the cookies? Is he typically like let me go look around?
No, okay. I don't think he's ever gone in any of the drawers. He barely goes in the room. Do you guys have rules against kids in the room?
No.
No. I mean, I have rules on if they're messing with my bed or something, but that's about it. Because they'll like pull the sheets off and crap.
Oh, that's always
yeah.
So there's the worst of the weekend. I'll tell you this: the best, and because we are today is day 7 of 13 straight days of baseball for the kids. I love this. I love this time of year.
Love it.
Yeah, it's great. It's like it's at the World Series, but we did find some old breakfast sausage in the freezer yesterday from 2016. Able to salvage about half of it.
Salvage?
Yeah. Because, TikTok says...
no way.
Yeah, they say it's like finding a $20 bill in your pocket.
It's not.
In a jacket.
It's not.
Because I don't believe a freezer freezes food. I believe a freezer freezes time.
I've been telling you forever, expiration dates are a fear tactic. They're overdone.
It's just, it tasted okay.
So how did you salvage what was wrong with the other half?
The breakfast sausage wasn't when we put it in, the casing wasn't coming apart, wasn't breaking apart.
2016, even I wouldn't have done that.
We just used the core, the middle of it. So we lost a bit. I mean, it was a big this would have been something in her drawer. Okay, it was about a good foot long and 3 inches thick.
Yeah,
and we got basically the middle of it, the middle part of it.
So no stomach issues.
Well, I mean, I'm about to go to the bathroom for the second time this morning.
Let me go first. I have to pee.
I won't touch anything that's even getting near an expiration date. Forget past it. I won't touch it if it's near it. The best of the weekend.
What about medicine?
No, I won't even take.
Really?
Oh yeah, expired medicine. Won't touch it. Best of the weekend was it was quiet. It was unproblematic. It was low key. It was everything I wanted out of
birthday and Father's Day.
It was everything I wanted out of that weekend. And the worst of the weekend is I went ahead and disrupted that. I said, let's bring problems into my world. And the way I did this was yesterday. I don't even know what drove me to do it. I was just like, Kristen and I have talked before. I've been like, we're not totally aligned politically.
You know what? Save this. We need more time because I want to follow up with another political topic that you had sent the other day. We don't have enough time for it. Pepe.
So my best of the weekend was Saturday. I went to the ballpark. Odyssey had their yearly picnic. Employee day out there, so that they rent out a section where you have all you can eat and drink. So that was great to catch up with a lot of Odyssey members there. You guys were not there though. I was disappointed. I was hoping all 3 of you would show up, but I understand weekend. You guys have kids. I'm not there yet, but one day I'll feel it. But that was my best of the weekend. Saw a good game out there. Worst of the weekend, I have dog issues. You guys know that I love dogs. I want to do anything to make them happy, but. So my patio outside at my new house, it's covered. There's a there's a roof over the top, where you can sit out, enjoy the nice weather out there and the rain. The dogs have abused that policy though. They don't go to the bathroom out of the yard. They have gone to the bathroom on the patio, covered patio. So I go out there and there's poop and pee on the patio. Now, whenever it was storming the last couple of weeks, I understand they don't want to go out and get wet. I'm like, okay, you got to do your business out there. I'll throw some water, brush it off, soap, whatever. But it was sunny yesterday afternoon, evening. And they went twice out there. Now, I don't know which dog's doing it, though. There's 2 dogs. So until I catch them in the act, I don't know what to do, but I don't know how to...
You don't know which one to hit.
Yeah.
Don't you have a camera? No, you security?
We haven't put those up yet.
Okay.
But we will soon. We do have some that we'll put up. But yeah, so I'm a little in a situation right here.
You're going to Caesar Milan to side swipe him in the back side of the neck.
I feel like if you've established a rule or a baseline, typically dogs tattle on themselves. One of them will look guilty when you show it to them.
Who did it? You got the one that tucks their head a little, tucks their tail.
Yep. There squints their eyes a little, just is like, oh, yep, that was me. Sorry.
And best?
Best was Rangers game. That's all I pretty much did Saturday.
Best and worst of the weekend here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. We have another concert ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour all week long. Let's go around the rest of the NFL. Sam Darnold has become an alpha. Devontae has found his motivation again, and we are going to figure out what's actually true and what is false with Around the NFL, and you're home with the Cowboys next.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, it is, of course, a Stephen Gil.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, Bobby Bell, Pepe. We got Carter Freeman in for Aiden this morning. Did you survive?
Oh, I survived. I survived, baby. Yeah.
You good?
I'm good. I think so.
Do you think it's the breakfast sausage?
That's too late. That's 24 hours from now. You know, I think this is more...
You had it yesterday or Saturday?
Yesterday morning.
I think it still applies.
You think so? I think a food poisoning would get within
not food
12 hours.
poisoning, just uneasiness.
Oh. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You don't have food poisoning.
No, I think it's more mom's cooking last night.
Wow.
What happened?
You know, she experimented, and that's never a good idea. We don't go over to her house for her to experiment. We go over there for Italian food.
Okay.
And she cooked what she called a Mexican lasagna.
Whoa!
I don't know what that is.
Whoa!
I'm not sure I'm even supposed to say something like that.
Whoa. Your mother?
Yeah.
Cooked?
I know, the Ice Queen.
Gather the foreigners.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
A Mexican lasagna from your mother. What is Mexican lasagna?
I don't even know. It had noodles, egg noodles,
egg
those
noodles,
little circular, curly thingies.
Yeah, I love egg noodles.
Yeah,
my mom makes Mexican lasagna, but
it's a
I
thing?
didn't know.
I didn't know it was a thing.
I had no idea it was a thing. It's kind of like cream cheese, like ground beef with taco seasoning, shredded cheese,
tomatoes.
Yes, tomatoes.
That's basically exactly what it was.
Yeah,
I had no idea that's what it was called.
You didn't like it? It's like a dip.
If it was fine, tasted.
My mom doesn't put noodles in it.
Yeah, there was nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it at all. But I think that's what hit me. I think it's the.
Oh yeah.
You know, I think that's what did it because the tomatoes, the acid and the tomatoes get.
So
me.
she cooked for you for Father's Day.
Yeah, well, me and Sarah was there, my kids, and then my sister's husband and their daughter. My sister was in New York with her other child.
Did you voice your concerns with the?
I did. And she goes, "Don't talk. This is what I'm making. This is what we're having." I'm like, "Okay."
You thought she was cooking sauce all day.
Yeah, I was like, we don't come over here for you to experiment. We come over here for the good stuff.
Man,
yeah,
Mexican lasagna. I'm proud of her.
Yeah,
proud of her. Freeman.
She ventures.
Yeah.
Now that she's gotten rid of my dad, she ventures.
All right, let's go around the NFL. What did you call this? Propaganda?
Promising or propaganda? So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look
Perfect segue from RJ's mom.
This is
propaganda. Propaganda.
This is
Did she go out? Did she march Saturday? Did she go?
No, she did not march.
Right.
She did not march.
She didn't honor the birthday.
She didn't go to either parade that we had around the country. She didn't go to either one.
Oh gosh! All right, so this is going to be a game where we've talked about before the mini camp OTA headlines. They can be a little much. Troy Aikman was like, "Yeah, look, I mean, I don't know how much I believe some of the stuff that's coming out of these OTAs and these mini camps." So I went around the NFL, took some headlines, and I want to see if you guys think that this is actually promising. That this headline reveals actual promise about the future for this guy or this team, or if it's just regular old off-season propaganda. And we're going to start out with one that actually ties into your Dallas Cowboys. So Bradley Chubb had talked to Miami media at the end of last week, and the Dolphins last year, remember, they moved the ping pong tables out. They were locked in. Their culture was different. Everything was wildly different. Well, Bradley Chubb says, I'm going to say last year we were lying, honestly. Point blank. We felt it. We put our toe in the water, but we didn't dive all the way in. We didn't get all the way there with each other. We weren't making the effort to go the extra mile, and I would say this year we're doing that. So Bradley Chubb says, yeah, last year we flat out lied about the culture being better and about it changing. And we knew we were lying. But this year we're better. So that brings up the question of the Cowboys.
Yep.
Who have talked all about culture and all about the change. Is the culture change, is the culture difference promising or propaganda?
The Miami like.
Well, I mean, it's promising propaganda.
Okay.
Because it is promising. I mean, obviously, if you had to choose, do you want a good culture or a toxic one?
Yeah.
you would choose, you want to have a good coach.
Yeah, us or G-Bag.
Right.
Although G-Bag's winning the ratings
Well,
game.
yeah.
So they are proving culture doesn't totally matter.
So, but obviously you would choose a
AFC
good
South title.
Yeah, a good culture.
Congrats on your 7-9 division title.
Is Wolchuk the only one who gets that?
Yeah, I think so.
So yeah, it's so that part is promising, but it's also propaganda because it doesn't really mean doesn't necessarily contribute to wins.
I'll say all the Cowboys hype, all the propaganda is promising. I'm buying it just because we met Schottenheimer and we went into his office and we're really close to it. I'm buying it, but I'm a sucker for that type of stuff. Anyway, I can't figure out what the hell's happening in Miami.
No.
I cannot keep track of it all. I was in love with Mike McDaniel.
Mm-hmm.
He's feisty last week. Like, I don't give a crap about my feelings. Tyreek wants out, then he wants to go back. And Bradley Chubb, we were lying last year. That's Mike McDaniel's culture. Is he a genius? Is he a whiz kid or not? What is up with Tua? I have no feel for the Dolphins.
I think it makes more sense that theirs would be propaganda last year. They had the same coach. Like, what did the coach do that all of a sudden your whole culture was different if the coach didn't even change?
But why would it be negative? Weren't they the year before? Weren't they coming off a fun year?
They were good. They had some problems late in the year, and then they got bounced from the playoffs really quick, and that's been a consistent issue for them. And people felt like, all right, are you just a little too Hollywood? Are you a little too slick?
They had that game in Kansas City where it was like 68 below.
Yeah,
with Dallas where there's somebody new in charge, it makes sense that something would feel different to a lot of them. Whereas last year, yeah, if you were trying to sell like everything's completely different and it was the same dude running everything, that would seem a little hollow, a little phony. All right.
Bassick has weighed in.
Oh, what did he have to say?
Without these mini camps, football players wouldn't even know how to play football.
All right.
Mike is here to tear down all the other sports.
Mike, I can't wait for your spring training analysis next year. Then we'll talk about it then. All right. Reports out of Carolina say Bryce Young is a new person. One of the more quiet, humble type of players in the league. They're saying he's much more vocal. He's trash-talking Panthers defenders. He's establishing himself as a hard-ass field general. Whoa. So is that real? Is that a promising development for Bryce Young, or is that just straight propaganda of like, yeah, this dude, we're all of a sudden going to follow him into the fire?
What was his personality traits in interviews, or him being a what type of kid coming out?
Quiet and not quiet, but just not bombastic.
Yeah.
He was definitely
like, did we see him bark in college?
No. He was the prepping for the job his whole life guy.
Yeah.
The guy who's been prepping for interviews for 10 years. He was that guy.
I'm going to say it's promising. Now, I have zero idea what type of dude Bryce Young really is, and it's like the guy when they yell, or the girl when they yell and you know that's not them, you start chuckling,
Yeah.
like you start laughing and someone gets all hype and their voice starts cracking. So I don't know if Bryce Young is really like that, but I think it's promising that he's like, yo, man, it's time for me to take over. I played well second half of last season. I'll say promising unless they're all just snickering to each other because you can't even come close to buying it.
I would say promising, but I think if he did not have a really good second half of last year, I would say this is just straight propaganda.
I agree.
Yeah, and I think it is promising.
And you're really buying. I can't
Bryce?
tell whether you're buying Bryce, Carolina, or both.
I'm buying Bryce. I always thought
Which would really be buying Carolina.
Yeah, and I think Bryce is. I was stunned how bad he was early because his idea, the whole point of him was he was supposed to be essentially a plug and play quarterback, which aren't supposed to exist. If there was anyone, he was supposed to be it. Certainly not Stroud, but yeah, I think that every quarterback gets to this point usually. Not universally, but eventually every quarterback does get to this point of like, I'm in charge and I'm going to make people like understand me. And so it's just, I think he probably played well last year and now he's going, I have the standing to do this a little bit. All right, next one here as we go around the NFL, look at various minicamp headlines, try to ascertain the veracity of them. See those SAT words right there?
And veracity.
You like that? You like that, Shop?
Let me relay something. I'm going to be very vague about it, but it's through someone who is talking about Mike McDaniel.
Mm-hmm.
Mike McDaniel doesn't. This is not just a random fan view.
Sure.
This is through someone.
Mm-hmm.
Mike McDaniel doesn't give a crap about the players. They are gladiators to him. Every player there dislikes him. That's just not like a guess or a random observation. And I had heard from a former Cowboy about previous Miami culture. They're like, they haven't gotten it right for a while. If this is true.
And he does it.
That was under Flores.
He doesn't present that way either, McDaniel, like publicly.
Like the perfect players coach, your boy.
But it would make some sense if there was frustration. Like, that would explain some things. If, like, oh, you're presenting something different publicly than you are behind the scenes, that would definitely make some sense. Davante Adams, we're all a little down on him, right? We're all just kind of like, back into the career. You're not quite
old.
You're entering your DeAndre Hopkins phase. You used to be a badass, and now you're just kind of trending on the back end.
Yep.
Davante Adams now feels like a new man with the Los Angeles Rams. He says being around the, quote, aura of the Rams has rejuvenated him. He said he's loving football more than he has in a long time. Is that promising, or is that Davante Adams propaganda?
I think Sean McVay can be fun, can be reinvigorated, but I thought Aaron Rodgers was the aura, Davante. And you wanted to sit there and just follow him even after he left the Jets. And you're going to come back at me and say, well, even Aaron Rodgers can't fix the Jets. That's unfair to put on him. I want to buy a little bit of this because of McVay and the energy and, the X's and O's. But I also want to say propaganda, so I don't know.
Look, the promising part would be as a quarterback, but, who's still, and a good coordinator. And quite frankly, a number one on the other side to take attention away.
Yes.
But he's still aging.
Yeah.
So I'll just say it's propaganda.
I'll agree.
It's 100% propaganda because he was, get me to the Raiders. That'll get me right. I get to go hang with my college quarterback. Didn't work. Get me back with Aaron in New York. That'll make it right. Didn't work. He does this. This is what he says. He says this will fix it, and then it never does.
I took a lot of heat for killing him going to Vegas. I got a lot of fan texts lighting me up. It's childhood team. Okay, fine. I don't want to hear you bitch. When you rot and your boy, the Hallmark card with tears flowing, ain't getting you the football because you guys had a couple connections in college, I don't want to hear you crying. Take a little less. Stay in Green Bay and win. That's before Rodgers left and all, but I knew that Raider thing was a mistake.
All right, time for one more really quick here. Last week, Cam Ward threw an interception during 7-on-7, which for those of you who don't know, 7-on-7, it's literally just defensive backs, receivers, and a quarterback, basically. No trench work. Cam Ward threw an interception, and then he completed 18 passes in a row in 7-on-7. And as one Titans reporter described it, quote, this is exactly why the Titans view him as a franchise quarterback.
Propaganda.
That's propaganda.
You don't have to finish.
You need to finish.
You don't have to finish the sentence. Propaganda. How many dump offs? How many check downs?
Yeah, or just
7-on-7.
7-on-7. And again, I mean, we'll track some of this stuff with the Cowboys because people are interested. They want to know how did things go, whatever else. But yeah, if you're going to say this is why he's a franchise quarterback because he bounced back mentally from a 7-on-7 pick, all right, it's been a while for y'all, Tennessee.
That's 100% propaganda. Give me some games. Give me some 11-on-11. Give me some non-check downs. I don't want the Jalen Hurts, 500 straight pass attempts without interception.
Around the NFL here with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Choppy is going to absolutely destroy someone while recapping the U.S. Open, and it is a new Music Monday. May have to get Carter's approval. One of the music experts with his thumbs down or thumbs down back there. New Music Monday, and Choppy recaps a thrilling finish to the Open after this.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at KarsForKids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214-4817-333-3233. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to cards record attorneys in Dallas.
Yeah, I know JJ Spawn won the U.S. Open with a putt or whatever. I don't really care. I care about all the calamity and the chaos that this weekend brought. But before we get to that, who sent me this right now? Tolo D. Dude, look at Luka.
Look at that.
That's
wow.
That's withering.
Yeah, he is withering.
That's withering away. Carter, I'm going to retweet this. Maybe you can put it up on the fan cam. It's under Luka updates on social media. I'm assuming this is recent.
He's standing under a Heineken sign, though. He may be about to fall off the wagon there.
Dude, eat something, bro. He's still abroad,
Withering.
though. He's still abroad, though, right?
Yeah, he is. He still looks like, there's a Heineken sign there, so I assume that's over in Europe. I assume that's.
We don't have Heineken here.
No, we don't. Not like that. So I think this is a European thing.
Wow.
So he's still eating the healthy food they have in Europe. Even the thick food is healthy over there.
All right.
Man, this is there's one small concern though.
I told you if he wasn't going to do it this offseason, it was never going to happen.
Never going to happen.
This was it.
What if he does commit to all this and we've all just assumed he'd be better? But a big part of his game too is also just his ability to
Choppy and I had this fight years and years ago over CeCe Sabathia and Tony Romo. And I was like, there's no way you can't. CeCe Sabathia has to be better if he lost 10 to 15 pounds. And Tony Romo, if he was a little bit less pudgy, would be better. There's no way. It's just the laws of athletes and conditioning. And that's where you're going.
It just makes me wonder that a big part of the game, they talk about how when he starts playing inside, he can be a handful. He puts a beating on guys. He's a lot to deal with. If he's a little smaller and they can beat him up a little bit, maybe it doesn't. You're not going to get the inside player you want. You're going to get the guy who's just taking all the step back threes because he's I'm skinny now. I can get all this space. I can go AI.
He'll still be plenty big compared to the others at 6'8", and now maybe we can see some driving to the bucket again versus just settling for threes. But Wyndham Clark, just part of the chaos at the Open.
Just part of the chaos. Wyndham Clark there. You heard that audio coming back. It was on his tee shot on 10, and he hits it and immediately yells out, "Blank you!" Just screams it out. And then there's footage. This is posted on Instagram, Twitter. Now, we don't have confirmation that he is the one that did this, but it is. You can see his name. Look, you can make out his name on the locker room there. It's very blurry, but you can make out his name in the locker room at Oakmont, and the lockers are destroyed. By the way, that's his bag right there. The lockers are just destroyed. And this is not even his locker. It's not even his locker. I get it. He's super intense.
And people act like this is a big no-no.
Yeah.
Is it the U.S. locker rooms? The U.S. Open locker room something special and different?
Well,
or just any?
It's any for one, but this is it's private. That's somebody else's real locker. at the golf course.
Right.
That the players get to use it. They take over the locker room. They own the course for the week. But you destroy the lockers. That's not yours. The guy's a loose cannon. He did this at the PGA Championship. He threw his club, broke a sign on the course a couple of weeks back. When Tiger introduced emotion to the sport, he didn't expect this.
Yeah.
He didn't expect guys like Wyndham Clark taking things too far. So they call him
fist pumping lockers.
Yeah, some people call him blow pig, wind ham, blow pig, wind blow, ham pig, blow pig.
Sounds like the same person who nicknamed Evan Carter.
Sure, yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Wyndham Clark is the most golf-sounding name of all time.
It really is.
Yes. Or Sailor.
Yeah, just like
Wyndham.
He definitely wears,
Wyndham.
Yeah, he definitely wears like an ascot or whatever. He's like one of those D-bags and wedding crashers that ran with Bradley Cooper.
I don't know where he's from. It's like golf. You might as well just name him Golfy McGolfface.
Exactly.
You're gonna name somebody Wyndham Clark.
He's an American. He's from.
Yeah, he's definitely from here. I don't know where though.
He is from Denver, Colorado. He grew up skiing.
Yep.
Oh gosh, yeah. What a punk.
Another one I'm sick of over the weekend is Shane Lowry. All right, this guy, same guy last time the attorney was, here. He blew a 4-stroke lead in the final round. Same guy that got all upset at Quail Hollow because of the mud balls. He's just a whiner. He's so beloved because he's this beer drinking, beef eating fool.
Yeah.
Like this chubby guy. Everybody loves him, right? But here he is throwing TV equipment this week. Last week he was throwing clubs. Stop complaining about the rough. Stop complaining about the mud balls. Just play. You're likable. Everybody likes you. You don't look like a jerk, as opposed to your fellow countryman, Rory McIlroy, who I have turned on, Sean. Liked him. I hated him, then I liked him, and now I'm back to hating him.
You didn't take the cheap shot. I thought you were going to a Lowry.
Look, get out of the pub and get in the gym. Stop complaining and get strong enough to get out of the rough. You'll hear Bryson complaining about the rough.
There you go. As Johnny Miller. Did you see that stray? I love Johnny Miller, by the way. I love Johnny Miller on calls. Do you know who Johnny Miller is?
Nope.
Okay, Johnny Miller, long time, like the analyst of golf while we were growing up.
While we were growing up, absolutely.
And he'd bring it straight. I thought he was so knowledgeable. I personally loved him. And he was talking about, he threw a little rando shot at DeChambeau at a presser.
Still all about hitting that ball in the fairway. You see the guys that don't, like Bryson DeChambeau. I mean, he was living in the rough there this last couple days, and of course he gets to watch it on TV today. But yeah, you got to hit it in the fairway.
Jack was sitting next to him, and Jack was like, "Oh,
yeah,
all right,
a
little shot there from Johnny Miller.
Yeah,
He's scared.
Johnny's not scared. Johnny is like Brandel. Brandel's not scared at all. So here's Rory. This was one of the more unlikable things he could have said. This is a guy who has lived in the unlikable world in the last little bit, and he has gone even further into that. So he didn't really speak at all. He didn't speak at all at the PGA. He skipped the first couple of days here talking. He finally talks, finally decides to speak. And he was asked, are you, kind of, is it the golf course? Why haven't you spoke? Are you just kind of being defiant? What's the reason why you're not speaking to the media?
No, not really. It's more a frustration with you guys. But yeah. In what way? I'm just, I don't know. I mean, I've been totally available for the last few years, and I'm not saying maybe not you guys, but maybe more just the whole thing. The whole driver thing. Yeah, part of. Yeah, I mean that was a part of it.
Say it.
Yeah, that was a part of it. But it's not as if like at Augusta I skipped you guys on Thursday. So it's not as if it's not out of the ordinary. I've done it before. I'm just doing it a little more often.
Is it part of the you kind of carried the tour of your awards for 3 or 4 years now? Do you feel like you've earned a break?
I feel like I've earned the right to do whatever I want to do. Yeah.
Oh man, a good line. So he was talking about
not a good line.
I think he was being sarcastic.
Yeah. So he was talking about this is on the heels of him complaining about his name got out with the driver thing, where his driver was banned at the PJ, but Scotty's name didn't get out, and he was upset that his name got out and Scotty's didn't. So then he was asked, "Do you want the media or the tournaments and the PGA to change the requirement So you guys do have to become available every time they want you to.
No, I'm not daring them to do anything. I hope they don't change it because it would, it's a nice luxury to have. But I'm just pointing out the fact that we have the ability to do it.
What do you look for tomorrow?
Hopefully a round in under 4.5 hours and get out of here.
Thanks for the time, Ryan.
Thank you.
I hate that he was cheered so much during his Masters win now. I hate it.
Yep.
And I hate that golf doesn't have any governing body regulation to fine them or make them talk.
Yeah, I mean,
freaking little brat.
What do you want on the final round of the U.S. Open? I'd like to get out of here in 4.5 hours and go home.
Yeah.
But come on, dude.
I hate live.
Or leak it. Like, leak it to someone to make your true feelings. I would have asked there, why don't you just come out and say it? Why are you dancing around it? You're Mr. Bold, and we loved you when you were the spokesperson against Live.
I hate Live.
And now you're just pussyfooting around and just dancing around it. Say it. Say it with your chest.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
He's taken. He had really good PR post the Live merger thing. He was the voice of the sport. He had taken over the face of the sport from Tiger.
Yep.
And he has just done nothing but
he's like, I'm rich. I don't have to
rub dirt on it. I
got my Masters win. I don't need to be the people's choice. I got it. It's almost like a heel turn.
It is a heel turn.
Yeah.
It is a heel turn. Like, this is a very unlikable.
I want to do, yeah.
This is one of the more unlikable meetings with the press I've heard. It really was.
Yeah. So there it is. RJ Choppy's U.S. Open recap. It is a new Music Monday.
I'm Casey Kasem. Coming up next are the 3 biggest hits of the year.
All right, we got a collection of songs that were released over the weekend. We got some country, some R&B, we got some rap here. Let's start off with the country. Kane Brown. Everybody familiar here?
Yes, my wife's a huge fan. Dak Prescott.
I like Kane Brown. Kane Brown gave us the Thanksgiving performance too during COVID. He was the 2020 COVID performance for AT&T Stadium. He's pretty good. I like him. Don't know if I love the new one here. This is his latest song, 2 Pair.
I tell him, give me 2 pairs of new KCs, all white shirt and some bootcut jeans. I go all night, stomping to the beat. I just got a check, blew it all on my feet. Like, you can tell me, I feel like never give me 2 pairs of new KCs.
Yeah, I'm cool with it.
It's very Sam Hunt-like, and I don't like Sam Hunt.
It does feel like
we will. Yeah, that's what it is. It's like, it's not. And I understand country's not country anymore. It's like pop country. It's become what it is. But that's Sam Hunt, like, just
I like
party
Sam
time
Hunt.
stuff.
Yeah, I do like it. This is very, it does sound like a manufactured type, but I'm okay with it. Like, and that first part.
Could be a good summer song.
It could be.
Pool song.
If you play the first part again, it sounds like the Applebee's song.
I tell them, give me 2.
You know, like the Applebee's, the Walker Hughes or whatever.
And I hated that song, so that makes sense.
So that's why
Thumbs up or thumbs down, Carter? Carter's going thumbs down.
Yeah, I agree. Next one, Gunna. You like Gunna, Chop?
I do like Gunna.
I figured you would. Gunna's got a new song out called Won't Stop.
I thought I told you time and time again, this won't stop. I bag it show by show, I'm trying to triple and double the pot. Do for at least 6 figures a show or more for him on now. 6 figures. Proving that 25 rows are great interior whenever it's cloudy. Never they better my growth from chasing health and wealth, not clout.
It's okay. It's got to be like, just to me, it's everything's become copy and paste. Like, this sounds like 800 other songs I've heard before. There's nothing about it. Like, I won't remember this song in a year, even if it like blows up or something like that, because it sounds like so many other things that I've heard before.
What does like the second part go into?
It's that. No, he streams like that.
The whole way?
The whole way, yeah.
Yeah, this is rap music hip hop has just changed, kind of morphed. It's kind of like now it's just a relaxing sit by the pool, just listen to something very soft. It's way better than that crap you listened to from the 90s, Bobby. It was just too in your face.
Wait, whoa.
90s modern hip hop so much better.
Yeah, he hates the golden era.
So much better. It's just, I don't need the
worst take of the week nomination.
That is
90s hip hop.
I'm too old for that. I don't want the I don't want the hard stuff anymore. I just want straight trap music.
I've got it. It's marked down here. Last one today. This is R&B, and again, I don't care. It's going to be the softer.
Hang on. Who's your top 3 rappers of all time?
Oh, they're they're still the guys back in the day because they were trendsetters.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
I recognize. Yeah, I recognize that they are still the best.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, there you go.
Tupac,
But
Nas,
it's
and
like,
Big L.
Don't chop
Ozzy,
your way up.
Ozzy is the best heavy metal guy ever, or if you want. But I mean, they've progressed.
Last one here, R&B, and it's a little bit softer, but I like it. This is the good song of the 3 this week. Kalani, Folded.
So can you come pick up your clothes? I had them folded. Meet me at the door. It's still open.
I love Kalani. She's like, so I like SZA. She's not as I don't like her as well as Kalani. Kalani to me is like if SZA had some like Monica to her from back in the day. I think this is great. I'm going to be playing this a lot.
Give us your votes. New Music Monday here on Sean and RJ, DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Back to the Rangers with Diamond Cavs at 9. But on Friday, we graded the offense. Now it's time to look at the defense, grading the confidence level in each Cowboys position group. Next, and below the belt, 105.3 The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
We feel pretty good about the offense. How about that defense, though? Let's talk about it in Below the Belt.
But first, switch. Chaos in the commercial break. Mike Bassick is raining down text messages. Tolo Luis T says in Cancun, but Odyssey can't be streamed, so everyone going to Tolo in the crib. So he's got us up on the TV.
There we go.
There we go. So congrats and have a blast on vacation. Bassick is being sarcastic as hell. Was that to you?
Oh, yeah. He's like, that was
Both of us.
That was a great golf segment. Congratulations.
Yeah, and he told me, I really enjoyed the computer noises in the background of those songs. I'm glad that music now doesn't use guitars or pianos or drums or any type of instrument.
And then your son.
And then my children continuing the hustle that they have, having absolutely no idea what I do for a living. Julian is the kids. I have the kids this week, and then he's staying at the house. He wakes up. He goes, "I'm awake. Are you at home?" No, dude, I am not at home. I've been gone for 3.5 hours.
What?
I am not at home.
Wow.
I have no idea.
And why is he? Why would he text you in the house?
Oh, they don't get up. They don't. They're staying in bed.
Why would you get the text in the house?
They call from the other room. They call on the phone. They don't get up. They call on the phone. Could you give me this? Could you give me this?
He wants to make sure.
Y'all need those old school
old intercoms?
intercom. My parents have that in their house on the wall.
He wants to make sure you're not in the house so he can go through the drawers again. That's what he's looking for. All right. So last week on Friday, we took a look at the Cowboys offense and we graded the position groups. And generally, we felt pretty good about where everything was at.
We got baseball Diamond Cavs coming up for you, Mikey, at 9.
Yeah, so tune in for that, and you can criticize how we talk about baseball then. Running back was the one area where we're just kind of like, don't feel really great about it. So we're going to take a look at the defensive position groups, and last week we had graded things on the scale of...
It's crazy that I like Mike so much more not working here.
Proximity.
Hey, not having to deal with the mood swings or checking in and checking out. And, I would love commercial break Mike the most.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's passionate about a subject, but Mike leaving here, I mean, it's just up the likability.
I loved on air Mike because it protected blowback for me. And now I've got the issue.
Yeah.
I'm Mike now.
You're in Mike's chair.
All right, so here's how we use the scale to grade our confidence. Or this is how we used it last week. It was doomed on the low end, concerned uncertain, confident, or excited. Now, Sean had said he didn't think excited captured the whole mood of it, and I was going to change it. And then I remembered it was my segment, so I decided to keep excited just for that reason. Sean gets the other 11 that he can direct. So we're going to do, we're going to take excited, confident, uncertain, concerned, or doomed.
Gotcha.
And we're going to start out with the defensive line, which obviously they drafted Donovan Ezeraku. They added Dante Fowler back after a big year with Washington. They re-sign Oso Odigizua. They get Sam Williams back from injury. So they've kind of fleshed things out a little bit. They added Solomon Thomas, Peyton Turner. Still questions about if they've got a true one-technique run-stopping defensive tackle, but your confidence level in the defensive line at this moment?
I'm between excited and confident. I'm excited about like Ezeraku, all right, and the return of Fowler. I still have my major questions over stopping the run. I have to see it before I believe it. But I think excited is probably a little bit too promising, so I'll go with confident, uncertainly confident.
I was going to say confident this morning. Coming in here thinking about this very segment, this question you were going to ask. But then when you said that,
you were thinking about this segment driving in.
No, I just said
I was like,
I didn't even know we were doing this segment.
I believe that you're that's more unbelievable than your kid not knowing where you are right now.
No, not even close. But then you said earlier today that, he's not sure how he's going to use Micah.
Oh, I think he's sure how he's going to use Micah. It may not always align with him rushing every time.
Rushing the passer. And that, correct me if I'm wrong, his system likes to get pressure from the defensive tackles.
Yep. Interior pressure is a big thing for them.
Okay.
He has said before, the 3-technique defensive tackle is the most important position in his defense.
That leaves me with some uncertainty.
Yeah, I'm going to go uncertainly excited. I don't know what the heck Sam Williams is going to do. Marshawn Nealon, I don't know what he's going to do. Is Fowler going to be just as good? Ezeraku is still a rookie. We're all just assuming he's going to be fantastic because of these glowing reports. And then Micah. If Micah misses camp, CeeDee Lamb said that hurt him. So I'm going to go with uncertainly excited.
I'm confident. I think that they've got enough bodies there and enough talented guys they're going to be able to rush the passer pretty consistently. And I think that, Solomon Thomas is going to be a nice, solid addition to some of the stuff that they want to do in the run game. So I'm confident. I don't think I'd say I'm full-blown excited yet because you are going through schematic changes, but it's at least confident. All right, we are grading the defensive side of the ball for the Cowboys as they go for their break before training camp. Next up is the linebackers. You've got, obviously, the injury to DeMarvion Overshone, but they added Kenneth Murray through a trade. They signed Jack Sanborn away from Chicago, who had been with Matt Eberflus previously. That's probably your starting linebacker duo when you're in nickel packages to start the season, but Kenneth Murray and Jack Sanborn, along with Shamar James, who they drafted on day 3 out of Florida. Maris Leofau had a decent year last year. He'll be in there rotating in a little bit, but your confidence in the linebacker position?
I am between concerned and doomed. Concerned.
You're fence riding today.
That's a lot of no names.
Yes,
that's a lot of no names. So I'm doomed. I don't want to come back and haunt me if they fly around and surprise. So I'm between concerned and concerned. I'm just going to say concerned because I can't say concerned and doomed together. Concerned.
Yeah. Concerned. I think I kind of like that wording.
And that's not fence riding. That's all negative.
I like the
I'm
age.
Just trying to separate my negativity.
I like the age of Murray and Sanborn. Right, they're younger. But then again, Sanborn's got he's an upper Midwest guy, thick ankles. Can't run through the weeds of the high grass they have there in the Big Ten. So just lack of speed that's going to happen in Big Ten players. But there's a absolute level of concern.
I would say I'm concerned. I don't think they're doomed yet. I mean, because we had played earlier the audio from Matt Eberflus talking to Ed Werder and Matt Mosley on Doomsday Podcast. He does have a history of getting the most out of linebackers who are considered, like he maximizes their ability. It's his former position. It's the position he's coached the most. He usually gets a decent amount out of it, but still the personnel is not great right now. It's certainly not going to be near the top of the league. Matt Eberflus, in that interview, he was asked about how he makes sure that this year's defense doesn't repeat some of last year's problems.
Yeah, I think every unit that you have now, because of the way the league's set up, is different every year.
So the pieces that I have are different than the pieces that Mike had. And obviously I've watched Mike's defenses for a lot of years, and he's one heck of a coach. And he's had some top 5, top 10, number 1 defenses in the league. But also they had a bunch of injuries. So they had a lot of pieces missing. But again,
and it's hard to win when your pieces that are missing are corners and edge rushers.
Absolutely. So he's one heck of a coach, and he's been for a long time. But so I just want to say that. But also, we've added a lot of pieces here, through free agency, along the defensive line, at the linebacker level, and in the secondary level. And every group's different. You really have to restart and retie your shoes, relace up your shoes, as John Wooden would say, every single year. And we want to teach these guys and develop these guys. And we've done a nice job, but we got a lot of work to do. They have to do a lot of work in conditioning over these next 40 days before we touch them again. And then, the coaches got to keep developing their skill sets.
So a lot of this is going to be about getting personnel back and about swapping out some personnel. And corner is going to be a big part of this. And when you look at the cornerback position right now, I'd say this is one that is probably, at least now, the most unsettled position on the team. Even guys like Deron Bland, when you know he's going to start, you don't know where he's starting yet because of where the rest of the rotation is. Could he be inside? Could he be outside? Whatever else. But cornerback right now, Trayvon Diggs working back, Josh Butler working back. You've got a rotation of Andrew Booth and Kaiir Elam outside, with Bland kind of going inside, outside, depending on the package. Sean, your level of confidence in the corners?
Concerned. I am concerned. Shereen Williams talk about Diggs being out for the whole year. Some people saying, no, beginning of the season. Kaiir Elam. This the magical find. All glowing reports coming out of Buffalo.
What's your point?
My point is, Mr. Jones, they gave up on him that early. Is he just a practice player? The Deron Bland uncertainty in terms of the position. I'm concerned.
Chop,
you have to be concerned. I think you just do.
But I'm more excited for that group than linebacker. There's nothing exciting about linebacker.
Oh, yeah. There's the excitement there. There's a lot. There's names. You get some good names
in the secondary.
Yeah. So there's absolutely some excitement from there. But injuries, how good they're going to be coming off of injuries, and then in terms of Elam, like, what is he going to be?
Yeah, it's concern. You have no idea what this group is going to look like, who's going to bounce back from injury. That to me is the biggest area of concern I have right now about the Cowboys, is the cornerback position. Safeties, they return back basically the whole group. It's Malik Hooker, it's Donovan Wilson, Marquise Bell, Wanye Thomas. That group is coming back. Obviously, there will be some changes a little bit in the way that they're asked to play as safeties, but your level of confidence, concern, whatever else with the safety group?
Uncertain. Just blah. Like it is every year with this group of names. You tell me Malik Hooker plays well, I can't name you. I can't name you 5 Malik Hooker plays. I don't notice them. I noticed Donovan Wilson recently for the wrong reasons. So it's just a bland, generic. I know a little bit more about the safeties than I do the linebackers. So uncertain.
I'm confident they will be average.
Okay.
And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that at safety. Just be league. Don't cost us a game. You're also not going to win a game. I'm confident they'll be an average unit.
I'm uncertain of how they're going to adjust to the Eberflus scheme is really my only question, and that's kind of where I come down at. So really quickly,
now we got a new scheme to factor in on top of all of
them. Yeah, and the safeties are used differently in this scheme. And then really quickly, just defense as a whole, I would say, given all that, I'm concerned about them this year. The defensive side of the ball concerns me more than the offense does.
Easy take.
Yeah, it should be. That should be the case. The offense should be
concerned. I think Zach said he was more concerned about the offense right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, the offense should be top 10. Should be.
As long as everything clicks into place the way you want.
I'll make a bet with Zach over which unit finishes with the higher ranking. And I would feel like I'd win that easily. Yeah. Offense or defense?
Offense. I mean, I'm assuming you would pick offense based on what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, now obviously there's injuries that could come into play. If Dak gets hurt again, then it's the Joe Milton, Will Greer show. Different story.
Below.
D-Belt.
On the home of the Cowboys here with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto on DFW Sports Station. We have a final concert ticket giveaway on your home of the Rangers. The Rockies have the worst record through 70 games since 1899. How the Texas Rangers are going to benefit. Choppy has it in Diamond Cavs coming off the sweep. Next on The Fan.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Volley again at 0-2. And that one's hit out into right field, hit pretty well. Tauchman going back to his right. It's over his head, bounces once off the wall. Garcia's at third, Beasley waving him home. And they do not connect on the relay throw. Garcia scores standing up. It's an RBI double the other way for Ezekiel Duran, and a 1-0 Rangers lead.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about a sport that allows you to win 3 straight games over a weekend against a bad team and make you feel all fuzzy about yourself?
4 in a row, 7 of 8. But I'm buying this more than I did after they beat the Rockies. I'm more encouraged because you had the St. Louis Cardinals right before this as well.
Mm-hmm.
They were playing pretty decent. I just have a little bit more confidence that things are legitimately better.
8 games in a row with at least 7 hits. That is the longest streak they've had since the World Series here.
Ooh. Whoa. Wow. All right, so, they had, they destroyed the White Sox. They had maybe, we could call it one of their worst wins on Saturday. They left a lot of guys on base. They blew a pair of leads. They had the bases loaded in the 10th with Seager up. Yeah, they got the manager tossed, the same play, same at bat. But you get the win, and that's the most important thing.
0 for 7 yesterday with runners in scoring position.
Yep. By the way, it's Saturday, just their 3rd win of the year when trailing after 6.
Oh.
You do get to 500. They've got to win these games against bad teams. And they're about to play bad teams for the most part. You talked about this stretch they were having a couple of weeks ago. where it's like, it doesn't go all the way to the All-Star break, but it's a considerable stretch.
I think it was 18 games with teams that were not over 500.
Yeah, and obviously you have the Royals who could pitch. They can pitch, man. But the pitching right now is too good. They've got to find the way to get into the playoffs. Assuming the pitching stays healthy. Now, obviously you have two starters on the injured list. Valdi and Malley, and we'll see when Malley comes off. If he gets off after the 15 days is up, then it's good. If like Sandler said, he's not 100% certain that he does, then maybe there is a little bit more cause for concern because, let's be fair, he's deepened their rotation big time. It's like having that extra hitter in your lineup to make it that other pitcher have to go through 6 or 7 guys that are really good as opposed to just 4 or 5.
Which he's come back down to earth a little bit before this, which would make sense then that he's dealing with some fatigue or some other things. Because, in the last 4 starts or so, the command hasn't been as good. He's, been hit a little bit harder. He's given up a lot more walks and hits per inning pitch than he was earlier in the season. So, maybe this is a good thing for him to just kind of get the reset like Sandler talked about, that this is already the 5th most innings he's pitched in his 9-year career, and we're barely into June.
Evan Carter was back in the lineup yesterday, despite missing Saturday's game because of a wrist. He jammed his wrist. I don't know. Do we change his name from full count to MIA? The guy is always hurt. I think that's what we're going to have to just start. We have to just accept the fact that he is going to be playing banged up.
We definitely have to remove the full count nickname. No disputing that. I don't know. I feel like he's been pretty present. He's been banged up. He had the back issue, but you're talking about since he got back, he's played really well. And he missed.
Yeah, he has.
He still pinch ran after the wrist issue, and he played Sunday.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He was back in the lineup yesterday.
So he didn't even miss any action.
But how many games has he come back and played?
How long has he been back? Now, he's probably been back for about 10 games, something like that.
Okay. So, we're not turning him into Cal Ripken.
No, he's not Cal Ripken yet. But also, I don't know if a wrist injury that he ultimately didn't miss literally any games for would qualify.
He missed.
He's been back 11 games.
Pinch running. He pinch ran in the 11th.
He's been back 11 games, by the way, hitting 387 in those 11 games.
But he came back May 6th, played about 10 games, and then was out for 3 weeks, and has come back, and then he hurt the wrist. Now, again, he came back. He missed 1 day. Obviously, he pinch ran that day, but
he played yesterday.
Yeah. He was back yesterday. So that was good, but there is the guy does.
Sounds like you might be overreacting to a wrist injury.
Oh no, I'm not overreacting to
a
wrist
injury.
From. Yeah. I'm not overreacting to it. I'm just saying, the guy gets banged up. Let's be fair, the guy gets banged up.
Sure,
and that's just I think something that we're going to have to deal with for as long as he is a Ranger.
I guess I think of him as having a bigger primary issue. I don't think of him yet as more fragile than Josh Young, for instance. I still think of Josh Young as more fragile and getting hurt more consistently. It's just Carter's is that back. It's that one back issue, and that's terrifying. He's got a scarier issue than Josh Young does, but I feel like Josh Young has more nicks and bruises, or even Corey Seager. I feel like Seager has more of that than I feel like is consistently there with Evan.
Okay. All right. Seager's got obviously a longer career history of it.
Sure.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
They needed this off day. The bullpen was it's barren. They didn't want to use Martin for more than 3 outs. They didn't want to have to use other guys for 3 days in a row, like Luke Jackson. They had to.
Friday, it was 7 pitchers in the bullpen that got it done.
And then you had to go with a bullpen day. Not a bullpen day, but, you knew you were going to be getting into your bullpen yesterday with Rocker going out there. And then he had, of course, the pickle juice incident. He needed the cramping. He had, so that was always going to throw a wrench into it. Let's go around the sport a little bit. Hey, you know what today is?
June 16th.
Yes.
Devers Day.
Well, it is Devers. He will be a member of the Giants today. But Shohei returns tonight.
Yep.
To the mound against the Fathers, the Padres.
I'm excited for this. And this was
9 o'clock. Will this get you at all to turn off the finals to see his first inning?
Absolutely not. I don't know where. Is it national TV?
It's going to be on MLB Network.
Okay. Probably not, unless you send us a reminder and it's like a 20-point blowout. But this was turning into a great baseball debate of whether you risk it.
Mm-hmm.
If Shohei comes back and hurts his arm, can you still use him at the plate? I know he did it before, but Are you risking anything offensively by having him go out and pitch, even though you paid him to pitch?
You're paying him $70 million, right? 68, whatever it is. If he blows out his UCL again, I mean, he can't really hit with it. You know,
and how many injuries? He's had 2?
I think he's had 2 of these. So he's in kind of DeGrom territory. If he blows that out again, I mean, he's done for the rest of the year. And now, I suppose if it's a partial, he could probably maybe still hit. I don't know how they would do that, but that's a big one. And you're obviously paying him to do it, and you knew this going in. You signed him after he had already had all these problems.
How quick was he back from the UCL when he went back at the plate? Like, how long was that away?
6 months, right? Because he had it at the end of 20.
Yeah, because it was September.
Are you pitching him?
You're paying him to, but man, I mean, the guy's on pace for like.
We need to start having like bonds, not equal. We need to start having like greatest player ever topics. Every year he's winning the MVP. Like every year. Is he better than Trout all time right now? Or not yet?
I don't know. I mean,
because Trout is the best you've seen that you've ever seen.
His Trout's peak
every year's 50 home runs.
Yeah, he might be
300 hitting 300.
He's better. Ohtani's better because I mean it's like he's close enough to Trout as a batter where then it's also just like, but yeah, he also is.
He's also a pitcher.
He's like an all-star.
But if he's not a pitch, if he doesn't pitch,
he stole 60 bases last year.
Yeah, first 50-50 season.
Yeah.
I mean, if he doesn't pitch, he's still very valuable. He's not as good as Judge if he doesn't pitch. If he does pitch, he's the best player in the game. So now it's like, yeah, I mean, those two guys, you have those two guys who are doing things that people don't do. You know, Bonds.
I'm going to pitch him. I'm going to trust my medical staff. They say he's good to go. I'm going to pitch him.
Man, Trout was good for a long time.
Yeah,
Holy cow.
Yeah,
he was.
Wait, so it's no doubt in your mind that Judge is better
than Ohtani?
Yeah.
If Ohtani pitches, no, Ohtani's better.
Not pitching.
Yeah, it's not even close.
At the plate, yeah, Judge is, again.
I know this year, I'm just trying to think. Okay, the WAR for Ohtani, are you fine with me using WAR for now?
Yeah, I just don't know, like, is the WAR including his pitching?
Right.
You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Ohtani's over the last, I'll take the last 2 years, 6, 9.2, and this year 3.6. Judge's, I'll go back a year before, was a 10.6, then 4.5, 10.8. This year is 5.4.
Yeah, because, I mean, Judge plays the field. Ohtani's not going to get any bonus points for playing the field.
Yeah.
Judge.
But as a hitter, not
as a
close
hitter, yeah, it's Judge. I tell you, I mean, neither one of them had a very good playoff last year.
But you got to give Shohei stolen base credit.
For sure. Oh, and Judge doesn't really steal at all.
Yeah, Ohtani is his OPS over the last 4 years is 980, and Judge's OPS over the last 4 years is 1125. I mean, Judge does put up it probably gets lost sometimes how much Judge puts up like Babe numbers.
Diamond Cavs here on 105.3 The Fan. I want you to rank the trade returns in the Luka deal, in the Desmond Bain deal, 4 first rounders coming unprotected between Memphis and Orlando, and what happened with Devers yesterday.
Man, the Bain deal is number one. That's the best return. That's incredible return. Devers, this was a salary dump. It looks like.
Yep.
They didn't get top level prospects back for
San
him.
Fran picking up the entire deal.
Yeah. The Red Sox in the last handful of years, they've gotten rid of Betts and Bogarts and now Devers, and it seems like they were salary dumps essentially.
If the Rangers, are you mad? Well, I mean, you got to take into account position and everything, but how many other teams are you like, I would like my team to have made this deal while picking up the money, or Devers had been a bad enough toxic personality that you're like, I'm okay with it. Let someone else do it.
Look, he was at least toxic for them. Now maybe
he's 28.
He goes somewhere else and he's like, okay, he feels like he was lied to. I think he feels like he was misled. And if I remember right, it was a different GM who gave him that deal, so that kind of changes things. But if the Rangers were to get him, I mean, let's be fair. If you were just to put him at DH, is he not better than a lot of what the Rangers have rolled out there at DH this year?
Yeah. I mean,
a lot better.
He's going for 30 home runs. He's going to hit 270 with 30 home runs.
There you go. Like their DH yesterday was who? Josh Smith? Now Josh is going to hit close to 300, but he's not. Is he going to hit 30 home runs?
But the money.
With the money. You're looking at $1 million a home run.
Right.
A year.
It's such a weird way to have to rank them.
Because you guys are going to have to end up saying that the Luka deal brought back the best return.
It brought back the most, but it also left the most on the table.
It did, yeah.
And so, to me, there's nothing better that you get in return here than what you got with Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis is the best return of these three.
The Red Sox didn't leave a lot on the table.
The Red Sox got free of a contract in an era where people don't just take on all the money. And it was for a player who didn't want to be there anymore and was a career. I know he's really good. But you're talking about you just freed yourself of $250 million unhappy dollars from an 859 OPS guy for his career. Bane, they get the 4 first-rounders, but Orlando's also been a playoff team the last 2 years, and they expect to be better going forward. So, you're going to get the 20th pick 4 times?
So you guys are not killing Boston. You might applaud them.
No, I don't applaud them.
I understand it, is what I'll say.
Yes, I understand it. It is Diamond Cavs here at 105 to the Fan. How do the Colorado Rockies being so bad help the Texas Rangers?
How bad are they, Gene?
They're very bad. They have the worst record through 70 games since 1899, the Cleveland Spiders. But because of MLB's rule that if you're that bad for that long, you can't pick number 1, the Rangers, if the season were to end today, would be picking 8th in the draft. Because Washington, Colorado...
You rereading these rules,
right?
I was blown away again.
Yeah, Colorado, Washington, and the Angels can pick no higher than 10th this year because of the baseball rules where if you don't spend money or get over 500 or whatever for X amount of years, they will not let you pick one. You've got Oakland, I think, White Sox last year.
Sounds like Adam Silver's dream.
Yeah, White Sox last year picked 10th. Couldn't pick. Now, this year they're slated to pick number 1, I think. But next year it's going to be Colorado, Washington, and the Angels can pick no higher than 10th. So the Rangers...
No higher than 10th?
No higher than 10th. So the Rangers, if they ended the season today, would be like having the 11th pick. They get to pick 8th.
But they also they go into the lottery with the other non-playoff teams, right?
Yeah, right. But I'm just saying
so they could be one of the 6 non-playoff teams in theory that would be in the lottery, and then it would stack behind it.
Right.
Diamond Cavs with Ralph James on your home for Rangers baseball. Off today, back in action tomorrow against the Kansas City Royals. It's time for your football fix with the Red Zone. How Aaron Rodgers is saving the planet, literally. We have this year's breakout quarterback for your fantasy team and a brand new concert ticket giveaway for Turning It On, Leaving It On next.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Hello. This is the Red Zone, your football fix on your home of the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Carter in for Aiden in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We will see you Wednesday, Firehouse Tour in Arlington. Wednesday, not Friday this week.
401 West Main Street. Yep, we will be out there right around the corner from the ballpark, right near Hurtado in Arlington. So it'll be a good time. Come on out. These giveaways always go really fast. So if you want the Tolo bucket hat, you're going to need to be out there bright and early to collect it.
And let's do a giveaway right now like we'll do every single day in the 9 o'clock.
On the road again.
All right, Tolos, right now, that's right. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see the Outlaw Music Festival on July 5th at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
2 for 2 with these songs that you're going to hear at the festival. The 720, I'm oldies. I'm an oldies guy. My wife always makes fun of me the way I say oldies. The oldies.
Is that the Maryland?
I don't know. The oldies.
The oldies.
How do y'all say?
The oldies.
She's probably listening to the car right now, dying laughing at you. Oldies.
Oldies? I don't know.
She only wants to. We're going back to Maryland this weekend. She only wants to go back to make fun of the way everyone talks.
Oh, I mean, you saw. I sent it to the group message. Those are dangerous streets you're going back to. You need to watch out.
Just go Google. You should just listen to Joe Flacco's press conferences. And just
no, she gets Ronnie. She listens. Ronnie, the comedian. Ronnie, what's that name?
Stavros. Yeah.
That's my favorite thing to do with her on a post-game Monday after the Ravens.
Patrick Mahomes.
What they should do is get you flaky. All right. Speaking of quarterbacks, Aaron Rodgers is saving the planet.
Oh, gosh. I hate I didn't even bother including this in the propaganda because I already know this is propaganda from the segment earlier today. You know what makes someone a great fit for your culture? When we're talking about all that, it's when they slaughter an entire forest of trees, but they don't want someone to waste an office pen. That's why Aaron Rodgers is the right fit there in Pittsburgh. So
I messed up the tease. He's not saving the earth.
No, they were positioning it like that. They were trying to, but in reality, this is what it is. So ESPN did a profile piece on Aaron Rodgers' first week in the building with the Steelers and how great it's going. And this is what they write. They say, when Rodgers first arrived at the facility, he asked quarterbacks coach Tom Arth if he could have the playbook printed out. An old school guy, Rodgers said he prefers taking notes with pencil on paper printouts of the offensive installs rather than using a tablet. Arth relayed the request to administrative assistant Chrissy Bolger. Prior to Rodgers' first offensive meeting, Bolger assembled a binder and also included a pouch of pencils, erasers, and highlighters. After the meeting, Aaron came and asked, "Did you say Chrissy put this together?" Arth said. He went over and first he thanked her for putting it all together, and then he gave her back the pencils and the pen and the highlighters and said, "I already brought my own, and I don't want you to have to order any more." It was just a very thoughtful way to introduce himself to Chrissy and start building that relationship. That definitely stood out to me. He was like, "I've already got pencils. I don't need your stupid pencils." That's like, all right, he's changing the culture here. After he made her print up, you know how much she was probably grumbling to herself? Like, I have to print out this whole damn playbook, and I've got to put it in a binder.
This is like Josh Lewin. Josh Lewin, do you remember this?
Oh, yes, the prep.
The printer.
The printer.
Get DJ the DJ, if you're a Josh Lewin fan, at one of our appearances or something, to talk about printing out Josh Lewin's show prep. Bobby, have you heard of any of this?
No, this sounds like a beatdown already.
This is like, he's obviously, this was 15, 16 years ago-ish, and he's more old school, and he would not do his stuff on the computer. He would literally print out, I would say, a stack of about 150 pieces of paper. And every day. And it would be all the articles. Now, this is, when I was at ESPN, I would do this because we didn't have computers in the studio. I didn't have a laptop at the time. So I would print everything out. We were highlighting. You're highlighting lines.
Gosh. Dude,
it was awful.
When I produced, I had to print off all of the articles I found. I had to print off all the articles the host sent. I had to staple them together in the order they were sent. I had to highlight the relevant portions they wanted. Then I had to have a paper clip that separated the stories in order by like the topic that they were and put sticky notes on it. And it was 150 pages every day. And that was such a beatdown.
This is our version of the old heads who had to cut up tape.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the actual.
This is us complaining about that.
Splice, yeah.
Yeah, and so, but I mean, that was always such a.
But Lewin's papers, everyone would just make fun of it. It'd be this thick of like Daily Show material.
Did he get that from baseball? Like, was he that way with his baseball stuff, I guess?
That's a good question. I mean,
he needed a lot of paper under because the top would soak through.
Stop.
Oh, gosh.
Like a buffer page. Just wrap it like a burlap sack. That'll take care of it.
Laminated.
Protect the Ranger.
We love Josh.
I loved Lewin on the play-by-play. He was my favorite they've ever had.
Anyway, back to Rodgers.
Yeah, so Aaron Rodgers, he's a good guy after making her print off hours of playbook material, then said, no, but you can keep the pen.
And is this really happening if the profile piece is not being done? That was the cynic in me.
Yeah.
I'm like, how did this get out?
Right, like if somebody's, because we already know. Remember that was the first day of Jets training camp on Hard Knocks, where he's like, oh, I hate these cameras. And then the very first shot of him, he goes, watch this. And he jogs out to like the screaming crowd. He's aware of everything.
And then Choppy went TMZ with his brother.
So apparently his brother doesn't know anything about his new wife.
No one does. No one knows the last name. The internet has not found her.
Nobody has anything.
Brittany, I think, is the first name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Brittany. Yeah, so that's all. So Jordan and JoJo, this is according to the Daily Mail. I guess JoJo is Jordan's wife.
Is that from The Bachelor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 2016.
There you go.
They didn't go to the wedding.
So
They don't know anything about Brittany. What they've heard is only secondhand from his parents. They're still angry that Aaron didn't go to their wedding. He didn't want to be with his brother on the biggest day of his life, so why should they twist themselves up over the wedding? They know nothing. They're getting the news about the marriage from the internet.
Yeah. And then the Minnesota Vikings commented on Aaron Rodgers when there were rumors he was going to go there.
So this is from Jeremy Fowler talking about the Vikings. Very laudatory here about the Vikings.
You're using a lot of big words today. What happened?
It's my new medicine. It's my new brain medicine. That's what it is.
What medicine? Well, let's. You don't have to.
No, it's not those. It's not those. It's not those. My new meds, baby. I'm a new man.
Wow.
This is Jeremy Fowler on ESPN, giving a little bit of a Vikings tidbit.
As was told to me, the Vikings feel like J.J. McCarthy in day 9 of these offseason workouts was a lot stronger than day 1. Coming off that knee issue, they knew he could start a little slowly, but they like the way he's throwing the ball. They feel very comfortable with where he's at going into training camp. They didn't sign Rodgers and Willie McCarthy because they believe in their 3-year plan, a young quarterback they like on a rookie scale, so they'll be aggressive on the roster without him. They believe they can win a Super Bowl in the next 3 years.
So they didn't go for Rodgers because they wanted the 3-year cheap cheat code from a quarterback.
Yeah.
That they think they can win. And now, look, obviously, I hope they think they can win a Super Bowl. Otherwise, why would you even bother drafting them?
Yep.
If you don't think you can win a Super Bowl. But, I don't know. Was that them being cheap?
No, it was them being smart.
Or being smart.
Aaron Rodgers is probably done. Now, J.J. McCarthy is putting my quarterback reputation and name on the line. As I said, he is not going to be very, very good. He's not going to be a franchise quarterback. But you drafted him for a reason. You go with it. You got rid of Sam. Forget about Aaron Rodgers. You got rid of Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
For J.J. McCarthy. And someone is saying that the next breakout Sam Darnold type season is happening in New York.
Yeah. Justin Fields. He put on a show at
this is usually
propaganda.
Yeah.
And I've heard this propaganda every year for the last 3 years.
So he has been getting rave reviews. He had his best day on both move the ball periods, led the team to scoring range, so it would have been scoring drives. They went and kicked field goals. Protective of the football, throwing passes away that didn't have a chance to be completed instead of throwing interceptions. Throwing dimes.
I wonder, I'll just wait on Matthew Berry because Justin Fields helped win me a lot of weeks in Chicago just running around. Pepe, what do you think? You buying a little bit of throwing?
A little bit here. I mean, Justin Fields, I don't know. I mean, it seemed like he'd already reached his peak. I'm not sure.
And then they get called a workaholic. Coming in early, staying late.
Who wrote this? Who's reporting this?
Connor Hughes, SNY.
All right.
Connor's a Jets insider.
Yep.
But yeah, saying trying to digest everything and download all the information and do things the right way.
So that's just something to keep on the radar if you got a quarterback falling down the list. Bobby, the Cincinnati Bengal mess.
Yeah, this is a problem. This is a really big problem. So Shamar Stewart had the draft pick out of Texas A&M. He was their first-round pick, defensive lineman. He had been, everything had looked glowing. Everything was fine. Well, the Bengals started trying to put contract language in that didn't exist for anybody else. It makes sense why his agent is resisting it. But it's led to a lot of weird interactions. He showed up for minicamp and sat at a locker that technically wasn't his and talked about how, the Bengals care more about winning arguments than winning games. Then he left minicamp, just bailed and said he wasn't coming back. Very awkward. So now that he's left, he does have apparently the option. CBS Sports wrote about it. I know we were talking about this last week. And the CBA does give him the option to sit out the entire year. So if he sits out the entire year, he goes back into the draft again next year. It'd be like a COVID year. You work out, you keep yourself sharp, do whatever you need to do. But they're basically insisting on forfeit language that basically just says, if you're cut by this time or if something occurs by this time, he would forfeit all of the remaining guaranteed salary.
Because I thought I had read where a couple of teams screwed the rest of the league by fully guaranteeing a couple of second-round pick deals.
Yes.
There is that. That's why this is weird. This is a first-round pick. And his whole thing is, you're putting language in my contract that doesn't exist in the contract of third-round picks that you guys have.
So you think this is
stupid.
Sketchy on
the
Cincy's
Bengals
part.
should not do it. Now, if the Bengals want to create it as like the new norm for them, fine. As soon as resistance was put up, they should have said, all right, we're done. We're dropping it. Because the problem is he's right. He can point and go, you didn't do this with anybody else. I'm not going to be your guinea pig.
Doesn't Broadus always defend them? Front office?
I think he's cooled on them a little bit lately. Because this is bad. And the problem will be they will have to, if he sits out, they'll have to trade his rights. And if they trade his rights, they're going to get 60, 70 cents on the dollar. They'll basically have just lost a first-round pick over something silly of just language that they want different from all their other first-round picks they've had.
And Florio said it's not a viable option for him to sit out because he'll never get picked at the same spot. He was picked like 17th. He'd be forfeiting a $10 million signing bonus, but also next year he'll be going up against a whole new crop of players, and he will not have played, and the NFL is going to make an example out of him if he does that.
I really heard Jamar Chase and Micah Parsons sitting out, not getting picked high. That's what Florio stick to your contract analysis. They sat out COVID year, and it didn't hurt them. They were fine.
He's crapping on Florio.
Yeah, I'm saying Florio's wrong. Just read your contract language,
what Florio was saying is like if he sits out, the NFL.
Nope, Shamar Stewart will go in the first round again. 100%. I would bet anything.
Oh. Let's put Bob. Let's see if they want to bet again.
Yeah, Florio, come get me.
Bobby versus Hagelin again for Game 5 tonight. Let's see if Kevin is just as confident. And let's recap Father's Day with all the Tolos as we crosstalk with a KNC Masterpiece next.
Uber Eats has Lola Bee product? I gotta remember that.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. What up, buddy? You tell me. You've shot me like 2 or 3 weird looks today that I haven't loved.
Oh, no.
One was in the conference room. I can't tell if you were reacting to a topic.
No, I was agreeing with something you guys said.
Kind of looked over here weird. Then you just gave me another, haul here. Is everything good with you?
Yeah, I didn't think any of those looks were weird.
Okay.
But
Do you try to avoid eye contact with people in the halls?
Do you? You're saying?
Yeah, I'm asking. Do y'all?
I think you have to. Like at the very last second. You see someone walking far away from you, and then when you get to the crossing point, the meeting point, you got to look up with either the head nod or you look up. You never just look down.
You added the word eye contact for no reason.
You just try to avoid.
I just try to avoid people in the hallway.
That makes sense.
Okay.
I do find when I walk by somebody in the hallway, I just completely look down.
Like walking to the garage. All right, we walk out of the revolving doors. Someone's coming out of the garage doors.
What's she look like?
What if they're a fan?
I don't avoid the eye contact. Choppy's saying he avoids it. Yeah.
If I know them, I don't. If I don't know them, then it's like, I don't look at you.
I like eye contact. Yeah, I'll lock eyes and then I'll give the nod down, not the nod up. It's got to be the nod down.
If you see somebody at the end of the hall, will you lock eyes with them until you get to them? Okay.
Just like look at me. It's like a dominance thing.
The nod up is if you know them. That's what you nod up. Nod down is like respect. Don't kill me.
But it's also it's nodding down with like pursed lips. Like, yep. How's it going there?
Oh yeah,
I see you.
What's coming up on the show?
Man, lots of fun today. Where we left off, where we are now with the updates over the weekend, and all the Cowboys news and moves you want at 10:20.
You have a good Father's Day, Corey? You said you wanted to be left alone in the pool.
Yeah.
And not play games in the pool. Left alone,
I didn't
floating.
even get in the pool.
You didn't get in the pool.
It was cloudy and rainy all day yesterday in my house.
Yeah.
And actually, so I had a little stomach problem. And then
like you eating 6-year-old sausage.
8.
Oh my
Okay. Please clarify.
Yeah.
No.
Jeez Louise,
Bobby.
man.
God.
His son found sausage and RJ ate
Holy
sausage.
crap.
Yeah.
Continue. Go ahead, Corey.
I don't know if I can. Then it started to rain, and the weather just had me down all day. You know, like it just kind of, that locked it in for the rest of the day. Everybody kept asking, are you okay? You seem sad. And I was just like
I'm asking Kevin.
I didn't want to say because they can't control the weather. So I didn't want to be like, yeah, well, the weather, and then them feel like it was, everything. So I was just like, no, everything's fine. Everything's good.
So what did you do?
Just hung around the house. I told them to go take a nap, and I went to the gym for a while, and then played some Call of Duty. Avoided Peyton on Call of Duty if I could.
Oh, is he dangerous?
Pretty good, Sean. Pretty good.
I'm just joking. No.
Oh.
Yeah, that was about it. Just kind of hung around.
And you?
It was fine. So Noah has decided to rebel against sleeping all the way through the night yet again. And
how old?
He's about to turn 3. And so the biggest thing that
sleep regression.
Yeah, and also he's afraid now that there's like monsters and stuff in his room, and so he's like, "Let me sleep out on the couch," and so it just goes on, and so that's led to like a lot of exhaustion during the day.
Yeah.
Oh,
so that explains it.
Also had to spend a lot of money.
Answer
to
it.
Place
Put him
my
on
kids'
speaker.
card.
Peyton, get ready to dump it. Put his ass on. Let me talk to him. As a matter of fact.
Oh my gosh, one of his kids is calling.
Let me talk to him. Julian. No, this isn't Dad. Well, this is Dad. Julian, you call your dad all the time. You know he's on the radio, right? You know he works out on the radio station. We're very famous people. Do you know this? You don't know it?
He has no idea.
You don't know he works until 10 a.m. every single day. You texted him an hour ago asking, are you at home? You thought he was in the house? And why? You don't know when he works. And then you texted him in the house. You're in the same house. Why are you texting? Do you call in the house too? he chuckled. But he legitimately sounded confused.
Hey, I'll call you back.
You got any other family members have no idea what you do?
No, and that's why if my wife calls during the show, like, it's an emergency, not just, hey, pick up the phone. What did he? Okay, so you don't know what he wanted because you just said
he probably wants something to eat.
Tell him what happened earlier.
He texted me. I'll read you the text.
How earlier? This weekend earlier?
He texted me, let's see, this morning, 8:34 a.m.
Okay.
I'm awake. Are you home?
In the house.
That's
in the house. And I'm like, I am not home. I think Sarah's home.
Also, couldn't you just get up and go look?
He announced that he was awake.
He says they call.
I am awake.
He says they text and call within the house. I can see kids doing
it. Kids absolutely do that.
Huge house.
Yeah.
It's not a huge house.
It's morning show house.
It's not a huge house.
That's a good point.
It's not a huge house.
Is he on the second floor?
No.
You have 2 floors?
Third floor?
We have a half floor. It's got a one room up there. We don't turn the AC on up there. We never turn it on.
Okay.
Never turn it on. We never even go up there. It's a rumor. There might be somebody living there. I don't know.
What do you think he wants?
He's probably hungry. He's got.
So what would you do about that at home?
They would probably
cook him
they
breakfast?
would probably want me to DoorDash something. If I was home, I would cook them.
Yeah,
I would cook them eggs or something like that.
Okay.
But
do they? Okay. What is the age in which you expect your children to know how to order food on their phone? I have a friend who has to do it for his wife, as if she doesn't know how to do it. Yeah, he's like, I gotta send her the DoorDash.
I don't allow them to have the app because I know they'll just do it all the time.
Right.
So we'll give them occasionally. We'll give Avery and Carter they'll say, hey, can I get something? I'll say, we're gonna let you access it on your phone. So we'll turn that on and let them do it, and then turn it off. But yeah, I mean, Avery knows. But I guess 13 was kind of the time whenever we said, go ahead and do that. But most of the time, I'm just like, make a freaking sandwich, dude. There's plenty of sandwich stuff in the house. Do that.
They're helpless. My younger one, Julian, doesn't do anything. Luca,
How old is he?
He's 12. He could
Luca order?
No, he's too shy. He's too embarrassed to. He won't do it.
It's an app. What do you mean he's too shy?
Oh yeah, if you wanted to call.
Can they order Uber Eats?
Hush. I don't know.
Dude,
I really have no idea.
Teach them.
I don't want Uber Eats is like, hey, you're paying like extra $10 just to get the food there.
We accidentally left the app on a few times overnight, and Carter will stay up till 3-4 o'clock in the morning.
What app?
The DoorDash.
What do you mean he left it on?
You can turn off his access to it. So we accidentally, we were like, yeah, you can have it, and forgot to turn it off.
Oh,
that kid will go order Jack in the Box at 3 o'clock in the morning.
No.
Good call.
Like, what is happening? Well, it's the only place that's open.
Egg rolls.
Yeah.
Amazing egg rolls.
Oh.
Yeah.
They will get you.
Yeah. I don't think you would eat them.
Yeah,
It has cabbage in it.
No.
But you can't really taste it. All right, so there's your Father's Day recap. Did you catch heat for telling the story earlier?
I don't think she's heard it yet.
Okay, so we shouldn't recap it for the guys. Well, let's do it.
He wants to.
It's amazing. All-time great story.
Yeah.
Worst of the weekend.
She's going to listen anyway, so I'm just in for it.
Does she go back on the Odyssey app?
Yeah, she does.
Oh,
every day. The whole show.
You have to uninstall
Yeah, do
it,
something.
delete
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
and reinstall it.
Limit her
Use
access
your
to
parental
it.
control.
Yeah,
Yeah,
limit
no,
her
I
access.
really should. I really just screen time. just go in there, change your screen time 30 minutes. So we get through the first 30 minutes of the show. So we were giving Pudge a bath outside on Saturday.
Okay.
Scrubbing him down, Turner hooch style, right? And Julian had asked where the crumble cookies were because we had crumble cookies in the house. We had hit them. I said we hit them
because kids will eat.
They'll eat them. So what does this kid do? He goes and looks for them. We get done, and he goes looking, and we didn't think about it, and we come in, and he had found Sarah's stash.
Oh, okay.
Of playthings.
Oh, yeah.
Lubricate.
Oh my god,
dude!
And he was. She is mortified.
6
beyond
of
belief.
them.
Holy
cow! The question was
maybe 5. Maybe 5. Maybe 5.
Didn't you ask how many do all women have one? And we found out about 82% is the number, and then we didn't decide that if they have 1, 2, 3, 4 or none.
Yeah,
you know?
they all.
So she's okay.
He had questions.
All right.
And she was mortified.
What kind of question?
Maybe that's what he's calling about.
Yeah, maybe that's what he's.
I found a
Are you
six-
embarrassed?
Well, he had questions about the color of them. You know, the
purple.
Clear. Why is it clear? Why is it clear? Why does it have bumps on it?
Did he know what it was?
He knew right away.
Oh, he knew right away.
I don't think he knew why one looked like a cactus, but or what that little arm was sticking out. But
Oh my god!
he found out. He knew right away, and I don't think he has told his mom yet. I don't think he has told his mom.
But you think he's gonna?
I hope not.
But do you think he will?
I think he will eventually. Yeah.
So what? What's
more
going to happen
embarrassed?
then? Is she going to call you?
I don't think so. I mean, because I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't add.
Who's more embarrassed?
She is more embarrassed.
Yeah.
100%.
Have they interacted since?
Yeah, but she can't look at him in the eye. She goes, I can't look him in the eye right now. I feel bad for her.
Kevin Hagel, a chance to redeem yourself with Bobby Belt. Tonight, NBA Finals. We're tied at 2 apiece.
I think Bobby also thinks Oklahoma City is going to win this game.
I do think OKC is going to win.
Okay, they're favored by 9.5. You agree?
Yes, I think they will cover.
Don't say comfortably. You did this once before.
I was going to
He
say
was gonna say
cover.
cover.
No, I was going to say cover, but man, that is a lot of points. I will say they win the game.
Okay.
Hey, by the way, play on underdog. I picked Scotty Scheffler to finish lower than 5.5. Boom! Hit.
What else did you play? Did you have to combo it?
Yes, I had an under on Skinner saves, and then they pulled him out of the game.
So did you watch?
Or, excuse me, lower than.
Did you watch the golf?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. We're back tomorrow. The KNC Masterpiece has you covered next, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ hitting leadoff. The KNC Masterpiece are on deck this morning at 10, right here.
was it Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Lady.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, oh man, Corey Majors and the return of the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, how the heck we doing today? Welcome to the program.
I'm better now that Alec is back. No offense to Jacob.
Ooh. Feels like offense.
But Kevin really hated the way he ran the show on Friday.
Not
and
true.
so we were all concerned.
Not true.
No, he did a great job, and he was a lot of fun. But Alec is back, and now the show feels whole again, and that's important. What are you wearing? Have y'all? Can we get a one shot on Kevin here and zoom in on? He is trying to let everybody out there know that he is the daddy. He is letting everyone know he is dad. Kevin,
this is what I was afraid
you
of.
have a hat on, and it's a white hat.
Mm-hmm.
So that's cool.
Because I'm a good guy.
And because you're good guys wear white hats, bad guys wear black hats, right?
That's right. No room for gray in this society.
It says dad in all caps on it. And then there's some funny colors, unique colors, if you will, on it. And why are you wearing this hat?
So I don't know if Noah was coerced by my wife to add this, but he gave me this hat for Father's Day. And then later in the day, he walked up to me with it again and said, "Do you want to take it to work?"
Oh, wow.
And so
did he say wear it, or did he just say take it?
He said take it, and then he immediately was like, "Put it on."
Oh.
And so I felt like for at least a minute or maybe the entirety of the first segment.
Hey, where'd the whole show? Hold on, what's it? It says dad. What does it say over there on the left? Can you turn
Noah.
No. Oh, dude, it has a little heart on it.
It does.
He can't read, but he can write, and that's impressive.
Okay.
It really is.
He does. There's no way he wrote this. And he didn't write the dad part either. He didn't. But he does know how to spell his name.
Yeah.
So
that's awesome.
And he knows his entire name with his middle name and everything. But there's no way he made these letters.
You hear that, America? We're getting that much closer to reading. And that's awesome. Dude, hey, you know what? I've always said this about Kevin, Alec.
Mm-hmm.
I've always said that Kevin is a good dad.
Mm-hmm.
I've known him around 19 years now. And I watched him raise Brandon. He was 2 or 3 years old whenever I first saw him.
2.
And I watched that relationship all this time. It was wonderful. I didn't envy it, but I cherished it, watching it, how y'all grew together. And now I get to see you do this all over again, and you're doing the same thing. You're doing a great job again, dude. I'm so proud of you, man.
I was able to negotiate out of bringing the big proclamation that he made at school of all of his favorite things about me.
Oh, I wish you would have done that.
Come on, Daddy. 2 of the first 3 had fundamental flaws in them.
Oh, guys.
It said my dad's name is Noah.
Oh,
and
yeah,
he
that's
is
wrong.
2 years old. So he knows how old he is, but the rest of it, he got down pretty well. And so I was proud of him. By the way, the older boy, he did outstanding. He created a candy and Lego bouquet kind of thing. So he got the clear flower vase, and then he taped to it these candies are called mint meltaways. Fannie Mae makes them, and they're just freaking delicious. He had a bunch of those as like the leaves, and then this little Millennium Falcon kind of mini Lego build. Genius. On the top of it is like the flowers, and it was super neat.
I want to be a dad now. That's crazy.
Kid. Yeah, that's awesome, dude.
So, yeah.
From the 806, fellas, I've been to hell and back in the last week, but I'm glad to be listening to y'all and texting y'all again. We are back.
Yes.
So we are back.
I'm sorry for whatever happened. If you want to elaborate, we're here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. All right. That's it. That's all I got.
Yeah, on with the program.
On with the program.
Okay.
Good to see you, Alec.
All right.
Thanks, man.
Hey, I brought Alec a present.
You did.
So I want to try this. I think this could be interesting on Mondays. Where we left off, where we are now.
Okay.
All right, because we got a lot to update from the weekend. The Rangers, U.S. Open, Stanley Cup Final, NBA Finals. Obviously, there was a couple of blockbuster trades, but believe it or not, because it helped me win some money on Underdog, I'm going to go with cut number 5. When we left, JJ was doing dynamite. He was winning the U.S. Open. But for a while there, it looked like it was going to fall apart. It looked like Adam Scott might jump back up in there. And then he had one of the worst final rounds we've ever seen. And we ended up where we were on Friday as well. Give me cut number 5. And I know there were still some more golfers, but this was essentially the shot that won the U.S. Open.
Want to cozy it up. Don't need to make it. 2 putts.
How about one? I know it was Father's Day, and that could have made it more complicated, but when I was looking at the scores, man, it just really reminded me of what Shoffley said when they were like, people just want to watch this tournament to watch us suffer. Were you guys locked in at all on the U.S. Open yesterday, where I believe Swan was the only one who had a score under par, and he needed that last shot to keep that intact?
Doesn't that feel like terrible golf? It feels like terrible golf,
Right.
but then you know the reality of what the course is and how difficult it is and everything, so you know that it's not, unless you're casual.
Yeah.
If you're casual, then you're just like, that was the worst golf ever. Did Tiger not show up? Like, that's the first thing you're thinking. Where's Jack? Is Jack going to be there? And so yeah, you initially think that. Kevin, I was locked in on the payouts because, as we discussed with the KPMG Women's PGA Championship on Friday, I was like, hey, this purse looks pretty good. And they were like, yeah, it is pretty good.
I want that to drop too.
And this purse was $21.5 million for the U.S. Open over the weekend. And Alec, what do you think the first prize winner got? How much do you think they got out of that $21.5 million?
Ooh, I would say $4 to $5 million.
$4.3 million is what the first person got. What do you think the 66th person got?
Oh my gosh.
Huh. Like a ham sandwich and a bag of chips.
Oh, because that was the last person to make the cut.
Yes.
Right? Or they finished.
$41,000.
To suck. That's crazy.
Okay, they made the cut.
Hey, but still, though, you're 66th. That's pretty terrible.
Man.
But
that guy who's 66 was plus 24.
There you go. So you got 41K. So, again,
I could do that.
If you're out there right now and you're like, I am training my kid to be a quarterback. Why?
Train him to be a mediocre
Put
pitcher.
them in golf.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, they could stink and make $41,000.
Sure. And then eventually, like Happy Gilmore, maybe they'll make you the big check.
Oh, and you'll have a whole car full of them.
Yeah. I would want at least one of those big checks. Even if they're like, we're going to take $500 out of your winnings, I'd be like, that's fine.
Kevin, I've had one in my hands. A check that big.
I know this story.
The Sandlot Children's Charity donated to My Possibilities a couple years ago, and Adrian, they gave him one of those big giant checks, and I was like, "This is awesome!" So I have it. It's still at the house. I still, because you can't cash it.
See,
it doesn't work at the bank.
And that's the part.
There's no routing number.
That would take this bit to the next level. You have to like sign your name, or it's super big. And like, if you're at one of those old school banks that still has just the little opening in the glass window, you're like, I don't really know. You have to fold the check up.
This won't fit up the tube. Like, what are we doing?
See, I think that would be a hilarious bit, Corey. Here's what I would like.
Fold it up.
If you have time,
wallet.
I want you to take that check to the bank and call for help at the tube and just say you can't get the check to go up through the tube and ask if they have any advisement to help out.
I do have a question about banks.
Okay. Go for it.
And I do feel like this is going to be a great week of radio.
Especially on Thursday.
Do banks still work? Are they still in existence?
What?
So
where do you get your money?
It's just there.
That means they're working.
It just exists.
That's not.
But
how
there's a bank next to the Brahms, all right, in my neighborhood, and it's never open. No, I don't even. The tube's there. There's two things with tubes on them, but nothing ever it's never open. And so I don't drive by banks that often or even notice, I guess. Do banks still, are they open? I haven't been in a bank since before Avery was born.
So yes, banks are still open. That's how your finances continue to move.
I get but they can do that without the brick and mortar bank.
That's true.
Like they can just have it just exists in the cloud.
I don't know if this will turn into a rant on the bank, but since you brought it up.
Do you go deposit cash every week? How do you,
No,
work at the bank?
but I do instruct my wife to please take out cash, because otherwise she's a humongous fan of the micro transaction. It's like, oh yeah, I spent $2 here, I spent $4 here. And since my OCD forces me to keep the checkbook updated, it infuriates me. I would much rather, hey, we're going to be spending money, just take out $200 or whatever, and I can just write that down in the ledger. But it's the person at the ATM who decides that when they get their money, they're going to revisit the entirety of the history of their finances sitting there at the ATM. It's like, it's not that complicated. They even have a fast option for you because they know what you're probably there to do. Beep, boop, bop, boop. And so it's the person who gets their money, gets the receipt. Receipt's not that long. And you've decided now's the time you're going to audit your finances. And you're just going to sit there. You're going to think it over, and you're going to be like, is this what minus 100 would mean? And you're like, yes, it probably is. Like, go do that outside the rest of the parking lot. You don't have to sit there the whole time.
469, bank next to Brahms. Look at Mr. Rich Guy. I don't know how that makes me rich, that there's a bank by the Brahms, but I'll take it. From the 806, banks are still open for people over 100. I do feel like if you go into the bank, it is some sort of emergency situation. Somebody's passed away and you got to get their trusts signed over to you.
Okay, speaking of trust, have the banks trusted us with pens yet? Because for the longest time,
like on the fan, where you pull the little chain.
Yeah, they had to have the tiny beads connected because I guess there was an outbreak of stolen pens from the bank. Do they trust us with the pens yet?
You could just snap that thing too. Like they didn't. You could just break it so easy. How often have you broken the lights chain on your fan before? Too many times.
Oh, I don't think I've ever done that.
Oh man, maybe my kids are just Thank you, Alec. Kevin's got the expensive kind, obviously.
Oh, that Garland money.
From the 903, walked into
what a flex!
I wish.
Walked into the bank last Thursday, actually, from the 903. Come to East Texas. All kinds of banks open over here. All right, so I'm learning. And then somebody said, I'm following Corey home because he's so rich, he doesn't need banks. And that doesn't mean you're rich. It's just you do it digitally and everything's online.
See,
it's on the line.
Man, we did work with a rich person at the newspaper.
Yeah, we did.
He called me once on his vacation to Spain, which I was like, oh, that's fancy as hell. And he goes, hey, did we get paid today? And I was like, yeah, we did. He goes, okay, will you put my check like just in one of the drawers? And I was like, okay, no problem. And he goes, and also, will you check if there's another check in there? Because I think there is. I don't remember if I cashed it. I don't think I did. And like, look, a lot of people work, check to check, week to week or whatever, especially at the newspaper. Most of us were going 2 weeks to 2 weeks, check to check. And I was like, okay, so you're on your Spain vacation and you just have that other check sitting there.
Laying around.
Yeah.
From the 817, I work at a credit union. Still open, broski. Also, no, we do not trust the general public with pens.
Okay.
They're still chained up, homie.
See, that's what I needed to know. And I do wonder now, all right, people that work at the banks and the credit unions, first of all, the difference. Second of all, if you see somebody who is 40 or younger, are you alarmed?
Because they're
when they
robbing the
walk
bank?
into the bank. Because
Yeah.
they're like, what is that person doing here?
Got a gun.
Well, I hope that doesn't happen. I'm sure
Is that something you can't say at a bank?
I would not. Actually, there's most places I wouldn't recommend, like public places. I wouldn't be like, I got a gun.
Bomb on a plane. Gun in a bank. What else?
I want to go back to, I don't think you should go into your Brahms and be like, I got my gun. Like, I just don't think that's a good idea.
Why would I do that, though?
I don't know.
Give me all the vanilla.
There are many things that you say that I'm like, why would you do that?
Valid. That is valid. Got any other sports,
I'm
Kevin?
an adult and I went to a high school prom.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, we had a lot more. There's a lot more things that I was hoping to update, but I have, believe it or not, 2 more golf stories.
Oh, wow.
I didn't think this is where we would
Nobody ever would have thought this.
Yeah, I know. We have, believe it or not, too much content. Wyndham Clark threw a temper tantrum and damaged part of the locker room. Now, I saw a from Nuclear Golf, and it said, is this behavior acceptable? I'm assuming it's overseas. They added an extra letter to behavior, but it did look like he had smashed in 2 of the, cloth or vinyl coverings to the locker that didn't look very protected to begin with, but maybe because it's a gentleman's game. And that's what you're supposed to have some decorum.
And as Choppy said something this morning, I think that's somebody's locker that pays to be at the country club.
Right.
So that's the thing too. As long as you pay for it.
They could just fix it.
Pay for it to fix it after your temper tantrum. If you want to break something, just pay for it to fix it and move on about your life. But now and then tip a little extra because, hey, you know what? I didn't need to do that, but I vented. That's my fault.
Now, we mentioned the winner of the U.S. Open earlier. Did you see how early his day started? He had to get up at 3 a.m. because his daughter was throwing up, and he needed to go get her medicine at the CVS, and then ended up winning the U.S. Open.
That's what I'm talking about, dude.
That's pretty dang impressive,
man.
man.
It is, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, this first segment got thrown off track, so we're already going to change the show. That's fine. Where we left off, where we are now. This time, probably with the Rangers Stanley Cup Final and NBA Finals, or some other nonsensical stuff that we rant about, and I will accept my fault in that as well. Next on The Fan.
has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
SJ on the handle, beyond the three-point line, left against Neesmith. Works to the baseline. Hit, fires a fadeaway 18-foot jumper and rips the cords. Thunder up by 104-103. Timeout Pacers. Shea off balance. Made it away and lost it and stuck the go-ahead deuce.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm sorry, that ending took a turn that I was not prepared for. Alec,
I've never heard anybody say it that way.
Can you highlight the end of that once again as, man, we took an M. Night Shyamalan turn right there.
Made it away and lost it and stuck the go-ahead deuce.
I've never heard anybody use that term before.
Yeah.
For that.
I was not prepared for that either. So, where we left off, where we are now, kind of updating some of the big sports stories from Friday and how we've progressed, but also if you want to text in your nonsensical topics that might get us off track again, feel free. I'm telling you right now, I don't feel like this is too bold of a statement whatsoever. If Indiana loses this series, they're going to look back at the end of this game and be like, this is where we lost it. Like the last 4 minutes of game 4, if they lose the series. Now, if they win, who cares? But if they lose this series, it's going to be the last 4 minutes or so of game 4 that they're going to be like, this is where we lost.
I've said this many times. I think there's psychological warfare to losing a game at the end.
Sure.
Especially in like the last 5 minutes. I think that it just really messes with your mind when you get on the plane or you're dressing in the locker room and now the media's in there asking you what happened. You're like, I don't have to know.
Yeah.
I really have no clue right now. Kevin, I hated when coaches would say this to us, but I get it. We got to go watch the film.
Yeah.
And I hated when coaches would say that because you're like, you didn't pay attention to the game. They're like,
right.
Yeah, but whenever something like that happens, it happens so quickly that you're like, oh, what was the trend? What were they doing to us that we didn't catch on to that we got to figure out? And so, yeah, I think there is if you had a little plan and you knew it all along that if this happens and we can steal it at the very end, then we're good. But I think they'll just let up. I do think Oklahoma City is going to win tonight. I'm not going to say handily like you did last time, but I think they're going to win tonight, and that's going to be very tough. Very tough. No, the thing is, though, Kevin, this has been a fun series like I expected.
For sure. It's been more fun than I expected.
I told you before the series, I said, I think a lot of people are complaining about what the ratings are going to look like, and the people that don't watch, I think, are going to be sorry that they didn't watch because they're going to miss out on good entertainment. And here we are.
Now, in the final 3 minutes, OKC went on a 12-1 run. Shea scored 11 of those 12 points, and yes, some of them did come at the free throw line because I know people are going to want to talk about that. But I wanted to focus in on a different specific thing that happened in that game on Friday. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander set 7 ball screens in Friday's game. That was tied for his second highest total in any game this season. All 7 were to Jalen Williams, and that was the most pick and roll screens that any combination had gotten all season. And so I know we talk a lot about Shea Gilgeous-Alexander for good reason, but the tandem that he has created with Jalen Williams, who had 27 points in that game, has really been absolutely tremendous. And that's EN Jalen, because they have another Jalen Williams that obviously doesn't see anywhere near as much playing time. We'll see how it goes tonight, because all of this can feel irrelevant if Indiana can pull off the upset tonight. Now all of a sudden you're like, can they close it out on their home floor in one of the bigger NBA Finals upsets we've seen in recent memory?
I've been comparing in my own mind, and I guess on air a lot, this team to the Mavericks 2011 team because of
the
Rick
Pacers.
Yeah. This team, this Pacers team to the Mavericks then because of Rick Carlisle, and then looking around like T.J. McConnell reminds me of J.J. Barea. Look, and there's also a J in the back part of his first name or whatever. But like you kind of look at some of the pieces and you're like, those are similar pieces to what the Mavericks had. I think Pascal Siakam can be looked at as Dirk in that he has similar qualities, not as good of a three-point shooter, but Dirk was going to the basket a lot during that Miami Heat series. And so I've been trying to compare it to it, but the one thing I think that's missing here is that Mavericks team in that series specifically in 2011 knew what it was like to not shut the door. And Dirk and Jet knew, and Jason Kidd, Sean Murray, all those guys knew if we don't do it now, we might miss our whole career's chance. And this team, I think, is very young, the Pacers, that is, and I don't know if they quite know what they have to do to shut the door on Oklahoma City, and I think Oklahoma City is just the more talented team, and that's going to eventually win for them.
Yeah, if you can go and give me cut number 6, we have Florida, who has really taken advantage in Game 5, and now they're up in that series 3-2.
Broken up. Marchand in. Pass Wallman. Marchand, and he scores! Marchand went to the backhand. He sneaks it down low past Pickard. What an individual effort for Brad Marchand. And the Panthers have taken a 3-0 lead here in Game 5.
Now, once again, I'm going to ask how locked in y'all were on this because the Panthers, for the second straight game, have a 3-0 lead. About 2 minutes later, give or take, Connor McDavid scores a goal. Now, it ended up not mattering because Florida fired back super quick. But in that time, do you think everybody in that building or everybody on that team was like, holy crap, Connor McDavid got that back so fast. We just blew the 3-0 lead. Is it going to happen again? Because I'm telling you, man, I don't feel like this is a stretch to say if Florida would have lost that game on another monumental Edmonton comeback, I think they would have been dead in the water going into Game 6.
Yeah, there was part of me that was like, could it happen again? Like this, am I going to be the benefactor of being able to see this happen again? But also because I want Florida to win, because I shouldn't hate Edmonton. It's the Stars' fault that they didn't win that series.
That's too logical. Sports fandom is illogical.
Okay, then I want to see Edmonton get buried. I really do, and I'm glad. Like it feels like most of these games have been them burying them whenever Florida wins. But yeah, there was a moment of oh crap, dude, Marchand. Wow, just wow for this guy. He is elite. And, Spittle came in. We were talking about that. We were talking about, going into the series, we're like, oh, man, do we want to play Edmonton? Can we beat them? And Spittle kept going, hey, Florida's really good. Don't forget they added this, and this. And they're a really good team.
They still got Bobrovsky.
Yeah, and they're good, man.
Now, the good news is, because both of these series have been taking 2 whole days off in between the games, every third day you've had a day with no, major high-level championship sports. But we're back into the flow. So you get NBA Finals Game 5 tonight, Stanley Cup Final Game 6 tomorrow. And by the way, I know Edmonton is in the midst of figuring out who's going to play in goal, because you go back to Game 4, I think it was, where Skinner got pulled and Pickard went out there. Pickard played again in Game 5. He was not particularly effective. And so as of last night, I haven't seen an update this morning, the Oilers were still trying to decide who's going to be in net for them, and that has to be concerning.
Yes.
Like with your season on the brink, another, Cowboys length disappointment of not winning the Stanley Cup on the brink, and you're like, let's figure out who's going to be our goalie.
Yeah, that's not a fun time. But your team is desperate.
Yes.
And that's where I think desperate team theory can be a benefit. But whenever you have a team that knows, as I just said about that Mavericks team, Florida knows how to shut the door.
They do.
That's what I think is the difference here.
They do. Now, let's go to something super positive for all of us. When we left the Rangers, they're going into their series against the White Sox, and we had laid out a pretty clear thing that we would love to see. 6 series wins. That would put you automatically at least 12-6. I know you have higher aspirations, but we would feel good about that. Could they get the sweep against the White Sox? Well, they did, and if you give me cut number 2, they made Saturday's game far more complex than it needed to be.
Here's the pitch. Swung on in a high drive, deep center field. Back goes Robert, and he can't get it. The Rangers have won it. Adolis Garcia singles to the 4-10 sign in left center. And the Rangers stream out of the dugout and mob El Bombi.
I need more of those from him.
Yeah.
And it feels like every time we've ever been in a suite, he ends up doing something special.
That's the last time he hit the walk-off home run. And so they sweep the White Sox. Now, Saturday, look, if you're watching that game, it felt like it should have been like 7-2 going into the ninth inning. Alas, it was not. And if there are two hiccups from the weekend, one we can get into a little bit later. But if there's two hiccups from the weekend, one of them is you struggled hitting with runners in scoring position. I say the positive is you're still getting way more people into scoring position than you had been. Now, the other thing...
No, that is huge.
Yes.
7 hits over this stretch. Was it 3-4 games in a row now? That's significant.
Yes.
And, you have to be able to get runners on.
Now, the other problematic thing that I know probably agitated people, Luke Jackson, he was doing solid. I know Teal got the hit off of him. Robert Garcia comes in. There's 2 outs. You just need the 1 out. And immediately, I think it was the first pitch, Taylor hits a double out to center, and the game's tied, and all of the air gets sucked out of the building.
Mm-hmm.
Which is tough because the roof was closed. But also because I predicted in a weird way that they should not have taken our food away in the suite. Now,
this is true.
I don't want you guys to think that we're just purchasing suites and living that crazy life. This was the KNC go watch a baseball game in a Ranger suite with us for Peace-a-thon. Steven and his family, they were there.
They're awesome.
They were phenomenal, celebrating his wife's birthday, and so they wanted us to be there, and so we were there, and they closed down and take away a lot of the food like in the 8th inning, and I threw out there, what if the game goes into extra innings and it goes 17? 17 innings, and then all our food's gone. Well, we got to the 11th inning, and the game ended up being 3 hours and 40 minutes, which is crazy because in that same week, the Rangers had a game that was 1 hour and 58 minutes long.
It's wild. That is wild.
And it was 5-4. It wasn't 13-12.
They did seem to take their time throughout that game.
Yeah, I bet DeGrom came out every other inning super pissed off because he had to sit there for 20 minutes and they didn't actually score any runs. But that's if we're nitpicking. On the flip side, Rangers have won 4 of 5 with the sweep. Now they have won 7 of 8.
I want to get back to that in a second because you just said DeGrom. You pointed out to me that was the first multi-run inning he'd had since sometime in April
24th.
That's insane. That
almost
shows
2 months.
That's just how good Jacob DeGrom is.
Yes.
He doesn't give up multiple runs in an inning until Saturday when we were there, and he was like, well, KNC's here. I better show him that I'm human.
Well, because he probably thought he was ahead 8-0 with the way that the offense had put on so many runners.
I'm frustrated you didn't gain any ground on Houston over the weekend. That's what frustrated me because you're on a 4-game win streak right now, and now Houston's on 5. And that's what I kept going. All right, this stretch that Kevin's talking about, I have a smaller window. It's 12 games.
Okay.
But I didn't count Seattle as much, but that's going to be a huge factor in this run. Because if they can beat Seattle in a couple series down this stretch, that puts them steadily into second place. But I'm counting on this stretch to be able to make a run to get yourself back in a position where you're not 4.5, 5.5 games out. You're actually half a game, or you've taken the lead in the division.
I don't know if this will make you feel any better. One of the reasons that didn't bother me as much is Toronto and Minnesota both lost all of their games this weekend.
For the wild card.
So look, I would also prefer if we won the division, though obviously the Rangers have shown that winning the division is not a prerequisite to winning the World Series. But that's encouraging, and that's one of the things. When there's so many teams that you're behind or in the mix, as long as you win, it's almost inevitable that somebody along the way is going to lose and you'll pick up ground on somebody. So you're right about the division because the Mariners won all their games this weekend as well. But at least you did pick up some ground in the wild card. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, been so busy we haven't even gotten to this yet. It's time for baseball nuggets and that blockbuster MLB trade. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in...
Do you think think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nothing lady.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Rafi clubs one in the air to center. Isbell goes back. It is gone! Oh, my God. Absolutely crushed by Devers.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. And we got to start with that trade that it was unexpected. It was a huge trade. I saw some people trying to compare it to the Luka trade. It's too far for me. And we will get to the
because of the element of surprise, but I think that there was less surprise about this.
Yeah, I mean, look.
He hated this club during
he really did.
training.
And he had expressed his opinions about that, though I know there had been dispute about what he had actually said. Now, for Devers, the Giants, he got traded to the Giants. They're going to take care of the rest of his contract, which runs through 2033 and will pay him more than $250 million. Three-time All-Star. He's an excellent player and once was one of the cornerstones of Boston. And I'm not saying he worked out of favor because of his play or anything like that, but obviously it feels like both the franchise and he had been displeased about their ideas for positionally, DH, where he should play and everything like that. Boston gets back Kyle Harrison, Jordan Hicks, and then two more prospects. I'll admit, I was very surprised by this deal, but Corey, to your point, looking back at the last couple months, perhaps we should not have been. I should not have been surprised.
Yeah, it just at spring training there was already the big deal. Hey, Alex Bregman's here. He plays third base.
Yeah,
and he was like, I play third base.
Yeah,
and just kind of stared at the media like, the hell are you asking me this question for? Very similar to when Willie Calhoun said I hit 3-hole, and you're just like, oh,
yeah,
alrighty. And so you kind of knew that there was a little bit there, and then they were like, hey, would you mind playing first since our guy got hurt? And he gave them the double middle fingers and was like, I agreed with him. I didn't think it was fair to ask him to play the position that he didn't play and then have high expectations. Do I also think you should be a team player and be capable of doing anything out there? Yes. One of the reasons I do love Josh Smith is that dude is like, whatever it takes, coach. Hearing Michael Young say, whatever it takes, coach. Like those kinds of things, I have so much respect for players that are willing to do that because they recognize that dude might be better than me at this, but I'm still damn good at this.
Right.
And I love this game. So that's the part that you kind of saw that coming. The way they found out, the way the Giants found out, like everybody kind of found out right before the game.
Yeah.
That was
they were hyped up.
Yeah, they were like, oh my gosh. But I do have a question.
Sure.
I saw some website had both of these teams got graded like a C and a D for this trade, and I was like, dang, nobody even got an A?
They're like, both teams got worse.
But the big statement they said for the Giants in their grade was, okay, Devers can play third. He's a terrible defensive third baseman. He can play third while Matt Chapman's injured.
Yeah.
But then when Matt Chapman comes back, is Devers going to be the same pouty baby that he was for Boston because there's a better third baseman? Or is he going to say, you know what? Now that I'm with a team that I don't know I care about, I'll DH and we're going to go win this.
Man.
I thought that was an interesting look at that.
I love the way you begrudgingly even said care about. Where he's like, I care about it or whatever. Now, and therein lies the problem and possible reward, because this feels like big risk, big reward. And somebody texted in from the 858. Everyone's flipping out about this trade, but Devers proved to be a diva. And from the 214, he needs to get his fat ass in shape if he wants to play third base. I'm not here to defend his defensive ability whatsoever.
Do you think anybody in Boston was saying that? Because I feel like a lot of people in Boston were probably saying the same thing.
For sure. And so hopefully they had this conversation, because if the Giants said, hey, let's not bring it up now and hopefully we can figure it out later, obviously that's going to blow up in your face. But it also got brought up that he started the season like over 20. You remember that? And he had
Against
like
the Rangers,
16 strikeouts and everything like that. Consider this. He started out the season so terribly. You know what he is projected for right now? 33 home runs, 129 RBIs with an OPS of 905.
He's that good of a hitter.
He is.
Like he really is that talented of a hitter.
I'm not disputing that he's a diva at all.
This was when way back in the day, I think before he had signed a contract, Mike and I were discussing third base and Josh Young. And I was like, dude, let's trade for Devers. And he was like, oh man, you want to put that bat in your lineup. That's great.
Yeah.
But he cannot play third. And I was like, he can't be that bad. And then I went and looked up his error stats and I was like, he is that bad, Mike. And he was like, yeah. So he's that electric of a hitter, that he's that good, but he is definitely a terrible third baseman. But I think he can help the Giants in a tremendous way at the plate if he's mentally committed. And you said, hopefully they had that conversation.
If they didn't, I don't know why.
You had that conversation with the agent, right? And you talk, or do you have it directly with the player? Because I feel like the agent's the one that's going to be in their ear going, all right, man, look, I'm giving you another chance here. You're getting a chance to play on the West Coast. You're not going to be in Boston anymore. You were hurt by the team that you've been with all this time, but now this is part of the business, and we need you to go swing that bat.
See, I think you need to have it with the player directly, because we even saw there were some things with Rafael Devers where it looks like he got mistranslated. That not that his statements weren't salty, but it made him feel like even saltier. So I think this needed to be a direct conversation. And if it wasn't, good luck, San Francisco.
And we have this conversation a lot with players that are disgruntled that leave and they go to the next city and everybody's like, yes.
Yeah.
Well, and just like us with Kai, we were like, yes. But
or Pickens right now.
Yeah, the baggage that comes along with it. And then, oh, okay. Like, how do you turn it around?
Sure.
What's the difference for you?
Now, good news, bad news pitching situation for the Los Angeles Dodgers. Shohei Ohtani will make his return to the mound in the series opener against the Padres, so he is ready to go, ready to pitch. You know, we've been talking about this for a while.
Had we?
And
I don't know why.
Hopefully you knew that.
Yep.
And we said that June was kind of what they were targeting, so Shohei's back. He's ready to pitch. At the same time, though, tell me how bad you think this update sounds. Roki Sasaki has stopped throwing the last few days. Remember, he was already hurt. Now he stopped throwing. Dave Roberts said Sasaki still doesn't feel comfortable with his shoulder throwing with intensity. So he's not going to go for new testing yet, but that kind of makes it sound more of like an if and not a when he comes back this season. Could turn out a little bit of shoulder inflammation. He's fine. Back to go. But he already got hurt. Now he's just stopped throwing because he's like, I don't feel comfortable.
So
it's not good.
I wanted to find some of his statistics from whenever he was in Japan and how many innings he'd thrown.
Okay.
Because this could be a very simple, like, I'm just not used to having this much. And we do talk a lot about the 6-man rotation.
Sure.
And we have that conversation a lot. Innings pitched since he was 19. 129, 91, 111. He's at 34 right now.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have a lot of innings on his arm, and he's still very young. So, yes, for this year, I would say in this middle part of the season, if you can stay afloat without him, give him the opportunity to rest so that you do have him later. Just because he doesn't have a ton of innings on his body yet.
That is true.
I'll agree with him, and he knows his body better than anybody else probably.
Now, keep moving.
Sometimes we don't. Sometimes doctors know it better than us.
I think that's probably
men's
fair. So for the Reds, Ellie De La Cruz hit another home run. This time in his last at bat against the Tigers. He now has a home run in 4 straight games. However, not the most impressive home run news of the day. That would go to Wilson and William Contreras. They became the second pair of brothers to homer in the same inning as opponents in baseball's modern era on Saturday. The other time it happened, as you already knew, in 1933, when Rick and Wes and probably Will Ferrell hit home runs as opponents with Boston and Cleveland.
The Lowe brothers didn't do it whenever we played against Tampa.
Not in the same inning. And that's the key.
The Young
right
brothers
there.
didn't do it when we played against Detroit.
No other brothers did it.
The Smothers brothers. Does anybody know who the Smothers brothers
Did
are?
they play?
They yo-yoed and played guitar.
Yes,
that's really cool. Like that, to be the first ones to do it is pretty cool. Was there a fastball grooved on the second one so they can make this history, or do you think they were really trying to get him out?
I mean, I don't think so. It was in the 9th inning, and the game wasn't like outrageously out of control. It wasn't like 16-1 or anything like that.
Man. I like it.
So
that's a cool story.
I will say no to that.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Sure. And then, by the way, one more quick thing. Zach Wheeler has said he plans to retire after his contract is up, and that will be after the 2027 season.
He said it'll be easy to walk away. And that to me is very interesting. I need to know more about why he said that, because is it easy because he planned, I'm only going to play this long in my career, or my contract's done, so I'm done? I don't know. For a lot of players, it doesn't seem like it's easy.
And like
it's because a lot of players, it's all they know. It's all they are. That is their identity, and they got to create a new identity after they're done. Maybe he's one of those guys that's like, no, I do Lagos all the time. I'm great.
Okay, stop. God, I hate the way you say that so freaking much. And so there's a couple of things. He says it's going to be easy to walk away. The contract that he just got was 3 years, $126 million.
Oh, so that'll be easy.
Now, he will be 37, so I'm not saying, obviously he has plenty of money, but I do wonder if he'd be like, hey, is somebody offering all of the money again? Then maybe. Then another article was asking if he is a Hall of Famer. No, he is.
He played baseball.
Yeah, he did play baseball, but he's nowhere near a Hall of Famer as it constitutes right now.
There was a time when we thought this dude needs to be a Ranger. Like that definitely was a point where we were like, man, we would love to have this guy.
He's still really, really good, but I don't think
Second in Cy Young 2 times.
And that's it.
12th in Cy Young once, and also 6th in Cy Young. That's about it. A couple All-Stars.
That is not
enough to be a Hall of Famer.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, all the Cowboys news and moves you might have missed coming out of mandatory minicamp. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freak
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got Corey Majors and, of course, Alec Medford. Wanted to remind everybody, hopefully you've already planned your life accordingly, but in case you haven't, Wednesday, Firehouse 1 in Arlington, 401 West Main Street. It's Sean and RJ and another stop on the Firehouse Tour. So Wednesday, Firehouse 1 in Arlington, 401 West Main Street. They're going to be giving away one-of-a-kind Firehouse bucket hat while supplies last. Get your way out there and maybe get some free Whataburger, too. You're welcome. Now, are you ready for lots of Cowboys discussion and news that, Corey, you probably already knew about?
Yeah, about to be bucket hat season, dude.
But most people, perhaps, they did not see some of the things that were happening and moving and shaking coming out of minicamp. And part of this, too, that I thought was fascinating was Sports Illustrated has been doing their 32 teams in 32 days.
Okay.
And they stopped on the Dallas Cowboys. And a lot of this is kind of surfacey stuff, not necessarily like I broke down the minicamp and everything. Like, one of the things they said that's at stake this season, getting a new era off on the right foot. So really hard-hitting stuff right there. And so I wanted to skip around to a few different things. All right? One, coming out of the mini camp, and I feel like we've talked about this and wanted this forever, that it looks like running backs are going to be more involved in the passing game. Now, I realize the counter argument, Alec, as well, to all of this is it's an OTA and it's a mini camp. Calm down. If that is your counter argument, I accept. But we're going to proceed with this segment nonetheless. It looks like Schottenheimer's offense is going to have the running backs more involved in the passing game than obviously they were in the McCarthy years. This feels like something we've wanted for some time.
It helps Dak.
For sure.
And like that's the now, granted, I haven't always been a huge fan of his touch on passes to the running backs. That's just been one of my like screenplays and stuff like that. Sometimes I've been like, touch isn't quite what I want it to be. But it is huge in that it helps him not have to go downfield with everything. And if you can get them in the flats, if you can get them on some of these, is it the Texas pattern? You know, you got some wheels that they can run. Dude, how many times have we seen opponents run a wheel against our linebackers? And
Oh my God!
why can't we do that?
And as soon as you see it even developing, you're like, that's 12 yards.
And I will say, so if you're a fan of Miles Sanders, then I will say that's a positive thing right there. He's the kind of guy that I think can fit into that. Jaden Blue is a really good option in the receiving game as well. And I don't think Javonte Williams is a great receiver out of the backfield. There are, in my mind, still some limitations, even though he said he feels better than he did a year out of the injury. But I think it's a huge thing to help Dak. And when you're a pitcher, if you only have 2 pitches, that's all you got to go to.
Sure.
If you have a third pitch, you have more to keep hitters off balance. And as an offense, the Cowboys can keep teams off balance. Whenever you send guys, Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, that's what you're talking about. Pickens and CeeDee Lamb are downfield. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Jaden Blue just got the ball 5 yards from the quarterback, and now he's got 13 yards of open space.
Right.
That's the goal. That's how they want to draw it up.
Now, let's stick with the offense, but move to the tight ends. So, Brevin Spann-Ford was getting some looks, some reps with the starters, and then eventually he settled in with second and third. And I'm not here to argue that he's going to be the starter or anything like that, but you would love to see another step, whether you think that made another tight end expendable, either via trade or their contract expires at the end of this exact season, and then you kind of want to see what Brevin Spann-Ford.
See, this is the reason I don't want him to be the starter, Kevin. You're gonna have to do that every time
because of that. So I want to talk about him, but also Nick Harris threw out there that the Cowboys use minicamp to kind of check out Hunter Lipke here and there at a little bit of tight end.
Yeah, he needs a role.
Yeah, because they seem to love him, but it is hard to have just a straight up fullback on your roster.
Kevin, I want to get... Yes, let me finish the thought on him.
Oh.
I know he was kind of a McCarthy guy. I don't know if he's a Cowboys guy.
Okay.
And so but he does have the ability, and he works hard. So you want to keep that kind of person around, but I just don't know if they're going to have the role for him. But somebody texted this in, and I need to get this across from our show. We know this, and we have all accepted that that is a reality, and we can't do anything about it. The 214. The main reason the Cowboys won't win is still there. The Jones family and Dak. Look,
I can't do anything about that.
At
least for 2 years.
I appreciate your text. Thank you for texting into the show.
We're going to continue to try to break down and discuss this team in ways that it can be better,
despite
and positive and negative signs, despite the fact that I don't disagree with your basic. But look, there's nothing you can do about the Jones family. That's not going to change. Arguably, it's never, ever going to change. For Dak Prescott, you still got 2 more years before I can really do any razzle-dazzle with the contract.
Yep.
All right, so that you're stuck with that. If those are your complaints, I hear you.
We get it. And thank you for your text.
I don't have a fix for that right now.
I don't. And until I have enough money to buy the Cowboys, which I'm going to need some, we're going to have to crowdsource this.
Sure.
God,
man.
A lot of
Never mind. That's a question for another day, because I was really curious what all of Cowboys Nation could crowdsource, and if they wanted to fund that.
And they're going to keep doing their thing.
Yes.
So.
And that's why we end up talking about, hey, is Lipke going to find a way to make this roster even in a multi-use version of him?
Exactly.
And then Brevin Spann-Ford, is he going to make it? So either if you wanted to make a trade with Schoonmaker, or if you were ready to let Jake Ferguson walk at the end of the year, things along those lines. Now, let's talk about, Carter's been demanding it all day, the UFL. Perion Winfrey and other UFL talent they have been holding workouts with the Cowboys, which I can't say this is particularly surprising. And you've gotten some tremendous talent out of that. Cavante Turpin came from the USFL then, and you got Brandon Aubrey out of that general area as well. So you have gotten some really top-notch talent from the now UFL.
Yeah, this is one of the areas that I think a lot of people will give Will and his team a lot of credit for is that they can find talent in hidden areas. That's something that Jerry loves too, because Al Davis loved to find a needle in a haystack. He wanted to find the gem that nobody else saw so that he could say he did it. And that's one of the things that Jerry loves is being able to go, yeah, nobody thought that guy would be it, but guess where he is. Because also, you're going to get hard work out of that guy too.
It's good because they know they're on the fringe.
Exactly.
At least to start. I'm not saying Turbin and Aubrey don't work hard now.
Right.
But I think they can feel comfortable going into training camp that, you know what, you're probably going to make the team.
The dream's still in front of these guys.
Yes, absolutely. All right. Now, let's talk about Tyler Booker. All right. So Tyler Booker has already said, and these are the great things that you want to hear. He said, I couldn't ask for a better room of veterans. Like, we're in a younger room here, but there's still a lot of experience so they can relate to what it's like being a rookie. So he said, even guys like Guyton have helped me out. And he said, Terrence Steele, Brock Hoffman, everybody, literally everybody, including Cooper Beebe. And so when you look at Beebe...
Oh, I thought you said except for Cooper Beebe. I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, that feels like we should have led that earlier in the show.
Literally everybody except for that guy.
Yeah, Cooper Beebe and Tyler Booker are like, well, this probably ain't going to work. And so he said even Cooper Beebe, and the thing that I think he made those qualifiers with Beebe and Guyton is obviously they are new in their career, but he's like, they're even walking me through some of those things that when you're a rookie, you might kind of take for granted. You're like, oh yeah, like
where's the
like
bathroom?
Exactly. And so I think that's really encouraging. And then the other thing that he said is Tyler Booker went out of his way to say, I am not going to be the reason that this offense gets held back. And so like, you love that personal kind of mission statement of like, first of all, hopefully the offense is awesome. But he was like, if anything happens, it's not going to be because of me. And
so he's already throwing teammates under the bus.
Okay. How is that what you interpret that? Yeah, starting with Cooper Beebe. He's like, that guy doesn't help. He's going to be the reason.
No, that's really cool. That's really cool to hear from the rookie. And we already think so much of the rookie.
For sure.
I mean, we already feel like I know Tyler Smith, everybody gives him the leader of the room group. But it sounded like Booker since day one has those qualities.
Yeah.
Which that was something Schottenheimer made a big deal about is he wants more of those type of people.
And look, we'll see where it gets. And hopefully Tyler Booker is really good. But you can find tons of teams where the best player is not the leader. Like, you're the best player. I'm the leader. Maybe we work in cooperation to get that message across to everybody. Now, another thing that I wanted to bring up, and I will give Sports Illustrated credit, I gave them some crap earlier about this. I want to see where both of y'all fall on this. The over-under for the season for George Pickens receiving yards is 900.5.
Wow, that's a lot.
So he had 900 on the dot this past season. The year before felt like it was his breakout season. And then even his first year was pretty darn solid, especially for a second round pick. I know there are lots of questions, lots of concerns that this entire thing could fall apart. If you had to make the pick now, not knowing the injury status of anybody, George Pickens, 900.5 yards receiving for the season, over or under?
I'm going to go over.
Okay.
Now, it's going to be difficult for Dak to feed everybody. Because we just pointed out, I mean, Span Ford might get 1,000 touches.
Running backs more
and hell,
involved.
by the sounds of it, Booker is probably going to get back there and get his too. No, but with as much as the running backs we need from them is how often is Dak throwing to them? You know, how often is he spreading it around? I think that Pickens is going to get a lot of downfield plays, and that's going to give him the opportunity to get big chunks of yards at a time.
Yeah.
40-yard, kind of plays. I don't think a bunch of 70-yarders are coming out of Dak's hand, but
it would take several 40-yarders.
Yeah, several 40-yarders. I think that's going to happen, and I think that he has the type of personality that he's going to keep asking for the ball too. I don't think he's going to. Hopefully, he isn't disrupting the room and demanding, but I think he's not going to just sit there quietly and be like, "No, it's all fine." I think that, and he wants a big contract too. He wants to show that he has numbers, so I'll take the over on it because I think that he's going to want it, and the Cowboys offense is going to benefit from it.
All right, Alec, you heard Corey's well thought out reasoning. Would you like to agree or completely undercut him right here?
You know, it's first day back, so I'm going to be nice here. I'm going to take the over as well. I'm in agreement there that I do feel like there are going to be some levels to Schottenheimer's offense that are going to be different enough that allow for more room in that regard. And I do think the fact that you actually have a real wide receiver 2, not a wide receiver 4 dressing up as a wide receiver 2, is going to help. And it's no offense to anybody on the roster. It's just that's the skill that was given to the quarterbacks last year. Now, I think that the whole thing about the 2-1s and everything might be overblown, but you are going to have to command attention to a big body like that. So somebody's going to get open. And I do think that you have the potential for 2,000-yard receivers, but I think he falls just shy of it.
And from the 214, my opinion, Jerry Jones has given the Cowboys all the tools necessary to win a Super Bowl when it comes to players. I think a winning coaching staff is what's been lacking, period. And that's what so many of us who are diehard Cowboys fans hope is the case. Like, I would love that. And I think that's why some people have really taken to Brian Schottenheimer, not only because he speaks like a human being actually does, but also because there's always that. Do you think I'm wrong about that?
No, I love it. I actually really do. I like Schottenheimer a lot, personally, just because we've gotten to talk to him.
For sure.
And you nailed it when you said that. Like, he does talk like a human, not like a coach. Talks down to a lot of people. Talks like a human, just talking about his own experiences.
I think about that all the time when people release their statements of apology. I'm just like, that's not how people talk, though. Like, that's not how most people, even at their highs and lows, express themselves. It feels devoid of any human sentiment. And I think that's what takes a lot of people out of some of these apologies.
Yep.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, don't forget, at 11:41 Gridiron Gravy, there's a Jerry Jones animated show coming out.
I'm sorry,
I
what?
need to give you the details about. But coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus, is this as annoying to you as it is to your dog? Next on The Fan.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at KarsForKids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter for our Collin County folks. Which has more, Plano with libraries or Frisco with high schools? Let us know, 877-881-1053, because Corey claims perhaps Plano has as many as 20 libraries.
It feels like,
Frisco's working on that for high schools.
Kevin, I already know the answer.
Oh, no.
Frisco wins.
Because they have 14 high schools,
12
Plano
has
high schools?
5 public libraries.
Oh, that's a runaway. It's not even close.
I think when the city of Frisco started, they had more high schools because that's just what they do.
Right now, you missed one whole day of it. And you know what we did, Alec? I don't know if you heard. We just had dead air.
Oh.
For 20 straight minutes.
In solidarity.
Even during the commercials. We wouldn't
Some
even do
people
commercials.
still liked it better. Now, I'm just kidding, man. That whole setup was just for that punchline. It's time for this.
I hope you're proud.
What does
I really
this
am.
button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM, to the dismay of Kevin Hagelin. 877-881-1053.
I'm just kidding, Al.
That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. And Kevin was alluding to the fact that I was not here on Friday. I was at a wedding Thursday night. That was a bit far away. That turnover, blah, blah, you know the story. You
Weekday
don't really
weddings.
Yeah.
Do you think do you think that couple's going to make it?
Absolutely. I really do. Shout out to JP and Ellie for tying the knot. The wedding was really fun, but the reception was insane. It was wild. Seeing so many like middle-aged people turning up to current music.
What do you consider middle-aged? You're young.
Like 50s.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
So close to that.
Yeah, because it was like the parents of the newlyweds were really feeling it after a few drinks, and I was like, yeah, you know, getting everybody hyped up. This is great. And Kevin, this is actually perfect. You know who was asking about you at the wedding? Nobody. Anyways, we got the question of the day coming up here in just a little bit.
I deserve that. Oh, man, that was savage. I deserve that.
If you get a chance, go check out my reaction on the
Oh, man.
Yep, that's going to be my new Twitter header. I'm going to crop that.
That's fair.
Thanks, Corey.
I deserved it.
We got the question of the day. Plus, does this annoy you as much as it annoys me, to be honest, and your dog? We'll get to that in just a little bit. But the question of the day, I'm soaking in that one. That was
good.
That was
like a Mormon.
You know, all right. Shout out Brigham Young. I was looking on Reddit, and I saw a great question that kind of tied into a thought that I had that actually transpired after the wedding. Everybody wanted to go to an awful dive bar that they found online.
Okay.
It was already midnight. We're in Weatherford, which is about an hour and a half away from my house, and then they shut down a big chunk of 20 for construction, so it ended up being more like an hour 45 back to my house. I was already tired, already had a headache. I told you guys I was sick over the weekend, had migraines, and that was the beginning of it. And I was like, I really don't want to go. But they were so convinced that we're going to do this. What is your go-to excuse when you want to bail on plans?
Well, the excuse has now redeveloped in the last 3 years that I used for so many years. Oh, I would with the baby. And so it went away for a while because if your kid is really sick or something like that, but if you just say the baby or like your little toddler, people don't usually ask follow-up questions.
Sure.
It depends. But if your kid's like 10 or 12, then sometimes they'll have a follow-up question. And then you have to kind of debate, like, I don't want to put some bad mojo on my kid or whatever. So I have redeveloped the excuse of, oh yeah, I would, but Jess has been home with the baby all day. And I gotta...
That's a solid one, though, because like you said, who's going to question that?
Yeah.
Who's really going to
Yeah,
fact
let it
check
go.
you on it?
Yeah, if Adrian's not invited, then usually I'll throw out I haven't seen my wife in like, we both we're working all week and I haven't seen her and we're going on a date. So usually I'll throw out the date, with the wife as something because I'm very committed to my wife and I love her a lot. And that's one of the signatures of my existence is my relationship.
Yeah, that's
One
nice.
time Jerry Jones asked me if I wanted to have dinner with them at the Cowboys Club, and I turned him down and said, I have dinner plans with my wife. I actually did, and I still, at this point, it was two things. One, power move, to kind of be like, thanks a lot, Jerry, right in front of my wife. But then actually, after I thought
that really
about it,
eats at him still to this day.
Yeah.
Jerry's never. But yeah, and then the other part was like, damn, I bet that would have been an awesome dinner, though.
Yes.
Like, that probably
Yeah.
would have been the coolest.
Yeah.
But I did have some plans.
Man, the Cowboys Club is really cool. Just turn that down.
And to sit down with the family, because everybody in the family was there.
Oh.
It was an event where they were releasing a new wine, and Charlotte had released a new. It was with Josh Wines, and they were. I mean, it's great wine. And so what?
Is that guy's name?
Josh. Yeah. And actually, we met Josh.
Is his name Josh Wines?
No, it's not Josh Wines.
Oh, okay. I thought it was. I thought that was amazing.
But we actually met him, and I was like, oh man, I should have actually done that. But it was still kind of cool to be like, my wife and I. It's very important stuff for us. It was actually our anniversary too, so I kind of had been playing that for a while. By the way, I want to throw this out real quick. Tomorrow, Jake Berger at Whataburger in Mansfield.
Oh, that's right by my house.
10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Jake Berger, 3320 East Broad Street in Mansfield. Jake Berger will be there at Whataburger.
Could we convince them for the day to avoid all this confusion to name it Jacob Burger, just for the day?
We have connections at Whataburger.
Okay.
Ooh.
So we can ask.
See what I can do.
I think that might be one of our biggest flexes here, if we're being honest. People are like, oh, you probably got cool people in your contacts and stuff. It's like, nah, we got people with Whataburger.
Yeah, which that is an awesome flex. One of my favorite numbers. Earlier, Kevin said something about reaching out to Adam Silver and Rashad Bateman, and I was like, you said Gary Bettman, Kevin.
So just real quick,
I picked up my phone and Kevin goes, "Do you really have Adam Silver's number?"
So I just wanted to point this out. I said Adam Silver and Gary Bettman, and he said Adam Silver and Rashad Bateman. Also on his list of guests that he wants is Scott Eberflus.
Yep.
So we'll see if we can get that going.
Sounds good to me.
That should be a bit at some point. Is just what's the most obscure big name that we can get on the show? It's like, yeah, it's a big name, but do they have anything to do with what we're doing right now?
Or have Eberflus on and refer to him as like Dan and Scott and Sean.
Ooh, change his name every single time.
Yeah.
You know what I was thinking, RJ? And he's like, hey, RJ's a host on y'all's station.
That would be a fun.
And then he's just like, just call me Flus. Never mind.
Kevin really enjoyed that. From the 469 go-to excuse to bail out of plans, every time classic, diarrhea.
Oh.
Because again, what are they going to do? Ask for proof? I hope not.
Thoughts?
I'd hope not. This has become mine from the 425. I have to get up early for work. Because it's the most adult thing. That it's like, they'll kind of side-eye you, but they'll be like, yeah, I get it at the end.
Well, it's better than being like, I don't want to do what you guys are going to do because either A, it doesn't sound fun, or B, I don't like the people that are going to be there.
Yeah, because the last time I have a tradition that I've talked about before with some of my college buddies out there off a Division in Arlington. There's a taco bar that every Wednesday they do dollar beers. And during college, we dominated that, right? Because we had nowhere else to be, but like nothing better to do. We finally kind of recongregated because most of that group has graduated now and moved back here. And one of our buddies, Chancellor, last time we went, he was like, at 10 o'clock on the dot, I'm leaving. I'm gone no later than 10 o'clock. And he's probably the biggest consumer of the beer in the group.
Okay.
And he was like, no, at 10 o'clock, I'm done. And seriously, at 10 o'clock on the dot, he gets up, gets his tab, and he leaves.
Did he drink extra beer before 10 o'clock, though?
He did not.
He was like,
he was smart.
Gotta double it up.
He only had a couple because it's a Wednesday. He's got a full-time job. I'm like, man, we're really growing up, and I hate it. And like that's a viable excuse for me now. Like where friends are just like, no, I can't make it, man. I'm like, why? And they're like, I go to work in the morning. I'm gonna wake up at 6. It's like, well, guess what? I wake up at 6:30. I don't want to hear it, man. But they're like, but no, I got to sit in the office for 8 hours. All right, whatever. I'm not even going to fight it. Your favorite excuses to get out of plans, 877-881-1053. From the 817, they say.
Sorry, I'm so sorry, Alex. That's what's tough about being friends with Colby. He would just be like, and what are you doing? No, that's stupid. I don't want to do that. It like hurts your feelings along the way.
Hey, from the 469, they're kind of right there with you. They said, I say, and I quote, that's horrible, and I don't want to go.
I do not have the guts to do that. I just don't.
At least you know like where they stand on it.
True.
And you kind of go away from it going, you know what? I'll never ask that person again because I know that I'm probably going to get that answer.
Yeah.
And they're not going to be offended if I don't ask them because they knew that could be offensive to me and they didn't care. So they're not going to be offended at all. I am with you on the work thing though. That is sometimes I tell my buddies, I'm like, nah, sorry, I got to. Hey, you want to come out for a drink? Nah, man, I got to get some work done real quick. And that's not necessarily an excuse. We got to look stuff up. We have to show up a little prepared.
That does.
Scott Eberflus' his name.
Yeah. That does raise the question for me, though. If you're the one making the plans and you get denied or you get bailed on, would you rather have that brutal honesty? Or do you want to be left hanging with a kind of cliche excuse and you're like, did they just not want to go? Like, would you rather just hear...
Yeah, be honest.
Yeah,
I think so, too.
Because imagine, like, you know, let's just say Corey wants to go to this sports bar or something, and he texts us. And he's like, hey, we should go. And I'm like, I really just want to stay home, and that bar looks awful. You know, Corey, would you rather me say, oh, man, my head hurts. I think I'm going to stay home. Or, no, something came up. Or would you rather hear, that place sucks, I'm not going.
The whole time I'm at that bar, I'm talking about how oh, man, I had a bunch of other words. And, oh, yeah, Alex got a headache at home. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm doing. You know, so you tell me the honesty. I'm like, man, he didn't want to come. And then I'm like, this place is actually, we're having a good time. And then I'm going to tell you the whole time, man, we had such a good time. I want the honesty.
Can we all also agree that honesty, yes, no, whatever is better than the fake I don't know when you know that person knows and you're just like, just sack up or ovary up or whatever and say you can't make it.
That is, though. Oh, so hold on.
Ovary up.
In 3 weeks, will you be able to be there? If I say I don't know, I really don't know.
No, but that's if you really don't know. You know what I'm talking about. The person who's like, I don't know, and they're like 95% a no. Just no.
Yeah, no, if you ask me and I say, and it's 3 weeks out, I don't know until that week. My schedule starts that week. Most of the time that day, I wake up and I go, what am I doing today? And then I track out my day and figure it out from there. Sometimes I forget things.
Okay. It happens. Just like if banks actually serve a purpose. We still don't know. Text in. But there's a bit of a controversy, and it's something that I feel very seen after reading this. So there's a whole blog post and a series of tweets about this particular commercial on TV by Wendy's, where it features the sound, the chime of a Ring doorbell. And if you are an owner of dogs, maybe even the cats get involved, that Ring chime, the default chime, gets every animal riled up for no good reason. And there is a whole thread on Twitter of people just angry at this Wendy's commercial. Every time it comes on, they have to turn it off or they have to turn the volume down because their dogs are going ballistic. So, because I think it falls into a category of things that just shouldn't be involved in production at this point. That, and another thing that's big for me, why are we still putting police and ambulance sirens and like hip-hop songs and stuff when I'm listening in the car?
Or
and I hear
commercials right here on the thing.
Exactly. I hear those sirens and my head instantly whips around to the mirror. Like, did I do something?
Yeah.
Or do I need to get out of the way? And then I'm like, nope, it's a Dre song from 1998. That has a siren in it, and I just forget after the millionth time listening. So do you guys face that same issue that I do with my Frenchie Finn, who just loses his ever-loving mind every time he hears like a door knock or a doorbell on TV?
And that's the thing that I can't figure out, because it's not every doorbell, but it's certain doorbells in like a movie or a TV show that both of the dogs perk up and they're like, somebody's at the door. And I'm not able to perceive the differences in the doorbells that have caught their attention versus those that have not.
Yeah.
Landry, before he passed away, as soon as the door opened, would just, and I'm just like, come on, dude, chill out. Soon as like the glass door, as soon as you could hear the, he would just, the dog we have right now, though, he doesn't bark much. He's so chill and calm, and I love it. Landry was calm, very low energy. This dog is high energy, but he doesn't seem to care that anybody's at the front door, and I kind of like that.
I
so
like
far.
that too.
That must be nice.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are you ready for the Jerry Jones animated show? Next, right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it cinnamon custard?
Basil Base.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maybe?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg maybe.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Sahando on first down is going to take a shot. Right into the hands of Ty Scott. Can you believe this UFL championship game? Knockout punch after knockout punch. Back and forth they go.
They're not really knockout punches, are they? Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Just said haymakers instead.
Ooh, I like that. Corey, I know you've been clamoring for this all day.
Every day.
Yes, in fact, the DC Defenders did defeat the Michigan Panthers 58-34 in the UFL championship game. The Defenders had 580 yards, total yards of offense, and scored the most points in a game in UFL history. On a scale of 1 to 10, how many hours did you spend watching and rewatching this game?
All of them. All the hours.
It's great.
What day was that?
You just said.
Did you say Saturday or Sunday?
Well, yeah, but it has to carry over.
Friday
you have
night?
to rewatch on Sunday, and maybe you rewatch later in the day on Saturday. Yeah.
Sure. Seriously, which day was it?
Saturday, right?
Oh, I was at a game. I was at a baseball
That's why
game.
we couldn't watch it.
It was very tough for me to watch it. I had an excuse.
You have a DVR?
Mm-hmm. No, I don't. I've never had a DVR. I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't have the hopper?
TiVo?
I have on demand, if that's what you want to say. I don't record anything anymore.
Oh, really? But on demand has commercials.
I don't know.
Ew. All right.
Why would I record it?
Because then you can skip
Actually,
the
I guess I
commercials.
do. There are some things I record because I have set Rangers, Mavericks, Cowboys, and Stars as things that like it automatically records them.
Yeah.
Yes. But that's not. That's just in the cloud. It's on the line.
Man, why? That's the second time you said it's all just in the cloud. All right. Let's talk about, well, what I know you're really here for. That's not
Football. We're here for football.
Okay.
This is gridiron gravy dip.
So let's talk about animated shows. Adult Swim on the Cartoon Network has announced a brand new, yeah, that's right, starting with UFL and Adult Swim, deal with it, has announced a brand new animated series called Keeping Up with the Joneses. Are you already in?
Keeping Up with the Joneses is an animated series?
Correct.
No, I'm not in yet.
Oh, okay. Well, the 30-minute episodes will follow the Newberry family as they, quote, try to keep up with their staggeringly wealthy Dallas neighbors, including one next-door neighbor, Jerry Jones. So Jerry Jones will be a prominent part of this show, at least as a character. The Hollywood Reporter says that Jerry Jones will be played by some actor, but not actually Jerry Jones.
Oh, man. I'm actually very interested in this now.
Because you think it'll be more realistic than the Netflix documentary that the Cowboys essentially made?
No,
What's
it
your
just...
point? I think that was my point.
Because it's a different angle. I like the angle of it's their neighbors.
Yeah.
And their neighbors are super rich. And all right, now, the Eberflus family, what's the other family next to them?
Newberry family.
The Newberries. Are they rich too? Or
Yes.
they're wealthy as well?
They live in a fancy neighborhood, but these people are even richer and
I didn't know if
fancier.
this was one of those where it's just like it's a neighborhood and this is the rich house. You know what I'm talking about? Like that's
Yeah.
the rich house in the neighborhood. No, I think this could be fun. From the 817, is Homer Simpson going to be the neighbor?
I don't think this is a Mr. Burns spinoff.
Dude.
I think there are some similarities, but also definitely some differences.
Okay.
Between Mr. Burns and Jerry Jones. But yeah, coming to Adult Swim near you. I don't know, at some point. All right, let's talk about teams that could win.
Do you watch Adult Swim still?
Sure. I have Family Guy and Futurama reruns, King of the Hill.
You just get that on your DVR?
Yeah, but I like to just have it on when I go to sleep. So, and yes, I do still record.
You have all the
them.
DVDs.
Yeah,
You
that's
can
a
just
lot
pop
of work.
a DVD in and hit play. You actually still
do
have a
that.
DVD player.
Yeah, when the grid goes down of only digital things, but somehow power is still working. I don't know how that works.
They took out the... Well, actually, no. Here's how it works. When the companies say that the license is gone and you can't get it on Fubo or Amazon or whatever because they took the license away, you have hard copies.
Yeah, just in case. All right, let's go to two statements that I think are equally confusing. Christian Kirk said that C.J. Stroud is going to take the Texans as far as we want to go. All right. So first off,
how far do they want to go?
Why would you not just want to win the Super Bowl? But then, not to be outdone, there's Chuba Hubbard. Chuba, if you're not fancy, says the Panthers' goal this year is to win the Super Bowl. All right. But at least there, I mean, it's not going to happen.
He set a goal.
It's a defined goal. Christian Kirk's like, we'll see. We're going to go as far as we want to.
Man, he really put the pressure on his quarterback, didn't he?
And he did. Do you think they'll get to the divisional round and they're like, oof, this is tough. Let's give up. Cowboys have done that.
What if the offensive line still stinks and the defense isn't that good?
Hey,
then is it still
that's not
on,
what he said in his quote.
CJ Stroud?
We will get as far as we want to.
I like it. That's that sounds like something a former A&M player would say.
That's fair. First question in my presser for Christian Kirk. You said the team would go as far as you want to. Does that mean if you guys don't win the Super Bowl, it's because you did not want to win the Super Bowl? And I think that's a fair question.
Or is it that your quarterback wasn't that good?
Ooh.
Because I'm seriously, it sounds like you're right, though, as far as we want to go.
Yeah.
Maybe he's saying 2 Super Bowls is... 3 Super Bowls.
Okay.
Not 1.
All right. So some confusing statements from players right here. So then we turn to Keon Coleman and Bradley Chubb to cut to the chase and tell us the truth about what's happening. So Bradley Chubb had a torn ACL, and he didn't play for the Dolphins last year. But he was close enough to give a kind of retrospective on the Dolphins changing cultures last year.
All right.
Quote, I'm going to say last year we were lying, honestly. Point blank, period. We felt it. We put our toe in the water, but we didn't dive all the way in. We didn't get all the way there with each other. We weren't making the effort to go the extra mile. And I would say this year, we're doing that. All right. Do you appreciate the blunt honestness of that statement, or do you appreciate this one better? Let's go to Keon Coleman, the Bills wide receiver. He said, you want to know exactly what I see? When that trash talking about his season last year, you've got to be better. Simple as that. You've got to be more efficient. You got to get out of this break. You got to stack your DB. You got to give Josh more room to throw you the ball. You got to catch that. You got to make that block. You got to take that extra effort on the touchdown block. So if James Cook breaks it, he's up the sideline. Just different things like that, calling out everything that you're doing to make it right. So he said, my season last year was S.
He lined it up better, huh?
Man,
like he laid it all out where
well thought out breakdown of like all the specific things he has to do.
Yeah, Chuba was just like, we lied to y'all and ourselves.
That was Bradley Chubb.
Oh, Bradley Chubb.
Remember, Chuba is the one who's like,
that's right.
We need to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And then Christian Kirk's like, hey, we feel like it.
We feel like we can go as far as we can.
A lot of bold statements.
Yeah, I like the lying about your culture change is very weird.
Man, the first set, I'm just gonna say it. We were lying. Man,
maybe he's not saying like we were lying intentionally in your faces, or
let's go back to the quote.
All right,
I'm gonna say last year we were lying. Honestly, point blank. Period. We felt it.
Oh man, I like this from the 469. Kirk's just saying that they're gonna go as far as they want to go, meaning that they as a collective need to want it and to do what it takes. Okay, I see where they're going with that. I see what that means. Like they need to really be hungry for it. He'll take us as far as we're hungry enough to go for. Or we only want to go to one round.
You know how I feel about that. I fundamentally disagree with that. You can want to win the Super Bowl all you like, but you could get a bad break, or you could fundamentally not have the talent to line up against the person across from you. It's the same thing we talk about the 5th round of a fight.
Yeah.
Who wants it more? I was like, well, that other guy, his eye is closed. So,
But that doesn't mean that he doesn't want it.
I know, but he could be physically unable of getting it.
So basically, the truth was the other fighter wanted it more before the fight.
I don't think that.
I don't know, man.
I don't think you're like, I want it more. You'll never punch me. And then that's what happens, and your eyes all messed
If he
up.
wanted it more, he would have blocked better.
Mm-hmm.
Or he would have worked harder to make sure his hands were up before, like in practices. Maybe he took an hour off when he should have been working harder.
During the blocking drills?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe.
Because he didn't want it that bad.
A couple more quick things. The Saints signed Cam Akers to a 1-year deal. He said, quote, they wanted me more. And also, that's not a real quote. And also, the Bengals and Trey Hendrickson have resumed contract talks. So we'll see if they can figure it out or I find a new spectacular way to Bengals it up. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the power of pickle juice. And what are your expectations for Kamar Rocker this go round? Next, right here on The Fan.
remember that Uber Eats has roast
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, pepper lady? Those are those.
saffron squad,
Nutmeg maidens?
pre-curb,
No,
nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, let's talk about the power of pickle juice. And what are your expectations for Kumar Rocker this go around? And you know what? If we're going to talk about him, let's go ahead and get a highlight going of him looking awesome. Give me cut number 4, if you will, for Mr. Rocker.
Payoff pitch. Struck him out looking too discerning there, and that was right at the knees over the middle of the plate. Back-to-back called third strikes for Rocker.
Now, going back to his last 2 appearances, early in June, at the end of April, he had thrown a combined 5 innings. Yesterday, 5 innings pitched, 4 hits given up, 1 walk, and 6 strikeouts. And I want to talk about the broader hope for him in just a second. But are you impressed at the power of pickle juice? And he drank some of it on the mound to alleviate the cramps and get going and finish out and get the win. Well, finish out the 5 innings needed to get the win.
You like pickle juice?
I don't think I've ever tried it.
Alec,
Don't hate it, don't love it.
you a pickle fan?
Not really.
Okay, I like pickles. Pickle juice is very good. And my son Carter saw this yesterday. He was like, why is he drinking pickle juice? I was like, it helps with cramping.
And dehydrating.
Yeah, and dehydration. He was like,
I said it like
he was like, oh, so I need to drink more pickle juice. And I was like, yeah, sure. Yeah, you can do that. He goes, electrolytes. And I was like, I don't know. I'm sure somebody knows what electrolytes are.
President Camacho.
Yeah, President Camacho definitely does. If you know that reference, 877
You gotta know that reference, right?
Let us know. But I had concerns initially because I had the volume down, and I was like, what is happening right now? And then it looked like Bochy and was it Vargas were getting in a little bit of an argument, or Rojas, and I was like, oh my gosh. And Boch said something to him. He had one word that I could tell by the way that the letter started that it was an F word. But it was,
by the way, Boch said, I think he broke the record on bottles of pickle juice he drank today.
Yeah, and he was like, I already had 2 in the dugout, so those were just extra. But I was a little concerned at first, but I'm glad that it worked out for him. Then his day was over earlier than probably it should have been. You know, I think that was a little earlier than it should have been. But even with all the chaos that he was going through with stoppage and all that, he was able to get back on the mound and get outs. And I thought that was an important growth part for him right there.
So then my next question to go along with this, what are your expectations for Rocker this go around? So we have to keep an eye on this because there is some concerning news on the other side of this, and that's that Tyler Mahle went on the 15-day IL yesterday, although I think they put it retroactively like 3 days because of right shoulder fatigue. And so Kumar Rocker was brought up in his stead. Boch said, hey, we're going to continue to evaluate him. There's shoulder fatigue going on in that right shoulder, so we're erring on the side of caution. Give this thing some time to calm down. He said they have no timeline, but they want to make sure they clear it up so it's a short-term thing and obviously not what would probably be a disastrous long-term situation.
Yeah, didn't it feel like, this is regarding Mahle?
Yeah, Mahle, yeah.
Didn't it feel like the last outing they were talking a lot about his velo being kind of down, and his splitter didn't, because there wasn't that same separation in speed, or like drastic separation in speed, his splitter kind of got knocked around a little bit more. I believe that's what was happening in his last outing. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and he started to struggle and kind of regress a little bit with the strikeout to walk ratios, which we talked about with Boch last week.
It seemed like the pitches were great locations.
Yeah.
But one of the things that Mike talked about very early in the year was that it seemed like the pitch, and we talked about this with Bochy too, it seemed like coming out of his hand, it was 91, but hitters acted like it was 103.
Yeah.
And lately, it seemed like they've kind of caught on to it, and maybe that was because of this. But man, this is middle of season baseball.
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to have 5 starters make the whole season on many clubs.
And we always knew that Malley was going to have to be rested
Yeah, because he hasn't had that many innings, in the last couple of years now. DeGrom, we're watching him, they're monitoring his innings. Evaldi right now, where, he has one of those things, Kevin, I think it's just kind of maybe for the rest of his career. He starts the season hot, takes a little bit of time off in the middle of the season, and comes back hot at the end of the year.
Yeah.
But for Malley, I was a little bit concerned because we have a bullpen day recently. How are we going to manage this? How are we, can Leiter and Rocker be things that you can put your team on during this stretch?
Oh, by the way, I'm glad that enough people knew the Idiocracy
Good job.
reference.
Good job, y'all.
Or else I would have felt sad. Now, this kind of goes to the expectations for Rocker are kind of tied into the resiliency of the Rangers on the pitching side this year. 6 of their 8 starting pitchers, starting pitching options, have already been on the injured list. So John Gray, wrist fracture. Cody Bradford, elbow soreness. Jack Leiter, blister. Nathan Eovaldi, triceps. Rocker, shoulder impingement. And now we just had Patrick Corbin, who has only been on the injured list twice since 2015. Him and DeGrom, believe it or not, are the only ones who haven't gone on the injured list now with Malley as well. And that does show an amazing resiliency from what's been one of the best starting pitching staffs in baseball. And then Chris Young, who, by the way, you can hear today with the G-Bag Nation, said we're close to having Evo back. When we get Evo back, that's a pretty solid rotation. So maybe in the next 5 to 7 days, we're strapped. So this week could be a little tough.
Interesting timing.
What makes you say that?
Look, you know me. I'm always into the sandbagging idea.
Okay.
This is the part of your schedule that seems to be the easiest.
And you do have the day off today, which helps.
You need the wins.
For sure.
So that kind of negates what my thought here, but Chicago, Kansas City, Pittsburgh, Baltimore, twice. This is where I'm interesting timing for that. But I am looking at Leiter tomorrow. No pitcher currently listed for the next day. Corbin DeGrom, no pitcher. Leiter to Corbin. That's
gonna be a bullpen
scary.
day.
That is scary, dude. That is a scary setup. But you don't have Skeens, so we're good there. Deal with him.
My guess would be you get Rocker on Saturday. Wednesday.
I would presume so, yeah.
We'll talk with him about it because we will talk with Boch on Wednesday. That feels like that kind of has bullpen day written all over it. But so there's Chris Young saying, hey, next 5 to 7 days, we're in a tough spot. But after that, I think we're going to be pretty close and looking pretty good because he also said Gray and Bradford are, taking those steps back towards being back as well.
I was looking at ESPN has currently and we can discuss this tomorrow if we want, but 7 GMs with the most pressure.
Yes, for sure.
The thing about that though is Chris Young knows he doesn't have pressure to add pitching to this team. As you were just discussing.
I would agree.
He's looking at it going, no, when we're going to get
starting
those guys
pitching,
back.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, starting pitching-wise, I'm really solid there.
For sure.
That's something I don't even have to stress about.
For sure.
Because when those guys come back, they're legitimate 2-3 ace guys.
I agree. I really do. So what are your expectations from Rocker? Now, I would love for people to be saying, I expect him to be able to stay in this rotation the rest of the season. Now, that might not be reasonable because everybody comes back, everybody's healthy, and it just becomes a numbers game. That's fine. I accept that. But let's just go off the assumption that you've seen this 8 million times. Doesn't matter what team you are, doesn't matter what pitching staff you are, you're going to run into a variety of injuries. And so because of that, I think Rocker could have the opportunity. I would love to see Kumar Rocker be able to stay in the rotation the rest of the season because I think that already springboards you off to a great start in 2026. Do you think that expectation is too high?
What's been his longest stretch of games? Let's see. April 6th, 12th, 17th, 23rd?
Yeah, and then he got hurt, and then obviously he had he got sent down for a bit.
Gotcha. Okay. I think we're probably going to get inconsistency like that. I think he's going to, as long as he's healthy, he'll be in the rotation. But outings-wise, I think you're still going to get the ups and downs of rookie starting pitcher. That's going to be real. But I think now, as long as he can keep his health, it'll be more consistent. Every 5 days you get the ball. And I think that's important for him. And as we were discussing, the rest of the rotation kind of lends itself to that with injuries and so forth. But I think he can. Dude, he's shown when he gets on the mound the ability to strike people out, to get guys out. He's also shown that he can get knocked around a little bit and kind of lose his way. But he has the ability to do it. But look at his innings, 5, 3, 7, 1, 3. It's inconsistent.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be that way for the rest of this season.
So here's an encouraging note on that. So I've got his pitch breakdown from yesterday. All right, he threw 2 sliders and a changeup. Don't care. Let's get that out of the way. So what was the big knock and what was the big thing that we asked Boch about last week is you can't trot out there with 2 pitches if you're a starting pitcher.
Yep.
Or it'll probably go poorly for you.
You have to have an out pitch.
Yes. And I know some people will argue that some of these are variations of the same pitch, but they still qualify as different pitches. Yesterday, Kumar Rocker, his top 4 pitches that he threw, 4-seamer 24 times, sinker 21 times, cutter 18 times, curveball 16 times. All right, so that is a good breakdown. Now, again, like I said, I understand some people think some of those pitches are just different variations of the exact same pitch, and maybe you want more off-speed stuff or whatever, but you did see a discernible breakdown with 4 pitches as opposed to last go-around, you get these 2 and that's it.
Yeah, and sometimes you want to work on something. Sometimes you don't have the other ones.
For sure.
And Mike's talked about that, man. I got on the mound at this place. I didn't have my curveball. I knew it in the bullpen. And then I got out there on the mound, and it wasn't there, and I knew that I was going to have to go with this, and this the entire game. You're right that a lot of those pitches are kind of similar. With him, it seems like one comes straight down off the table. One slides a little bit out, and he has a lot of movement on those pitches. And I think, you can see it pretty sharply. Yeah. His fastball has some movement on it too. It isn't a Mark Lowe where it's just straight.
Right.
And so but he has the ability to go, noon to 6. And that when I'm talking about a clock, like the ball will drop straight down like that. So he has that ability. And you know what the great thing is too, Kevin, is it all kind of looks like it's coming out of the same tunnel from him.
Yeah.
And that's a positive thing for him right now. But he doesn't have to go out there and throw. He just needs to know he has command of certain pitches. And then hopefully it seems like Higashioka has been catching the young guys. And it seems like he's working with them a lot. Hopefully he can help him feel more confident and use. Hey, there was something last year, Kevin, that or a couple of years ago, Andrew Heaney was pitching to Mitch Garver. And Jonah had been hurt for a little bit. And Mitch was like, hey, man, this pitch is looking really good. We need to use this more. He said, once he told me that, it gave me the confidence that pitch looks good because I know what it looks like coming out of my hand. But the catcher knows what it looks like coming up to a hitter.
Right.
And so maybe that's another thing is Higashioka's working with him, telling him, no, be confident in this pitch. It's doing exactly what we want it to do.
Now, another potential positive, although there's still some ways to go on this front, Josh Spores. On Saturday, he threw to hitters for the he threw to hitters for the first time since undergoing shoulder surgery last fall. Cody Bradford also threw to hitters for the second time in a week. So those are steps forward. For Spores, he had his fastball sitting at about 90, 91 miles per hour, which was 3 miles per hour up from the last time. And so he's still nervous and he wants his velocity to ramp up. But I thought this was a really fascinating point from him. Spore said, I've never had surgery, so I just don't know how or when the velocity is going to come back. He said, Chris Young said it would just keep going every time out. So that's what I'm doing is just chasing velo a little. And so you saw one appearance over one appearance. It went up 3 miles per hour. If he can get back to at least 95, I'm sure he would prefer to be sitting at 97. He'd be like, hey, I'm good to go. But it's a step in the right direction.
I'm glad you brought up that specific number because we talked about that Saturday at the game.
Right.
Jacob deGrom, we know, can throw 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And pretty much all he's got to do is reach back and grab a little bit more. I'm always fascinated that gun says 97 over and over and over and over. And I'm like, how does he consistently do that? And he's actually holding back a little bit to be able to do that. We know he knows he can do 100 miles an hour. So with Spores, I know he wants to get to that point, and that helps every piece of his off-speed pitches too, because when he has that velocity, it's going to throw him off just a little bit when they're doing it. But I hope that it happens for him sometime soon.
So what if I told you that's not the most consistent thing Jacob deGrom does? This is the wildest stat to me. You go back to March 26th. These are Jacob deGrom's last 4 starts. May 26th, excuse me. He threw 81 pitches. His next start, June 1st, 81 pitches. His next start, June 7th, 81 pitches. They adjusted the pitch count afterwards, and I was so sad.
I remember
I was so sad. So it was the 6th inning, because we're at the game on Saturday, and there's a 2-strike count, and I was like, this is his 81st pitch. He needs to get this person right here and right now. And what did he do? He struck the dude out.
It was a pop out.
A pop out. That's right. I'm sorry. It was a pop out. But then ESPN had the pitch count 1 different. And so he finished at 82 pitches. But think about that. His last 4 starts, 81, 81, 81, 82.
That is consistency. And
that's unbelievable.
And the innings are pretty similar.
Yes.
The numbers are all pretty the same.
Yes, it is unfreaking believable. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway in honor of the Pacers and the NBA Finals. Which sports figures have streets named for them in DFW, and who still deserves their own? Plus Jason Robertson info and KNC and FC Dallas Magic. All of it next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Terry to Nowitzki, puts up the three, puts it in! Dallas goes up by 3 with 26.7 remaining. A 20-2 run.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get to sports figures that have streets named after them in DFW and who still deserves their own. Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line 877-881-1053. But 2 quick updates for you.
Jackie Redmond is very good at hockey talking.
She is. Do you think she's better, Alec, at hockey or wrestling?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm always impressed with, like, she does very long reports, and whenever they pan away, she's not doing it off a teleprompter.
Yeah,
like,
she just knows.
That's good stuff. Man.
Yeah, absolutely. You brought this up last week that it was trending in that direction. Joey Chestnut says he is officially back in the Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
Negotiations. See, negotiations can work out for both sides.
True. Now, you know what?
Wieners, baby.
It's funny that you said both sides because Shane Van Gisbergen, he won the NASCAR race, and that's what I'm sticking with. He won the NASCAR race in dominant fashion. He won by 16.567 seconds. That is the largest gap between a winner and second place in almost 16 years.
Really?
Yes.
You want to do that real quick?
What do you mean?
I'll make a sound. We'll wait 16.
No.
Okay.
I do not.
That's a long time to wait,
listen
though.
to Francesa on the air.
That's a long time to wait for the next person to cross the line.
You're right. Now, he said it wasn't as easy as it looked with that massive victory because he said he battled sickness that had him feeling, quote, pretty rubbish today, leaking out of both holes. And I just thought that that was a tremendous quote to go along with a pretty historic victory, right?
Because you wanted to win Masterpiece of the Week. That's the reason you read that.
That's what he said after he won by 16 plus seconds.
Yeah, but on Friday, that's what you said.
I do think that makes you drive more aggressively. And I feel like we've discussed that in the past. All right. So for Indiana, every Pacers player has now got a street named after them in Indianapolis, which you're hosting the NBA Finals. Makes a lot of sense, right?
Yes.
You don't host the game tonight, but the next one, Game 6, you will host. And so they
haven't won it though.
True.
They're in the NBA Finals.
Exactly.
And they get streets named after them.
So, I think that we have too high standards here in the DFW. All right? If you could already have Halliburton Road, Nemhard Lane, Siakam Street. I actually do really like that one. And Toppin Avenue, which again, I like that one too. That just sounds like a thing that should stay.
Sounds like a fancy street too.
Yes, regardless of if they win the series or not.
Toppin Avenue.
So when I was trying to figure it out, I could only think of 2 offhand. Tom Landry and Dirk Nowitzki. So are there other DFW athletes that have streets permanently named after them? And if not, we should make that change because you've got Nowitzki Way around the American Airlines Center, and then we pretty much gave a good chunk, though not all, of I-30 to Tom Landry. I know the whole thing is probably called Tom Landry Highway, but I feel like you only see those actual
it's
signs
just the section, yeah,
in certain places.
Is there Nolan Ryan Expressway in Arlington? I believe is also one of them to add to it.
That makes a lot of sense.
In the Valley Ranch area of Irving, once home to the Cowboys, they had Touchdown Drive and Winners Drive. I know that's not after a player, but that exists. So I just wanted to throw that in.
Okay.
I did learn.
Feel like there should have been like a Tech Schramm.
Yes.
Yeah.
I did learn this though, Kevin.
Okay, tell me.
There are 6.5 million as of 2023. Okay, so this is 2 years ago. 6.5 million streets across the country. Doesn't seem like enough. How did we get all those roads?
Okay. He's making fun of me because this is something that I've asked since the night show. This is the number one stoner question I have, Alec. How did we get all the roads?
So 6.5 million streets across the nation.
I'm sorry, Corey, think about how long it takes for us to build or fix one road now. How did we get all these done?
They cross-reference the streets with names of athletes for 2,000 names among all major sports.
Ooh,
all right.
Okay.
Interestingly, the most popular street name in Texas doesn't even commemorate a real athlete. It's a horse named Riva Ridge. That horse, which was foaled in Virginia, died in Kentucky, won both the Derby and Belmont in 72, and has 13 streets in Texas named after it.
You said that's not a real athlete. Do you not remember when ESPN put out their best athletes of the millennium or whatever? Yeah, Secretariat was like fourth.
Evidently Texas has 206 at least.
Okay.
At least 206 streets named after athletes, which is the most in the country.
Now, do you think
we love sports
817 they should rename Harry Hines after Nico Harrison? I think Harry Hines has changed it up.
Or would that be?
Because that's where you get all the cheap deals. It used to be. Look, if you're a certain age, I don't know if that stigma has carried over into the next generation. Look, that used to be where the prostitutes were. All right, if you just want me to cut to the chase, that used to be where everyone thought the women of the night could be found, and that was on Harry Hines Boulevard. If you ever wanted to make a joke about it, you're like, oh, we need to take him to Harry Hines and make a man out of him or whatever. I don't know do you think I'm wrong about that? You know I'm not. I don't know
what you're talking about.
If that you are such a liar. I don't know if that stigma is around there anymore.
So, okay, all right. Somebody said we need a Beltray Boulevard.
I like it.
I don't.
Because that feels right. Oh, because they didn't win.
Again, Nolan Ryan has one. They didn't win, but he did have a bunch of no-hitters, and he accomplished a lot as a Ranger. Tom Landry won Super Bowls. Dirt won a championship.
Okay.
Does Troy Aikman need one?
Yes.
Roger?
Oh, man. That feels really wrong if he doesn't have a road.
Staubach Street?
Yeah.
Staubach Circle even, you know?
Do you like Staubach Street, or would you call it Roger Road?
Roger Road. Well, if it was Roger Road, I'd just assume it's any Roger.
Roger Emmerich.
Yeah, exactly.
He needs a road, too.
Yeah, he does.
Sorry to get us off topic there.
But I think Staubach Street would be dope.
Me too.
Emmett Smith. Does he deserve one? I mean, all-time leading rusher?
I really do. I think so.
With Beltray, let me explain. I've said this multiple times. He became a Ranger. He wasn't always a Ranger. And they didn't win it all.
Okay. Which is fascinating because, like,
Corey Seager, I know. Corey Seager, Seager Street would be awesome. He became a Ranger, but he also did win it all.
Okay. Do you consider, did Tom Landry become a Cowboy? Because he was with the Giants before. But I never think about that. And I know Nolan Ryan became a Ranger as well, but he's from Texas. So I kind of feel like we already just had him grandfathered in.
Yeah.
But like with Adolis and with Seager, I know both of them came from other places. They hit the two most iconic home runs probably forever in the history of the franchise.
All right, that's one of those streets then that I would like one side of the street, like the eastbound side of the street, to be Seager Street, and the westbound side to be Adolis Avenue.
Okay.
So it's a split street, you know?
Okay,
so
I
let's do that.
gotcha.
Let's find maybe Northwest Highway. Let's rename Northwest Highway because we
Okay.
all know directions.
Sure.
Come on. But we need a Rangers names in there.
All right, so
Bochy Boulevard.
Man, he did win it for us.
The first one ever.
Yeah.
The first one ever.
Okay, where do you draw the line? Because does there need to be like an Evan Carter Expressway, or do you think that's too far?
That's too far.
Okay, so Seeger, Adolis, not Simeon,
and Bochy.
All right, Aikman.
Simeon struggled during that, but he was there all season long, you know?
Oh. All right.
What about Evaldi?
Oh, man. Yeah, I feel like Evaldi deserves it. All right, that's 4.
Eastbound Evaldi.
Staubach, Emmett, Aikman. Then you got to have Irvin, right?
That's part of the triplets.
Okay, so now we're already up to 8.
And
I don't know.
How are we going to get Woody into the Hall of Fame if we don't name a street after him, Kevin?
Ooh, good point. All right, so Darren Woodson
Way.
Mike Madonna, feel like has to be in the mix
Him
here.
or Darian Hatcher?
I'll take Madonna.
Wow.
By the way,
I'm a Darian Hatcher hater.
From the
See, this is why the Stars don't have good defense. All you think about is Madonna and his offense.
From the 903, there's a Nathan Lowe Street in South Arlington. Was that named after?
No, it wasn't. It's been there
okay.
since I was a kid, but it is real. It is real.
Okay, so I was about to say, what are we doing if in Arlington? I mean, look, I like Nate Lowe a lot, but it feels like a weird order of operations that he would go ahead of Seeger or Adolis. All right, so we could just pretend that one is named after formerly our Nate Lowe.
I like Des caught it Freeway. It's just because we should all remember that the NFL screwed us out of a championship.
Hey, and I just want to let you know, if you're looking at the fan text, there are a lot more aggressive ways of talking about Harry Hines Boulevard than the way I presented it. All right? A lot more aggressive. And I wasn't disputing that Harry Hines still exists. I'm just saying, like, I don't know if it's exactly the same.
Spores did close it out.
And he's about to come back.
He did. So does he deserve a Spores Street or Spores Speedway?
You know what? Because that's another guy I don't think you could have won.
Are you surprised that the state of Texas doesn't have an Autobahn where you can just drive as fast as you want on the highway?
I think we kind of do, right? There's like some parts where
Central
they're just
Expressway.
like, hey, we upped it to 85. We're very ironically liberal about keeping track of that. And so you can just go ahead and speed through.
What?
Texas is not the most liberal state in the world.
You gotta be kidding me.
This is rude.
Or I guess
this one's rude.
in the country is what I would say.
From the 469 Dak Prescott lane, just make sure it's a dead end. That's rude.
Oh my gosh.
That is rude. Funny, still rude though.
Golly, y'all. I did not expect it to turn with that sense.
Hey, he wins it all, Kevin. That changes. All right, Dak wins it all.
Yes.
No current. I don't think any current players for the Cowboys currently deserve one yet.
Okay,
because they got to get there first.
Okay,
but yeah, I think that in history, there's the triplets, Staubach.
Yeah.
And then we add Madonna. We'll add Madonna for you.
Yeah,
the Madonna Midway. If you want to, we'll throw.
Man,
that.
I like that you're focused on the alliteration. Do you want?
I love alliteration.
Okay. Do you want a Pearson place?
That's good. Somebody said it's got to be the Bochy Way, and I remember they had that they had that discussion with Dirks at the time, and the Nowitzki Way sounded like the right thing to do, but the Bochy Way is a pretty good way to go.
Oh my gosh, what about Jimmy Johnson? I now see that brought up from multiple people. I don't know why that even blanked from my head.
Sorry, not gonna happen.
Can happen.
Jerry has too much influence.
Okay.
Jerry has way too much influence. He would step in and say, no, we'll get gambling in this state before that happens.
By the way, now even more people have followed up and like, no, I heard what you were saying. From the 469, make no mistake, Kevin, Harry Hines is still that way. They're not even shy about it. They out in the daytime and everything.
Oh, man.
All right, well, usually we're here during the daytime. So I guess from the 469, it's like the drive-through museum for prostitution, especially if you're there 5 to 6 a.m.
Dude.
That's the world's oldest profession, Corey.
Dang, dude. Is it?
I don't know. You've heard that
I feel like
phrase,
carpenter's
though.
pretty old.
Oh, true.
You know?
I don't know how long people been hooking.
Jesus was a carpenter.
That is true.
What's the oldest profession? This is what the middle of the day is used for, so we can learn things. We ask the good questions.
See, because I wanted to say fruit picker, but I don't know if Adam and Eve got paid for that. I guess we didn't really have like a monetary system, and I guess they did pay for it, but just in a different way.
Crap.
Right?
The phrase, quote, oldest profession is commonly used to refer to prostitution.
I told you.
However, it's important to note that survival necessities like gathering food and building shelter and caring for children were likely among the first. But Kevin was right.
See, because, okay, but if you think about it, you needed those things to live. You don't need prostitute to live. So I think they're saying that is, you don't. That's not going to embarrass me.
It sounded so definitive.
You don't. And so that's why it's a profession, because you get paid outside like money. If when you're hunting and gathering and all of that, like you're part of the team, you need that to survive and all of that.
From the 469, I believe. No, from the 214. The oldest profession is creator, God. He was the original content creator.
That is.
Okay, as long as you guys are having fun.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd never really thought about it like that. That's pretty profound. I really like that.
That's what I do.
Okay, and all right, I'll concede. There are a lot of updates that are like, man, Kevin, you thought it was this one way, but it's still the same way that it always was. I will concede the point.
I am a little surprised that Jerry Jones doesn't already have a street named after him.
I honestly thought he did.
It would seem like that would be. Now, he would probably be for helping, facilitate it.
Yeah.
But it would seem like with everything that he's done in the DFW area, not just the football team, there's been a lot of other things. I mean, the whole city of Frisco, Jerry kind of has that whole block out there. So there's a lot. I mean, in Arlington too. So I'm actually fascinated that he doesn't have one already. Where would you throw Jerry Jones Street or road or highway? Would you throw it out there in Frisco? Maybe rename the Dallas North Tollway Jerry Jones Tollway.
That's what I was going to say.
Yep, that's what I thought you were going to say.
Let's go with that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Alec, if you could really bail me out and go ahead and give me cut number 11, I would appreciate that.
Somebody listening.
Shot, score! On the two-man advantage. It's Robertson to tip it home. Jason Robertson with the hat trick.
You don't need a prostitute to survive. I'm sorry, that's still got me rolling.
Hold on. Somebody said some of those women or men do that so they can live. True.
Oh, wow, yeah.
That is true. But I'm saying the people who engage in that, I don't necessarily think they needed to live. Right?
Yeah.
No one's dying.
Okay. See? Jason Kidd, who, by the way...
We'll get to that at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get to that
All
at
right.
1 o'clock. Why won't this story go away?
Man, it feels like there's one reporter who really is trying to keep it alive. All right, so let's talk about the Stars. We talked last week, or maybe it was the week before, about the prospects of trading Jason Robertson, which I still think makes sense in terms of a possibility, just because he's only got 1 year under contract. You got to think his price is going to go up after that. The Stars are still looking to reshape their team in certain ways, and they don't have a lot of money to do so. So trade makes a lot of sense. But we talked about this. I know she's a frequent guest with G-Bag. Lisa Simakopoulos said that a person inside the organization said reports about that are completely overblown, and the team would need to be blown away by an offer to consider trading Robertson. So... look, there's a couple of different ways that you can view that.
Smart.
You can view, I want to get to that because I think we're in the same spot. But if you take it at face value, the Stars are not particularly interested in trading Jason Robertson. Or, Corey, what I think you might be thinking is you're putting the chum out in the water of saying like, oh, man, we love him. It'd have to be something.
You better be ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't want to mess up their vibe here. I don't want to step all over what they're trying to sell. But that's how you start. You don't take the first offer. You never take the first. You always negotiate something else. I learned that from the movie Sinners over the weekend.
What an excellent movie that is.
Michael B. Jordan, fantastic work.
Unbelievable.
But you don't take the first offer. You go, you try and work something else out, and this is how you get the best offer initially, and then you work something even better out. And so I agree that, and you know what? That also says something to your players whenever you're saying, look, it would have to be something tremendous. We would have to be blown away. It tells your other players that's how much they value me. And it tells your players that if they do trade him, hey, man, they got the most that they could. They weren't just trying to throw this dude away. And I think it's important, but I think the first and foremost, that is them trying to set the tone for any negotiations that we want something significant. We're not just dropping this dude for no reason.
And we go back to this. We talked about this. He's going to turn 26 next month, I do believe. But in Jason Robertson, one of the things that would be on the table is you have a 26-year-old player who's averaging more than a point per game for his career.
He's a good player.
Like, obviously, that is going to be a desired quality. And I know we've had some discussions about his playoff numbers, even though we pointed out they're not as bad as apparently a lot of people think. I wonder how many organizations out there are like, we need that to get us another step or to take us to even the playoff level. So I think he'll be very, very desirable trade asset if that's out there. But I like the Stars going, hey, we're not looking to move him. If you want him, okay.
And from the 254, you don't take that first offer unless you're the Mavericks.
Look,
never get
and
another
we're going
offer
to
like
get
this
to
again.
Desmond Bane. That trade, I think, made people sad all over again.
Here's the question I have about that, though. We know what Jason Robertson is.
Mm-hmm.
And we often say this about Adolis, about every other player that everybody wants to dump, is we know. If we know, then they have to know, right? Like, as much as them going, he's this, but he couldn't even help the Stars get over there. And we watched him. We know what we saw.
I think people view it differently. I started to think about the fans' reaction differently when we first brought this up, because I still think it's a viable option to potentially make the Stars better in the long term. We got a ton of pushback with that, though. Like with Adolis and some of these other players, I don't feel like you've particularly gotten that much pushback. They're like, yeah, that'd be fine. I loved it in 2023 or whatever. We got a ton of pushback from that, both from the regular season or people saying, yeah, the one guy who showed up in the Western Conference Finals or at the very end is who you're going to trade. What a genius idea. So I do think that he is appreciated by the fans as well, the same way that hopefully he's respected and appreciated the rest of the league. That makes him different from like your Simeon or Dolis or whoever that player was he wanted to trade away.
He's played at his best at times. Like, you've seen the best version of him in the regular season for sure, too.
Yeah, 2 years ago, he might have had the best regular season, probably the best regular season in the history of Dallas Stars hockey.
But there's also that maybe we don't value him as much just because we see our own warts.
And I think 100% I agree with that. And then I think another reason that the Stars wouldn't value him as much as maybe some other teams, I don't know if you think it's the Flyers or whoever else, is because you made the move from Rantanen. And when you made the move from Rantanen, that made, I don't know if a luxury is the right way to say it, but it made Robertson maybe less of a necessity.
The move, agree. The signing of his contract was the moment.
That
because
is true.
That was when Jim Nill decided this forward over this one.
Yeah.
Because the move, it still could have been. I mean, you were hoping that for what you gave up, you're getting more than just one playoff run.
Sure.
But it could have been. It could have been just one playoff run. The Stars then said, hey, we would like to offer you an 8-year deal. Would you like to sign it? And he was like, yeah, sounds good to me.
Yes.
Which, by the way, if we're seeing some of the numbers that are coming out on some of these other guys, it might look like this is going to be a steal at $12 million.
Yeah.
Because there are some other numbers right now for some other players that are even higher that you're like, whoa, hold on. So that could be really nice for the Stars.
Now, I wanted to go over a couple of things real quick. I don't know if you guys have been following this or if you've caught the fever. Obviously, the Dallas Wings have still struggled, but Caitlin Clark made her return. She hit 7 3-pointers. And they defeated the New York Liberty Saturday afternoon. The reason why that was noteworthy is that was the Liberty's first loss all season. We've tried. It hurts that the team is not that great so far, But have you guys gotten any more into WNBA? Because the Wings are 1-11, and we've talked about it. Even when Enrique's showing out, even when Paige is showing out with incredible individual performances, they've still lost those games.
Yeah.
And the one win they have is over the second worst team in the league.
So something happened over the weekend that I didn't expect. Is it DeJounte Carrington?
Oh, yeah. Instagram icon.
Have y'all seen the video of the coach saying something, and she goes, it wasn't a foul, it was out of bounds. And there's a little video of that, and every tweet below that, Kevin, is just destroying her.
Oh, really?
And I didn't know that people didn't like her that much. And so
I don't think I knew that either.
This is something new to me, but they just went in on her on this. I'll find the post and see if I can show you so that you can see what I saw.
Okay, yeah, I had not heard that.
But there's, again, two things in my thought. If that's a problem, then that's obviously a problem, players and coaches.
Sure.
But then the other part of it is they still just have to grow defensively. And until they do that, this team is going to lack. They have to be able to shut some people down because too many times they look like they're lost on the court.
Look, if you look at the WNBA standings and opponents' points against, it is remarkable how that almost goes in order.
Yeah.
Now, I know the number one team, the Lynx now, they are third in defense. But before the Liberty loss, they were first in defense. But yeah, go to the standings for the WNBA and look at opponents' points per game. It is remarkable how much in line that falls, and it probably won't surprise you to know that the Dallas Wings give up the most points per game.
817. Looks like we're getting Juju next season. From the 469, Wings are team tank to get a number 1 draft.
And at least it's better than, like we talked about the last several weeks, the baseball draft, where we'll get to the Rockies. They can suck all they like, but they're not going to get the number 1 pick. All right, one more quick thing for you. It's the magic of the KNC masterpiece when it comes to FC Dallas. We had their head coach on, and we pointed out that they were playing Kansas City, and he was coming on the program. And the last time they played Kansas City, we did a show out at the FC Dallas complex, and they had won. FC Dallas had gone 6 straight matches without a victory. That is until this weekend, where once again they played Sporting Kansas City, and they beat them 4-2. Lucho Acosta scored 2 goals, first multi-goal game of the season, 4th of his career, and FC Dallas is victorious. If you recall, the coach is like, I might need to come on the program all the time to get them wins.
Coach's show every Wednesday. Is that what we're shooting for now?
I think that Eric Quill is probably angling to be back on our show on Wednesday. Now, I don't have confirmation on that just yet.
I think he enjoyed being on the show so much, he was like, oh, man, I'm glad they asked this. Now I can go ahead and swing out my pitch. Maybe I should be on the show more often if that happens.
That's a tough call, though, because I remember Paxton Pomacall said he would come on the show every day if we wanted. And we were like, that would probably last for 2 days. And then you'd be like, guys, I got stuff to do.
But you know what? Sometimes it could just be a phone call. What's up, dude? Oh, man, I'm out here right now training. All right, well, you get back at it. We'll talk to you later.
Okay.
Well, how awesome would it be if we had a week, every week, we had just a couple of different random cowboy here, a ranger there. All we did was call and say, hey, what's up? And they said, hey, what's up back to us. And that was it. That was the interview.
Is this like the Micah saying goodnight to Shotty?
Yeah, we just chat, for a second said what's up to him. Everybody would be looking forward to hearing it. Maybe they even like, hey, I got one thing I need to tell you guys real quick. That would be awesome. I've decided. That's what we're going to start doing now.
Okay.
No more interviews. We're just going to call Jerry for a second, and he's going to be like, guys, it's been good talking to you. I'll see you next week.
Yeah. I imagine if he called in out of the blue, it might be with something else to say.
I'm furious with you guys.
Yeah, we'll look into that. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
The only thing Kevin pays attention to during a baseball game. We do it next on The Fan.
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Dude, I love to hear this from the 210. I'm having my first Pico de Gallo burger from Whataburger of the season right now. Oh, man, is it good. Glorious even. I love hearing that, and I happened to see a Whataburger commercial over the weekend. Isn't that cool?
That was the end of the statement?
The commercial went as such. It was like a tweet or a message that said, hey, Whataburger, if you bring back the Pico de Gallo burger, I'll bring back 3 of my table tents. Whataburger said, deal. And so they gave the P.O. box and everything, and I thought that was really clever.
Because a lot of people have taken those,
Dude,
right?
everybody has one. You have one? Do you know what number you have?
I don't think I do have one.
I have 2. One is number 55 because I like the number 5. And Adrian has a 23 because that was like our anniversary dates. But also, we got the one from Whataburger out at opening day. They gave me the little table tent with the World Series logos and stuff.
I do have that. That was given to me legally. Do you think the number that they're missing the most, though?
Yes.
Okay.
1,000%. Too Tall Jones, 77. Is that what you're saying?
No, I was going to go 8 lower, but I got you.
You know, I'm wondering what gets stolen more.
The ramekins?
Yeah, ramekins from Chili's or, restaurants. Probably restaurants, or Whataburger table tents. Whataburger, let us know.
See, I don't know, because I didn't know stealing the ramekins was a thing until I dated somebody, and all of a sudden, 8 appeared. I was like, "Whoa, where did these come from?" And she's like, "Oh, man, I just took them whenever we were out." I was like, "What do you mean you took them? Like, you stole them?"
Yeah.
And she goes, "It's not stealing. They expect you to take them."
No, they don't.
Well, I know. That's what I was like, what?
They don't. People do it all the time because they're like, "Oh, man, I don't want this salsa to go to waste. Just put the ramekin in my box." On Saturday, Kevin and I attended a baseball game. It was the Rangers versus the Chicago White Sox. We attended this game because, gosh, now I see why people say this show is so childish. 72, my bad. Dang it. The
baseball game.
It was the White Sox and the Rangers. And we went to this game because during Peace-a-thon, our company is kind enough to allow us to auction off the Rangers suite that we have.
Fact.
And by the way, shout out to Kim Robinson.
She's the best.
She's the best. She is wonderful. And the guests at the suite, we found out that one of the people's is going to be their birthday. And Kim said, let's get her a cake. And I was like, that is genius. And so we did. Well, Kevin and I are sitting there watching the game, and Kevin looks over at me and goes, hey, Corey, that ball went 2.2 feet. And I was like, the hell are you talking about, dude? And he pointed up at the scoreboard, and it says distance 2.2 feet, exit velocity 30 miles an hour. And it has all this stuff. The rest of the game, Alec, every time it went under 10 feet, Kevin was like 4.7 feet.
Okay, there was one really fascinating. I don't know if it was Josh Young or who it was. He fouled off back-to-back pitches in almost the exact same spot, and it was 2.2 feet and 3.3 feet, and I just thought that was clearly interesting.
Huh. Okay.
I guess we have a different definition of what that word means.
And then we started discussing all right, so hold on. Do they go negative? And they didn't go negative because if it went backwards, they'd just count the distance from the plate.
Yeah.
No matter what.
Let me just tell you something right now. I think those foul balls backwards, they get the benefit of the doubt there. Because, you'll see this, shallow fly ball, and they're like, yep, that went as far as the foul ball. And I'm like, the foul ball that was this low, and they're like, yep, that went 230 feet. And I'm like, no, it didn't. But I had to accept the technology. They also have negative angles. If you go outside of it, it's an exit velocity, of course. This is really fascinating.
Also, based on the way the walls are, congratulations to Honda for having a really good spot in the outfield.
So let's talk about that real quick. I specifically called out Honda.
You need to sit at a game with Kevin and myself. I think it's very entertaining.
So we were talking about like the biggest home field advantage. You're going to see it in baseball and hockey, because like hockey, the ice can be different. And it's very similar to like the outfield wall bounce.
Yeah.
Is sometimes you'll bounce off or you'll see the puck bounce off the boards a little bit differently. And maybe you've got a better feel for it or better feel for the ice. But like in basketball and in football, I know there are different like things about the stadium, but the dimensions of the field are still the same. And so we were talking about like, the wall.
Juan Gonzalez back in the day knew how to read the wall that we had out in right field because it had weird angles on it.
And like there is not a whole lot of straight part of the wall. And they've got all these different zigs and zags in the wall. And there's one part in the wall, I think it's like kind of right center-ish, where it feels like there's a little tiny indentation of 6 feet that is just there so they can say that Honda bought their own wall. All right, and it doesn't have to be Honda. It is right now, but whoever it is, it feels like you can be like, yeah, you got your whole own section of the wall because it's 6 feet to go from 334 to 328, and they've got this stupid little indention in it, and it feels like it's just there so they could sell an extra advertisement to Honda.
Good job on them, by the way. The one thing that
clearly
Kevin,
it worked.
My big question to you regarding that. Did you ever see any ball that was hit shorter than 2.2 feet?
I did not. And trust me, I looked a lot. And we even had a weird debate about if you could hit the ball negative feet. And what
I think it was negative velocity was what we were trying to figure
velocity.
out. Could there be negative velocity?
And so I see how you're thinking no. But if you hit the ball so soft that it actually started to absorb into your bat, that's how weak it was. That would be negative velocity. Science be damned. The game went into extra innings, all right? We had extra time to chat. So don't judge me.
Dude, you think that we talk about nonsense on this show. Sit down at a baseball game with us for a while.
Structured on the show.
It's already the talking man sport.
That's right.
Like that's what it's for. And so Kevin and I we talk about things we notice. Yes. Shout out also again to Steven. That was a wonderful experience. I really appreciate it. They treated us like family when we got there. We saw our friend Nate Wood.
Yes.
That was awesome too. It was a really cool experience for me. And then they said it was a good experience for them too.
Absolutely.
So I hope that when we do this Peace-a-thon again this year, more people will be bidding on that sucker because it's fun.
So, and they talked about, because we're going to do a Cowboys preseason suite as well. So I really love to start a bidding war that still allows that family to win one of them, but we drive the price way up.
From the 940, what the hell is a ramekin? And so I copy and pasted a picture of a ramekin and sent it back to them. And he goes, oh, I'm caught up now. My wife has taken these before.
And so, yeah, like the woman at the time that I was dating, she goes, oh yeah, they expect you to steal them. And I was like, I don't think that's true. That's what they give you, the little takeaway, the plastic containers for that, not for you to steal the other thing. And she goes, oh, those are too flimsy.
Kevin, I have a baseball topic, and then I have 2 nonsense topics. What would you like for the next 6 minutes-ish?
I would like to start by telling you that Rick Brunson is the 3rd favorite to be the next head coach. And then...
That's the basketball topic.
Baseball.
By the way, and we keep getting this story will not go away. Jason Kidd, evidently, according to one reporter out there, the window is still open. This is according to Ian Begley. The door is not completely closed on the Knicks and Jason Kidd, per people familiar with the dynamic in Dallas. This is interesting, the dynamic in Dallas.
Yeah.
Other outlets reported as recently as last week that Kidd was still a possibility, and that remains the case as of Monday. I don't understand this.
So can I just say, on the flip side, the reporters in Dallas, including your Steins and your McMahons, I know McMahon will do national stuff too, but like the people who are usually pretty plugged in
Townsend
to the team, said that even with compensation factored in, the Mavericks are not interested, and they are moving forward with Jason Kidd as their coach. So that seems to be two pretty dramatically different interpretations of the situation.
It would seem like the Mavericks have had this vision this entire time, obviously, to trade away what would be considered a generational player in Luka.
Right.
They've had this vision of what they want this team to be. At least Nico did.
Right.
And it seems like he kind of had a lot of input from Jason Kidd on what kind of players that means, how, you got stars and defensive stars as well, all of that to go along with it. It wouldn't make sense to me for Nico to just go, you know what, the guy that I've been designing and architecting this with and for,
yeah,
I'm ready to move. Because they made such a great offer, I'm willing to move from. This sounds like two things to me, Kevin. One, somebody's just trying to keep stories going up there. Two, maybe Jason Kidd's people are angling for a little bit of an extension or some more money.
That could be true. There's a little part of me that wonders, because I'm totally with you about like the vision and the structure of it all for Nico. Do you think there's any tiny part that, like, I believe we've been led to believe by multiple people that Jason Kidd was on board with the Luka trade. But if he wasn't, do you think there's any chance he's been more outspoken about it, and that might be why they were like, all right, I'll think about it?
Maybe potentially. And you know what, Kevin? The other thing, too, is there's still a boss to Nico.
Sure.
And that boss, as we've learned, has some very interesting thoughts on basketball.
Man,
so
no
maybe
kidding.
He isn't 100% completely in with this coach. He's like, you know what? I know you got me to the NBA Finals, but you didn't win it.
Yeah.
For whatever reason. So he's willing to move on from that. All right, Kevin, I'm actually going to skip the baseball story.
Okay.
Here's why. Certain things in United States government are supposed to be classified.
Oh, dear.
Particularly when it comes to military operations. Have you seen the account at Penn Pizza Report?
No, I just heard somebody mention that. I don't know what this is.
It's pizza tracking, better known as Pentagon Pizza Report.
What?
They've been taking a look at restaurants in Arlington, Virginia that serve pizza, specifically the live Google indicators, to see how busy they are.
Okay.
Why?
Yes. Why?
Here's a theory. When there's a lot of activity at the Pentagon, there's a lot of ordering out for pizza.
Okay, so the logic is, if you see an uptick or a massive uptick in the pizza ordering in the greater area, then that means there's probably a lot of activity at the Pentagon, which could give you insight into some sort of big global political.
On June 15th, Pentagon Pizza Report tweeted, with less than 15 minutes left till close, the closest Domino's to the Pentagon continues to experience high levels of activity compared to the average Sundays at around 11:45 Eastern. And by the way, and then they took a screenshot of the activity that was going on, and yeah, dude, it was like triple the amount of typical activity going on there.
What was this, like the day that
Hold on, Kevin, there's
Israel
more.
fired missiles on Iran? Because then I would be like, holy crap.
This is the 15th. The second closest Domino's near the Pentagon has also slightly above average traffic. Pentagon Pizza Report also said very late night pizzeria is experiencing very high levels of activity as of 2:59 a.m.
So does that mean they couldn't get their order into the other one because the other Domino's got slammed?
And then Pizzato Pizza, located in the heart of Arlington, of course.
Okay.
Your go-to destination for delicious handcrafted pizzas.
Mm-hmm.
Made with fresh ingredients.
Is that your take or is that their take?
This is a quote from the owner.
Okay.
People typically spend up to an hour and a half there. Kevin, 10 times the amount of pizza typically delivered at 2:59 a.m.
Wow.
And so why is Twitter Pizza Report making headlines like this? Well, obviously, what's going on? They're just assuming that, hey, when it's time, more people. There are 30,000 people working at the Pentagon. Okay, so 30,000 people, and now they got to work extra hours. Now, the Pentagon has come out and said, what are we talking about? The takeout food culture site reported in January that while there are a number of eateries in the Pentagon and almost 30,000 people there, it doesn't have its own pizzeria. That is not true. There are many pizza options available inside the Pentagon. Also sushi, sandwiches, donuts, coffee, etc.
Do you think this is going to cost some of the Pentagon people their pizza? Because I don't trust that the Pentagon comes out and says, yeah, next time you see a spike at Domino's, we're about to jump into this conflict. They're not going to say that. So do you think they're going to have a memo put out? It's like, hey, you guys, we need to be even-handed with Chinese food, pizza, burgers. Like, you're going to need to even it out because people figured it out.
Yeah. From the 469, this is real. We got in trouble for this in the late 2002 while planning our missions for what was to come in Iraq. E8C Joint Stars. I don't know what that means, but I think that's where his rank was. I think
sounds official.
But yeah, from the 817, are you sure this isn't for summer book reading club at the Pentagon? Look, man, I don't know if they were having a party and they were like, look, we actually just threw a party. We didn't want the boss to know, so we ordered a bunch of pizzas. Like that's the situation. But I agree with you, Kevin. They need to come up with a better situation because now that we know Pentagon Pizza reports out there tracking this.
It makes me a little nervous, too, that they were able to figure this out so quickly. Hey, look, they're ordering lots of pizza. You think stuff's going down? Well, yeah, I do.
Isn't this the same, as tracking airplanes? Whenever you're like, hey, there's a free agent. Obviously, his plane left from Miami to Oklahoma City, so obviously he's going to Oklahoma.
And people did a good job of figuring that out where Air Force One is, too, because they're like, hey, they just cleared all the airspace right around here. And I'm like, well, why do people have access to that?
It is ridiculous. But there it is, man. The Pentagon Pizza Report, which I will now be following on Twitter.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, who is the best at being the worst this weekend? Because it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Looking at you, Stephen A. Smith and Dave Martinez, next on The Fan.
In this voice guy's opinion, my boys KNC are better. Roll with us all day at 105.3 The Fan, your smart speaker, or on our honest...
I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roast beef.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at krd-fm and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Opportunity for Atlanta to grab the lead here in the bottom of the 7th. 1-0 to Ozuna. That ball is hit well to left center. And it's out of here! A big fly for the Big Bear! And Atlanta grabs the lead!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. You want to get involved in the conversation, it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend? You heard the highlight. Obviously, we're going to start with the Colorado Rockies. Look, 70 games into the season, they're 13-57. And, I don't know what they expected the Rockies people to say about that, but this statistic was brought up to Kyle Farmer after the loss on Saturday, and he just shrugged and said, "We don't care," which is the right. What do you think they're going to say? Or maybe they did care, because guess what? The next day, yesterday, Rockies won.
Oh, yeah?
So now they're 14-57. But they've got the fewest wins at this point in the season since the 1899 Cleveland Spiders. And I'm not going to lie, that makes me want to investigate the 1899 Cleveland Spiders and figure out what their deal was.
It's actually interesting. I feel like you have investigated that team a lot over the times we've done this show. I with this many losses already this year, I don't know what other answers you can come up with.
Right.
And it's got to be old to kind of make excuse. It is making excuses at this point. Whenever you're like, hey, it's this and this, we just it wasn't our day. This was a tough one. And it turns into, we're not that good of a team. Right. And I'm actually surprised you haven't had more of these players lashing out.
Right.
Especially after the manager was fired. And now they still are where they are. But I guess whenever you have a team that doesn't have talent on it, they don't have any room to lash out.
And that's that's definitely how I feel about it. All right. Now, we are going to be included for this. This is something that I had said a while back. Club World Cup. I'd mistakenly framed it as a juniors World Cup. And it is actually literally what you would think. It's the World Cup for club teams as opposed to national teams. And it's supposed to be the best versus the best as the 32 best club teams in the world compete in the pinnacle of soccer. These are all part of their taglines and catchphrases and everything like that. So there was a match between Bayern Munich, who I feel like people respect as one of the best clubs, and Auckland City that ended with Bayern winning 10-0.
Oh, that's a tough one.
It is a tough one. Here's part of the reason. How could this have happened?
Yes, good question.
Bayern Munich is the 6th ranked club in the world. Auckland City, the 5,074th best club in the world. So you have Harry Kane and $465 million worth of talent on one side. On the other side was Connor Tracy. He plays goaltender at night, but he is a supervisor at a veterinary supply warehouse during the day.
Mm-hmm.
On one side, you have people who have won World Cups. On the other side, you have people that had to take leave, some paid, some unpaid, for their actual jobs to fly across the world for a soccer tournament, including a 32-year-old construction site engineer and a programming coordinator at a youth-focused nonprofit. They also have a school teacher, a delivery guy, regional tool company manager.
And they get to play in the same World Cup together?
Yes.
That's wild that they, I mean, I appreciate the opportunity, but there's a huge discrepancy there.
Yeah. So the issue there.
It's like Wrexham's women's team that all their women play, like have police jobs and other things. And the Wrexham players, they play soccer. Like that's what they do.
So some teams that are like, they have powerful affiliates that get like an automatic bid, I guess. And so this club over the past two decades have won the region's Champions League title 13 times. But where they're from in New Zealand, everybody loves rugby the most. And there's not like as many legitimate A-League teams as you would think. And that's why, and of course, FIFA is the one who allows the structure of the teams that get in because, whatever. And that's how they made it in there. And that's how you got number 6 against number 5,074 in a tournament that is supposed to be the best 32 teams. And that's how you got 10-0.
Yeah, I'm surprised it wasn't worse. Quite honestly, like doesn't it feel like the $456 million team should be able to score 20 on them?
See, I think maybe they took it easy on them, but I will argue even teams 29, 30, and 31 in this tournament are a lot better than 32. It just so happens.
You have to pay a fee to get into this tournament?
Ooh, I assume with FIFA that you definitely had to pay them. Now, if that's a fee affiliated with the tournament,
right,
or not,
you pay them for where you finish in the tournament.
Can't say for sure. All right. Did you see what Dave Martinez said after another Nationals loss? So they lost their 7th straight game on Saturday.
Yeah.
They did not pick up any momentum from Martinez's comments because they lost their 8th straight yesterday. So while the Rockies were able to turn it around, he said that the team's issues were, quote, never on the coaches, and the players have to go out there and play their game. And there was a lot of buzz about this. The Washington Post said that many players were shocked, dismayed, and, quote, pissed about Martinez's comments.
This is like pulling your netminder in an elimination game in hockey.
Yes, actually, I do think there are some parallels there, right down to their future job status. Now, Martinez said he spoke with his team before Sunday's game and that his players knew the comments were nothing about them. And the clubhouse was as good as it's ever been. Now, I want to go back to both of y'all. Do you agree that the team issues we have are never on the coaches and the players have to go out there and play the game, have nothing to do with the players in the clubhouse? That feels like a stretch.
I think, the coaches clearly have a process that they go through to help the players.
Sure.
They are the ones in charge of providing, Mike's told us this many times, they provide the game plan. When you're going up to the plate, here's the game plan. When you're going up to the mound for each hitter, that coach is supposed to give you a game plan. And some pitching coaches focus specifically on the heart of the order. Some of them focus on every single guy. Some of them focus on the philosophy. But your job is to set the tone for what is expected. And so that's what is on the coaches. And if they aren't doing a good job of game planning, then it is on the coaches. Yes, the players have to go out there and execute. And the players also, he's saying, it sounds to me, because he's saying coaches work their asses off every single day. We're not going to finger point here and say it's coaches. It's never on coaches. They work hard. He's saying his players don't work hard? Is he saying his players don't do the things that are necessary, but the coaches do? Now, I do agree. The players are the ones out on the field executing.
Agreed.
So that stuff can't be on the players.
Yeah.
But the plans, what is supposed to be done, that's on coaches.
And it's the insinuation, like you just said. He didn't straight up say our players are lazy and that's why we're losing. And I'll concede that. But it's the insinuation about coaches work their butts off every single day. So we're not going to finger point here and say it's the coaches. It's never the coaches. They work hard. The message is clear. All the work is done prior. So sometimes they have to go out and play the game. It's always been about the players. The insinuation feels like nobody is going to question how hard we work.
Mm-hmm.
but then I'm going to mention the players.
Yeah, the part in
it didn't go over well.
Jared has said this many times. And he said it. We can't pitch for them. We can't catch for them. We can't do these things, and they can't. But they set this. They set the plan. So that is where sometimes it is on you. I guess he's saying right now, my players aren't playing good.
And that's a fair critique.
And I agree with you, but that's not a way to keep a clubhouse.
Yeah.
But you can't baby them, right? These are $1 million players. You can't just baby them all the time.
Look, man.
Sometimes they got to grow up.
I hear you. And that message will work on me pretty much 100% of the time. But the more and more you hear, and I'm not just going to say it's the modern athlete, because I don't think you got this kind of access back in the, even in the 80s. I don't think you got this kind of access. So I'm not going to say that players now are just softer. We're just more aware of all the inner workings of it. There might have been tons of players back in the day who were like, don't you ever speak to me like that again. One of the things that I don't think helped the cause was the outsized player salaries to the coach. Because, you're my boss, and I'm making 5 times what you make, at least. In some situations, it could be even more than that. I could see how I'd be like, okay, buddy.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah, I'm going to keep going out there. So he did win a title. That's good job security, but that was years ago.
Yeah, 8.
We've established the new trend is 2 years for basketball coaches.
Yeah, it is amazing.
His record right now is 493 and 608 as a manager. I don't know if this was him. He's like, I'm tired of this.
Yeah,
and I'm just going to call the players out here. But doesn't it seem like everybody now is going to want him out?
I mean, kind of.
But I don't know. From what I was told, also, the Nationals really don't care that much, the front office people.
Look, it does kind of feel like that. This could be different than the Rockies situation where they're like, well, we just have to pretend to care and fire a manager. Now, let's get to Stephen A. Smith.
What did he do?
Stephen A. Smith, man, I really like it. I can't remember who the back and forth was with, and he goes, my job is not to talk to you. My job is to talk about you. And I'm not going to lie. I kind of understood what he was saying. But there's a video circulating and pictures circulating of Stephen A. Smith playing solitaire during the NBA Finals at a time when all the Pacers fans are on their feet. And this is where the magic of Twitter comes in. And Stephen A. Smith quote tweeted, "Yep, that's me. Who would have thought? I can multitask, especially during timeouts," in all caps. Y'all are enjoying the NBA Finals. This is going 7 games now, peeps. All right, so that's what he put out there. Now, you're allowed to add context to this, and the very first reader's context on there was Stephen A. is lying. This photo was taken during gameplay, not during a timeout.
Are you embarrassed?
I could be wrong, at least with his public persona. It seems like Stephen A. Smith is not one to be embarrassed or admit mistakes.
Seems fair.
As a human being in private, I have no freaking clue.
And who, even when checked, didn't you just say the player making 5 times more than the manager?
Yes.
He makes so much money that he's like, doesn't matter. Ratings are good. Listeners are going to come back. You know what? I could talk about this for the entire show now. This is content. Good. Let's go.
You have a great point there, because I do wonder, if their audience today spiked at all for people to tune in and see.
Is he going to say something about it?
Yeah.
Is he, what else was he do? What else does he look at on his phone? I can't believe though that somebody's sitting there taking a picture and videos of that.
Doesn't that also mean that person was not paying to the
what were they
attention
doing? You paid for the ticket to be there. He's there. He's being paid to be there.
Just ratted yourself out.
A little bit. Maybe they're going to be like, that's my money. This is not my job.
Oh, yeah.
So it's fine. Don't know. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with those fellas on the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much for asking. We're getting a look at some of the Olympic players for the Olympic hockey teams for Finland. You got Miro, Esa Lindell, Mikko Rantanen, so already the Stars dominating there. USA Hockey put out their first six, but did not name a starting goaltender. Do you think it's because they watched the second round of the playoffs and they saw this needs to be at least a competition?
It definitely
Heck
should
yeah.
be. Should be a competition. I mean, I know Hellebuck won MVP and the Vezina.
Yep.
But Otter did look good. I think that is going to end up being Hellebuck will be the guy. I thought he was really phenomenal in the Four Nations. There is something that, and I brought this up during the series, like, man, just because a guy maybe isn't as good in the Stanley Cup playoffs, you have, I think, a bigger rink in international play.
Yeah.
Otter didn't exactly look great in his one start in the Four Nations, so I kind of think Hellebuck's going to get the edge there. But, yeah, absolutely, it should be a competition between the two.
Now, one of the big stories over the weekend, and we haven't really dove into it today, is the trade of Desmond Bane to the Orlando Magic for 4 unprotected first-round picks, a first-round swap, and a couple of players. People were making jokes. They were saying Desmond Bane's 3 picks better than Luka. It feels like it made some Mavericks fans angry or sad all over again. Did you think about that trade at all in the context of Luka, or we could just talk about the trade itself?
Well, I can't help myself, right? I mean, when you see a bunch of picks go somewhere, you're like, geez, this just reinforces how annoying the Luka trade is. Absolutely. Yeah, and the Mikal Bridges trade as well was 4-1, so now we have 2, of recent times that just continue to underscore how bad it is. It's surprising that, Dumont hasn't fired Nico yet, and it's scary because he believed then and apparently still believes that Anthony Davis is better than all that.
Oh, he definitely does.
Yeah. Overvalued him a lot, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, look, at least I will say I don't like the deal at all. I will give Nico credit for continually staying with that line of logic of, well, if you don't think Anthony Davis is a top player in the league, then I could see why you would think that.
It is maddening, though. I think that's definitely first thing that comes to mind anytime you see a trade now. It's the first thing that I thought of was like, what, 4 1s? This is absolute insanity. And then the kid rumors just won't die. Today, there's another report about it, right? And I wonder,
are those rumors, or is it one person keeping that story alive?
But where there's smoke, there's fire here, Hagee. And I think that maybe if you just got rid of Nico, you wouldn't have to worry about any of it.
There's people in the Mavs organization that believe this story's not over.
Which is fascinating because several of the Dallas beat reporters are like, it's dead, it's over.
Yeah, I bet there evidently I've talked to several people in the organization that are like, hey, until this is officially over. I think this guy's trying to talk himself into this job.
I could see that.
That's exactly what's going on over there now.
Is there an acceptable compensation for you guys on that front? or
history will tell you will not get a first round for a coach.
Yeah, it's only happened once.
Yeah, get a couple of seconds. I think that's the last time he was traded to Milwaukee, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So yeah,
would you be okay with a couple seconds?
I mean, if Kidd doesn't want to be here and he makes that very clear, then there's a part of you that's like, okay, what's going to happen if we force you to stay here? This could just end up blowing up in our faces anyways. So I would probably just acquiesce to him. And yeah, I guess 2 second-round picks is roughly the going rate, even though I'd be really trying to get a 1 out of these guys.
Yeah, I think it's the next invitation for Dumont and the Adelson family to really review this and ask Kidd why he wants to be gone.
And if he says Nico, then do you make the move?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, the move should be made.
What if he's just angling for a raise?
Well, see,
that's fine.
That's why Nico wants him to leave. Nico does not want him to have more years than him and more money. That's the reason why. So that's why
I could see that.
That's why the Mavs are in a situation right now where Nico is totally okay if Jason Kidd talks to the Knicks, because he knows that if in fact Kidd comes back, gets a raise, gets more years, then he's going to have more power than Nico.
We don't need Nico in control. Like what he did with the training staff last year, having guys that no other team would even consider because they didn't have the qualifications. That's one thing. I mean, but this just, if you're wanting to chase off Jason Kidd, who I think is one of the better coaches in all of the game and has a great relationship with Kyrie and AD, maybe you're threatened by that. I mean, hello, Dumont, right? McFly, anybody home?
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. Now,
you don't ever consider the number 1 overall pick as part of this trade package, though?
Yeah, what? How would that work?
That is fair.
The question you have to ask yourself is if he doesn't make the trade, do you get the chance to draft first overall? That's the question you have to ask.
When the NBA rigged it for us, Kevin.
I know. I think that.
I do think that too.
I came around to Mike's line of thinking on that.
But we never add that into the total,
That's true.
That's true. We just don't want to give Nico that credit.
No, but I also think that the Mavs would still be playing right now if you didn't make that damn trade in the first place.
Ooh, I like it.
Very well could be. Yeah.
I like it. So, John Morant, betting favorite to go to the Heat if he gets moved, and Kevin Durant, betting favorite to go to the Spurs if he gets moved. Well, when he gets moved. Any of those interest you more than the other? Is it the Spurs just because of the proximity and you'll play them more often?
Yeah, that has more. I mean, obviously, I guess with Memphis trading away John Morant in this scenario, that obviously has Mavs implications as well. But yeah, it's funny because the Spurs have apparently pulled themselves out of the sweepstakes to some extent. But
they say.
Yeah, so they say. And I would understand if they did, because how much are you going to have to give up to get a 1-year guy at that money? Do you want to punt on some of your future when you're building something now that the window could be huge?
Yeah.
Do you want to mortgage some of that? Probably not. John Morant, I don't know. I guess if he goes to a place like Miami, you would think they would probably get the best out of him, but I still think the injuries and stuff when it comes to him, Jaren Jackson Jr. to me is a guy that I would be willing to give up more for.
Lakers. How scary would that be?
Oh,
that'd be terrifying.
They're the betting favorites right now, and that is exactly much like I know the trade amount was crazy, but Bane is exactly the 2 that the Magic need. Jackson would be exactly the piece that I would think that the Lakers would need.
Yeah, that would hurt.
Knicks also apparently are very interested in Jaren Jackson Jr. I don't know how they can make that work, but I mean, he's definitely a piece that I think can just fit basically with any team. I mean, the way that he's able to defend and then his offensive capability, anyone would love to have a piece like Jaren Jackson Jr.
It's more interesting than ever because I feel like there's got to be 10 teams that think if we have the right offseason, we can win the championship next year.
I could see that. And then the Pacers really have to, and the Knicks to a certain extent, really have to move that along because, I don't know how y'all feel about Halliburton and Brunson, but I don't think they were viewed as your prototypical superstars. And yet here you see the Pacers 2 wins away from winning the title. The Knicks making their furthest run in 25 years. So I think that's very fair. How are you guys feeling about Game 5 tonight for the NBA Finals?
I think Oklahoma City at home, I feel pretty good about it. They dominated Game 2 at home. Game 1, they dominated the entire game right up until the end.
Yeah.
So I think the Pacers may have just lost their opportunity to win the series with botching that game the other night. That was a great game.
12-1 run to close out by OKC.
Yeah, SGA in the fourth quarter, and Daigneault was switching things up to make sure that he was fresh late in that game. Jalen Williams was fantastic. Yep. Chet Holmgren made some really, really special plays there in the fourth quarter. Caruso was wonderful. So I think this
Caruso is just, he is tremendous.
He's the real deal. When he gives you 20 points and you know what he's doing defensively as well. So, yeah, I would say at home, OKC's ready to get this thing.
UCLA playing LSU tonight. Hey, you really don't care.
Okay, fair. I mean, obviously, you're pretty entrenched in the Murray State game already, so I get that.
I would love nothing more than Arkansas to get eliminated, even though Murray State is a great story right now, and Coastal Carolina might be a better story, what's going on in Omaha right now.
Like 25 wins in a row?
It's crazy what they've got going on there. Yeah.
I'm going with what Eric said for now, okay? As far as I think the Pacers did miss their opportunity, but I got to get some guidance from Wolchuk's gut that is going to weigh in on this at some point in the show. Okay, and his gut's been absolutely on fire.
It's a fire gut.
Ever since it chose Washington last year to have a pop-up year.
Okay.
And making the NFC title game. Since then, it's been on fire. So we'll get some Wolchuk. Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. Yes. Chris Young at 420.
Love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Uber Eats has low fee products? You got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in on a back-to-work Monday here. General at your service. Addie's. There's Broadus. He has made his return. Little extra sun on his face is coming back from Wedding in South Carolina. We'll get more details on that. Lucius Alexander's in the Pim Cup at Master Control over there at 75 and Fitzhugh. He's fixing to go 5 flawless. Okay, no Rangers game tonight. Speaking of that, Rangers glory, as they did get the sweep that we were hoping for, but didn't know if it was appropriate to expect as they hosted the White Sox. But they scored enough, and the pitching was great. And Wolchuk and Chiafalo are here, and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Please like the video. If you're coming on over to YouTube, it's great. Some people had an issue with the Odyssey app last week, and they took the opportunity to join us over here on YouTube or Twitch. And now they got a real solid backup set up. They're all subbed and hit the bell button so they get alerted whenever we go live or upload. We'll check. You know how that is. How the hell you doing, buddy?
Fantastic.
Nice hat.
Thank you, buddy.
You had a good Father's Day?
Yeah, it was good, man. We had a little family brunch yesterday, and I got a nice little goodie bag from Eliza that the preschool put together, including the hat. So it was awesome, man. It was really, really fun. Then we did our BetMGM show yesterday. Got to watch just what was a terrible U.S. Open. I mean, it just looked disgusting, sloppy, gross. But it was a blast, man. Really had a good day. I hope everybody else did as well out there.
Yeah, hopefully everybody did. I mean, the weather was pretty dang sweet. You know, we're just enjoying this incredible spring, and it continues. Low 90s this week. Here's Brian back from South Carolina. How'd it go, buddy?
Yeah, it was actually a very eventful wedding in a way. Travel is always daunting. Mm-hmm. You feel like you've got it made, and all of a sudden an hour flight turns into a 3-hour flight kind of thing. And then, you feel like that you brought the right shirt to wear, with your tux. Wore like a gray one, kind of a gray colored shirt. But then the humidity and heat was involved.
Oh, gotcha.
And it turned into like I was
two-tone?
I kind of looked like that. Who's my guy? Sean Miller, the coach out there at
Yeah, he's now with Texas, right?
Yeah, just
the old hypercolor shirt.
Just all of a sudden, it's like, and people are looking at you like, bro, you're over sweating now.
Yeah.
And I was just kind of like, I got to the
point. It was
an
outdoor wedding.
Yeah, it was. There was a lot of eating outdoors. There was things where like the dinner was outdoors, and so now it reminded me so much of being down in Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
Where you're around the water, but it's humid and it's hot and it's
beautiful, but it's miserable.
Yeah, I mean, these young kids can handle that. I was just kind of sitting there. I got to the point where I said, "Listen, I'm sorry. I took the tie off.
There you go.
Jacket off, rolled up the sleeves. I couldn't just sit there and just continually sweat profusely."
Well, and I know Mardi Gras Brian had to be making somewhat of an appearance, right?
I was worried that if I drank, I was going to pass out. It was kind of that
sweating so much.
I was just thinking if I'm putting alcohol back in me, that it probably wouldn't do me well.
No cocktails, huh?
No. Well, I had 2 margaritas right off the
there you
right
go.
off the
boom, baby. There we're back.
Well, after the service, and when you can't pass people up when they're walking around with drinks, right?
Oh, no,
not.
That would be
Food
rude.
and drinks. You got to. Hey, I'll try this. I'll see what they had. They had a deal that's pretty interesting. You guys don't like oysters? Anybody like oysters? Dawson,
I bet I'd like fried oysters. I just haven't tried them yet.
Well, they had these people walking around, and they had these boxes. They had these boxes of oysters. They were holding them.
Oyster boxes?
Yeah. So like back in the day, like they used to sell cigarettes out of with a the walk around. Cigars, cigarettes, that kind of thing. You see those
like a stadium concession.
Stadium concession.
Like
at the wedding.
No, this is the after wedding.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
So
the reception.
The reception. So they got these oysters and stuff, and they're like 4 different kinds. And they're like, well, here, try this and try this. And I kind of follow that guy around.
Yeah.
It's
you were telling him.
They say those are aphrodisiacs.
Well,
set the mood.
Yeah, that. And,
I noticed he was walking a little bit lighter. He's sort of floating in the studio today.
That heat exhaustion were 2 things I was dealing with. I've never been to a wedding where they had raw oysters serving Usually you think it's like, oh, well, here's a tray, but they had them in these boxes so you can kind of pick which one you wanted out of it. It was actually pretty.
Never seen that either.
Good.
That's brilliant. What about some crab cakes? Get your fingers on some crab cakes?
I had some crab cakes. Had a beef short rib that was outstanding. I went back to the kitchen to ask about the demi-glaze that went on it.
Was it braised?
It was braised. I did go back there. I asked. I said, hey, do you think I could go back there and talk to the chef? And they go, why?
Demi-glaze, bro. What do you mean?
I wanted to know what the sauce was you put on how he marinated or how he braised the short rib, because it was outstanding. And so, me, I just kind of wandered back there like I was supposed to be there, Dawson.
You nailed it. Yeah, I'm sure you did, man.
It was good times. Good times.
Well, that's amazing. And when are we going to hear more about this travel snafu that you had? I'm always interested in that.
Do you have time for a second? Which one do you want to hear? The one where I'm
the worst one.
I heard you had a similar experience to my flight into Vegas last summer.
We flew into Nashville initially. Great Nashville, great town. Flew into Nashville, kind of waiting around the airport. It's going to be an hour flight from Nashville to Charleston. Yeah. And so that's what happened. We're literally getting ready to land in Charleston, and all of a sudden we pull the dive bomber move, like, oh no, you start raising, you're going back up, and I'm like,
it's so unsettling because you're getting ready for impact, and then the jet hits, and you're like, what's going on?
Well, they fired the engines back up as we were going around, and okay, so me hate flying to begin with. I'm thinking, oh no, what are we doing now? Well, evidently a thunderstorm had hit over the airport. It was standing over the airport.
They were worried about wind shear.
They were worried about all that stuff. So we had to go back up. Well, now we're circling like the whole state of South Carolina, basically just circling it for an hour. And we're bumping along in these thunder clouds, Every time you hit one, the plane is just shaking violently, and I'm about to lose it to begin with, because I'm just hating it.
You're thinking we're going to get struck by lightning up here.
I'm thinking something's going to happen.
Thank God for that pre-flight Zanny.
Jeez. But anyway, so here we are, and we go around for an hour, and then finally the pilot comes on and says, well, folks, we can't land. We got to go to Myrtle Beach. So we flew like 90 miles north, landed there.
Fuel up. Never
Got off the plane. One of those deals. But, I was just kind of sitting there. Had to fly back through all that crap we just went through, and now that thing's bouncing all over the place.
I know you were thinking about getting out and driving.
Yeah.
I honestly landed at Myrtle Beach.
If they would have opened the door at Myrtle Beach, I might have escaped.
Yeah.
I might have just jumped down without the jet bridge thing. I might have just jumped down on the tarmac.
We got a man loose on the tarmac.
Dude, get me out of here.
Maybe just tripped. Maybe suffered a broken leg, kind of limped to the Avis rent-a-car place. And it was 90 miles away. But yeah, I tell you, my friend David Brissett, his son got married, Jack, and I'm his godfather. And they drove 16 hours. They drove from Dallas to Charleston.
And you're a little jealous.
And I was a little jealous.
That's a feat of strength.
And he didn't stop. He's one of these guys too, by the way. Do you ever deal with people real quick? Do you ever deal with people that like, hey, we'll pull over on the side of the road and eat if it's on the right side of the road that we're going?
Yeah. Yeah, it's only on only on the right. I get that.
It could be Bob's Steak and Chop. It could be Pecan Lodge. It could be Whataburger. It could be Hurtado. My guy Dave, we're gonna eat over here at the gas station.
Chevron.
Everything's on the left. Everything that I just described, all the great places, Bob's Steak and Chop, Whataburger, everything's on the left side. He continues
he's heating up a burrito in a microwave.
Yeah, we're literally eating the rotisserie hot dog thing.
There we go.
And I'm like, I'll be happy to buy you steak over here if you want. Oh no, keep going, keep on the left. Stay ahead, ahead.
I love it. Efficient.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. If you have those types of friends in your life, God bless you.
I've almost run out of gas before from that. Not
you wouldn't go to
cross the highway.
You wouldn't go across the highway.
Yeah.
See, I
in 5 minutes.
I don't understand. I'm like, hey, I'll buy you something to eat. Oh, we'll stop on the right side of the road, and literally, I'm eating like a Slim Jim. And instead, I could have had like. Bojangles chicken or something, or Popeyes or something on the left side. But no, we had to stay the course on the right side.
Well, I did end up going to Hurtado. It's funny you mentioned it yesterday as the Father's Day gift to myself, and it was amazing.
Yeah.
But what I noticed about that down there is if you are going
downtown
into that farmer's market area,
there you go.
their parking situation is outstanding. right? So in the past, I've thought you got to go down there. It's going to give yourself 15 minutes to find parking and walk.
Yeah.
Right. But they got their own parking lot in there. So as long as you don't hit like peak hours, I've gone there twice in the last week, and I'm just like, dude, this is in and out for us right here, guys. Right after work.
Yeah, it's right here.
I think you're extremely lucky.
You think I've been lucky?
I absolutely.
Well, I mean, going off peak hours, that's probably the key right there.
Yeah.
Because you're not fighting for parking.
We went on a Saturday.
We did.
And it was the opening day.
We taped.
Yeah, opening day, I'm sure, was nuts. And the line was still like 15 people deep, 4 open spots in the parking lot. Wow. It's outstanding.
That good for you, man. You're having parking luck then because
Crushing it.
Because Charleston has no parking either. Like I got a parking ticket in front of the church.
What?
Yeah.
You pay it?
I paid it on the spot. They said, hey, listen, it was like I had to pay $8 for 2 hours. Went a little over. They were waiting for me. Gave me the ticket. I said, can I just take care of this now? And they're like, yeah, you could go on. Here's the website you go on. And I sat in my car, broke my phone. My phone fell out of my pocket. I thought I broke it, but I had a screen protector. It looked like the 4th of July on my phone, you know. I'm like, and then I made the determination. Then I went to the Apple store and got a new phone, and the guy he says, well, you have a protector here, sir. He took it off, and then my phone looked perfect.
But you made the decision. I'm getting a new phone.
But I made the decision.
You were excited for that iPhone 16.
I was committed. I just said, and it's too much technology for me, by the way.
The 16?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's got, well, you can hit this button and make camera movies and stuff, you know, and I'm like.
Ooh, a good old-fashioned camera.
Don't even much of that.
Brett Favre. Oh, I'm sorry, I said Brett Favre.
What? Yeah.
Me and
It's only been 3 years,
Mama
Brian.
gave me 8 of them flapjacks, and Mama take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to say hungry for the Crimson Tide.
Thursday asked Sands, would it be greedy to ask for the Rangers to go for the sweep? He said it wouldn't, you know, but he wanted to manage expectations because the White Sox have been playing a little bit better. And, you know, we talked about it again on Friday, and sure enough, they went out there and did it. I have no fingernails left after that series, by the way. We're all down to nubs, but it's awesome. They showed that even when they aren't exploding offensively, they're still going to scratch enough across to figure out a way to win with 3 or 4 runs. So I thought that was a great way to get back to 500, not, you know, having an offensive explosion, but this is a formula that can be relied on.
Well, who had Rocker giving up no runs?
Well, my gosh, we didn't even know for sure if he was going to be pitching. Then they got the Malley on the IL. That sucks. And then, credit to Kamal Rocker, and he had a good variety working for him. He was able to get out of some jams, but the bullpen, I think you win a bullpen game on Friday, and then the bullpen
They've won
comes
a couple
in
of
again.
those. They've won a couple of bullpen games already.
I think coming into the year, it might have been like 1-6 was the stat that I believe I heard on RSN for Boch. And this year, I think they might be undefeated. I don't
think they've lost a bullpen game yet.
Well, this suddenly got a lot of fun, and it's off tonight, but back at it tomorrow with the Royals. It's going to be Leiter and Lugo tomorrow as. You know, we'll definitely have an eye on that. But you mentioned Malley, Wolchuk. What do we know about his IL situation?
Yeah, we're going to have to find out more when we talk with CY coming up at 4:20. I think this is, I mean, we've talked about how.
Is this just a rest him for a couple of days?
I feel like it. Like it's the same thing with Evo. We're going to just go ahead and be cautious with this because these are, I mean, one, Malley is coming off of having Tommy John. He hasn't pitched a full season. You were already going to have to probably start to watch and limit his innings. So this was just kind of a good reset for him, most likely. It doesn't sound like it's anything that serious, but you always just got to hope for the best and pray.
One of the fatigue things?
Just hope for the best and pray when it comes to these arms.
Okay, when are we going to get the DeGrom blister then coming up?
Yeah, hey, I want to give Malley some rest going into the deadline. You know, let's just make sure that
he's tradable.
All of our assets are good to go. Anything, you know, Big night in baseball tonight, though. Stanton making his debut, and Ohtani is going to return to pitching. And again, we'll have CY coming up at 4:20.
Did we determine that we would pitch Ohtani from here on out?
Yeah, you don't really have a choice. You signed him. He's going to force his way on the mound.
Yeah, you pitch him. That's why you paid him all that money.
But I think he's just going to go an inning or two, and the ticket prices have skyrocketed for this, just to watch him pitch for 2 innings. Initially, the tickets were like $51. Now it's up to $134.
Why is Dawson the voice of reason over here? Like, what if that dude blows it out again?
Well, I might pitch him some, you know, but I'm definitely not committing to a full slate of pitching. Unless we need it. I know the Dodgers have had injuries. I'm not super aware of their injuries.
They've had a lot of injuries.
Yeah, they've had a ton.
A ton of injuries, yeah.
So I can see using him for sure and, you know, keeping that fresh. But I don't want to do any wear and tear to that arm, you know, because at some point, our pitching situation isn't going to be great. And we might look at a season in the future like, hey, but right now we know we have a World Series formula with this dude hitting the way that he's hitting. And I don't want to interrupt that. You know, I'd hate for him to go out there and hurt his arm in a way that he couldn't help us with his fielding and his bat. Malik Tillman scored twice. U.S. built a 3-goal first-half lead and ended a 4-game soccer losing streak. They whooped Trinidad and Tobago 5-0. CONCACAF Gold Cup opener. They're going to play Saudi Arabia in Austin on Thursday.
How about that? The Saudis come to town. I will say this. Last time they played Trinidad and Tobago, they got beat.
They did.
So that's we're making progress.
It cost them the 2018 World Cup.
It sure did.
That 2-0 defeat. So that was kind of revenge. And again, all the best players aren't playing. It's a program in a little bit of drama right now, but at least they got the win last night. Okay, G-Bag of the Day championship replay coming up next. Then Woolchuck's top 10. What's the subject matter today, buddy?
All right, well, this Wendy's commercial is terrorizing dog owners, and it got me thinking, what are the best fast food mascots of all time? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next on The Fan. But I do...
Restrictions apply. Visit website for details.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll get the G-Bag of the Day champion replayed for you. If you ever miss the G-Bag of the Day, you can go back and listen with the Odyssey app. 5:30 every weekday here on The Fan. Lucius plays the champ of the challengers. Then here at the 2:20, we replay the champ for anybody that missed it. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Good afternoon, Lucius.
Yeah. What up, bro? How you feeling?
Good. You got a Father's Day?
You know what? We planned, and then life lights. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
It didn't work out like we thought it would, bro. Did not, but I'm here, we're living, and everything's fine, fam.
Okay.
How about that?
I know the feeling.
Yeah. All right, let's see here. Winner and champ so far, day one, Bobby Belt trolling the hell out of Eric. In fact, he's trolling the whole G-Bag Nation because they just respond to it. Oh, yeah. Mike Hawk. Yeah, I know that guy, yeah.
That's a stud.
Yeah, he's a stud. Yeah, Bobby Belt trolling Eric during biggest dub, which is so apropos.
Biggest dub in the 214. Happy birthday to my Tolo bride, Amanda Mount. Happy birthday, Amanda. Getting a victory there. I'm sure hubby's got a nice birthday weekend planned for you, Miss Amanda.
Amanda Mount?
Amanda, yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Mount. Celebrating together.
214 biggest dub Tolbert fixed my garage door today. That's Tolo Chastity Bell.
We've gotten some incredible stories of folks.
214 big dub for the Alito High School boys winning state. Sherwood Lovetail was the MVP. How about that for congrats? Sherwood Lovetail.
Very good Father's Day.
God, gee. All of y'all. All right, Sherwood. Let's go, pal. Let's go, buddy.
My guy.
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
That's the whole Lovetail family, man.
Yeah, baby.
I tried to help Lucius with the Amanda Mount.
You did.
I really tried to. I tried to cut that off.
Yeah, nailed that one. Yeah. We'll see if Bobby can make it 2 in his pursuit of 5. I think he's got 1, 4, 1, 3, a 5, and now he's back, and we're only at halfway through 2025. Okay, Bobby faces his challengers coming up at 2:30. Here's Zach with an age, your Willie Bully.
It's incredible. 877-881-1053. What's your favorite fast food mascot? Which one do you think is the best of all time? I did see big news for Texas State. They are looking right now. They are the leader to be joining the Pac-12. So the Pac-12's been trying to piece itself together. Oregon State, Washington State, they were the holdovers. They've added since Boise State, Colorado State, Fresno State, and San Diego State. Utah State and Gonzaga joined in September. The Bulldogs are a non-football member.
Mm-hmm.
Now they need one more school to get the 8 football schools to have FBS status to join in 2026. Texas State, according to Pete Thamel and Kyle Bonagura, are the leaders in the clubhouse for that. So what an come up for Texas State right now in the Bobcats, man.
You sure?
Yeah, it's an upcome.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a come up for them.
I think it
Shout
is.
out to the Bobcats. It is.
It's a big win.
Jumping up there. Okay, I don't know if you guys have
Played
heard.
very well against Arizona State. Remember that game?
They almost won it.
Yeah.
I mean, there were talks that maybe Texas State would end up, getting possibly that 12 seed, like Boise State, if they could have won that game. Unfortunately, I think the season didn't quite end up going as well after that. But yeah,
they've done a fine job.
They have. They really, really have. Okay, so Wendy's has a new commercial out, and people are ticked off. 877-881-1053. I don't know if this has affected you and your household, but it's the very beginning of this commercial. It's their new Frosty flavors, and you'll hear there is a Ring doorbell. And I guess this is making dogs that are sitting at the household watching television with their owners just go absolutely crazy because they think there is an intruder at the door. Here is the Wendy's commercial.
Finally, they have arrived. A whole new lineup of delicious Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. Because for as long as, probably forever, there's only been one Frosty. I mean, what would we even do? Add a bunch of Oreo cookies or Pop-Tarts pieces? That would be kind of genius, actually. Someone write that down. For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
Now, I love the idea. They look delicious. The Frosty is outstanding. Totally cool with this. It's just the beginning of the commercial with the Ring doorbell, I guess, has caused people. Yep, the dogs are going crazy. Why the F would Wendy's put a Ring doorbell sound on their commercial? My dog is extremely tired of your BS false alarms, writes Mike Perry on the Twitters. Alyssa Lang, this is beyond painful for me to say, but Wendy's, I will not eat another Baconator until you remove the Ring doorbell noise from this new commercial. My dog and I are fighting. It's 10:51 p.m. at night. I get it. The struggle is real. There are a lot of dogs. They see another dog on TV or they hear the Ring doorbell. They think somebody's at the door. Now they're going to go ape bleep crazy. I mean, commercial's great, but we could have done something better to open it up here, Wendy.
I mean, I think this is actually good for business. This lady's talking about how her dog's frustrated by it. I don't think the dog's frustrated at all. I think she is.
A good time.
Yeah. Dog's out here having fun.
Maybe a little confused. Like,
the dog's definitely confused.
They ran away again. These sneaky bastards! I don't even hear them sneaking up.
Where'd they come from? Where are they? Where are they? Let me at them.
Yeah, I think it's a way for them to get attention. I don't want to give them too much credit for playing 3D chess every time, but is this Wendy saying, dude, we're going to play this. It's going to make people go crazy, but they're going to remember how much they hate our dog or hate their dog barking about us, and then they're going to go get an Oreo Frosty because it's the best thing in the world. Like, I wouldn't have known about Oreo Frosties right now if it wasn't for this story.
Yeah, I mean, 972 says they've been chowing down a bunch of those new Fusion Frosties. And
okay, so are they awesome?
Really good. According to the 972,
they looked good. I mean, the commercial,
so damn good.
They looked good. They looked really, really delicious. DJ's wife Samantha texted in, our dogs go nuts. It's very annoying. Dog goes absolutely bonkers at the Ring in the commercial.
And this was terrible in the 80s and 90s when somebody would ring your doorbell or knock on your door like multiple times a day. There was always just stuff happening. Neighbors were coming by. They couldn't text you. So, and the dog that would absolutely lose his bleep was one that would not be around for long in our house.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the more annoying sounds in the world when your dog's going crazy like that. If you got one of those dogs and you're like, at what point do you learn? What point do you learn the difference?
It's going to be fine.
Come on now.
Yeah.
I don't know. Black and Gold B, though, has like screen time that they do not allow the dog to watch television after 10 p.m. So that's a good cutoff period there, 214. I like that. Like your child.
My dad's so good at hitting the mute button as soon as the TV segment ends. He's like, bang, not listening to this.
Oh, he's just muting all commercials?
Yep.
That's a smart move.
All right, let's get to the top 10, the best fast food mascots in the history of fast food mascots. 877-881-1053. What's your all-time one? And the first text that we received, and this fast food mascot is always stuck in my head. It is the Chihuahua from Taco Bell.
Yeah, that one's...
How about Spuds McKenzie's?
Oh, Spuds is great. The Bud Light dog.
What did Spuds McKenzie
Bud
do?
Light?
He'd just hang out with gals in bikinis in the 80s.
He was
he was the coolest dog.
Bud's killing it.
Yeah, he was a spring breaker.
Speaking of the 80s, I would ask maybe Lucius and Broadus if they remember Mac Tonight.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's what I already had that got written down right here,
Mac
man.
Tonight was good, yeah.
McDonald's, baby.
Half Moon, right? The moon.
Yeah, he was like a lounge singer at a piano singing about McDonald's.
Look kind of like Jay Leno in the face.
Come on, baby, make it Mac Tonight.
Big time Chin.
Yeah.
Legendary Chin. What else we got, Lucius?
No, that's the one I like right there. Yeah,
The
Mayor
Mac Tonight.
McCheese. I liked his name.
Yeah.
Shout out to whoever said their dog watches television. I try to get my dogs to watch television all the time, especially during like the AKC like dog championship thing. Like, look at that dog doing cool stuff, and my dog's just looking all around and not paying attention to the television. Ticks me off to no end. I tell you,
dog jumps like 30 feet for a decoy thing.
Yeah, man. Oh, and if you're talking about dogs barking and going crazy, it's always scary when you're in the shower and you hear the dogs. You're by yourself. You hear dogs just going nuts. You're like, oh shoot,
crap!
I'm about to die naked.
Something happened.
Relax.
Let's go away. Not now.
Me and Marilyn Monroe.
Not now.
Do I go out in the towel?
Yeah. Who's out there?
A lot of texts for Jared, the Subway guy. You think people know?
Yeah, because they're all putting LOL afterwards.
It's been a while, He's still in jail.
He
right?
was the face.
I hope so.
God, yes.
I would have to imagine.
That's like a lifetime sentence.
For a long time.
Man. The Dr. Pepper guy, little sweet. It's the sweet one.
The Prince impersonator guy.
Yes, which is the runner-up to Kelly Clarkson in American Idol.
Yeah.
I never knew that.
Can't remember his name.
Justin Guarini. Useless information that I have stored in my mind.
That's a
good Justin Boom.
Trivia Pursuit King
Absolutely
over there.
Pulled out one. The Chuck E. Cheese. Okay, going to Chuck E. Cheese and they had like the animatronic. Those used to kind of freak me out as a kid.
Really?
Yeah. They were weird looking, creepy, like Five Nights at Freddy's style.
Mm-hmm.
I thought something was off with these people.
Does like Tony the Tiger and stuff count in this game?
Technically not fast food.
Oh, this is fast. I'm sorry.
It's specifically,
my bad,
but
my
like
bad.
Tony the Tiger is an all-time great mascot.
Yeah, we've done that one before. Okay, so this is fast food.
This
stuff.
is specifically
Just
fast food. Somebody texted in the Quiznos rats. They're technically sponge monkeys. I don't know what the hell is
sponge monkey.
What even is? But they look disgusting.
What's up with you and all your information today?
Well, I've got this one off the list.
Oh,
the Justin Guarini was just off the dome. You know, sometimes I remember things, sometimes I don't. And then the oven mitt from Arby's is an honorable mention, which I can't say I recall.
I don't remember the oven mitt, and I love Arby's.
I don't either.
Apparently, sponge monkeys refers to a pair of bizarre rodent-like human-toothed creatures that were used as mascots for the Quiznos commercials.
They're creepy looking.
So I guess Quiznos, credit to them, they actually came up with a brand new entity,
like a Monchichi.
Yeah, an entirely new creature. It's a rodent
They made a
with human
big
teeth.
deal about that thing being toasted, right? And it just kind of went away. Right?
I thought Quiznos was getting it done, man. I thought
They made a
did
big
nice
deal,
job.
like, oh, let's run it through the oven, and you're just going to stand in there waiting on it. And
I don't think their meats were ever high enough quality.
I totally agree on
to
that.
really hold up. Like they had the bread and the toasting and the service was good, but you bit into that thing and you're like, wow. It's
Are
just
they
one
all
step
closed?
above baloney.
We still have Quiznos?
I think they're kind of shut down.
A lot of them shut down. I don't know where there is one anymore.
Because people are like it doesn't matter if it's heated up anymore.
Well, I mean, I think I'm going to get a sponge monkey if I go in there. It's going to be, that's not good. The bee from Jollibee comes in at number 10. And I didn't know what Jollibee was until they opened one a couple of years ago. It's a chicken place.
Okay.
And it's good. I did try it once.
Where?
Have not been back. Preston and Bush in Plano.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Jollibee.
Jollibee.
I've lived there all my life and never have heard of this place.
Jollibee. Yeah, it opened a couple of years ago. It's right next to, there's a Chuck E. Cheese, a Taco Bell over there.
Oh, by the other mascot
Pop
places.
into, you just pop into Jollibee, get yourself some chicken.
They got one on Greenville.
Oh, geez, look at all these I missed.
Pretty quick, pretty close.
I just chat GPT'd all these mascots.
Yeah.
There's a ton of them.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
Jack from Jack and the Crack comes in.
Yeah, Jack is
Jack in the
cool,
Box,
man.
Jack is,
Jack is real cool.
Especially then when he does, like, they go back and he's got the sad Jack face with the mouth. And he's like, whoa, what has happened?
Jack should be higher, I think. The King from Burger King comes in at number 8.
That dude
was
is
one of my favorite.
creepy.
Yeah, he was great.
My favorite was the tiny hands.
He's running with ends in the end zone and
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah, it was just golden.
The Hamburglar from McDonald's coming in at number 7.
Fantastic.
That's a great. All their characters.
Yeah. McDonald's.
Ronald McDonald.
They just got to run the game, man.
I really like this Mayor McCheese.
Mayor
that you were
McCheese,
talking
dog.
about.
He blinged out right there.
Oh,
Yeah, he looks
Domino's.
fly.
The Noid.
What was Grimace?
Grimace is 6.
Okay.
Is he a dinosaur?
Is he a dinosaur?
I'm not sure.
I thought he was a plug.
It does kind of look like a plug or like a plunger.
Yeah.
Purple plunger.
Yeah.
5 is Little
Adult
Caesar.
toys at McDonald's. Tell us your age at the drive-thru. We got you.
18 and older.
Kitty meals.
Oh, I got my toys mixed up, Mom. This looks like yours.
Miss Mermaid. What are we doing here?
He was one of the first. Grimace was one of the first antagonists of McDonald Land.
I thought the burglar was.
Antagonist?
Yeah, he would steal. He was like a milkshake stealer. Is kind of what he was.
He's built like a milkshake, too.
But
very round.
then they made him a touch more friendly over the years.
So that's why they did the Grimace Shake then a couple years ago.
Yes.
Hamburglar
yes.
took that role.
That makes sense. Little Caesar from Little Caesars, number 5. Pizza.
Pan.
Dude, my kids think Little Caesars might as well be top tier New York pizza.
Hey, well, you keep riding that
This
as long
is
as you
beautiful.
can.
You
Absolutely,
keep
kids.
selling that as
no problem.
as the gospel.
Yeah, pizza night.
Oh my gosh, this is
Isn't it good? You didn't eat all yours yet.
Yes, this is the best you've ever had.
So yummy. The cows from Chick-fil-A.
I think they're genius.
Yeah, they figured
eat
it
more
out.
chicken, man. Leave us alone.
Yeah, what a great. I mean, it stood the test of time.
Phenomenal.
That one.
Yeah.
You open up this marketing campaign and that becomes everything. That's all you have to do.
It's great. I don't know if Chick-fil-A still does it. We used to have Cow Day, like Cow Appreciation Day. People would come in. You got to dress like a cow, and you get a free meal. And the outfits that people came in, hilarious.
Any golden ones?
Well,
Sounds messy.
3 is Wendy's. Wendy.
Oh, that's
Dave.
Wendy, Dave's daughter.
So that was Dave's daughter, right?
Yeah, but I like Dave.
Me too.
Dave was
Dave.
cool. white
Danger's
short
selling.
sleeve shirt,
Yeah.
tie.
He seemed friendly.
Yeah.
Super nice.
Never excited about anything.
Yeah.
Very stoic.
Yeah.
Very good small business owner.
And then
What'd he
two, we
put on?
got Ronald McDonald.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Number one, though, best fast food mascot in the history of time, Colonel Sanders.
Colonel Sanders, yeah.
Are they still doing those with different actors playing Colonel Sanders?
I think they quit on that.
I'm so glad.
I think they quit. I think they said enough. We can't do this guy.
Yeah, Colonel Sanders should be number one. He got a body. He's got a body for that chicken, bro.
It's dull.
Yeah.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Yeah, he put a man got put down. He's up there with Abraham now.
They had a duel over the branding?
No, he shot somebody for messing with his advertising.
Wow.
They put their advertising over his advertising. He went to confront him, and his buddy shot the guy.
Stood on business.
Yeah, stood on straight business.
Very 1948 of him, huh?
Yeah. Boy, I declare.
Wolchuk's top 10 at 2:20 every afternoon here on The Fan. What are we doing next, Eric?
We have a weekend crash out and the funniest thing from the sports weekend next year in the nation. But let me.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maid?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Chris Young's coming up at 4:20. We're excited to talk to him about the Rangers getting back to 500, the Tyler Mahle IL situation, and everything going on with this ball club. We'll get the latest from CY coming up in just over an hour and a half. Here's the Chief.
Congratulations to Broadus' LSU Tigers. They are absolutely running up the score.
Are we over 12,000 yet?
Yeah, you're over 12,000.
Yeah. We got a game tonight, so that'll be another. We'll probably be over 20,000 when this is all said and done, right?
The Rocco's Jello Shot Challenge in Omaha, LSU dominated a couple of years ago. They put up almost 70,000 Jello shots throughout the course of the World Series, and they're tearing up the field this year as well on the only scoreboard that really matters this time of year. But I'm surprised that we haven't gotten more of this. I thought this would be like a yearly tweet that the Rocco's Jello Shot College World Series board challenge would have to tweet out, because they said they had to close early over the weekend because several fans took their passion too far, and they don't want to tolerate fighting or aggressive chirping or obscene behavior. We would love to stay open as late. I'm thinking LSU Tiger fans. They're
Arkansas is involved too.
Yeah, you sprinkle in a bunch of drunk Jello Shot. Arkansas fans with LSU. I'm thinking that was Arkansas v LSU for sure. I would love to get I want to get the reports. I want to get the details of this particular bar fight, because I would imagine there was a lot of people in the mix here.
Yeah,
just throwing haymakers.
Yeah.
Remember that viral video of that guy saying the LSU fan stuck his finger in my booty? I don't play that. I will kill out here.
Oh, he did that?
I will kill out here.
Bro, we got to dig that up. Can we find that?
I'll find it, bro.
Oh, please find it. You just let us know.
What did we do? We stuck our finger in someone's rear?
Yeah.
Wow. Your finger popping.
That's what happened. I don't remember. I would love to get the full details on that, because I can't remember exactly what was going down there. But that is your reputation.
LSU Bama maybe. There was some sort of a fight. Usually it only happens at the bottom of a dog pile in the football game, in between the lines. Somebody checks your oil, lets you know you're in for a real dogfight. That's probably rivalry week.
Yeah, that's mental warfare.
It was happening in the stands apparently that week. I mean, there's nothing more offensive, I think, that could happen to you in one of these fight situations than that. So
yeah, that is
I guess it just means more.
It does, dude. It does mean more.
They walk and talk exactly what they mean there with the competitive spirit. It's no joke.
Walk, talk, and probe.
The whole nine. That is that's crazy. Now, it was obviously Father's Day weekend, and the Tennessee Titans had to delete their social media posts. Happy Father's Day to all the Titans' moms and fatherly figures. Not really sure exactly
all the moms.
How intentional that was, but they absolutely got roasted on Twitter for that. There's also, the U.S. Open.
Mm-hmm.
That was tough sledding, dude. That course was throwing haymakers at these guys.
Oakmont's one of the most difficult courses they play on championship golf.
You have only one guy finishing under par. That is the winner, J.J. Spawn. And he had one heck of a weekend. He came out of the gates a bogey-free day one, and was feeling really, really good about himself. And then the board kind of went a little crazy on him. Mm-hmm. And he came out of the gates yesterday. He has a perfect shot on like the second hole, and it hits the flag stick and then rolls like a mile away from the actual hole after that. He's bogeying the first like 4 or 5 holes, but kudos to him. He just needed a 2-putt at the end, and he goes for birdie and gets it done, which was really, really impressive. You had the weather delay. It looked nasty out there. I'll tell you what, it was actually fun turning back the clock to like 2008 and watching Tiger Woods get after that course, because that was their rain delay theater. Just putting up Tiger, which I thought was a really good move.
And I was wondering how many people thought that was live. You're not paying attention. You don't know it's weather delay. You turn it on. You're like, what the hell? Look at Tiger. He's going for it again. This is awesome.
Shape. Yeah, he's walking well. No wonder.
Yeah, but to make it even cooler for Spawn, he he was woken up in the middle of the night before the final round. Saturday night into Sunday morning at 3 a.m., he finds himself at a local CVS store where he did not crash out like our G-Bag of the Day champ from a couple of weeks ago. His daughter was like sick in the middle of the night, had a stomach bug, throwing up, so he had to go get some medicine, do what he had to do on Father's Day in the middle of the night when he had the final round awaiting him. Then he comes out of the gates, he's hitting the flag stick, he's bogeying the first handful of holes. Then he comes back and wins it. That was really awesome.
Wouldn't you imagine you'd be all over the Favor app or DoorDash if you had unlimited resources like that? Like, what am I doing getting up? Okay, kid's in bad shape. I'm going to stay in bed. Boom, DoorDash. Bang.
Here's the thing.
A lot of these guys have nannies and stuff like that.
Or
too.
that. Yeah,
like,
just somebody on call.
Like you have like your
somebody goes and gets it for you.
Your assistant. You know, the guys and gals on the tour that make the most money do have these like a team that travels
I think
with
he
them.
fell to like 150 in the world rankings. So maybe he was just like,
he lost the chance to win the Players Championship. He fell apart. Yeah, so it was kind of nice to see.
He might have lost the nanny.
This is a great redemption story, and I think this awesome. him getting his hands dirty as a father and just going and saying this is my duty. And at 3 a.m.
He couldn't sleep anyway.
What's the process like at 3 a.m.? You're trying to DoorDash some Pepto or whatever.
Somebody available? Do we have a driver to pick it up?
How long's that going to take? And then what? You're just going to lay in bed and not fall asleep until the door knocks? It's like, let me just go get this done. If you want it done right, I do it myself.
Yeah.
All right? And I'm still going to go win this thing.
Yeah.
I thought that was awesome. Then you had the Rafael Devers trade, which we'll get to more in Around the Bases.
Nuts.
But I did love seeing the video of the Father's Day gift. The dad opens up his Rafael Devers jersey, and then like 30 minutes later, the news breaks that he's being traded to San Francisco. Can't imagine a Boston Red Sox fan takes that very well. So that was pretty funny, but also that's a bummer to have to spend your Father's Day opening up a Red Sox Devers jersey only for him to get traded just moments later. Yeah, can we flip that back? What can we do here? And then how about
hold on for you? I got your fan.
Here we go.
I got your Bama fan. He got violated, partner. He got violated. Record this.
Hey, record that. Well, LSU fan came stuck his finger in my booty. Bitch, I don't play that shit. I will kill out here. Anybody play with me, I will kill you out here.
The man got violated, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You threatened people's lives. It must have been real deep. Like, whoa, hey.
Yes.
Don't play that.
Yeah. I would be one to put that detail on TV. Record this.
Record this.
There is an Alabama fan that did something earlier, and he will be killed on sight. That's all you need to know.
Smell my finger.
That is awful.
Man, dude, that has to be a life or death situation.
That's
put your finger in a place like that.
Well, LSU fan came stuck his finger in my booty.
And that man was Brian Broaddus.
Yeah. On the way to the game.
I think the funniest thing from the sports weekend, though, has to be Stephen A. Smith being outed for playing solitaire on his phone.
While the game was going on, right?
While the game was going. He gets called out and he responds to the guy on Twitter. He's like, yeah, that's me. I can multitask, especially during timeouts. Hope y'all are enjoying the NBA Finals. And then he got community noted by Twitter. It's like, Stephen A. is lying. This photo was taken during gameplay, not during a timeout.
That's amazing.
During the NBA Finals, he's sitting basically in the stands, just on their little perch where they do their halftime show and whatnot. And he's playing solitaire during the NBA Finals.
Brutal.
A truly awful look for Stephen A. Smith.
Now, full disclosure, okay, I'm going to be vulnerable here, and I would hope if you don't pile on me. I know Jared Sandler would if he had the opportunity, but there was a time I did the Trailblazers post-game show, and it got so boring and repetitive. I would be playing online poker while the game was going on, sometimes even while the post-game was going on, because it was that on autopilot. Now, this is a little bit different. NBA Finals?
Yeah.
Yeah, these were non-playoff teams, regular season, the monotony 82 times. Oh, geez, how are they going to lose tonight? There's about one of 4 or 5 game scripts with these bunch of losers. I don't understand how you could be that distracted with Pacers Thunder, which is incredibly intriguing if you are really a basketball junkie. Like, He is.
Yeah, this is. I get where you're
Or
coming
allegedly.
from on that.
Yeah,
Watching a crappy
allegedly.
basketball team, 82 nights, like, of course, you're going to try and kill some time. But when you're in front of a bunch of people, you're Stephen A. Smith, and it's the NBA Finals, and you're about to go out there and give, like, some really strong opinions, and you're not even watching, it's a bad look.
Maybe Michelle Beadle was onto something.
What was a good look, though, I just want to say, shout out to Ted Emmerich. It's move over Peyton Russell. There's a new glass cutter in town.
Oh, yeah.
Anytime we can get the powder blue Sunday best on Ted Emmerich for filling in for Jared Sandler, that dude he's got it going on in a big way. It must have been ice cold.
He was poking
at Globe Life Field.
So he didn't have the 3/4 zip on?
That AC can get humming.
I'll tell you what, man. It must have been chilly.
Early in the day, especially before the heat's heated up. Thank you, Chief. There it is. Best of the weekend with the salute to Ted Emmerich, who's done a hell of a job filling in for Sands when he's gotten the opportunity. Top stories at 3 coming up. We'll look local, national as well, and then get you over to the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening coming up at 3:20 here on the Fan.
Let's chat.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 2 G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. Every afternoon at 3:20, we take a look at all the Cowboys news that's going viral on Cowboys social and in the headlines. And we have that coming up here for you in 20 minutes. And then, of course, Krusty's Corner at 3:40, where our former scout Brian Broaddus takes you through all the news and his insights into his world of football and elsewhere. You know, sometimes baseball, sometimes NBA. And, of course, the Chris Young Show is coming up at 4:20, so we look forward to talking with CY, the Rangers president of baseball operations, coming up in about an hour and 15 minutes. As guys, they are back to 500, and that is now the lead story in DFW sports. White Sox, incredible story. Kamar Rocker getting called back up yesterday after struggling a lot. It's Father's Day. His dad was there, and he was amazing, you know, to give you faith and confidence right as Mally's hurt that maybe this team is going to have the perfect amount of pitching depth to roll with whatever's there. But, I mean, the question I have for you at 877-881-1053, please leave your name and city you're texting from on the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Are you sold? Have you seen enough to believe here in this baseball team?
Definitely believing. Absolutely. I mean, what Cole Wynn's been able to do, he's just allowed a single run, or he has not allowed any runs in the 9 games, 11 and 2/3 innings that he's pitched, and that's a guy that a couple of years ago, man, he was supposed to be one of the up-and-coming starters in this organization. He's got to make the move to the pen. To be able to win 2 out of 3, and I get it, like the White Sox are not a good baseball team. They're playing much harder this year under Will Venables than they were a year ago when they were one of the historically worst teams in sports. But, yeah, I'm believing. I mean, the pitching's been there all year. Their ability now to navigate, not having Evo. Hopefully he's coming back later this week. Mally's on the IL. They haven't had Gray or Bradford. Sean Armstrong's out there pitching perfect 3 innings. Like, it's just incredible, really, what they've been able to do. And if the bats that can continue, I mean, Ezekiel Duran was your best offensive player yesterday. That's not something I think was on anybody's bingo card. This thing's trending in a great direction. They're a game out of the wild card. They're 5.5 back. Houston started to get pretty damn hot here, which is unfortunate, but yeah, I'm believing for sure.
It's amazing how long you can stay cold in baseball, and I think the Rangers were that, and now things are starting to go their way in a lot of ways, and that's got to be exciting for CY. I know when they lose, he wears it, and when they win, he's always just a little bit apprehensive to say, hey, this means this. He always wants to see more, but I mean, we asked him last week, and he said he wanted to see it for longer. Now it's another week. You've won 6 of 7 since we last talked to him. Chief, are you willing to believe, like, right now you're looking at a 31% chance of making the playoffs mathematically, teams in this situation after 70 games or whatever they've played? Are you taking the over-under on that?
I would go ahead and take the over. I feel pretty good about it. We'll hope that the Astros slow things down a little bit, but you're still right there in the thick of it with the division. The schedule's getting nice and light on you at the right time here leading into All-Star break. And I mean, they had games where they just couldn't get anybody on base. And even when they weren't scoring any runs and they were getting nobody on base. And at this point, hey, even in games where they're not putting up a zillion runs, you had a ton of opportunities. So I think that'll end up evening out. The RISP over the weekend was not great. They left a ton of dudes stranded, but that just is saying, like, hey, you're getting those opportunities, and those will start to fall. Love seeing what Adolis Garcia has been able to do since he got his little breaky break, and he's been back to being pretty dang fantastic. So, yeah, I'm feeling great right now.
Yeah, still need a closer, says the 214, and a bat. He suggests a Mason Miller. Is that still possible?
I don't think Oakland would be giving you Mason Miller. I think you're going to have to give up quite a bit if you want to go get that guy.
Could you do Walcott plus? Is that what it would take?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, yeah, I'm sure Walcott would get it done for a Mason Miller. I don't think you wanted to give up on Sebastian Walcott.
Believe, says the 903, going to get on a roll and ride it all the way until Bochy is holding that trophy up again. And appreciate your feedback there. I think that's Aaron in Buffalo.
And we got the news about, like, we know that Bochy's on the last year of his deal here, and the reports from the Athletic, Jim Bowden, about the idea that the whispers are this could very well be Bochy's last year. I think that's something that actually bodes well for just something to rally around a little bit. Like, hey, we're doing it for the skipper here one last time. I think that's actually something that injects some fuel into your team.
I don't know how outspoken he's really been about that. He certainly has not said anything about it, but I think that's something maybe we asked CY about at 420. Like, has he even talked about Boch's future with him? Because I don't know. I mean, is that something that he's just kind of going to keep close to the vest and he's just going to play it by ear? And if he feels like he wants to come back, depending on how the season goes, but. Yeah, I mean, that was an interesting report. Him and Brian Snitker of the Braves, they're both expected to retire at the end of the year.
Yeah, and that stings. I think Boch gives you a tremendous advantage, but the Rangers are well positioned, to have, Shoemaker or somebody else step in. But yeah, that would hurt. I think it would make a lot of sense if you can put this thing together, though, and you do end up winning the championship for Boch to go out on a top like that, especially because if he wants to try to win another one, he'd have to wait till 2027, so.
Every other year.
Yeah, if the every other year thing does hit for him, I don't know of a better storybook way to end it and walk away, although I think he's tried to do that before, and the game just pulled him back in. I wouldn't want to end it until the sport was like go, because everybody still loves him. We all love covering him. The players love playing for him. I think at some point, like, guys think like, I'm old, I gotta go and let somebody else do it. You don't have to go.
You get tired.
You do get tired. Yeah,
you get tired. I mean, the road trips get tired, and they're staying in nice places and he's flying okay, but man, you get wore down.
And he has seemed a little
down. A lot of late nights, going, get on a bus and get off, get off the bus at 2 a.m, go to your hotel room, get up at 9, have to, do it all over again. I mean, it's part of it gets a little tiring for the guy, probably.
Story goes in the morning news. Rangers have to choose between present needs and long-term development with Kumar Rocker. I think it's clear that the way they're working the plan is great. Let's have him in the minors when we're healthy. We can keep the innings down there. It doesn't have a lot of pressure, and he can continue to fine-tune. We know that in 2024, at the end of the summer, he was dialed, okay? So let's just try to recreate that, limit the innings. But when there is a need at the big league level, boom, we can plug him in there and see how well he does. And if he continues pitching like that, we're leaving him up here for one role or another. So I think this is going perfect, and it was outstanding here as we start to get to the midway point to maybe get the confirmation that he's starting to figure it out again.
Yeah, I mean, I was really impressed with the way that he pitched yesterday. I mean, he worked out of some high leverage spots, the variety of pitches that he was able. I mean, I'm sure confidence-wise, I don't know where he was going into that start. Now, the pickle juice might have just saved everything. I mean, you're chugging 3 different bottles of pickle juice. You're cramping on the mound. You're finding every way to get through this. But I was very impressed with Kumar Rocker, and I think you're absolutely right. If you need him, let's say we're trying to stretch some guys out, give him a little bit of a breather, that's an awesome insurance policy to have, to be able to have him come up here and pitch. And then otherwise, if everything's just status quo, go ahead and keep developing in the minors, man.
Yeah, 214 says, bring me Wash when Boch signs off. That's Sarah in Rockwall. That would be something, Sarah. I don't know if that's possible. I guess he's still with the Angels, but that could be running its course, as multiple losing seasons in a row typically means the end for a manager. That would be epic if they could bring Wash back. Ipe Mizuhara, the disgraced former interpreter for Dodger superstar Shohei Ohtani, in federal prison in Pennsylvania. Spokesperson for the Federal Bureau of Prisons telling ESPN today the 40-year-old ordered to surrender to federal authorities. He's in custody at Allenwood low security facility after being sentenced to 57 months in prison for stealing nearly $17 million from Ohtani. Mizuhara was initially ordered to report to prison in March, but a federal judge granted the delay. So he's in there now, and what is that, about 5 years? 57 months, just 3 months short of 5 years for stealing $17 million.
I know prison's bad, but that's not the bad prison, right?
No, that's you're looking at a low security facility as long as you stay out of trouble.
So he can help the others with gambling and
He's
stuff.
going to learn how to do it better. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. He's gonna figure it out with other gamblers in there.
See, what you should have done is, and then, you know, I don't know, that this story is so interesting. If this is just what it is on the surface, then great. If not, like, how much money would it take for you to go do a sentence like this for your buddy who was like, "Hey, I can't be disgraced."
$17 million, right? Or whatever it was.
I'm gonna make $1 billion. But yeah, what if the 17 wasn't his doing? You know, and he's taking the fall for Shohei.
How long is he doing?
5 years.
57 months.
Maybe good behavior. Does he get out in 3 years? Right? Something like that.
It depends. I don't know how that works.
That's probably $10 million a year, if you ask me.
$10 million a year? That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
10 million a year is crazy.
Yeah, I think that was a lot. 10 mil. Yeah.
Think about what that does to Ohtani's
I mean,
entire.
it saves him. You're right.
I am doing you the solid here. Your entire reputation, everything. Now you become the all-time synonymous
And
with.
10 is nothing to you, but I just feel crazy asking for that. I would have went up like 5, maybe 2. 2.5. Yeah. After, no taxes touching it, nothing like that. This is what I want.
Direct deposit.
Yeah. Give me just Just give me the bank card, bro.
Yes, a Swiss bank account.
Yeah.
5-year, $25 million contract you signed to go to prison.
But you'd have to get that up front, right? You're not going to do the 5 years and think Ohtani's. I mean,
no, that's sitting in the account
like
already.
you've got that account. Like the time you were supposed to be in March, you now kind of that's where you've organized all this.
And anytime I want to pick up the phone, I need another pack of smokes or whatever it is I need in there. You're getting it to me first class, expedited.
The Spurs are.
How much would you do it for, Dawson? I know you thought about it.
Okay, so the whole 5.5 years or whatever he's going to do, the whole 4 years and 9 months, probably 20 mil. Yeah.
I'm not going to the bad prison area. If I could go to the prison with the other dudes like me, I don't want to go to the bad prison.
We're not going to have to do violence.
There's no amount of money I would do that for.
I mean, there might be some creepy dudes in there, but you could probably kick their ass, that kind of stuff. Like, you're dealing with some real low lifes, and that would suck, but you don't have to worry that they're also violent criminals capable
That's
of
what I'm saying. I don't want to be like,
tax offenders and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Don't
so
like the situation in there.
But I think you would have to look at it like the generational opportunity to help my family. Right? Now, yes, your kids aren't going to be able to see you but once a month on visitation if mom brings them, but that's got to be part of the deal, So we're gonna get in there. We're gonna sit this out, and when we come out, nobody's ever gonna work again.
Shoot, you might lose mom 5 years, bro.
You might.
You might lose mom.
But you got to tell her you got the money, right?
Yeah, she gets no cut if I lose her.
She gets no money. If you walk, you get nothing.
She's gonna go for it while you're in jail for sure.
Just don't let me know.
She's gonna go for that money though.
She's going to try to get the money?
She's going to go for that money.
She's going to try to find
absolutely. And if you don't give her that money, she's going to snitch on your whole situation.
Yeah, well.
I'm going to have to get this ironclad with NDAs. We're going to need Jones Boys level attorneys here.
We're talking about $20 million, bro. People go crazy.
A lot of money.
Cam McCormick, a former college football player, has been hired by the New England Patriots as a scouting assistant after going undrafted and unsigned. His unique career path included being granted a 9th year of eligibility by the NCAA. The coaches must love this guy. He had a normal red shirt. He had a COVID pandemic. He had 3 exemptions for medical hardship, suffered multiple injuries during his career, including a devastating leg injury. He persevered and earned a bachelor's degree in journalism. That's not hard. And a master's degree in advertising and brand responsibility. That might be harder from Oregon before transferring to Miami. His journey from player to scouting assistant showcases his resilience and determination in the face of adversity.
How about that? Well, it's also all about who you know, because Miami alum Alonzo Highsmith is there in the Patriots organization, so he's probably doing his guy solid there a little bit.
Yeah, I think that
Elliot Wolf helping him out there too.
That goes to being a great team guy.
Elliot's a Miami grad himself.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, yeah. Elliot went to school at Miami.
Fellow Canes.
The Dallas Wings going to host Golden State tomorrow. I think they're about to turn it around. Probably, maybe. They got the Warden.
Sound really confident though.
Well, they keep losing. Right. And I think what happened is Paige Becker, she was out. She had that concussion. She came back and she's like, I see what we got to do now. Y'all need to score. Okay. I was trying to be the rookie and like taking the open shot. But since she came back, she's shooting like 20 times a game compared to 13 before she left. So I don't know if they're going to start winning. But at least Paige Becker apparently has the green light. So that should make the game little bit interesting. Man, Caitlin Clark did some crazy stuff last night. How she's hunting threes. She really hit her zone where now she's in attack mode and she's kind of fearless. And that was tremendous sports TV to take in.
They won, right? Didn't they win the game last night?
Yeah, that was the Liberty's first loss.
Yeah, 9-0. Yeah, with the Liberty. Yeah.
Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up at 3:40. We'll give you the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening coming up next to the Nation.
All right, let's chat Callers and Co. Then.
Welcome back, Nation. We're having fun watching the College World Series. Arkansas against Murray State. This guy, Gage Wood, is having the day of his life as he's got a no-hitter going. He's bottom of the eighth, 2 out, throwing heat. Struck out 14 guys. Is the only folly is, oh, my goodness. Hello, Uncle Charlie.
Ks now.
Yes, sir. That was a hell of a pitch. And now that's 16 strikeouts through 8?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much C4 do you think's run through his veins right now?
Dude, I think he's dry scooping between pitches.
Yeah, he's fired up.
My
that
goodness.
dude's not blinking.
His dad's got the, have you noticed his dad's got the plastic helmet like you get at Helmet Day?
Yeah.
Like, hey, all fans 14 and under get a free helmet. He's got one of those on today.
I bet it had the beer thing on it too, but the wife made him take it off.
Yeah, it looks like he might have got the
Waterboy helmet.
The guy
Gage is coming in. Put that thing away.
Yeah. But it might look like the kind you get the ice cream in, the soft serve ice cream.
Could
kind
be.
of the big ice cream.
But that'd be a big one. That's the full size.
Oh, you
that's,
need one.
That's
what you need.
full gallon.
Yeah.
Okay, segments the C-Note. We'll keep you updated on this. It is pretty cool sports TV because you can see the adrenaline just coursing through his veins at an epic level. Like if you didn't know and you just saw a video of this guy on TV right now, you'd think someone had just shot him up with liquid adrenaline.
I need him to fall apart in the bottom of the ninth, though.
Do you?
Yeah, I mean,
you're a Murray State fan?
Well, I want to see Arkansas out of this thing. I think Arkansas is one of the better teams in the. I'm just trying to, me. I'm trying to get the path of least resistance for LSU.
I hear you.
Have to deal with, and not that Murray is any bad team or anything like that, but Arkansas is, their number one pitcher was just bad the other day against LSU. But ever since then, they have gotten outstanding bullpen, and then today with this guy, with him going, he. Coming out of the losers bracket, the one thing you worry about is always using up all your pitching. And here's Arkansas potentially not having to use any extra pitchers.
It's impressive. So he'll go for the no-hitter here coming up in the bottom of the ninth. They are leading 3-0. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Okay, the C-Note. Every day at this time, we look at the Cowboys headlines and Twitter activity. A Bleacher Report says Dak's contract is the second worst in the league. Do you agree? They're looking at the guarantees on the contract and the injuries and his cap hit compared to the best players at the quarterback position. It's $5 million more than the second spot. And, they say his value is second worst behind only Deshaun Watson. And, I'll be honest, I think it's true, but it's definitely not something you can criticize Dak about. I think this is on the front office. But beyond that, I think you can overcome it. Like, is it a little bit unnecessary? Yes. But it shouldn't stop you from trying to accomplish all your goals. It's an extra $5 to $10 million that maybe a better negotiating team would have avoided.
Yeah.
It's a player, or two.
Well, you can't blame the player. He went and asked for this, and his agent was able to negotiate that. I think the first thing you said was this one's clearly on the front office.
Yeah,
but can you work around it? Now it's, I don't know. It seems like it's only kind of getting worse for the Cowboys. It seems like that every contract that they have now is almost a max deal, or near the top for that position.
This is the second one since Zeke, or maybe it's the third, that has been so much more than any other team did for the position, and it stayed that way with Zeke's for like 4 years. It's about to stay this way with Dax for a second year.
We always talk about our little catchphrases in radio when we go, in 2 years that contract will be obsolete. Kind of, that thing will be, no, you don't have to worry about it. This is one that might hang around a while.
Yes.
What I'm saying? Nuts. I haven't heard that nice little catchphrase everybody likes to throw out there.
No.
You're like, well, just wait. The contract will get passed here. Like some quarterbacks that are clearly better than Dak are taking less money.
That's what's the interesting part, too. It's not just, it's the next guy, so here we go. Like, they're not going to give Tua that much money or whatever. This is Josh Allen. This is Joe Burrow. These are guys that are clearly better. And they're
Lamar
still
Jackson.
not getting that.
And
that
Dak's ranked
particular
somewhere
number.
between like 8th and 17th if you look on these quarterback rankings, you know, and he's making the absolute most. I think there's something to it. I'm surprised because I did see some bloggers and some social mediaers out there saying, oh, this is BS. That's hating on Dak.
What's BS?
That it's the second worst contract in football.
Oh, I see.
Well, it is. It's looking like a bad contract. And again, that's not Dak's fault. Go ahead and get your money. And at the time, I think we were all thinking like, all right, this is what it is. This is the price of doing business to get your franchise quarterback. Dak's going to get 60, but then Burrow's going to get 62. Josh Allen will come in a few years later. He's going to get 65. The problem is nobody else has come close to 60. It's like 55 is what Josh Allen just got. So now the contract is aging horribly. The $40 million one he signed, it worked like that.
Sure.
He was the highest paid, and then at the end of it, he's like 10th or 12th.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. There
But
was
this
always,
one's not going
there was
that
that
way.
nice little catchphrase we use on the radio, like, oh, just wait a little bit. You know, it'll pass. It'll be fine. And in 3 years, we'll all be happy that you signed this. And you're like, well, I don't know. This one, I just don't get the feeling that one.
I don't understand the argument against it being one of the worst contracts in the league. He's the highest paid player, and he just got injured. He played 7 games.
Yeah, you know, I think there's ways to justify it and be in support of Dak. Like, hey, you could still win if you build a good enough team around him. He's way better than Watson. He's better than Tua. He's better than any of the quarterbacks on this list. And I think if you approach it from that perspective, like, I don't want to say it is a bad contract because I feel like you're still getting winning football out of him. Runner-up MVP in 2023. So, like, I mean, there's a lot of contracts out there on players who aren't going to help you win, and Dak is going to help you win. But I think the way that it was structured with all of the guarantees, now his injury situation, and how he played in 2024 is a big component here as well. If that's Dak, then it is a horrible contract.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if Dak is 2023, then it's a 10% overpay and something you can manage because he's your guy. I guess that's the way I'd look at it.
Sure.
Yeah, and even then, you're hoping that, 2023, we always talk about. They beat up bad teams. Yeah. That's kind of been the MO of this entire era of any time they've had really awesome seasons. You can look at and break it down. It's like, yeah, they beat up on what was a terrible NFC East division, and anytime they played playoff teams, they would, for the most part, get hammered pretty hard.
They got 2 wins that year against playoff teams. I think it was the Rams at home, as the Rams were barely a playoff team, and the Eagles at home, which you usually split with.
Yeah, and maybe the Detroit game, that was a crazy.
Seattle. I mean, Seattle was like a half game out. They were a decent football team, but yeah.
But this year you have a pretty difficult schedule.
Yeah, you do. You have a very difficult schedule this year. You're going to have to really, really earn it and maybe hope your division isn't as tough as it might be on paper. Let me add to this. You know, I think we need Shoddy or somebody new to effectively teach the Cowboys how to be a championship front office, because I think like they're stuck in their ways and the light bulbs isn't coming on like this should be fixed. Like this article coming out should be embarrassing, right? And I don't know if anybody up there at the Star is making that push to get in front of the Jones boys with, holy crap, the way we negotiate contracts is, you know, costing us an opportunity here. This Dak thing is massive. You said it's a player. It could be a couple of players.
Yeah, I think the toothpaste is out of the tube. You know, you've got, as long as you have a high profile player that plays for the Dallas Cowboys, there's no reason to be aggressive about doing this. There's just none, because you just wait them out. You know, just wait them out. And I think this is something that is unfortunate for them. I think this is now why you're starting to see the frustration in Stephen Jones, because they've had numerous contracts that have been negotiated, held out, then just caved on, you know, and in order to get them done. And they won't get the benefit of a doubt of a deal anymore. They did on Osa. But everything else is pretty much top of the line, top of the dollar stuff that you're going to have to pay.
They won't drop their hammer, which is, I mean, they always say we want players that want to be Cowboys and are willing to take a little bit less to work with us. If they don't, those are the players that you trade or let go.
Right.
And then you're going to find out real quickly who wants to be here. But their refusal to like say, okay, I guess you don't want to be a Cowboy, bye. You know, other than players who are old or, you know, for whatever reason they have to move on from. But anybody they want to keep, they're not really negotiating. They're actually trying to negotiate like it's a family and hoping the other guy is just cool back to you.
Yeah.
But they're not being cool back enough. So you got to trade those guys.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the agents notice that and start playing you for the sucker you are.
This is why I guarantee you, this is why Stephen Jones does not want to answer any more questions, because he knows exactly where the corner he's been painted into. And a lot of it is self-inflicted.
Yeah, painted himself into that.
Do you think Dad's making him keep star players for their name recognition, and he wants to let these guys go and play back, but it's Dad's business model to
the first one that they could have moved on from was Dak.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you wonder when that all went down, you wonder who was involved with that one. To me, I was starting to hear some whispers that they were going to move on from him, but you just wonder who stepped in. I guarantee you somebody got to Jerry and told him, like, hey, man, you're talking about not paying Dak Prescott? What are you, crazy?
Mm-hmm.
You remember in the early 2000s when you didn't have a quarterback? You crazy?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody got to Jerry on that one, because that could have been the one that could have turned the tide in a way of how they do business differently.
Elsewhere here in the C-Note, the Cowboys news of the evening, where every day we look at headlines and tweets going viral. Myles Garrett's come out in support of Micah Parsons and his holdout. When you see someone like Micah who works as hard as he does, it's clear he deserves every bit of what he's asking for. Were you laughing at the idea of Micah working hard, Brian?
Oh, I think that Micah works hard on his own. I think there's some things that he does. I don't think he's necessarily interested in being around here working really hard. I think he's got people. I think Micah likes to travel around and see people and work out with people. He likes to, hey, what are you doing you down in Jacksonville? Okay, man, I'll see you down there tomorrow. Work out for a couple of days. Hey, what are you doing? I'm out here in Arizona. Okay, I'll see you in a couple of days. I think Micah, I don't think he's wants to be just tied to one program, and it just, and the I guess the regimen of that, of having to go through and do the same things. I think Micah likes to travel around and see what other people are doing. And that way, maybe he's not under the eye of the strength coaches for the Cowboys. He can kind of do what he feels like he needs to do without having that scrutiny. Like, Micah, you need to, like, the squat rack. You need to get in there a couple of times and do that. No, I don't need to. I'm just going to go to Tokyo and sumo wrestle a guy and do that.
Pick and choose what I'm doing.
The Cowboys, do content while I'm working out. The Cowboys haven't had a great reputation in those NFLPA surveys, and that has been about not having enough staff. Mm-hmm. Maybe they feel like there are programs outside of this building that I'd love the Cowboys to do more of, and I got to go elsewhere to get them. I would just say, if you want to be a team leader, go do those, but then also be here and respectfully decline, any training or any therapies that you don't want. But I mean, like, being there and being present is what, this team needs more than any other season. Blogging the Boys just did a series, why they will and why they won't win the East. And the first thing is coaching turnover. You need to be there learning how to run the plays, and for your teammates to know when and where you're going to arrive. You need to get all those angles and your footwork lined up perfectly, and give your teammates a chance with you, the catalyst that's going to make everything different, to get their reps and timing down with you there. And you took that away from your team. So, and I would say Jerry Jones is taking that away from the team with his BS negotiating tactics.
Totally agree. They don't seem to put much stock into their superstar players being there during the springtime. They chalk it up like it's like, this is just for the rookies. This is just for the young guys. Really doesn't matter.
CD said it himself. It hurt. It was a problem last year. It hurt him. I mean, there's no way to replicate being there with your teammates. And now it's tough because, I mean,
but CD was smart. He knew the best way to get his money was to hold out.
Right. Well, so now what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Either Mike is just too much of a competitor and he says, screw this, I'm still going to go. Or if you're David Mulligetta, it's like I was saying on Friday, I got no reason to pick up the phone and call you guys for everything you just articulated.
I do not feel like that Micah Parsons wants to be fined $50,000 a day while we're standing there watching practice in Oxnard. I think he will stand there and watch every single practice like he has been. But I think Micah Parsons likes money enough that he is not going to let them. He's not going to let them fine him $50,000 a day.
Great stuff. It is the G-Bag Nation's Cowboys news of the evening every afternoon at 3:20. Then we go to Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, is your team one of the overlooked teams heading into the 2025 season? We'll do that next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024. I lost my headphones while talking. It's crazy. Yeah.
There he is, Lucius Alexander. Has the G-Bag today coming up at 5:30. LA Live every night, 5:40. Dude did it. Gage Wood threw the no-hitter for Arkansas. 19 strikeouts, 119 pitches. They beat Murray State in an elimination game. And he's live, dude. That guy is he's very Sports Center friendly if he can make it to the big leagues.
He can't stay still right now.
He almost kissed his opponent when he dapped him up.
Yeah, did he?
Yeah, he was like, ooh, got a little too close to him. Excited, brother.
Yes. Yeah, it's always so awkward, the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat, and the guy celebrating the biggest moment of his life coming around your dugout. It's like, dude, just go over there and enjoy your moment. I don't want to dap you up or hug you or anything right now. If I wanted to do that, you know, you could have done that with me about 3 minutes ago when you were celebrating your balls off. So it's always so weird.
He's about to go hit some heavy back squats after this. Doesn't he just get
Absolutely.
that vibe? Like,
he's not done yet.
That was just his warm up for his big time leg day workout.
So this dude throws the third no-hitter in College World Series history.
Yeah.
19 punch-outs.
Arkansas
How many
record.
pitches? 1119?
Yeah.
It's obviously they just don't care about these kids, right? They just
No, they don't.
They care about titles.
The SEC.
just got-
You think you were going to take
just
Wood?
means more,
You think
right?
you were going to take Wood off the bump? They would have had to. It would have taken every person in that ballpark to yank him off. The bump.
He is not coming off.
The same thing with
No
way.
Guy had the eye of the tiger starting in the sixth inning.
Yeah, he was.
He wasn't leaving.
I'll tell you what, though. I think Murray got worked in this top of the ninth, though. He did hit a batter. Like they're saying that the batter did not try and avoid the ball and hit him on the left elbow, and it was an inside pitch. And they went to the replay and they said batter's out for not trying to.
I don't like that.
Get out of the way.
Yeah.
Well, he hit a guy in the eighth, too. That was to ruin the perfect game. So 2 hit batters, or else, man, this would have been a perfect game, 19 Ks.
They were trying to manufacture some runs. What a unit, though. Best of luck to him. Can't wait to hear what's next as they'll go on and probably face LSU before too long, Brian.
LSU and UCLA are in a winner's bracket game tonight. And so, like, the loser of this game would then play Arkansas again. And then I think
the winner then goes in?
The winner gets rest.
Okay.
So tonight is LSU's every national championship that LSU's won in baseball, they've won the first game. So that's a good sign. I was really worried. Arkansas has been a really good team all year in the SEC. And this game right here with this, and not just the no-hitter, but this right here might have saved Arkansas' season in this way. Arkansas didn't have to use any pitchers. That's the biggest thing in this. Coming out of the losers bracket, you get to the point where you have to, you end up play a lot more games and using your pitchers and that kind of stuff. This young man right here might have saved Arkansas' season.
First no-hitter in the College World Series since 1960.
Holy cow.
That's the last time it's actually happened.
Wow.
He's projected to be a first-round pick.
Okay, good.
Who do you have the game who threw it in 1960? You have that?
No, but I can pull it up.
Okay, go ahead.
Time for Krusty's Corner,
Thank you,
brought to you by
appreciate that.
Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king.
Thank you, Dawson. Appreciate that.
Thank
Joe,
you.
Appreciate that. And thank you to Reliant as well. I missed you guys the last couple of days out there, by the way.
Missed you, buddy.
At the ballpark. Did you guys have a good time at the ballpark?
Yeah, it was awesome. We saw one of your high school buddies.
Yeah, Tim O'Shea, I heard. He might be listening right now.
Timmy.
Tim O'Shea.
Big fan of the program.
He doesn't listen a bit, he said.
I could kind of tell he didn't know who the hell we were.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is funny when you start to talk about it. And you guys took a great picture. Matter of fact, he sent the picture to me, right? This guy I grew up with over in North Dallas, Tim O'Shea. He's probably listening. Maybe he's not, because he said he wouldn't. So he's probably not listening.
But maybe he is.
So we can just bleep talk him.
No, but anyway, Tim kind of gives it this. I'll try and make this quick. Tim kind of gives it the story of like, I ran into your friends. I'm like, oh, really? You were at the ballpark, huh? He goes, yeah. And he sent me the picture. And I go, that's my show. He goes, really? And I go, yeah, it's my show, man. We're like a top 2-3 show in the market. I mean, it's a pretty damn good show. He goes, I wouldn't know. I don't listen. And I said, well, maybe you should. And he goes, let me be the judge of that. And I said, how's your family doing?
Let me be the judge of that. Tim O'Shea.
Tim O'Shea.
Sounds like a gamecock, if you ask me.
He is, Fighting Irish Notre Dame dude.
I think those boys might have been having some cold beers. I think he might have got cold beer, Tim.
You know what? Like, you guys were nice enough to take a picture with him, right?
Yeah.
And he's acting like a tool. I could say that because I've known this guy for 50 some odd years, right?
Tool O'Shea.
Yeah, I mean, don't be that way, Tim. If it just, God, what a
Tim was being a bleep hole.
I was in the Charleston airport, like discussing. I'm like, what are you doing now,
It seems like maybe from Tim's energy, you might have had a childhood rivalry a little bit. You ever mix it up with Tim?
He wanted to be a broadcaster.
Oh,
he wanted to be a broadcaster, and he
failed.
And I got to do what he wants to do.
Krusty's Corner should be featuring Tim O'Shea, not
O'Shea.
Brian Broaddus. That's what it is. Cat's out of the bag now.
I'm just telling you, though. I mean, hey,
if he's listening, he's hate listening.
Oh, well, obviously, I didn't think. Come on, man.
Did he have any talent? Tim O'Shea have any talent?
I'll tell you what, man. The guy, you talk about like to this day still a Ranger fanatic, Cowboy fanatic, Notre Dame fanatic. His whole life has been like sports. Like I used to go over his house. We play electric football, paper football, dice baseball games, stuff like that. I mean, we played a lot of football in the side yard. He was a left-handed thrower and stuff. One time I threw a pass. I threw it too far. He hit my mom's car. Almost knocked himself out. I mean, he pops up and I'm like, you okay? And he's he's kind of stunned, but we kept playing.
He's still got that resentment for sure.
But it was a poor pass. I should have thrown it better. But he wanted to be a broadcaster, and he gets mad at me about that. He's one of those guys, and I hate that.
It's crazy because he was so complimentary of you.
He really was. He was not complimentary of me, not like he should be.
By the way, it was Jim Wixon of Oklahoma State who did it in 1960 against the Tar Heels of North Carolina. That's the last time we've seen a College World Series no-hitter.
Gotcha.
Maybe Jimmy.
All right, real quick here. We got about 5 minutes. Sorry, I went on that rant there for that.
We appreciated story time with Krusty.
Yeah, well,
Tales from North Dallas.
Just being honest, man. I mean, hey, you grow up with people in life, and you want the best for everybody. You don't come at me like, oh, I don't listen. Let me be the judge of that. Okay, whatever.
You might want to listen.
You might want to listen. You might learn something.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
He's probably out elephant walking with the old guys in the neighborhood right now. Didn't you think, Broaddus?
I'm just saying, man, don't be that guy. I mean, don't be that guy. 5 overlooked teams heading into the 2025 season. Do I have a problem with how honest I am too much?
No, I love it. He was great, though. Tim was respectful. Tim was more respectful than apparently he was on the text because I enjoyed our interaction.
Yeah, well, don't tell me like, well, I don't listen and let me be a judge of that.
Yeah.
I'm like, you're not, and then, I'm like, maybe you want to give it a listen. We do a pretty decent job around here.
What'd Tim end up doing?
I don't know what he does. I don't want to.
He's just bitching to be bitching. That's what Tim's doing.
You know what?
Big Rangers.
I told him.
fanatic,
I said the last thing I said was, I hope your family's okay, and if you're going to go to lunch, let me know. I'll meet you for lunch, and we'll probably talk about your hatred for me right now. All right, Cincinnati Bengals. They're a team you need to they might be an overlooked team, Dawson.
Overlooked team? Their defense might be historically awful again.
This is Pro Football Focus. 5 overlooked teams heading into the 2025 season.
Pro Football not focused on the defense.
Okay. Little Tim O'Shea going on over there.
Well, we did. I mean, yesterday we talked on our Bet Nation show. I asked the crew, how many defenders can you name on the Bengals? And I think 3.
Yeah. Well, they're thinking that they might be one of them. The next team would be. Let me do the 5. Indianapolis Colts are involved in this one.
Okay.
How about this one? San Francisco 49ers are involved in this one.
Easiest schedule in the league, the Niners.
Seattle Seahawks involved in this one.
That defense is going to be legit.
The roster's awesome. We'll see how Sam Darnold is.
I named 4 teams. You want to guess who the number 5 team is?
Dallas Cowboys.
They're saying that Pro Football Focus is saying that after winning 12 games en route to a postseason appearance in the previous 3 seasons, the Cowboys saw everything go wrong in 2024. Dak Prescott recorded the worst Pro Football Focus passing grade of his career before the season curtailed due to an injury. The challenging campaign brought about changes for 2025. We've talked about promoting Brian Schottenheimer to head coach. By the way, you guys think that's going to work out all right for the Cowboys?
Yeah, it'll be fine. Be fine.
I think the act will
see how this goes on Sundays, dude.
I think people will be less celebratory of his culture and more critical of him as time goes on and as losses pile up. But yeah, I think he's got a pretty good shot.
Yeah, they're saying despite the struggles of last season, Schottenheimer should still feel good about what he has to work with in 2025.
I'll tell you what, line one for me is going to be running the ball, and I think they got the personnel now, but will Dak be audibling out?
Well, here you go,
That's
Dawson.
a question.
Here you go. First and foremost, the return of a healthy Prescott should result in the offensive success. He was his PFF passing grade plummeted to 67.2 in 2024, which ranked Prescott 28th among the qualified passers. He's demonstrated throughout his career that he's a better player than his 2024 tape showed. The primary issue for the Cowboys passing game is there wasn't a legitimate complementary receiving threat to CeeDee Lamb. That may have solved this year with the acquisition of George Pickens. By the way, would you consider CeeDee Lamb a good go route runner?
Pretty good, yeah. I mean, he's certainly not to the level of George Pickens.
I don't think they really run him on a lot of goes.
That's what I was wondering.
Like, now that you asked that question, I can't think of a lot of goes that he
Pro
runs.
Football Focus has Pickens and Lamb as two of the top three because you have a deal with the best route runners by the receivers.
I saw they were doing that.
And Lamb and Pickens are two of the top three when it comes to the go route.
That's awesome.
I don't think a CD is a go route runner.
No, he does a lot of in-breaking routes.
Yeah. That's what if you said in routes, I would have been all over this.
But he's a go get the ball guy with great hands.
There you go.
So when he is down there, I think he catches more than
he's
average.
quick. I mean, he's got good footwork off the line, so that would make sense.
Okay, and the final thing is the Dallas defense. We've talked about this, particularly its pass defense. There's also some credible threat to opposing offenses. Despite injuries across their front seven, the Cowboys ranked fourth in NFL in pass rush grade last season after Parsons returned from injury in Week 10. There were just three teams, along with the Eagles and Steelers, to post at least an 80 PFF grade as pass rushers. All right, full season for Parsons. Addition second round. Donovan Ezra-Raku should provide a boost for the passers. Cornerbacks Deron Bland and Diggs could also bounce back from mediocre seasons. If so, the Cowboys could rank higher than the 19th in the PFF coverage grade that they were placed at last year.
There's a lot of potential in there. You're going to need young players to come along and the coaching staff to make more out of this than they have. I don't know, for Dak, if you're coming to the line of scrimmage and you're seeing a heavy box with Pickens and Lamb, how do you not check out of that? But, 2019, 2023, we've had these seasons where there have been massive statistical accumulations from Dak in this offense, and it's 5,000 yards or it's 4,500 yards. And it looks like they're great, but I just feel like if you're going to do that, you better damn well know that if they stop us, we can run it. Right now, we're passing because we want explosives, but at some point, we're going to have to be able to run. And if they can do that, then I'm willing to believe. I'm willing to believe in this team. Okay, Cowboys and NFL Sounds of the Day coming up next. Thanks to Broadus and Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 3:40. Where are we going next, Wolchuk?
Yeah, let's hear what Flus had to say on the Doomsday Podcast, and Cooper Kupp breaking down how defenses have evolved. That's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. We're less than 20 minutes now from Chris Young joining us here on your home of the Rangers. Here's Zach Wolchuk with your Cowboys and NFL sounds of the day, Bully.
All right, let's get to hear from Coach Eberflus. All right, he was on with the Doomsday Podcast. Ed Werder, Matt Mosley, doing an awesome job there at the Star. And we'll hear from Flus as he talked about the identity of this year's Cowboys defense.
Yeah, the identity goes way back. I mean, we're talking back to the 96 Buccaneers, and that's where it goes back. This is the origin of it. And as you remember, those guys are packed with Hall of Famers and a bunch of great players. And the system allows you really to, play free. It's a disciplined defense, and it allows a lot of eyes on the quarterback, and that's where you get all the takeaways from. And it's very detail oriented, and that's what I took from Coach Marinelli when I was here with him. Took it on to Indianapolis and then up to Chicago, but it's been really good, and the guys love playing in the system because it really maximizes their talents and helps them really produce on the football field.
And the emphasis is on stopping the run and taking the ball away?
That's it, yep. We got two things that we do. We stop the run and take the ball away. We like to score on defense, but that's really what our mantra's been, and that's what it continues to be.
Stop the run, take the ball away. And I know you love a good what's the identity question, Brian. That is one of your favorites right there.
It's funny because he started out as an odd front guy with Rob Ryan. And then he just kind of saw that maybe that things were a little bit. Marinelli really liked him when he was here, and I don't know. We'll see how that all plays out. Stop the run, take the ball away. It's always nice buzzwords and stuff to say about your defense and all. But does he have the personnel to be able to do all those things? We'll see. But he's got to find a way to maximize. Because that 3 technique is really important in this defense. So he's got to find a way. If Oso Digizua does not have a good year, then this defense will struggle a little bit that way.
It would be a huge disappointment.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would be out of jobs if that would be the case.
Yeah, that 3 technique is really important.
I was hopeful he would have said something about limiting explosive plays.
Limiting explosives?
Yeah.
That's the main thing there.
Left that one out.
Yeah, I think we know kind of what we're going to see with this Flus defense. I think it's a lot of what you saw from 2014 to 2019 under Rod Marinelli.
I totally agree.
So
I totally agree.
I think the biggest questions I have on this Cowboys defense, it's really more health. I think we kind of expect what they're going to play with. Now, it is interesting that he says a focus on stopping the run. That was always something we wondered with just how quick those defensive linemen under that system want to just get up the field.
Right.
And Rod always talked about playing the run on the way to the quarterback.
Always did.
But we kind of wonder, did that end up hurting them when it came to being able to stop the run? I think where Flus could help here is the play of your linebackers, right? So if we can go to cut 23 here, why has he had so much success developing linebackers?
Yeah, I played the position, and I think that when a guy plays football, at this level, they have a certain camera, in terms of how they see the game. And, some guys are fast processors, and some guys, are a little bit, not as fast. Like Sean Lee was as fast as I've ever seen. He could process, like Luke Kuechly and just boom and hit it. But that was through a lot of film study with him and I, right up here doing Breakfast Club together. So, to me, I played a position, so I do have an advantage of how I see the game as a coach. So I can really help those guys to be able to see it. But I think more importantly, it's the skill development. And I told the defense this before they left, and I told them in the beginning, I said, we'll be two things that'll be our separator is going to be our conditioning level and our technique. And the coaches that we brought in, and I'm a stickler on technique and the details of it, but doing it game speed and doing it fast. And that's what I've always done, and that's what I did with Sean and DeMarcus, and that's what we're going to continue to do with this group.
He did seem to always find a way to get good linebacker play. I mean, Anthony Hitchens. So, I'm hopeful. That's why I'm a little bit more optimistic. Sanborn obviously knows the system, right?
Yeah, I think he'll be fine.
Kenneth Murray, it was an interesting note that he was the guy wearing the green dot. I thought that would be Jack Sanborn. It was Kenneth Murray. So I'm hopeful that Murray's able to bounce back and get to the player that we thought he was coming out of Oklahoma, and that he was able to showcase at times with the Chargers. Maris Leofau should benefit from this as well.
Yeah, he should. I think all the linebackers are in a great position now, and I think Eberflus has gone out and done the head coaching thing, and I don't know if he's going to get another opportunity to do that, so I would love it if Eberflus can be the Cowboys coach for defensively for a long time. Just too much transition into new stuff. But this seems like one that can absolutely stick, and yes, these linebackers under Eberflus are going to be massive. I don't know how you get all three things where you can eliminate the big plays, get the turnovers, and stop the run. But if you got to choose two, I think they're heading the right direction.
Now, how to use Micah Parsons? I think that's a massive question mark. I love the way Zim was moving Micah around. I don't know if Luce is going to look at that and say, okay, here's some things that I can play with as well. But the fellas on the Doomsday podcast did ask Eberflus on the plans with Micah.
We had a meeting, him and I had about a half-hour meeting, yesterday on that very subject. Him and I in my office. And, for him, you have to move this guy around. Now, what's great about our current roster is that we have other rushers now that can rush. So to pay attention to one particular rusher is going to be more difficult than if you just had one on one side. So that's going to be a good thing, too. So we'll have to we can do less of that.
There's a lot that they can mix and match chess piece wise with the personnel that they have, at least to get after the passer. And now when you're looking at a division with Jaden Daniels and Jalen Hurts, and then potentially we'll see what happens with the Giants quarterback, but you've got running quarterbacks now. If you feel good about the way you can get after the quarterback with guys like Sam Williams, hopefully, Dante Fowler, obviously, you have the ability now when it comes to placement where you want to move Micah. Does he end up kind of being a spy in a sense? Is he going to say, I'm going to diagnose, I'm going to be the guy that reads the quarterback here? I like the ability that they have because of the other options with Donovan Ezeraku, who he also talked very highly of in this interview on the Doomsday podcast, the rookie from BC. Like, Micah is a guy that they can really move in a lot of different areas, and it also is a challenge then to the offense because you have to always know, where's 11? Where's 11 every single snap? You're not going to always be able to say, I know he's lining up here over my left tackle, right? He can be in the middle. He can be on the right. He could be on the left. You don't know where Mike is going to be lining up on any given play. And that's a chess piece that is a big favor for the Cowboys.
I think things could go so well with their young pass rushers that it's just like, hey, guys, go out there and get them. That is in the cards for how this season could go when you look at Fowler, Ezeraku, Williams.
You definitely have better personnel now to get after the passer, including Micah. But I'd be surprised and impressed with Eberflus if he can do better than what Zimmer did last year with Micah, just creating unblocked pressures at a ridiculous rate. So I think we've seen some of that. Can Eberflus get even more out of that with just more pass rushers around, but I still want Micah getting after the passer like 9 out of 10 times.
The 214 says, I love technique, and I love hearing that as well as a coach. Like, this is the separator, I think, for a lot of teams. Like, can you look into what a talent can and can't do? And as pros, can you quickly pick out what's not happening and then teach it quickly, right? Maybe to a guy who feels like I've accomplished everything and I know everything. So how do you get through that as a coach, and how do you recognize very quickly and efficiently? And if you can do that, you get the players' trust and respect. Like, holy crap, this guy's going to watch 3 reps and give me something that's going to instantly make me better, or something to work on that's going to spell success down the road. And the fact that he focused on that is huge, because it's the technique instruction, I believe, that separates the Shanahan running system from everybody else. Hopefully you're getting that on defense.
Yeah, I think the teaching element of it that you talked about, that's so important. I mean, we've heard when defenses were not good, it is the inability from some of the coaches to sit there and, like, you can say what you want, but I need to see it. Like, everybody has different learning styles, right? And it sounds like this is a very hands-on coaching staff when you talk to people that have been around the Star and what Brian Schottenheimer's put together. Okay, here was Cooper Kupp. You mentioned, did you have something, Brian?
No, I was just kind of going through the next gen stuff, and I was just curious about how much he played like the loaded box, light box, and stuff, and playing the run. He played light box like he played it almost more than any other thing he did. But if you look at the metrics, his running, the yards allowed is basically 20 yards difference between the Cowboys. 5 less TDs, excuse me. The yards per carry was at 4.8, was the same thing. I mean, Dallas played light box almost 37% of the time, which is really, really, really low. He played it at 52.4% of the time. I'm just kind of curious about, because people were killing Dallas on the edge. Teams were pretty balanced running the ball on him. Outside, inside, 46% outside, 43% inside. So he's kind of it's kind of a strange. He's a little bit of, teams really kind of balance him up a little bit. It's not just, we're running the ball on the inside on them. We're running the ball both, inside and outside on this guy.
Well, one of the things that we've always gone back to talk about is Sean McVay, right, in the Rams offense. So Cooper Kupp's now in Seattle, but he had an awesome breakdown as he sat down with Seattle's podcast there and just broke down the difference that the way defenses have evolved over the last few years.
In 2017, 2018, Sean McVay's offense is ahead of the game. There were times we were running plays, I'm like, they have no idea what is going on, and we were just manipulating them, moving them to where we wanted to go. It was stupid. 2019, defenses start catching on. There's a little bit of this Vic Fangio thing that comes on. It's like, okay, late in 2018, there was some stuff that's showed that they could kind of stop this offense a little bit. For 2019, you start seeing some more of this cover 4, some of the 6-1 stuff. You see safeties now playing things, from depth and being able to cancel things across. 2020 comes. Brandon Staley gets hired to LA. Brandon Staley was with Fangio in Chicago. Staley, in 1 year, puts together the number 1 defense in the league. Now, Staley's thing is all about concept recognition, concept match, being able to be cancel routes, move on to new things. Now you've got a defense that's not just dropping to spots, but now they're playing the offense. Right? And now more and more of this is shifted and molded into this defenses now that are holding these shells and being able to say, hey, you aren't going to see what we're doing pre-snap. We're going to show you late. We're going to bring pressures from all different directions. We're not just going to be dropping into spots. We're going to be matching. We're going to be playing zone stuff underneath. The complexity of the defenses has gotten so much more because the offenses have also started doing so much more that you have to be able to have answers for it defensively. So that's kind of where we're at right now, and it is fun though.
It's great stuff, Wolchuk. The fun thing is the Cowboys are now in this game. That's what I believe with this coaching staff as compared to last. I think Garrett staff and McCarthy staff looked at that. Well, that's a bunch of eye candy and you're doing too much. You're going to confuse your players. We really don't need to do all this. I think the coaching staffs that respect what time it is and accept that challenge are really the only coaching staffs that have a chance of giving your players an advantage. Thank you, Wolchuk. The Cowboys and NFL Sounds of the Day every afternoon at 4 o'clock. It's time for the Cy Young Show. CY joins you next here on The Fan.
Plant your flags till...
been quite a week for the Rangers since we last talked with CY. They won 6 of 7. They won their third straight series. They're back to 500. And it's time now for the Chris Young Show, brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and PlayScore. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
We're doing great, thank you. You know, Friday we were talking about getting the brooms out, and you guys went out there and you pulled it off. What's it tell you about your team right now?
Well, I think we've strung together some good series, and we need to continue to do so. Certainly the games against Chicago were close, and would have loved a few more runs in a couple of those games to just give us a little more margin for error. But I think it is an improvement. We're finding ways to win some of these series, which is an improvement from where we've been, and it's important that we continue it. We've clawed our way back to 500, but we've got a long way to go, and I don't think we've played our best baseball, so I'm excited about what's ahead. I think we've done some things extremely well in terms of our pitching, our defense, our base running, but in terms of our offense, we've certainly seen signs of improvement, but I don't yet think we're the team that we believe we can be, and I'm excited to see us continue to improve offensively.
What else are you hoping to see or waiting for before you know we're out of the woods?
Well, I do think we're getting healthy. We've got Corey back. From a position player standpoint, we are relatively healthy. And from a pitching standpoint, Evo's making great progress. We have Cody Bradford and John Gray returning hopefully soon. And I think that'll really fortify our pitching staff. We'll be in a really good spot. Obviously, Tyler Malley went on the IL this weekend. We're hopeful that it won't be a really long stay on the IL, that it'll be shorter as opposed to longer. But from a pitching standpoint, getting Gray and Bradford back, obviously the progression, an improvement of Kumar Rocker was big yesterday. And, if we continue pitching like this, we should give ourselves a chance to win. But we also, offensively, we have room for improvement. And so if our guys internally continue to improve, I think that we can compete with anybody in baseball.
Well, we just had a big blockbuster trade go down yesterday. Would you say as we now get closer to the deadline, a bat or maybe closing help when it comes to the bullpen would be the main target?
Yeah, I got asked this yesterday on a national radio show, and I think I think I was led to the question a little bit in terms of a suggestion that we need a leverage arm. And, the reality is most teams need a leverage arm, and every team looking to win is probably going to be in the market for a leverage arm. But really, I said this on the show, and it didn't get much traction. The best thing that we can do to improve our team is to get the best out of our own guys, especially the position player group. And if our guys perform at the level that we believe they're capable, I think there are very few bats on the market that can improve the team from what our guys project to be and should be. So we're focused on that primarily. Just if we play at the level we believe we're capable with the players we have, I think we're a very, very good team. And we'll see where we are come mid-July or the end of July and decide what the needs are at that point. But I think the biggest thing we can do right now is play up to our ability. And if we do that, I believe in this group and believe that we're capable of great things.
How'd you like the way Robert Garcia fared in that Friday night game? I mean, it was some jams, but he was getting himself out of there, and it was a pretty impressive performance.
Yeah, Robert's had a great year for us. He's been a leverage arm that we thought he would be when we acquired him. He's still a young pitcher in terms of his big league experience, and he's going to continue to get better, but he does have elite stuff. He's got the temperament and disposition to pitch, leverage, and late in the game, and we're very excited to see what he's done for our bullpen this year, and he's going to play a big role for us, not only in the second half of the season, but moving forward in the coming seasons.
Hey, CY, it's a scouting question for you. We just watched Gage Wood for Arkansas throw about 119 pitches for a no-hitter in the College World Series. Do you feel like that, and again, I hope I don't put you on the spot, but do you feel like that sometimes college managers use guys too much?
Well, I can't make a complete judgment on that because I'm not perfectly familiar with what the average pitch count is in college baseball. Respective to the no-hitter, I did watch the last couple innings. It was really neat to see.
Sure.
It was historic. I think there's only 3 no-hitters in the history of the College World Series, which is pretty cool. And what he was doing was 18 or 19 strikeouts. I mean, it's just incredible. I don't think 119 pitches is too much in a 9-inning game, especially when the pitcher is somewhat well rested and competing really for a national championship.
Gotcha.
Sometimes you have to extend a little farther beyond what you normally would when you're in the playoffs or competing for championships. And so it was fun to watch. I think it's great for the game of baseball, watching the College World Series. It's a fun time of year. It's great to see the excitement amongst college baseball fans. And then you have, a great month of baseball followed by the Major League Draft in a few weeks here. So it's an exciting time for the game, for the sport, and watching Gage Wood today was really, really fun to see.
The energy, coming through the TV was just incredible with Wood. I don't know if I'd ever seen somebody that fired up and charged up in a baseball competitive environment.
I feel the same. I mean, he could really feel it. And sometimes when you're in those environments and you get the emotion, I mean, I've had that in a big league game, not in the World Series and certainly not the College World Series, but I have had it in maybe a pennant race or a playoff race and in a meaningful game where I've taken a no-hitter into the 8th or 9th inning, and I could feel it. It's hard to control your emotions at that point, which makes it also hard to execute pitches. And to watch him really finish that the way he did was super impressive. He could smell it. He wanted it. And it was great to see. It was really, really impressive.
Did you ever have a game where you were hammering home the pickle juice the same way Rocker was yesterday?
No, I've had games where I cramped after the game, never in the game. But I certainly know how it feels to cramp like that. And I could feel for Kamar. When you get those cramps and you have to push through them, it was impressive to see him really show some resilience and perseverance there. And I don't know how many cups of pickle juice he had, but it seemed to do the trick and kept him out there long enough to get through the 5th inning.
The magic elixir. I wanted to ask you about Cole Winn, CY. In a few years ago, he was in the All-Star game in the minors as a starter. Now he's pitching out of the bullpen, and he's been really brilliant for you in his opportunity. How's his development and trajectory kind of changed in your eyes, and how tough is that to go from a starter to the bullpen? I don't know. Do you still view him as possibly a starter down the road?
Yeah, there are no limitations as to what he can be in the future. I think for the time being, we've discovered that the best way for him to have success and for him to help us as an organization is in a relief pitching role. And he's done that at AAA. He's had success there. He's now tasting success as a major league player. And I've always said one of the hardest things for a young player is to get to the big leagues and deal with failure. And you may experience some of it in the minor leagues, but when you have failure at the big league level, there's always this level of doubt that you're questioning yourself. Can I perform at this level? Can I get the job done? And so giving young players bits and pieces or tastes of success in smaller increments is often a very good developmental path for these guys realizing their full potential. And there's no limits on what he can become. He may end up back in the rotation at some point as he experiences more success and the confidence grows and he continues to evolve as a pitcher. But right now he's pitching great in relief. He's filling a big need for us in the bullpen, and it's been really great to see Cole and his development. I mean, he's 25 years old, and I know he's been in the organization for several years, but he's still a young pitcher by major league standards. So there's a long way to go. There's a lot of development left, and we're very excited about the progress he's made.
CY, what have you noticed about Adolis Garcia since getting a few days off?
Adolis has been wonderful in terms of his commitment to the mechanical changes. It's a hard thing to do in season, but he's worked very hard at it. He's bought in, and I think the results speak for themselves. I think he's been a huge positive for us over the last 10 days, 2 weeks, whatever it's been. And our hope is that it's going to continue. But he can just energize the whole stadium when he performs like he has. And so it's really big for our club. And if we're going to get going offensively, he's going to be a big reason why.
It's Chris Young here with you on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Rangers. Off tonight, back at it tomorrow, 6:30 pregame. The numbers, guys, they're always doing playoff probabilities and updating it. They put your playoff chances right now, CY, at 30.8 of making it to the playoffs. Are you going higher or lower in your mind?
Of course, I'm taking the over on that. And, a couple years ago in 2023, when we were on our playoff push, and there were points during the season where our playoff odds were close to 100%. They were 98, 99%. And then all of a sudden they dropped down to 10%, 15%, or whatever it was late in the season. And so I take it all with a grain of salt. If you win games, your playoff odds are going to be high, and if you don't win games, then obviously they're not going to be high. It's nothing we don't know. So I just let's see where we are in mid-July, the end of July, August, and then September, and at which point it'll work itself out. But I really don't get caught up in the playoff odds. I'm focused on what we need to do to play winning baseball and hopefully playoff baseball. And I really believe that if this team performs at the level they're capable, there's no doubt in my mind that we should be a playoff team.
CY, you mentioned you did national radio yesterday. Do you wish that we were the ones asking you questions instead of the national guys?
Well, what I wish, I guess the tweet after my show was that we're in the market for a leverage arm.
Sure.
And,
I was wondering that. Yeah.
I was kind of leading the witness, and in terms of the way the question was asked, which is fine, but I wish that that wasn't necessarily what was came out of my mouth. I just but it's part of it. I get it.
Well, staying with national media, I do got to ask Jim Bowden of The Athletic. He did have an article saying that there's some buzz in the industry that Boch could retire at the end of the season. Have you had any conversations with Boch about his future?
We have not had any of those conversations since the winter. Boch is such a wonderful person, and his belief coming into the season was to just focus on the season and play it out, and we'll evaluate where we are after the year. And nothing has changed in terms of that. We love him. He's a great manager, great person, and we'll see where that goes after the season.
Thank you so much, CY. Best of luck this week, and we look forward to catching up with you next week.
Guys, thanks so much. I appreciate it. Let's have a few more wins here.
That sounds great. I'll drink to that. There he goes, the Chris Young Show, brought to you by PlayScore and Anheuser-Busch. So that's very convenient. Okay, segments also brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, where are we going next, Eric?
Let's crank open a rim sesh, ladies and gentlemen. We had a big trade over the weekend in the association. We have some KD updates, some Jason Kidd updates, and what does this make you feel about Cooper Flagg next in the nation?
Coming up.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's get some hoop in here.
Yeah, man, let's do it. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed down for that afternoon snoozer so the G-Bag Nation can go all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when the NBA Finals have not yet concluded and we have our first blockbuster NBA trade of the summer. How about that? Memphis Grizzlies, Desmond Bane, see you later. He's going to Orlando. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope going back to Memphis. Cole Anthony, 4 unprotected first-round picks and 1 first-round pick swap. That's a lot for the Magic to give up for a guy in Desmond Bane who is not some perennial, obvious superstar type player, but he might just be exactly what the Magic need. I mean, the Magic were the worst three-point shooting team the NBA's seen in quite some time last year. I mean, it's like under 32% as a team.
Incredible.
Shooting the 3-ball last year. I saw it firsthand when they came to Dallas before the Luka trade. So we still had Luka, and it was one of the most embarrassing performances I've ever seen from a professional team shooting the basketball. It was just clank after clank after clank. Of course, Desmond Bane, he is a monster three-point shooter.
And that team's exciting. You know, I know Anthony Black from here in DFW and now Bane, a TCU guy. It's starting to get a little bit of a North Texas flair. Obviously, Banchero. That team is going to get a lot of great stuff figured out. And I love Desmond Bane. You know, I think he is just an incredible two-way player. It looks like Memphis is going to blow this thing up and go young, and I think that's the right thing. They've had a nice little 5-year run here where they were close. Instead of forcing it and letting failed expectations be the tone, they're like, okay, it's probably best if we, see if we can get a rebuild going OKC style.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking when it happened, because now you have Memphis getting quite a few picks. Do you want to go ahead and trade Ja Morant and or Jaren Jackson Jr. to get even more picks and go the OKC route, tear this thing down to then go ahead and build it back up? The reports now are that Memphis doesn't have any plans to trade Ja Morant or Jaren Jackson Jr., but that could just be posturing at this point. Who really knows? Because I think that could easily be the plan. If
so, this Memphis. Is we can't pay 3, we're paying 2. We got to trade our third for young assets as we churn that. I think that's what that is.
They picked up a fat salary too with
KCP. Yeah, that was part of the reason why Orlando had to give up so much in terms of draft assets, because also Memphis is taking on the crappy contract of Kentavious Caldwell-Pope.
Right.
And I think part of this too is it was just too good of a deal for the Grizzlies to pass up. Like, man, you're going to give me all these first round picks. We'll go ahead and do it. I don't know who picked up the phone first, but I can understand both teams doing it. I understand it more for Memphis if they're going to go the route that you mentioned there, which is just kind of tear it all down, get all the assets you can right now for Ja Morant, Jaren Jackson Jr. But I do love it for Orlando. I mean, you laid it out. They got a bunch of young, studly players that are about to enter their prime. Bane, super young guy, and he brings exactly what they need. Wagner, Suggs.
They offloaded the contract. You get Desmond Bane. Yeah, I mean, for Orlando, this is huge.
Did Caldwell-Pope play really bad this year?
He was not great. I think he's like a 10 points per game kind of dude, but just wasn't as dialed in from the 3-point spot. And the whole team has issues with the 3-point shooting, so they needed somebody that was just a thoroughbred 3-baller, and that's what Desmond Bane is. You mentioned the two-way stuff. He'll play some defense for you as well. So feels like a lot to give up, but in an Eastern Conference right now that just feels extremely wide open, you're going to have a ton of teams that feel like, man, we're just a player here, player there away from being able to go do something. We're watching the Pacers in the finals right now. Why can't we be that next team? And it's not like it's a rental thing with Bane. They get him young, and they have him locked up and secured for a handful of years now. So Orlando will be definitely a fun, interesting team here moving forward. That was kind of an out of left field. I wonder how Adam Silver feels. Like, hey, we're doing big-time trades now in the middle of the NBA Finals. I don't know if he cares about that. but we always know, like during the Super Bowl, it's like, hey, that 2 weeks in between, let's try and keep everything chill
he might
from
be
a news standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, the series, right, the numbers haven't been great. The games have been, right, okay.
The ratings haven't been great.
But so he's probably thinking like, man, let's just inject some more news into the cycle and see what happens.
This was an off day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that it's that big of a deal, but something to consider. Now, the Suns are not excited about the current offers they're getting from teams like the Miami Heat, the Spurs, the Rockets, teams like that. Kevin Durant does not want to go to Minnesota. The Clippers and the Raptors are two teams now that might be angling to go ahead and acquire Kevin Durant. So, I mean, Shams was saying on Friday this could happen in the next 48 to 72 hours. So, really, we can't really be surprised at any point if this trade goes down in the next few days. It could easily happen, but the teams aren't willing to really throw all the assets that the Suns seem to be wanting for Durant. I like
how this is going, though. If it doesn't happen, I think it's going to mean the trade market is where we think it should be. Guy's older, not the same guy that he was, and I'm giving up premium young assets to bring in a big financial risk. I don't think it should be multiple picks. I think it should be like, let's match the salaries, and here's one first-round pick.
Yeah, I think plenty of teams probably feel that way. And I thought Durant had a longer-term deal. It's just a $55 million for next season, and then he's a free agent. So I don't know if he's going to try and get an extension with whatever team signs him, if that's something that's in the works, or if this is just a one-year rental for whatever team ends up making that move. But the Heat, the Rockets, he doesn't want to do anything with Minnesota, but the Raptors and the Clippers, apparently two teams to keep an eye on in terms of Kevin Durant right now. Ian Begley out of New York is still hinting at the idea that the Jason Kidd to the Knicks stuff is not officially kaput. The Mavs have been adding coaches to their staff. It would just feel like a very weird thing for this to end with Jason Kidd leaving Dallas. So I'm still at like maybe 1% of concern that Jason Kidd ends up in New York, but it's still a topic right now, at least in New York.
The fact the story's not going away does make me wonder how much Jason Kidd wants this to happen, and if in fact he got disappointed 2 years ago when Casey Smith was forced out, and this is just be a continuation of it. And I hope somebody over there in influence is listening and paying attention. This should be your moment to be like, oh, wow, Jason Kidd's going to leave? So we've lost Luka and Kidd, and Dirk doesn't really mess with us anymore. Hello, right? It's obvious what's happening, and hopefully it gets fixed before another legend has to leave.
I kind of feel like this is one of those things where, why it won't die is because I don't think Jason Kidd will let it die. I think he's just talking to people around the league. He's trying to talk himself into taking this job, and how far is he willing to go to get it? And I think there's some concern by Nico about him getting more years and, like I said earlier, more money. And then it turns into like, okay, now the shift of power then goes towards Jason Kidd here.
It's a Nico problem.
Yeah, I think Nico, if Jason Kidd were to leave, I think Nico would probably be okay with it just for his own self-preservation.
Well, that would be insane.
They need to fire him, man. If that's even an issue, you just need to move on from Nico.
The Cooper Flag stuff is what should be keeping Jason Kidd here with a smile on his face. Now, I saw a draft article on ESPN by Jeremy Wu, who was actually on with the morning show last month or whatever after the lottery went down. Mavs get the number 1 pick, and Cooper Flag will be in Dallas tomorrow, getting a feel for the facilities, meeting the people, and then he will, of course, be the number 1 overall pick on draft night come June 25th. I mean, just next week. We make it official. Wild. I'm excited. Now, how does this make you feel, though? Because we have the 2025 NBA draft superlatives. I know Broadus was doing some of this during the NFL draft, like which player's best at what particular skill set, right? And so they go through, and it's like best ball handler. It was not Cooper Flag. Best shot creator, not Cooper Flag. Best pick and roll playmaker, not Cooper Flag. Best pick and roll finisher, not Cooper Flag. Best pull-up shooter, not Cooper Flag. Best dunker, not Cooper Flag. Best frame, not Cooper Flag. Best spot-up shooter, it's the Dookie, Con Knipple. not Cooper Flagg.
You
Best
just wanted
movement
to
shooter.
say that name.
Best court vision. Best rim protector. None of these are Cooper Flagg.
Is there anything he's really good at?
Best off-ball
Competitor?
defender. Best on-ball defender. Not coming up. Best defensive playmaker. Not Cooper Flagg. Best offensive rebounder. Not Cooper Flagg. Is he the most clutch player? No, he's not. Best motor? No. Best backstory? No. You got to scroll all the way down before you get to the Cooper Flagg best attribute, and that is he's the best competitor in this draft.
That's
boys.
what I figured.
Best
I knew
competitor.
that.
He's got a warrior spirit. He plays with heart and tenacity.
Sorry,
And it's just,
broadcast.
we're drafting him number 1 overall for nothing but the intangibles that he has.
Yeah, it was when I saw this, it was weird. I was like, I don't know how to feel about it. But then I went back and looked, and they literally did just give it one player each thing. Like they were trying to spread the wealth here. So I'm hopeful that that's really.
Do they have
what
like
this was.
second and third place guys?
I was going
for
to say
that?
maybe Flagg is like number 2
That's what I'm
in
saying,
all of
is
these
he-
other
yeah.
categories.
No, they don't. They
Yeah.
don't. But I mean, they did give. I mean, they spread the love on this thing between everybody that's going to be in this draft.
Now, if you want
Biggest bust.
if you want some Cooper Flagg chicken soup, we go to the basketball brain of Tim Legler.
He's good.
He was on DLLS Mavs, and his quote on Cooper Flagg's defensive potential in the NBA, he says starting like year 2, I think he can be in that same category as Amen Thompson in terms of a guy that's potentially an all-league defender. Like pretty quickly, he'll get there. So the defensive stuff, he's obviously going to be locked down. I still am extremely excited about the future of the offensive game of Cooper Flagg. I think the basketball IQ is legit. You got to get the handle down a little bit more, but they ran the offense through him. The 3 ball's there. He can score at every level. He's got the lob game going with other guys, getting the bigs involved. So I'm still very bullish and excited, but I did think it was weird that the only thing that he's best at from a skill standpoint, according to ESPN's draft expert, is just simply being the best competitor in the draft.
Yeah, and the Mavs are incredibly lucky to have him. If all he is an incredibly versatile 22-point-per-game scorer who's all NBA defense, he could be a great second or third guy, but that's my question here is these next 3 years of development from 19 to 22 are going to be huge. Do you become a clear number 1 guy, or are you like a secondary guy who, is the dream sidekick to a champion, or to a catalyst type of player like KG or Anthony Davis? I think are really good comps and possibilities for Cooper Flagg. But Brian?
No, I was just reading about this Amen Thompson dude.
Yeah.
Oh, he's locked down.
Oh man, he's super impressive, huh?
The Rockets are full of lockdown guys. They just got nobody that can put the ball in the hoop.
He's from the overtime elite program. Is where I was kind of like, how have I heard this guy before?
Okay, Wolchuk has the number 1 question about the rest of the Cowboys summer going into Oxnard. Then we're going to hit the Expressway, G-Bag of the Day, and more coming up next. The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forget it.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 4 G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Expressways coming up in 20 minutes. You have G-Bag the Day coming up at 5:30 and then LA Live at 5:40. Right now, time for some football content. Here's Wolchuk.
Yeah, so we had this question posed to you, Brian, when we did Krusty's Corner a few weeks back, and it was like, okay, concern. Which side of the ball do you have more questions about? And I've heard the answer be defense, I'd say 9 out of 10 times. And I have way more pressing questions personally on the offensive side of the ball than I have on defense. I think on defense, it's really health-related at corner, right? Like Diggs, Ravel, how are they going to be health-wise? And then otherwise, you kind of know what this defense is going to look like. We just played what Flus had to say on the Doomsday podcast. It's very reminiscent from what we saw here with Rod Marinelli for many, many years. And the linebacking core, like, yeah, there's new, but it's also way better than it was 2 years ago. I think every single year they've continued to upgrade there. But in terms of like how good is this team going to be, I think all the big questions are on the offensive side of the football. Like, do you have a left tackle? How good is Tyler Guyton this year? Is he able to take the strides to be a competent left tackle? They don't want to move Tyler Smith. So what ends up happening if Guyton's not any good? Are they forced to move Tyler Smith? Do they play Awesome Richards? Does he play well? Who's your starting running back? Nobody can name a starting running back right now. We have no idea. How much better is Terrence Steele? Is it really the offensive line coach that is going to be the big difference maker? That's what we've heard, and I believe that. I buy into it. We still need to see it. Like, can Terrence Steele get back to at least the dominant run blocker that he was pre-injury? How good of a play caller is Brian Schottenheimer?
See, this is where I'm glad you're going now.
That's a massive question.
To me, the coaches that have the least amount of NFL experience are on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah. Wide receiver.
When you look at like your primary offensive line coach, and we'll see. I mean, the OC is a former NFL offensive line coach. How much interaction he has? Probably a lot. But is he coaching, and is the line coach really the assistant, but in title he's the line coach? Which, look, wide receiver coach, not NFL experience.
Yep.
The only one that really has NFL experience when you start to talk about these coaches, though, is Linda Wells.
Mm-hmm.
Like I say, your other positions don't have that type of, so if you, and some key positions too with that offensive line stuff. And you even mentioned it. Well, what kind of play caller is Brian Schottenheimer going to be? That's where I think this thing really starts.
100%. Like what does this offense even look like?
Yeah.
Because we've heard, every offseason, the scheme's different. We like this. They're implementing this. Hell, we were on the practice field in Oxnard, saw them doing awesome stuff in the red zone. Like, hell yeah, they're running mesh patterns. We got pick routes going here. Did we see that on game days?
No,
we didn't. So, like, yeah, it sounds great right now, but I think all of your big question marks are really on the offensive side of the ball. Do they even have an above-average tight end on the roster? Like, I'm a Jake Ferguson stan, but Fergie was bad last year. Do you get back to Jake Ferguson being what he was 2 years ago? I'm hopeful. That's a question. And then George Pickens is on his best behavior right now. The second things go poorly and you start losing, how's that relationship? Do him and CD, and CD's also been a guy that ends up being like, the bad body language, this and that. They're both uber competitors. They both want to win. They start losing. They're not seeing the football. What happens with that dynamic? So I think you're big time. And then how good is Dak?
Yeah, it's a great question,
right?
too.
Like, Dak was not good prior to the injury last year. That might also be a product because your offense was just horrible under Mike McCarthy. Maybe that's a benefit. But I think all your big time questions, like obviously there's questions on the defensive side of the football, but I kind of have an idea what that's going to look like. You're going to be able to rush the passer, and we know kind of what the scheme's going to be. I don't know what the hell the offense is going to look like, to be honest with you.
I get what you're saying. I think there's a bunch of questions on both sides of the ball. I think you got to look at like confidence, though, in terms of what do you believe in? Do you buy more into Dak getting closer to his normal self? Do you buy Jake Ferguson getting back closer to his normal self? Do you buy Terrence Steele? Do you buy Tyler Guyton more than Mozzie Smith? I think like Mozzie Smith is a bigger question to me than Tyler Guyton.
Like, do we have a question about Mozzie? I think Mozzie is what he is.
Okay,
I think
fair enough.
I think you know what Mozzie Smith is.
Okay.
And that's at best an average player in the NFL.
And I think that's where I go. Questions or confidence. I'm still more confident that the offense will be competent than I am the defense, because you said they have a pass rush. Do they have anything else? Do they have a run defense? I would say probably not. Do they have many people in the secondary that you trust? No, you do not. You have Deron Bland. That's the only person you actually trust in the entire secondary in week 1. So I'm still more
health, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
the health factor for sure.
Yeah.
So I have questions about the offense. Sure, what is it going to look like? But I also have more confidence that the offense is going to be respectable compared to the defense, which I think is going to have a ton of problems.
I mean, this is a great question because it really gets to the root of how much you trust this offense now with another set of eyes on it. I have a high degree of confidence that Dak plus CD Pickens is going to get you points. And even if they mismanage the play calling, you're going to have a top 10 scoring offense, probably top 5 scoring offense. But how much of that is based on the belief from those 12-win seasons where they were rolling up bad competition and now they have a tough schedule? So, I hope that we should have confidence in the offense, but if Dak doesn't play well, then obviously you're going to be looking for a different quarterback, and the questions on offense will be overwhelmingly louder.
Yeah, I mean, I just think the laundry list of questions I can come up with, I have more questions on the offense side of the ball than I do defense. We can talk confidence all you want. That's a separate issue. But the questions are lining up on offense because I think there's way more. We're hopeful. I'm hopeful all those things. Dak gets back to 2023 version. I'm hopeful they can run the football. They're built to hopefully do that. But we haven't seen them run the ball.
I mean, there's a lot of different ways to look at it individually as a group. I feel like right now your biggest vulnerability is stopping the run. And yes. I don't know if that's any individual players, but that's how you're going to lose in January again if you get there.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, in terms of how vulnerable are they? That's great. But in terms of question marks, I still have more questions. I couldn't come up with nearly as many questions that I had on defense. Like the low-hanging fruit, a team that's been bad stopping the run for a decade, yeah, they need to prove they can stop the run. But we have that question every year. Entering 2025, this version of the Dallas Cowboys, I got a lot of unknown on that offensive side of the football.
Yeah, and we need great answers to those questions.
Coach, the quarterback, yeah.
I do feel like there's a tremendous amount of potential in this offensive line considering what they were able to do last year with Dowdle. If you get some good running going, but we don't know how good their runners are going to be. They could be washed up or just incapable.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I have plenty of questions about the offense for sure. I just think that the defense is going to be a bigger problem.
Talk about run defense here every year.
Yeah.
Every year. He's right. It's kind of a low-hanging fruit thing. You can automatically say Dallas is going to be bad in run defense because they generally are. I mean,
yeah, and it's their combination of players that you've mentioned that sold me. Like, even if you get a great answer with Mozzie, your corners don't tackle.
They get screwed. When their offense doesn't click, they get screwed on defense because the one thing they're built to do is rush the passer. They're not built. When everybody was trying to get back to building run defenders, playing good run defense, Dallas continually was working on rushing the passer. And for a while there, it was very successful. Because you had a quarterback and an offense that was putting up points. They're making teams chase points. You made teams one-dimensional. So I don't know. I mean, it always seems like every year we talk about Dallas and run defense. Probably a lot of teams in the NFL you can talk about run defense.
Yeah, but I don't know how many defenses you're looking at that you're like your run defense and also your secondary. Like, can you stop the pass? Like, sure, you can get after the passer. If you're up two touchdowns in the game, your pass rush will be nice.
Then we just should say they're effed overall on defense.
I think so.
Yeah. It's not just the run defense. It's, overall, their defense, they've got some talent, but the thing about it is we don't know, is the lack of a good run defense going to affect their pass defense?
When they've had their best teams, the offense dictates how this team's going to play.
I totally agree.
So to me, this team's success is driven by the offense.
I agree.
If they can run the football, and this offensive line does end up gelling and being what we are hopeful and think it will be, this team can be much better than we think it will be. That's the formula.
Make this thing a top 5 scoring offense, and then you won't have to worry about your defense.
I do look at the defense in the second half of last year and find some optimism that even though Diggs was out and Overshown was eventually out and Mozzie played the way that he did, you're adding Dante Fowler and some other veterans to this mix. Yeah. You get the 2 veteran linebackers now. Instead of just one, you have multiple and Leafau in a second year. Like, I think it's possible this defense actually plays pretty dang good if, as you said, they can play with a lead and they can prevent their guys from being worn out. And that's got to start with a good running game and controlling the clock. And
let's just hope they're not like the Texas Ranger offense, that defense is your pitching and they're holding you in games, but you can't get any points out of it. That's why like I say, this team is only going to be as good as its offense. And that starts with the quarterback, and it starts with the play caller.
It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers are off tonight. We had CY on back there at 4:20. Woolchuck, is there any other Cowboy stuff you want to get into?
No, go for it.
I have 10 things we learned about the Cowboys this offseason, position battles, contracts, and more. This is from Calvin Watkins this morning in the morning news. Speed is a thing, and they plan to use it. Pickens, Kevontae Turpin, Jaden Blue, who I still don't think is getting enough recognition for the 4.28 that he ran at Pro Day. And then Miles Sanders, I don't know how much speed he has left, but he had plenty of it in his prime, and he's only 28 years old. So quick throws, vertical routes. Are we going to see the speed pop with this offense, Brian? Did they add enough to make it count?
Yeah, well, you're starting to see they're putting Turpin in the backfield more. I should say more. The time when I was watching practice the other day, they were trying to find ways. So you got guys like Blue, and they're saying Sanders looks like he's got a little juice to him. So hopefully that kind of works out for you. Pickens, I can say you're probably going to have him for 1 year. Hopefully he can give you a little bit, like we talked about, a vertical game. Some, with the way that he's able to kind of separate down the field. Yeah, I mean they've added some speed, but it's like, so there's other teams that have, I think, a little bit more. But it's going to come down to the coaches again. I keep saying this. You can have all this, but if you don't use it the right way, if you don't put it in position, and coaches love to tell you, "Oh well, we're just trying to put our players put them in position to make the best plays they can and stuff." Well, instead of talking about it, actually, damn, do it,
please.
That's to me. We could talk about Pickens and Turpin and have they added speed? Yeah, they on paper they look pretty damn good speed wise. But if you just kind of waste Blue until week 7 or week 8 and don't figure out a plan for him right off the jump, and you've got George Pickens that's averaging 3 targets a game kind of a thing, then this team's not going to. We're going to be talking about the 9th overall pick of the draft.
Well, yeah, and maybe that'd be the best case scenario if this team's really 1 year away, that this year not be good and get another top 10 pick where you could get an impact player. I think what you were talking about right there is, can your scheme get guys the ball in space? Number 6 is Dak Prescott and the play action pass. In 2023, he completed 68% of his passes while working the 5th most plays in play action, and that went quite well, at least during the regular season. The Cowboys called play action passes on 19% of offensive plays with Prescott on the field, and he completed 69% of those last season. So they called it less, but it was still incredibly efficient, even more efficient than the year before. So that one's big, and I think the most impressive thing I saw in the entire 3 weeks was Tyler Guyton's interview, his reestablished physique. And I think it's given me quite a bit of reason to believe that year 2 for Tyler Guyton is going to be a big step in the right direction.
Well, at least he realizes that it couldn't get any worse, because that, when he was in a situation that last year, there were a couple of reps where Micah Parsons, you're like going, and he's like, man, that looks pretty darn good. And then there was, he got hurt. His demeanor, his attitude, all these things were not good. And so, the fact that he realized that he wasn't very good, I think that's the first sign of maybe he's making some changes here. They just need him to be good. They don't need him to be great. They just need him to be good. And if he could do that, then they'll find some ways to. But like I say, I just want this coaching staff not to waste some of the talent that they have in the skill positions. And I think if they don't find ways to make that happen, this defense will be in problems. It'll have a lot of problems too.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're 15 minutes away from the G-Bag of the day. We're going to kickstart the Expressway, what we learned about CY earlier in our Rangers conversation, and more is coming up next, The Fan.
All right, I know when it comes to fixing your car or having any type of car issues, it can be absolutely brutal.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it like Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
It doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
your work feels like sending a flying elbow from the top turnbuckle. The more you Bosch, the more you feel like a Bosch.
Yeah, buddies, let's do it. Let's hit the expressway. We're now 9 minutes away from the G-Bag of the day and 19 minutes from LA Live. We're going commercial-free all the way to the top, and the expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Wolchuk's got Around the Bases coming up at 6 o'clock, and I'm sure he's going to tell you more about these baseball stories. Congrats to Josh Smith, wins AL Player of the Week. A 1.269 OPS pair of bomb skis. Second to Evan Carter, who also had a 1.269 OPS with a pair of homers. So congrats to those two gentlemen, and thanks to those guys. Definitely would not have had the week that they had, winning 6 of 7. And one of the topics out there for you, the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line, are they out? You know, do you believe again? Is this a resumption of the mission that we thought we were on in 2024 spring training? Last year, a dud. First 2 months of this year, a dud. But as Simeon goes, so go the Rangers. And they've been playing winning baseball now for a couple of weeks. CY joined us. And he clarified some things, didn't he? Are they looking for a leverage closer? That was the headline after an interview he did yesterday on national radio. And he said they kind of took him out of context there. They set him up with a leading question. Wouldn't go as far as saying what the headlines are saying today, which is that the Rangers are in the market for a leverage arm, but they got to be, right? I mean, he just doesn't want it out there publicly.
Yeah, I mean, even he alluded to, like, everybody kind of like that.
We all do. Mm-hmm.
I did think it was interesting that he looks at what their roster currently is, and right now, based on the market, doesn't think that there is a bat that would be able to benefit as much as his own guys just getting to the performance level that they expect them to be at.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. You know, maybe somebody becomes available that right now isn't in conversations, but I don't know, based on what he said, that they're really going to be adding a bat at the deadline.
I mean, the expanded playoff format, it just keeps so many teams in the hunt, and they really want to let all of the time go by. A lot less teams wave the white flag than in years past, and that, you know, that's a feature, not a bug. But for teams that want to improve, they got to be more patient. And if the bat's not there, I kind of agree. Like right now, what would you do? Another first baseman or DH guy with the uncertainty about Jock Peterson? Yeah. I would like that. But I think the only clear thing this team needs to improve is that hammer arm that in the ninth inning, door opens and you know the game is over. You know, it was troubling to see Tyler Mahle go on the injured list. See why his words, you know, they're hopeful that it's going to be a short stay on the IL. I was wondering when I saw the news yesterday, are they putting him on the shelf a little bit to prepare him for the trade deadline? I don't think that's what that is at all. And so that is their best chip. Him and John Gray, starters that you would not be counting on to start and win you big playoff games, that have decent salaries and some, you know, trade value out there, not necessarily for the players that you would get back, but just to free up the salary for that bat. So Tyler Mahle's going to be one of those that we're hoping for good news on, as the pregame's coming up at 6:30, and then throughout the week, hopefully just 10, 15 days, he'll be back. And then, you know, I was trying to gauge from CY, I always am, where his head is at through success or disappointment. And when they hit a breaking point with the disappointment, he is very clear. It's got to be better. When they start to have success, this is what's so great about CY. He's not satisfied or thinking this is fixed. It's almost like cautious optimism. So hoping for more, especially with runners in scoring position, which, you know, could have really got them in trouble this weekend.
Yeah, very much could have. Absolutely. I mean, they sat Josh Young. He got a mental rest day. Hopefully that helped him, and because he was one of their best hitters with runners in scoring position. So maybe he's a guy that seemed to work, like this, like mental reset. Everybody's come kind of back from this and been really good. So maybe Josh Young's able, with the Kansas City Royals coming in town starting tomorrow, you just see the jungle cat go off.
Tip of the cap to Ezekiel Duran, though, yesterday, and what he did at the plate, especially that defensive play, the barehander, ripping it to Berger.
Oh, yeah.
That was pretty gorgeous. You see those glimpses, man, of Duran feeling like a guy. It's like, man, at some point, you feel like he could be an everyday player if he could just get it right consistently.
I mean, that started 2023. Was he an all-star? Was Zeke
He
Durant
had
at the All-Star game?
numbers. We were talking about him possibly being one. He did not make it, but he played like an All-Star.
He has been very disappointing, since then, really. And during the playoff run of the postseason run, he was basically just a spectator in the dugout.
Yeah.
But
his
the talent
first
that he
half
has.
was incredible though that year, right? I mean, he saved the Rangers.
Can he get back to that guy if he can? Hell, that'd be a nice trade chip to have.
Yeah, it would. Okay, we saw a hell of a piece of sports history earlier in studio as Arkansas's Gage Wood had the third no-hitter in men's college World Series history, the first in 65 years, struck out a record 19 guys. That was not only a college World Series high, that's a program high for LSU.
Arkansas.
For Arkansas, yes, my bad.
I'll take that tonight if we can do that.
Yeah, that'd be something. It's LSU and UCLA, right, tonight, and the loser faces Arkansas tomorrow.
Right, and then that would be, is it tomorrow or the next day? Maybe it's tomorrow. I don't know. But yeah, you would go into the loser's bracket then is what you would do.
Wood joins Jim Erler of the Longhorns in 1950 and Jim Wixon of Oklahoma State in 1960. There's something about this Big 12 footprint that gets no-hitters in World Series, but you haven't had one in 2/3 of a century. And it was amazing to watch Gage finish this thing in the final 3 innings because it didn't feel like any of the batters could even see it or catch up to it. He was just getting blown away. And if I could describe Gage, if you haven't seen him, it's like if Wyatt Langford was a pitcher. And the energy was just exploding off him. Like it looked like the intensity of some of these guys in overtime of a Stanley Cup Finals game. It was that intense. The junior right-hander, apparently Chief said he's going to be a first-round pick.
Yes.
He said the only special thing was I didn't want to go home. We're not going home. We get to play tomorrow night, but it is pretty cool. And he had a celebration coming off in the 8th inning with the double flex like Cooper flag, and then his celebration after the game was something that's rarely seen in sport, but I think more encouraged in college baseball than maybe the pro game. Okay, this hockey story just gets a little bit more painful for Stars fans as Oilers coach Chris Knobloch declining to name either Stuart Skinner or Calvin Pickard as the starting goaltender for tomorrow's Game 6. Ultimately, it's who we feel is the best position to win us a game. It's about who's looking really good at the moment, and then we make our decision, said Knobloch. But, yes, Skinner is back to the goalie we thought we were getting to face just last round.
It's annoying, man. He sees the victory green, and now he's going to turn into freaking Superman out there. But I think this series is over. Florida back at home. I think they clinch this thing. They wrap it up 4-2. You'll get a hell of an effort from Edmonton. I mean, those guys aren't going to go down without a fight, but I don't know what other card they have to play. You pulled Skinner, Pickard comes in, they're able to get a crazy win there in Game 4. Now you go back to Stuart Skinner. It seems like Florida's got his number. I think the Panthers are going to be winning back-to-back Stanley Cups tomorrow night.
Now, do you feel the same way about the Thunder and the Pacers? I know you're feeling Indy here. What's the update on that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still going yes, sirs, in 7. I think tonight you do get OKC getting the win at home. It's tough to win in OKC. I think the Pacers cover. 9.5 is still a big-time spread, but I think you go back to Indy in Game 6, and then the moment just becomes too big for Oklahoma City in Game 7. And in these final crunch time minutes, Indiana, that's really been the storyline of this entire postseason. I still think Indiana gets this thing done in a very crazy, awesome, historic Game 7 that nobody's going to watch.
I love that.
I'll be watching.
We'll be watching.
I want it to go 7. I really do. This has been an awesome series.
I just love the Rick Carlisle storyline so much, and I've always been a Rick stan. In Mavs land, obviously, we're watching for Jason Kidd. There's no indication they're going to get involved in the Kevin Durant discussion, right? That would be interesting if you were going to try to put together the all 2010s team here with Kyrie, AD, and KD. I wouldn't put it past Nico. If you could get it done without trading flag, I'd be open-minded to it just out of curiosity, but I want to see him stay the course with this really group of role players.
Yeah, Dawson, I went back and looked up. I just want to make sure. Yeah, the loser of the the LSU UCLA game will play Arkansas tomorrow night at 6:00 on ESPN.
Cannot wait. I'm into this thing. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your G-Bag of the day.
Yeah. All right, right, here we go. G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up, shawty. Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. Or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Now, shout out to all the Tolos that send me stuff on Instagram. But it's not G-Bag of the Day worthy stuff. It's just sending me booty cheeks.
Oh, okay.
It's just sending me booty cheeks. And then I have to investigate. I was like, well, there must be more photos of like that where that come from. So let me click this link. And then next thing you know, I done killed time.
If you get some clapping audio or something, I mean, I could see that getting a vote.
She's clapping and they ain't using hands. All right, our winner and champ so far, day one, Bobby Belt, trolling the hell out of my man Eric Chiafalo during Chiafalo's segment. Biggest L, biggest dub.
Yep. Biggest dub in the 214. Happy birthday to my Tolo bride, Amanda Mount. Happy birthday, Amanda. Getting a victory there. I'm sure hubby's got a nice birthday weekend planned for you, Miss Amanda.
Amanda Mount?
Amanda, yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Mount. Celebrating together.
214 biggest dub. Tolbert fixed my garage door today. That's Tolo Chastity Bell.
We've gotten some incredible stories.
He just roll through
folks.
214 big dub for the Alito High School boys winning state. Sherwood Lovetail was the MVP.
Nice.
How about that?
Congrats, Sherwood.
Sherwood Lovetail.
Congrats, Sherwood. Let's go, pal.
Attaboy.
Attaboy, Sherwood.
Just felt like an Alito high-level athlete's name.
Oh.
That's hilarious.
Chief, you knew what you're doing there, right?
I honest to God, I
seriously, you just
if you look at the video, I don't think he did.
I'm telling
seriously,
you, man.
I thought you one of the you play the game. You're like, okay, I'm just going to go ahead and do this.
Listen,
kind of
I love these little euphemism games or whatever it is, but like I've never heard these. Amanda Mount's never been tossed my way. Sherwood Lovetail never been tossed my way. I missed the I feel like I would have got Chastity Belt, but at the same time, I didn't catch it when Wolchuk said it.
No, you sure didn't.
So if it was like Mike Oxbig or Oliver Closeoff or something like that, I'd be like, okay, I know those people. Okay, I'm familiar. Mike Hunt. I know about Mr. Hunt.
Whoa. Mike. The Hunt family.
Yeah, the Hunt family.
Lamar's brother.
Yeah.
Over in Highland Park.
Or the Hawk family.
Owning the
Mike
Chiefs.
Hawk is a perennial all-star.
The Hunts and the Hawks.
But I'm not
I kind of
familiar
feel
with
like
these
the
other
fact
names.
that you just rattled off all these, you knew what you were doing. I'm just going on record.
No.
I gotta hold that L.
Yeah, well,
that's definitely your L to hold, buddy.
I don't want to give Bobby the credit. Believe me, I wish I could be like, no, Bob, I was in on it too.
Hey, I got another L for you.
Here we go.
I got another L. Man ran into Coach O on the beach.
Oh, yes, we've seen this.
This is great.
Yes. I wanted to play this on Friday, but there was no broadcast, and I said, I cannot do it.
Thank you,
and plus, these guys were out of the studio, so it's kind of hard to hear the audio when you're on location.
It is tough, yeah.
So I try not to get like something that's really audio-ous. You know what I mean? Anyway, I just made that word up.
That's a good word. Audio.
Super audio-ous, you know what I mean? That guy is audio-ous. Dude ran into Coach O on the beach, asked for a photo, then hit him with the roll tide. Coach was like, hold on, wait a minute, son.
Hey, Coach, sorry to bother you. Here we go, baby. Roll tide.
All right, here you go. Not really.
I know.
What was that about?
Look, I respect you as a person.
What was that about?
I respect you as a fan.
I wouldn't take those Tigers to see after I take a picture of you.
I understand.
Have a good day, man.
Hi.
Where you from?
I'm from Alabama.
What part?
Tuscaloosa, actually.
You
So you got to understand. That ain't nothing towards you.
No, ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
But look, here, just show respect.
Yes, sir.
I mean, what the man? Hey, if you're from LSU, you wouldn't go to Nick Saban and say, go Tigers, would you?
I think some people would, but
You wouldn't.
I wouldn't.
Shirtless jog on whatever sidewalk, and
I imagine him laying there with a hand around each gal to him, at least.
17 million to walk away.
20 beers in the cooler. Don't be disrespectful.
Yeah, what's wrong with you, son? You wouldn't do that to Saban.
He's right. He's absolutely right.
Let's see what else we got. French tennis player Gail Monfils. Gail Monfils.
Did Bobby send you this?
No, this is a real deal. This is his real name. He is responding to a bettor that lost some money on him.
Oh.
Man.
Hey guys, it's not a financial advice, but really, you still betting on me? First tournament on grass. I play Alex Michelsen, 20 years old, 35 in a word. and you want to bet on me? You write in that I'm I know I'm we both know I'm and you still bet on me? Who is the dumbest between you and me, to be honest? No, come on.
Exactly.
You bet on me.
Like the hippo. 20 years old on grass.
This guy's got
Grass.
self-awareness, man.
Bet on me. We both know. I love it, man. What is your problem? What else we got right here for you boys? Oh, this is not one.
Winner.
But no, this is not one. LAPD is talking smack to the protesters.
Uh-oh.
In the helicopter.
Oh, no.
They're in the helicopter, bro.
There, I can still see you. What are you doing? What are you doing? Hide behind. Hey, that black SUV, I got the plate. I'm coming to your house at 5 in the morning. Hey, yep, you.
Black SUV, I'm coming to your house at 5 in the morning. That's what that fool said. They are trolling, dog. It's crazy. Crazy stuff. Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessings. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes at Friendship West Baptist Church. We got a bird that got into the sanctuary while the pastor was preaching, and he basically said, kill the bird.
Jehoshaphat, the king's...
Holy crap!
What was that? Security, whichever one of you is concealed carry, bird season has just opened. Drop that thing.
They said, no. Got another church clip for you, too.
What was that?
What? Oh, he was so scared.
Did he get hit? Did he get hit by it?
And he just got real close to him.
Okay.
He was preaching, didn't see it, reacted kind of crazy.
All right.
Jehoshaphat, the king's...
I thought it hit him.
Oh, crap!
Must be a sparrow. Buzzing his tower.
Jehoshaphat, the king's...
Holy crap!
Got him pretty good.
That is genuine fear.
Yeah, he was really scared. That's why he said shoot it.
Yeah.
Somebody killed that little bird.
An outtake from that Birds movie back in the day. That's how it starts.
What is it? Super Saiyan? Super Saiyan?
Super Saiyan?
Super Saiyan. Okay, I said it right the first time.
Did. Dragon Ball Z?
Yes. That's what I'm talking about. They said this girl right here went Super Saiyan during her song.
Have your way, Lord.
Go for it.
Over 9,000.
Yeah. A little heavy on the wine there. Okay. Is it our champion? Bobby got us good there. He's trolling us. You got to be careful
Got
there.
him.
Bobby Bell, he's always toloing and trolling on the fan text. Coach O on the beach. 38-year-old French tennis player Gael Monfils. He's baffled why people are still betting
What is wrong
on him.
with you? Why you pick me?
Preacher says bird season is open in his congregation, or girl goes Super Saiyan during her church song. I'm going to vote for the former tennis star, the tennis player, Chief, Gael Monfils. I'm going to go with Coach O. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Lucius? Gail? Coach?
Yeah.
Gail
Monfils.
Oh, Gail.
Yeah. What is wrong with you?
That's my bad. Wolchuk?
I'm going to go with Bobby trolling.
Right.
Gail Monfils.
By a score of 3-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's an athlete who you don't want to gamble on. Okay, I'll bet on Lucius any night of the week to do a heck of an LA Live segment. That's next. Let's stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
Looking at Elle dunking on television.
She basketballing it today?
She is amazing, bro. My cousin was at the house, and he said, she kind of looks like the Joker in the face.
What?
I wanted to kick that fool out. I was like, well, I'm getting tired now. It's time for you to get on out of here, buddy. All right, let's get into a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you swear it's time to smoke.
How about it?
Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
You got somebody at the job super fast, they always fiddling with something, you know what I mean? Great work ethic, they always walking fast and, you know, motivated to get the job done. That's powder.
If you see them, point them out. If you see them, point them out. They're usually in sales. They're usually in sales.
Car sales.
Yeah. LA Live for Monday, June 16th, 2025. It is a Monday, Friday here in LA Live. Shout out to the now disbanded hip-hop group, Dallas hip-hop group, PPT, for naming today. Monday, Friday vibes in LA Live is just some things I've seen on the timeline over the weekend. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. I hope everyone had a good Father's Day. You guys talked about it earlier. Everybody seemed to have a good one.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. We had a death in the family.
Oh, I'm
so
sorry.
it kind of changed. Yeah.
The way you were describing, I thought something.
Yeah.
had to have gone down.
When life be lifing, you know what I'm saying? And it's still lifing, dog.
Because you had a hell of a plan. I was kind of envious on
Me
Friday
too.
when you were telling us.
Steaks and stogies, bro.
Steaks, stogies, shooting guns in the backyard, hanging out with my dad and my uncles and my cousins and stuff. Nope, none of that happened. I sat on the couch and I ate a fat burger from Griff's.
Oh, wow. There you
I ate a Griff's burger and I watched television. There was a dad movie marathons on yesterday on television, if you guys didn't notice. Dad movie marathons. Paramount Plus had the Godfather marathon.
Oh, there we go.
Makes sense, right?
Yeah, that'll eat up your whole day.
Eat up your whole day. It's all about dads and dudes doing things. The Godfather. BBC America had the Rocky movie marathon going on.
Wow.
Okay, I did notice they had like Rocky 4 when I got home last night.
A lot of Rockies popping off yesterday. I seen a few of them. I had both of the TVs on, watching sports on one, then I had the marathon on the other, then I would just switch around. You know the thing. So it made me think, name some more dad movie marathons out there, that, or movies that could have been made into a marathon situation for the dads on Father's Day on the fan text while we go through LA Live here, okay? LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Monday. Did y'all see the Minnesota shootings?
I did, yes.
Yeah.
Scary.
Holy smokes.
It's getting crazy now. What's going on there?
Yeah, that was wild. Buddy went on a politically motivated shooting spree. He shot former Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband, deleted them both. Really sad.
Did she vote? She was the one Democrat that voted Republican?
I don't know what's going on. I don't know his motivations. I know he's going around. He had like a manifesto in the car, his fake cop car he had.
And he wore one of those masks, the rubber mask.
Okay, so when I was watching television, they were talking about him, and I was getting so upset at cable television, cable news, and because they were like, he clearly had a mask on, but they were trying to describe him. Well, look like he's bald-headed there. I can kind of tell his features now. I was like, that's a mask. The whole time I'm thinking, like, why do they keep saying, well, I can't tell what he looks like? Because it's a mask.
It's a mask.
Forever I wanted them to say just it's a mask, but they wouldn't say that. He also shot State Senator John Hoffman and his wife. They survived. Oh, my God.
Yeah, they got shot a combined 16 times,
Oh,
dude.
my God. I didn't know all of that, bro.
Yeah, like super lucky to somehow
16 times and survive that?
One got 9, one got 7 bullets and survived it.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Man, he tried to delete those, bro.
Yeah.
Vance Luther is his name, whatever something is his last name. I'm not going to give it too much. He posed as a police officer during the attacks, had a fake police car, wore the rubber mask that Brother just talked about.
Yeah.
His wife got pulled over. She had the kids in the car, 2 handguns, passports, and $10,000. Holy smokes, man. He had a grown, what that man was his roommate? He had a grown-ass roommate. At 50-something
that's
years
right.
old?
Yeah, I saw that detail. I'm not surprised, man. It's getting so difficult to hold down a house by yourself. You know what I mean?
Who are you telling?
Yep.
Who are you telling, bro? My old lady just went to Costco and text me back while I'm on the show. You don't do this while I'm on the show. $400 or something she spent on groceries. I should have went with her on Saturday.
I'm telling you,
I skipped it. I was like, let's not do it. We can go later. She went today and spent $400.
Yeah. They can't be trusted in a place like that.
I mean, the prices, the groceries. So, like, we went to H-E-B on Saturday.
She go to Costco, you said?
Yeah, she went to Costco in South Lake.
Wow. She bought a lot of things.
Like, we spent $100, and I felt like we got nothing.
If you said Target, I would totally believe it.
She's not going to Target ever again.
No, Target. when you
Ever
said,
again.
I thought I was.
You don't have to
I
worry
was,
about
I was
that.
reading about the Minnesota thing, and I thought I heard $4.75, and I thought Target immediately. The first thing that came to my mind was Target. You know, you can't walk into Target without spending $75. Just grabbing the cart. It's $75 going in.
Crazy times we're living in, bro. Crazy times when I seen that. LA Live 105.3 The Fan, Monday, Friday. There was a nationwide protest on Saturday The No Kings protest. Over 2,000 protests held in all 50 states. The protest was opposing President Trump's military parade, which I watched. You know, I like watching stuff like that. I like human interest.
You like the parades?
I do. I like the parades.
Yeah, I love a good parade.
I like the parades. Yeah, I do like the parades a little bit, fam.
I'm always curious, you know, because people got to be watching them to keep them on.
Yeah.
I think I went to my first parade when I was like 5 or 6, and I sat there on the road and waited for the candy to be thrown, and I don't know.
I watched the protests on TV, too. Did you guys see the protests anywhere you guys are at? No?
I saw highlights of it.
I was looking for signs. I just like reading signs.
Oh.
See how creative you people are.
Hilarious.
Yeah. The parade was for Flag Day, the U.S. Army's 205th birthday, as well as President Trump's 79th birthday. I was kind of disappointed with so many soldiers marching out of step.
Yeah, what was up with that?
I did not like that. Uniforms weren't nice and crisp. They weren't squared away.
Would have failed inspection if you were.
They would have failed inspection.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you look in and your arm is not swinging with somebody else, you're out of step, Phil.
Is this one of those things where, Lucius, that we didn't have enough time to kind of get this together? Did we throw this together pretty quick, you think? Or was this something, I don't know, I'm just saying, why are we out of step?
Well, I know the man always wanted it, but we probably got it thrown together pretty fast. It had sponsors. UFC sponsored some of that.
Did it?
And someone else sponsored it.
I was just curious because if they're out of step, and I mean, usually our military is pretty snappy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get the younger guys. I feel like you went to these old divisions and they haven't been marching around in a long time, and you probably gave them a week to get ready for marching, or maybe 2 weeks, and they just didn't get it. I don't know.
A little out of practice. Think we're a little rusty there?
Yeah, it looked really nasty. There were soldiers carrying drones and walking robot dogs. Fox News had the U.S. intelligence expert Rebecca Koffler. She was on. She was watching the parade. I think she might have been enjoying too many pops.
Oh, yes. Was she the champagne gal?
Full Andy Cohen?
She seemed a little buzzed up, and she knew she had an appearance on Fox. You got to temper it a little bit. You know what I mean? You can't get buzzed all the way out there, but she did. Listen to this. That's the wrong button.
Because of the mismanagement of the administrative states, they've been fighting these foreign wars. But with our new in chief, Donald J. Trump, they are prioritizing America first. And I want to thank these officers for all of these sacrifices and all of the hardships that their families have been doing. Lawrence Jones, you are doing, you're rocking, man. Like you guys are fair, Lucas.
Thank you.
I want to thank.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. Thank you, and thank you for your service too.
Wow.
Yeah, she was enjoying pops.
She was Yeti cupping.
Yeah, she should have known. Listen, I got to be on Fox. I make me have one drink, maybe a shot, and then after that, I can get loose. We can run it back.
Man, she even had drunk face. You wouldn't have got past that little digital green room if it was me.
She was, yeah, you're right.
You're not going to this one.
Yeah, you're right. The largest protest was in Los Angeles, over 100K people out there. Fox 11 had the chopper in the sky, just kind of going to all the different locations, and Chopper Man was letting his heart out. Apparently, his marriage is falling apart.
Oh, no.
And he can give a damn about the protest.
The answer is yes. You know what? I don't care. I don't care about I am married. I am legally married. I am legally married. That's about the only way you can really say it. I am legally married. But I am not looking at now at all. I just had a bunch of debacles with my personal life. Yes, it's true. I know. It's hard to believe. Somebody that doesn't even know what he's talking about in a relationship. And, you know. But, I got nothing right now. Got nothing. Not really looking. You know.